Chapter 1 The Beginning Goth Signing in Toth Primordial Pathesis Saint. The system is clocked out. In the vast and boundless chaos, time was without measure. Only the eternal great day flowed within it, without beginning gorend. Amidst this goes, there existed da primordial being named Pangu, born from the azure lotus chaos. Pangu aspired to directly witness the great Tao, thus shuil that is mitocleva through tas. With a single stroke of his axe, as if heralding the fierce day of dawn, high eliminate the entire vast expanse of chaos. The energy surround him intertwined with great Tao, and powerful forces repleted toward. Had battled against 3,000 divine demons, carving out a primordial world. The great day receded, giving restoth heavenly path. A thismament, a ray of spiritual light sudden shine a brilliant lie across the sexpans of time and space. It then projected itself with astonishing speed directly into the primordial world that Pang would split apart. Within this spiritual light, a humanoid spiritual body could be faintly discerned, seeming line a deep slumber. Heteroneedrously, much like an ordinary person sleeping in the comfort of their familiar bed. Shinsuan remained lost in his beautiful dreams, utterly oblivious to the fact that he had traversed into the primordial realm. Upon detecting Thathosh Shinsuan hastened to read the primordial world and ways in deep slumber. The system initiated the Binding Goth Slumbersen system. Binding Slumbersen system. Binding at 1. Binding at 35. Binding at 64. Binding at 99. The slumber sign-in system binding was successful. Detecting that the hostess in slumber, the system automatically ignited for the host. Host Shinsuan slumber read for air, automatically igniting into the immortal realm. Host Shinsuan slumbered for 1,000 years, automatically igniting into the celestial immortal realm. Host Shinsuan slumbered for 100,000 years, automatically igniting into the true immortal realm. The slumber sign-in system is current lie signing in for the host. Profound immortal. Golden immortal. Tai golden immortal. Great Luo golden immortal. Half-step primordial great Luo golden immortal. Primordial great Luo golden immortal. Primordial Tai Chi celestial venerable. Primordial Wujie celestial venerable. While Shinsuan remained in slumber, his sora quiet lightrance formed within his body. Ash's realms continuously elevated, his every movement, every rest lestern, seemed infused with boundless arithman profound truths, full of mysteries. After countless years of slumber, host Shinsuan automatically ignited in toth saintrial moth primordial Tao. The system detecteth the Shinsuan hadsolent liascended to the cultivation of primordial Tao, entirely unaware of the system's existence, zone cultivation changes just. The system's task was completed perfectly. With a matter concluded, it took its leave, concealing jit's maritan name. The slumber sign-in system had to final farewell, Toba revealed to the host stupid awakening. System unbind in Jin progress. Final farewell? System unbinding? What sort of strange maneuvers these? Clocked out. On vacation. This. Note of in a word of good Beito Chitan before locking Gutan going gone vacation. What hell, clocked out. What hell on vacation. Binding the system, signing into the cultivation of primordial Tao. Alof this transpired without Shinsuan's awareness. This is stu steal the. Shinsuan ever dreamed would traverse a the primordial realm, nor theta system would automatically in hymen whiles leapt. Quiet lie signing hym into the cultivation of primordial Tao. Hokol dendurethis? And then it directly inbound. Whatabizary operation. Simply divine. The systema clocked out for vacation. Anshin Xian, at the outset, weighs a supermaxilvel character. He weighs invincible from the start. Pangu felt ashamed at the sight. Hung Jun wept upon hearing these. During Thedemi of Shinsuan slumber, the mighty Pangu, having proven Dothro's strength, cleaved that it ultimately failed, transforming into the primordial realm. As the primordial world was first established, the elements of earth, wind, water, and fire were settled. Yet thereafter, countless ferocious beasts ravaged the primordial land. Theonata tribes of dragons, phoenixes, and kalins emerged, exterminating the ferocious beasts and dominating the primordial realm. However, as the three tribes grew stronger, their internal conflicts multiplied. Moreover, with Luo Hu sowing discordan plotten against heavenly Tao, a great werepted between he dragonon phoenix tribes. Thekalin tribe uasunable tormain and scathed. Ina flash, blood-stained the primordial realm. The dragon, phoenix, and Kylan tribes suffered revu injuries. Theslater wasta brutal, the karmictia stumini, and Theber din safata tudiup, leading to the complete depletion of the tree tribes' fortunes. No tonly werethi powerless to dominate the primordial realm, but the also facade the peril of extinction. The remaining members soft hay tree tribes were one far between. Before their demise, the ancestral dragon, primordial phoenix, and first Kylan were forced toplajoathstoth heavenly Tao, promising grand aspirations. The dragon tribe retreated to the boundless seas. Theponic tribe concealed themselves within the immortal volcano. Thekalin tribe hide in the bamboo forests. The dragon, phoenix, and Kylan tribes completely withdrew from the stage of the primordial realm. Alas! Meanwhile, the opportunistic Luohu established the demon race, proclaiming himself demon ancestor. Hezo to preveith dothros la slaughter, transforming the primordial realm into Adamon world, creating an ideal realm of demonic cultivation. The calamity of slaughter and the primordial realm remerged. Minionate deities were estiel weak how could they stand against demon ancestor Luohu? In an instant, demonis energia surged, and malevolent forces filled the air. Event Theskiasoft te primordial realm wertented with a dark crimson hue. Oppression and terror loomed. Luohu becometh the strongest being Gofthedge, with noonable to counterbalance Sam. Event the self-proclaimed Tao ancestor, Hong Jun, lamented in the face of Luohu's sword array of extermination, fleeing into a young man in a black robe, disregarding Thorning's sophist older brothers, wheeled death Jingping sword and ventured into Kunlun. He trained himself amidst a primordial realm. If I cower in fear, how can I be worthy of Tesherp Nasof Jingping sword? Ha glanced back at the towering Kunlun, his eyes glimmering with determination. His profound cultivation and formidable strength caused countless demons to meet their demise beneath his Jingping sword. His presence was felt throughout her primordial land. On this day, Heclosa desires in quiet meditation at the Fudo Fan and Known Mountain, contemplating the insights gained from my ear softening. Wily immersed in the sword path, Hezen set the faint Dorthmint the mountain, a subtle stirring goth great Tao. In a moment of distraction, Tongtian opened his eyes and surveyed him mountain. Eh? Hinata said, the peculiarity of this placendal to soft exclamation. The mountain Cherie soared directly in Tothi clouds, lush with a more tall trees and verdant grasses. Occasional breezes swept through the mountain, rippling with a faint day rhythm. Moreover, the mountain was verdant, the sky azure, and auspicious clouds float above. A scene of tranquility and serenity. Yet outside of this place, the primordial realm was rowdy din blood, filled with demonis energy. How could this be and off PC and tranquilly? It was a world entirely different from the primordial realm. What was going in? Driven by curiosity, the man in black followed the sound of der rhythm das and dead the vast stand while te mountain. Chapter 2 Someone eyes contemplating my sleeping posture, and someone eyes counting my toe hair? Tyan mountain sword and the clouds, vast and wild. The higher he climbed, Themerine tin Slithian man in black felt thericness of dare them. Reaching the halfway point of Tyan mountain, he heard faint, steady sound soft breathing. It seemed as if Simeonuus and Ediep stat of sleep. The man in black paused in surprise. He realized that the surrounding day rhythm san losserary sonating, with the frequency of te breathing sounds. It seems theory sa terrifying existence is sleeping here. Tongshan whispered softly, fearful of disturbing this formidable being. At the mountain speak, there lay an incredible powerful being in slumber? What a shocking revelation. The young man in black, possessing extraordinary roots and great fortune, found it impossibly this currental velt to make their rhythm san loss resonate with him. Even the infamous demon ancestor Luohu was slaughtered through te primordial realm, called no tachivesicate. He trembling lie raised his gaze, feeling the vastness of great Tao. Hishi arts amedredded tober stin rhythm with the breathing sounds, as if it would explodiate in a moment. What kindo fun paralleled be ingressed a the mountain peak? What a shocking sight. The man in black held his breath and moved cautiously, ascending a Siphona pilgrimage. Under Thekli Ansing-Goth day rhythms, every inco Fiskin felt, comforted and elated. Event Theshakal soft cultivation thuthid long indiridis progress begin ta shows soft loosening. Yet the higher he climbed, Themerine surmountable the mountain seemed. The mountain winds grew fiercer, causing is blackrobitorisally ominously. His resolvu assasted fast ashingping sword held. After Rayandra die, your sofa fort, heffinally riched the summit. At the cloud rapid pedpicoftayin mountain, Dorhitham sintertwined, and the cloud swear resplendent. The vast, flat mountain top servades a natural deoist sanctuary, capable of accommodating hundred soft house and soft people. Theralea humanoid innate deabody, sleeping with his eyes closed. His features were strikingly handsome, akin to a sculpted vise. His immaculate whitey attire reeks into a to extraordinary demeanor. His long black hair wasted high, reminiscent of a gracefully outh. Surrounding him with a lazof Tao, merging with he evin and dearth, as if his realm were oblivious to his presence. Each breath ha took markadashiftant he laws. Every aspect of him was perfecteto and almost divine extent. Beyond the Tao. It was subtly astonishing. It was truly terrifying. The man in black felt his pupils dilate, his expression betraying his astonishment. Such an existence he couldn't liber rivaled with Father God Pangu, perhaps. Hishin gripping Chingping's sword trembled slightly, unsure whether it was from excitement or trepidation. Hakasha sly bowed to's lumbering chanchint their junior been moved with the predecessors demeanor from the futov to mountain and askamata respects, with no intention to fend. His voice was deep, and his expression was earnest. The youth clad in black robes cast an oath of egg sought the slumbering Janet. Hemia stood quietly, pondering whether such a formidable being had truly disregarded his presence. He wondered if he might glean insights from the profound laws of great deathats around dead the venerable figure. Talling or evan amament longer in the company of this terrifying powerhouse would surpass a kincher of arduous cultivation. Surely, this esteemed older, possessing a magnanimous would not stoop to concern himself with Zomio of my lesser stature. Theblak Robadal thought to himself, although fatwingio fangzidinada. Her promptly assumed a cross-legged position, immersing himself in contemplation and quietly engaging in his practice, careful to emit a single sound, lest the disturb or provoke the formidable presence before him. Time might the primordial realm wasemi assurable, and its value was negligible. As the moment sped by, Chinsuan remained in his deep slumber, showing no signs of awakening. Yet, increasingly more beings, from the primordial expanse began to sense a thesarini tranquility enveloping this realm, with Thesan off dea swirling around them. They felt the extraordinary in a Cherif Tayin mountain. Much like Hetheb Lakrabadouth's earlier astonishment, Thai ascended Tayin mountain in unison, their numbers swelling to severe 100,000. Awe, shock, and disbelief flickered in their eyes. These ways an opportunity not to be missed. They hastily settled in, forming Jadinsa clear round Chanchian, enveloping the natural Daoist sanctuary of the summit of Tayin mountain, layer upon layer, creating an impenetrable barrier. Amidst the ethereal mists, Taiyun mountain stood resplendent, adorned with lush, verdant trees reflecting the vibrant through soft sky's cascading rays. Beneath the trees, there were vivid feathered birds, unsightly beasts, and peculiar creatures the Torah parthaman part beast. Not obi overlooked were a theme and a striking, beautiful women and handsome men, all absorbed in contemplating the ethereal dea istasensa. That surrounded Chan Chien, delving into the boundless history of soft great Tao. Moreover, they were astonished to discover that Chinsuan's sleeping posture resonated harmoniously with the universal principle soft Tao. Each breath had took code the cyclic of flow of great Tao. Event the simple staff movement stirred Thelazof Deo around him, evoking a sense after. This esteemed older sleeps so peacefully, it feels as though had transcends this realm entirely. One remarked. Fielder has turned, Thesan soft Deo is flowing towards him. I am month the Virgio Fabrin I through. Another exclaimed. Fielders reposi exuda sassertainentialency and grace I have gained understanding, yet no third claimed. Tent house and 867 strands off hair. Everyone, Macanoti off this. 13 house and 333 hairs in his feet. I comprehend no. A chorusof whispers Sarosi among the beings. Theblak Robadouth fretted over the possibility of disturbing Chinzuan's rest. He quiet li proclaimed, Theodorismerly taking Gabra for spite, Forresto witness thigh disablesing, let us not disturb him. Fiscal medthe gathering. With varying levels sofip tau to d indiffering speed soft cultivation, aidus at understanding formanon them over time. Those of higher cultivation gravitated closer to Jin. Leading Thegrupoff swas Theblak Robadouth, whose profound cultivation was Mached Bro robust man with thick red hair, whose accountant and Saexudi de nearness and defable charm. Akin to the finest off being Synthi Cosmos. A theatherence at four extraordinary beautiful women, each possessing in the real grace that set them apart from the mundane. Having received Chenzuan's benevolence, they had long regarded High Mass their master. In private, they had agreed Japani hierarchy being soft-tai golden immortal realm would be designate das recognized disciples, while Thosi off the luo golden immortal realm would be considered disciples. Shudain uni ascend beyond the luo golden immortal realm, they would bid middacener disciple soft thiery steamid master. Yet, a soft no, nane had achieved this. Time the primordial realm was indeed immeasurable. Until several hundred million years later. Shinsuan's brow would shed slightly, and disconsciousness gradually stirred. Rubbing Isdrosiazen's stifling gay on, he murmured, has it been an eternitas alas slept? I feel as if he have been enveloped in slumber for far too long. Me head has been and gone me backaches. Chapter 3. The Consequences of Staying Up Late to Read Novels. After countless eons, the teacher has finally awakened. A faint sound, tinged with surprise and reverence, reached Chen Xian's ears. Is this merely a figment of my imagination? Chen Xian opened his eyes in bewilderment. To his astonishment, he instinctively recoiled at the sight before him. An overwhelming multitude of various beings, birds and beasts, a plethora of races. The sheer number must reach several 100,000 at the very least. Not a single one is familiar, moreover. Their eyes reflected awe, fear, fervor, and adoration. What on earth is happening? Is this some sort of cosplay? As he surveyed his surroundings again, he noticed the distant mountains stretching endlessly amidst the mist, with lush green trees basking in the multicolored glow of the sky. This place appears to be the summit of a lofty mountain. Could it be that I have awoken in an improper manner? He pinched himself hard, to his utter disbelief. He felt no pain. What is going on? Am I dreaming? Just then, a red-haired man beside him let out a heart-wrenching scream, drawing gasps from the crowd. Oops, my apologies. A young man in a black robe bowed respectfully and said, Teacher, we all admire your grace, and thus have entered your sacred realm. We would never dare to offend you. Please forgive us. Teacher, me? Admired? Sacred realm? What nonsense is this? Little question mark. Do you have many friends? Could it be? I have traversed worlds? Who are you? Chen Xian asked, his expression peculiar, as he regarded the young man in black with suspicion. Teacher, I am Tong. The young man in black abruptly halted, sensing the gravity of the situation. He thought to himself, with the teacher's vast cultivation and piercing gaze, nothing in this world could escape his discerning eye. How could he not perceive my background? What he seeks is not my name, but rather, my attitude. Realizing this, cold sweat began to bead on the young man's forehead, soaking his back. Thankfully, he had refrained from revealing his true identity. If the teacher were to misinterpret me as arrogant and insolent, the lightest consequence would be to be thrown down the mountain, and the gravest, therefore, he quickly amended, you may call me a Tong. A Tong? Where is this? What continent is this? Chen Xian inquired further, attempting to ascertain whether he had truly crossed over. Teacher, this is the Honghuang continent, replied the young man in black. Honghuang continent. W.H. What? I have actually crossed over to Honghuang. Though Chen Xian's expression remained unchanged, his heart surged with tumultuous waves. No wonder there are so many strange creatures, birds, and beasts. Thankfully, they harbor no ill intentions. Allow me a moment to collect my thoughts. I was a good young man on earth, fond of staying up late to read novels, especially those set in the Honghuang realm. Just before sleeping, I had been engrossed in a story titled Honghuang. Awakened after countless years? Exposed by my disciple. The content? I can't recall. I must have fallen asleep while reading. Could this possibly be related? Is this the consequence of staying up late to read novels? To think I could actually traverse worlds through reading? Chen Xian endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions and asked, a Tong, Has anything significant transpired in the outside world recently? A Tong answered promptly. I heard from my fellow disciples that not long ago, the four great ancestors, Hong Jun, Yang Mei, Yin Yang, and Qin Kuan, led their forces into the western territories to engage in a fierce battle with the demon ancestor, Luo Hode. We are unaware of the current state of the conflict. Upon hearing this, Chen Xin mused. So it is the time of the great war between Tao and demon, on the brink of the Hong Jun era. He thought, since I have crossed over, then surely a golden finger cannot be absent. He discreetly searched his entire body. Nothing. This cannot be right. Where is my golden finger? Where is the defiant system? Is it that my method of awakening differs from that of the protagonists in the novels? Which wretched author is penning my story? How could they deny me a system or golden finger? Just as Chen Xian was inwardly cursing the author, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Final farewell. I am the system you have longed for. By the time you hear my voice, I have already departed. Yes, my shift is over. As a parting gift, I present you with the new player starter pack. Chen Xian stood in a daze, listening to the mechanical voice of the system. What is this operation? Does the system also have a clock-out time? Open the starter pack. Chen Xian could only accept this premature conclusion of the system's entanglement with resignation. He hoped the system contained several thousand innate treasures or perhaps billions of tons of Panga's essence blood. Congratulations, host, you have acquired advanced breathing technique. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the mountain-sealing great formation, which can obscure heavenly secrets, conceal your presence, and remain untouched by worldly karma. Within this formation, the host is akin to a sage, and the formation is now activated. Chen Xian, that's it? You bring me to this exceedingly terrifying Honghuang world and grant me only advanced breathing technique and the mountain-sealing great formation? What use is being akin to a sage within the formation? Merely to show off in front of my own doorstep? System, may I express my profound frustration? It is said that in Honghuang, golden immortals are as numerous as dogs, and great luo exist in abundance. Just a slight entanglement with karma could lead to utter obliteration. I must survive. I absolutely must survive. As one well-versed in the art of survival in the Honghuang realm, Chen Xian immediately resolved to endure. Surviving through several tribulations would grant the opportunity to showcase his prowess. Perhaps, if he survives until the journey to the West Era, he might venture out, if all else fails. He could always return to the modern world. In Honghuang, those who live the longest are the most formidable. Unbeknownst to him, this unreliable system would only grant him the starter pack once he reached maximum level. The mountain-sealing great formation was intended to protect the host during their early, vulnerable years, yet it had inadvertently led to a colossal misunderstanding. He was also unaware that he had already attained the cultivation of the Hongming Dao. Appearing as an ordinary person, oblivious to the fact that, at a certain moment, there were suddenly 100 billion RMB deposited into his previously unused bank account. His perception, mindset, and thoughts had not changed. So he continued to lead the life of an ordinary person. Teacher, the red-haired man, just pinched by Chen Xian, timidly called out, breaking Chen Xian's train of thought. Right, I still have a group of eager disciples. Chen Xian surveyed the crowd, noticing that each being seemed to gaze at him with anticipation. They appeared to lack any formidable abilities, each looking rather feeble. With so many individuals gathered here, it was only a matter of time before trouble arose. I must send them down the mountain, Chen Xian sighed. Given that you have inadvertently entered my sacred realm, I shall not punish you. You may descend the mountain now and refrain from disturbing my meditative practice. Chapter 4. This is truly a luxury fit for ancient emperors. Teacher, the external world is currently embroiled in a fierce battle between the demon ancestor Luo Ho and several great ancestors. Should you send us down the mountain, we would inevitably become entangled in karma, leading to our demise. We humbly beseech you to allow us to stay. One being of low cultivation, merely a Tai golden immortal, spoke earnestly. Several others around him had tears welling in their eyes, seemingly moved by his plight. Chen Xian felt a pang of compassion, yet he could not allow so many to remain on the mountain indefinitely. After pondering for a moment, he said, Since you all regard me, Chen Xian, as your teacher, it must be a fated connection. Therefore, I permit you to cultivate here. Once the battle between Tao and demon concludes, you shall each descend the mountain to seek your own opportunities. We will obey the teacher's decree. The disciples rejoiced. Please introduce yourselves. Chun Xian wished to see if any of these disciples possessed remarkable backgrounds and boundless potential. Self-introductions? The red-haired man recalled Atong's words, his expression brightening as he sheepishly smiled. Teacher, you may call me a Yun. Who might this be in Honghuang? Surely not a mere passerby? Another stunning beauty adorned with a phoenix crown stepped forward, her flowing red gown billowing elegantly. She bowed gracefully. Teacher, you may call me Xiao. This woman named Xiao paused for a moment, as if recalling something. Her eyes sparkled like a brilliant starry sky. And she gently added, Teacher, having slept for so long, you must be feeling sore. Allow me to massage your shoulders. A shoulder massage? Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing Xiao's suggestion, Chun Xian did indeed feel some soreness in his shoulders. Thus, he subtly nodded. Xiao then glided gracefully to Chen Xian's back and gently began to knead his shoulders. The exquisite beauty hidden beneath her phoenix crown flushed with a delicate hue. The beings of Honghuang had never witnessed such a shy demeanor from the one called Xiao, leaving them all utterly captivated. Seeing Xiao take the initiative to massage the teacher's shoulders, the others were not to be outdone, vying for his attention. Teacher, you may call me Xiao Hua. Let me massage your legs, said a woman in a yellow-fitted dress, her perfect curves accentuated exquisitely. Teacher, you may call me Xiao Ho. I too will massage your legs. Teacher must be thirsty. Allow me to brew you a cup of tea. By the way, you may call me Xiao Shi. The red-haired man, a Yun, watched as his fellow disciples garnered the teacher's favor, feeling a twinge of regret for merely introducing himself without offering to assist. If only he had thought to do something for the teacher. The world is vast. Wouldn't he be able to go anywhere if he earned the teacher's favor? Learning even a fraction of wisdom could astonish that old friend from Wanshou Mountain. Thus, he declared, Teacher, a Yun can warm your bed. The rugged and honest voice of a Yun resonated throughout the majestic Taiyun Mountain. A wave of astonishment swept over the myriad beings present. The first crimson cloud in the vast expanse of heaven and earth had indeed gone to great lengths to vie for attention. However, warming the bed. What the hell does warming the bed mean? Chun Xian's lips twitched slightly, and a tumultuous sensation stirred within his stomach. A burly man with a head of fiery red hair was going to warm your bed. Isn't that revolting? Terrified, Chun Xian quickly turned away from the rough Yun, red-haired giant, and waved his hand dismissively. Little did he know, that casual wave seemed to unleash a tempest from his hand, surging directly towards a Yun. The red-haired man, who called himself a Yun, was sent flying backward, while other disciples swiftly rushed in to fill his place. Amidst the throng of disciples, Chun Xian failed to notice anything amiss with the Yun. The gentle kneading of his shoulders by Xiao and the rhythmic pounding of his legs by Xiao Hua and Xiao Ho brought waves of delightful sensations. Xiao Shi presented him with a cup of fragrant tea, while a Tong fanned him with a palm leaf. There were even those who held large umbrellas to shield him from the sun. This was a level of indulgence only befitting ancient emperors. Observing the disciples surrounding him, Chun Xian wore an unusual expression, a flicker of doubt surfacing in his heart. Were the beings of the primordial world truly this enthusiastic? Massaging his shoulders, pounding his legs, brewing tea, did they mistakenly believe him to be some reclusive sage? Indeed, there was a possibility. Yet, I am nothing more than a salted fish. The abundant spiritual energy of the primordial realm grants all beings long lives. But the multitude of conflicts within poses a constant threat to one's life. Ultimately, I must prioritize survival. Otherwise, what use is the enjoyment of imperial luxuries if my life is at stake? Once the conflict between the Tao and the demons concludes, I shall send them back down the mountain. At the foot of Taiyun Mountain, a Yun, who was nearly sent tumbling down the mountain by Chun Xian's casual wave, felt a rush of anxiety. He murmured, The abilities of my master are surely unparalleled in this world. If I could acquire even a fraction of his prowess, I would roam freely in the primordial realm. The casual wave of his master felt as though the heavens and earth were collapsing. An overwhelming force of the great Tao surging towards him. Fortunately, his master harbored no intent to kill. A Yun resumed his ascent of Taiyun Mountain. The unparalleled opportunity awaited him at the summit. How could he allow it to slip away? 100 years later, upon reaching the mountain's peak again, he beheld a magnificent palace rising from the ground. The main hall and side pavilions were arranged with exquisite elegance. Lanterns hung high with jade tassels, beautiful waters meandered, cascading gently into the pond beside the Taoist sanctuary. Verdant trees and lush vines swayed gently, while the interplay of purple hues and the resplendent golden palace created a breathtaking vista. Majestic and grand, it resembled an ethereal realm above the clouds, and there sat his master at the Taoist sanctuary, gently waving a fan, eloquently expounding the Tao. His voice resonated like a mighty bell, reverberating through the sea of clouds. The Tao encompasses heaven and earth, pervades all directions, encompasses the 8 extremes, is lofty beyond measure and profound beyond comprehension, enveloping the universe, imparting the formless. The primal spring surges forth, rushing and gradually filling, tumultuous and murky, yet gradually clarifying. The Tao is that which gives birth to heaven and earth, harmonizes yin and yang, encompasses all things, and remains unchanged throughout eternity. A Yun's pupils dilated, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, he discovered. As Chen Xian articulated the profound truths of the great Tao, the myriad laws of the universe surged forth with his words, the laws of time, the laws of space, the laws of reincarnation, the laws of creation, the laws of the sun. With every utterance, the laws manifested, accompanied by celestial phenomena akin to flowers falling from the sky and golden lotuses erupting from the earth. With immortal cranes soaring and singing amidst the grandeur, purple chi permeated the air, and extraordinary colors intertwined. Yun gasped in astonishment. He hurriedly settled into a cross-legged position, seeking to comprehend the profound truths expounded by Chen Xian. 1,000 years slipped by quietly. Chen Xian ceased his discourse and cast a glance at the gathered assembly. Some were enraptured, others savoring the insights, some lost in contemplation, and others inspired. Chen Xian felt a deep sense of accomplishment. Even the passage of time in the primordial realm seemed trivial, having effortlessly passed over a millennium. The teachings he imparted were drawn from the Taoist classics he had recited during his leisurely hours, genuine Taoist texts. The treasures of his collection, the Daozong, the Shisui Jing, the Huainanzi, the Wushang Miaodao One, the Shizhen Jinjing, the Ziyuan Jun's transmission of heart method for cultivating the Tao, the Taiji Hunyuan Ji, and the Xian Tuesday. Presenting these now was not a mere charlatan's trick. After all, he himself found them incomprehensible, but they should greatly benefit them. Chapter 5. A Tong. Do not blame me if you cannot cultivate. After a long while, the myriad beings gradually emerged from Chen Xian's teachings, all appearing unsatisfied, their spirits still lingering, as they reflected upon their own realms and those of their fellow disciples, among the hundreds of thousands of beings. There were over 1,000 who had reached the realm of Deluo Jinxian. The strongest among them were a Tong, a Yun, Shiyao, Xiaohua, Xiaoho, and Xiaoxi. They seemed to have transcended the realm of Deluo Jinxian. Truly terrifying. They could not help but sigh, realizing that their countless eons of arduous cultivation paled in comparison to merely listening to their master's teachings for a millennium. Their gazes towards Chen Xian were filled with even greater reverence and awe. I have expounded the Tao for a millennium, and the content is both profound and intricate. You must delve deeply into comprehension. If there are any uncertainties, feel free to raise them now, and I shall address them one by one. Chen Xian stated solemnly. These genuine Taoist texts are the crystallization of countless wisdoms, far from something one could comprehend in a day or two. Among the group, a Tong and the others, possessing the highest realms and deepest comprehension, felt increasingly aware of the vastness and inscrutability of Chen Xian's own realm. The great Tao seemed boundless, and their minds swirled with countless perplexities regarding cultivation that they wished to inquire about. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, their hearts brimmed with joy. Master, I have always wished to know what lies beyond the realm of Deluo Jinxian. I humbly request your guidance. A Tong respectfully asked first. The realm beyond Deluo Jinxian. Chen Xian mused. Currently, the beings of the primordial realm are all born as innate beings, with the lowest being at the Earth Immortal level. The realms can be broadly classified as Earth Immortal, Heaven Immortal, True Immortal, Xian Immortal, Gold Immortal, Tai Gold Immortal, and Deluo Jinxian. However, the realm beyond Deluo Jinxian is something only a few have ever reached within the primordial realm, such as the ancestral dragons of the innate 3 clans, the Yuan Feng, and the Shi Qilin, alongside the chaotic demon gods of Luo Ho, Hong Jun, and Yang Mei, who are currently embroiled in fierce battles in the outside world. The rest of the beings remain ignorant of what lies beyond the realm of Deluo Jinxian. Chun Xian's gaze flickered, and a smile graced his lips. He possessed considerable knowledge of the primordial realm, and the realm beyond Deluo Jinxian posed no challenge for him. Looking at the group of beings filled with a thirst for knowledge, Chun Xian began to speak. The primordial realm is vast, and the great Tao is boundless. Beyond Deluo Jinxian lies the attainment of the Hunyuan Tao. If we were to subdivide, it can be categorized into half-step Hunyuan Deluo Jinxian, Hunyuan Deluo Jinxian, Hunyuan Taiji Immortal Sovereign, Hunyuan Wujidi Emperor Sovereign, and Hungming Great Tao. The half-step Hunyuan Deluo Jinxian realm equates to a quasi-saint. The Hunyuan Deluo Jinxian equates to a saint. Upon hearing this, Atong and the others were profoundly startled, their minds momentarily drifting. The Great Tao was ethereal. It turned out that Deluo Jinxian was merely a speck of dust within it. One cannot know the height of the heavens without ascending the mountains, nor can one know the depth of the earth without approaching the deep streams. May I ask, Master, how does one attain the Hunyuan Tao? Shi Yao's question promptly pulled them back from their reverie. Indeed, how does one attain the Hunyuan Tao? This was a concern that resonated with all beings. The pursuit of the Hunyuan Tao was the lifelong aspiration of every being in the primordial realm. There are 3 methods to attain the Hunyuan Tao: by force, by severing the body, and through merit. Chun Xian replied with a smile. Please elaborate on each method. Atong, Ayun, and the others chimed in unison. To attain the Tao by force is, in essence, to attain the Tao through the laws. Comprehend the laws and, with absolute power, break free from the constraints of the heavenly path, transcending heaven and earth to achieve Hunyuan. In ancient times, the great Pangu sought to attain the Hungming Great Tao through this method of forced. As for severing the body to attain the Tao, all gods, immortals, demons, and monsters possess 3 thoughts of good, evil, and attachment. Beyond Deluo Jinxian, one must sever all 3 bodies and unify as one to achieve Hunyuan. The method of severing the body allows these 3 thoughts to be entrusted to external objects, such as heavenly treasures or earthly wonders. As for the method of attaining the Tao through merit, it involves performing great virtuous deeds and gaining the favor of the heavenly path or the great Tao, thereby receiving immeasurable merit to attain sanctity. Chun Xian recounted these methods as if he were recounting treasured knowledge. The assembly fell into contemplation. They seemed determined to engrave these 3 methods of attaining the Tao into their very souls. Master, are there distinctions in the merits of these 3 methods? Xiaohua inquired cautiously. Chun Xian waved his fan and replied, only the comprehension of the laws to attain Hunyuan is the superior choice. Severing the body is secondary, leading to limited achievements in the future, while attaining the Tao through merit is a minor path, best left unmentioned. Only the comprehension of the laws to attain Hunyuan is the superior choice. Qin Xian reflected and added, these matters may be too distant for you. It is better to focus on your current circumstances and not to aim too high. Chun Xian was unaware of the identities of the disciples before him. He merely sensed that they seemed somewhat weak. After all, who would evoke a sense of strength in Chan Xian's presence? Atong caressed the Qingping sword, feeling the power of the laws that enveloped him. As if deep in thought, Master, I intend to pursue the path of the sword. How should I cultivate? Draw your sword. Qin Xian replied with utmost seriousness. Draw my sword? Indeed, it is said that drawing the sword 10 billion times can forge the sword technique of heaven severance. Atong's expression turned one of shock and yearning. The sword technique of heaven severance, is that the pinnacle of swordsmanship? Not quite. Could you enlighten me on the supreme realm of Kendo? Dear teacher, the pinnacle of mastery should be akin to a sword that cleaves the heavens. Chun Xian whimsically proposed this notion, a sword that opens the heavens, shattering the chaos and unveiling the primordial universe. Such a level of Kendo, even if not the ultimate, is certainly not far from it. A sword that opens the heavens. In the whispering of the heavens, my eyes gleamed with an unwavering brightness. As if I could glimpse the ultimate goal ahead, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Perhaps you should first master the art of drawing the sword. Thus, Atong repeatedly practiced a single motion at a corner of Taiyun Mountain's peak. Draw the sword, draw the sword, draw the sword. His aura grew increasingly formidable, akin to a sharp blade. soaring skyward with a vigor that seemed to pierce the heavens. Remarkably, there was not a trace of magical fluctuation, only the essence of the sword. Chun Xian felt a twinge of unease. Can merely drawing the sword truly cultivate one's kendo? I only spoke of it casually. Atong, do not hold me accountable if you find it fruitless. Chapter 6. Is this the great momentum of the future of the primordial chaos? Beyond Taiyun Mountain, in the western realms, the battlefield of the war between Dao and Demon unfolded. Hongjun and Luo Ho stood in confrontation. We, as reincarnated chaotic demons, might as well join forces to merge the primordial chaos into a singularity and create a new world. The demon ancestor Luo Ho gazed at Hongjun, his demonic aura palpable. Hongjun scoffed, a glimmer of unusual light flickering in his eyes. Luo Ho, do you truly believe you can monopolize the Dao fruits left by Pango? To ally with you would be akin to seeking the skin of a tiger. Ha ha ha, very well then. Luo Ho seemingly waved his hand nonchalantly, yet a formidable and malevolent sword formation materialized between him and Hongjun. The extermination of a mortal sword formation. The 4 swords of extermination and the extermination formation diagram are innate treasures birthed by the demon ancestor Luo Ho. This is his absolute trump card. Luo Ho's dominance in the primordial chaos owes much to the power of the extermination of a mortal sword formation. The last time Hongjun invaded the West, he nearly perished under its might. Its power is indeed formidable. Luo Ho, do you truly believe the extermination of a mortal sword formation is invincible? Facing the formation, Hongjun exhibited no fear whatsoever. The arrogant Luo Ho seemed to hear the greatest of jokes. Do you possess a method to unravel it? Fellow Taoists, I beseech you to reveal yourselves and help me dismantle his extermination of a mortal sword formation. Hongjun saluted the void. The air shimmered with profound ripples, revealing 3 imposing figures as grand as Hongjun himself. Ancestor Yangmei, Ancestor Yin Yang, Ancestor Qiankuan. Upon witnessing the emergence of the 3 ancestors, Luo Ho's expression shifted dramatically, fluctuating between serenity and turmoil. As fellow chaotic demons, he was well aware of their backgrounds. The nearly flawless extermination of a mortal sword formation, if not crushed by absolute power, could only be unraveled by the combined might of 4 beings of the same realm. It was unexpected that Hongjun had summoned Ancestor Yangmei, Ancestor Yin Yang, and Ancestor Qiankuan. The war between Dao and Demon had reached its climactic moment. Teacher, in the end, who emerged victorious in the Dao-Demon conflict, Luo Ho or the 4 ancestors? Xiang Yao gently massaged Chun Xian's shoulders, curiosity dancing in her eyes. Chun Xian reclined languidly, with Xiao Ho and Xiao Hua each attending to his legs. Ayun fanned him, while Xiao Shi held a teacup. What a delightful scene! The air was fragrant with the essence of various spiritual herbs and celestial flowers, thriving and harmonious. The disciples listened intently as Chun Xian recounted tales of the primordial chaos. These obedient disciples prompted Chun Xian to reveal more information, hoping they could successfully navigate through the impending tribulations. After all, they appeared rather fragile. It was indeed an opportune moment to share significant events from the primordial chaos. Presently, the primordial chaos was embroiled in the calamity of Long Han, at the brink of the Dao-Demon conflict. The force of calamity reached its most intense level, resulting in chaos across the fabric of the primordial world, rendering the future unpredictable. Moreover, the gaze of all living beings was fixated on the battlefield of the Dao-Demon conflict, oblivious to the individuals atop Taiyun Mountain, including the heavenly Dao. Additionally, Chun Xian had activated the mountain's great formation, obscuring the heavenly mysteries, thus alleviating concerns of prying eyes. Taking a sip from the teacup offered by Xiao Shi, Chun Xian stated, "It is the victory of Hongjun alone." The crowd was taken aback. How could it be the triumph of Hongjun alone, when it was either the defeat of the demon ancestor Luo Ho or the victory of the 4 ancestors? Xiao Hua paused her ministrations, bewildered as she asked, "Teacher, how so?" Luo Ho, unable to withstand the might of the 4 ancestors, saw his lifelong schemes crumble, ultimately choosing self-detonation. Hiss, gasps of astonishment rippled across Taiyun Mountain. The flames of tea brewing at Xiao Shi's fingertips stilled. It was unimaginable that a being of Luo Ho's caliber could unleash a self-detonation powerful enough to devastate the cosmos. And what of the 4 ancestors? Atong, too, ceased his sword drawing and trembled as he inquired. Chun Xian gazed skyward. Yang Mei was gravely injured and fled into the chaos, while ancestors Yin Yang and Qin Kuan perished in the explosion, leaving only Hong Jun unscathed. The assault by the 4 reincarnated chaotic demons on Luo Ho resulted in 2 deaths and 1 injury. Such a reality was beyond the comprehension of the crowd. Observing the astonishment and complexity etched on the faces of his disciples, Qian Xian felt a stir within his heart. These beings were still too innocent in the Dao demon conflict. The grievous injuries of Yang Mei and the deaths of Yin Yang and Qin Kuan were intricately woven into the machinations of the heavenly Dao and Hong Jun. Hong Jun, as the emissary of the heavenly Dao, ensured that only one victor would emerge from this conflict, that being himself. Yang Mei, Yin Yang, and Qin Kuan were mere pawns and sacrifices manipulated by Hong Jun and the heavenly Dao. Teacher, after Luo Ho's demise, will the primordial chaos face further calamities? The red-haired Ayun inquired. His benevolent nature made him one of the most affable individuals in the primordial chaos. The cyclical nature of life and death is an inherent law of the universe. To resolve the long-accumulated karma in the primordial chaos, a grand and brutal calamity will inevitably erupt. Should one unwittingly become entangled in this karma, the consequences would be dire. Qian Xian contemplated the brutality of the calamity in the primordial chaos. His resolve to adhere to the path of survival solidified. Teacher, are you implying that aside from the calamity of Long Han and the Dao demon conflict, new calamities will arise in the future? Xiaohua, ever perceptive, quickly grasped the implications. Indeed, multiple calamities await the primordial chaos, ranging from disturbances to the potential shattering of the entire realm. The disciples exchanged glances, their expressions grave, disbelief etched upon their features. The calamities were indeed terrifying. The potential upheaval of the primordial chaos was a thought that stirred great unrest within them. Had it not been for Qian Xian's own words, they would have found it inconceivable. Yet here stood Qian Xian, whose every gesture resonated with the essence of the 3,000 paths. His declarations held the power to determine the cosmos. How could he deceive them? Following the Dao demon conflict, Hong Jun would attain sanctification and deliver 3 teachings at the Zixiao Palace. The trajectories of the primordial chaos unfolded through Qian Xian's narration. He recounted the internal strife among the 3 pure ones, leading to their eventual separation and the escalating tensions during the Fengshen calamity. Tong gripped his Qingping sword tightly, veins protruding as his eyes flickered with a whirlwind of emotions. He spoke of the Western Queen Mother being enshrined as the foremost female immortal of the primordial chaos. He recounted how Hong Yun relinquished his seat, only to be ambushed by Kuanping in the River of Oblivion. He narrated the creation of humanity by Nuwa, who attained sanctification through her merits. He spoke of Shiha and Dijuan's celestial marriage. He detailed the fateful clash between the Wu clan and the Demon clan. These tales, resonating in the ears of the disciples, ignited tumultuous waves within their hearts. How astonishing was the future of the primordial chaos, and what tribulations would they encounter in the days to come? Could this truly be the case? Yet, how could such words, spoken by their teacher, be false? Chapter 7. Why have suddenly tens of thousands of uncontrollable variables emerged? The primordial chaos knows no calendar. Time holds little value. 3,000 years slipped away quietly. The Fengshen calamity, with all saints descending into the fray, led to the decline of the Taoist sect's fortunes, heralding the rise of the West. Qian Xian narrated the unfolding future of the primordial chaos. At that moment, a named disciple hurriedly approached, his expression complex. Having just returned from gathering news below the mountain, he respectfully knelt before Qian Xian and proclaimed, "Teacher, the victor of the Dao demon conflict has been determined." All eyes turned towards him in unison. What transpired? Just as the teacher foretold. Though they had long held firm belief in this outcome, hearing it confirmed from the disciples' lips sent tremors through their hearts. Their teacher truly was an unparalleled being. The grand momentum of the primordial chaos rested firmly within his grasp. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck them. The Dao demon conflict had concluded. Their teacher would soon send them down the mountain. The disciples exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of loss. Then, their gazes turned complexly towards Qian Xian. Qian Xian slowly spoke. With the conclusion of the Dao demon conflict, harmony returns to the primordial chaos. The situation has become clear. The forces of calamity are gradually dissipating. and the heavenly mysteries will soon become apparent. It is time for you to descend the mountain and seek your own fortunes. With that, Chen Xian sighed inwardly. Looking at the multitude of beings gathered in the square below, it was indeed time to disperse them. Though reluctant, he realized that with so many gathered in one place, trouble was bound to ensue. After all, the heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos is quite treacherous. The stronger the faction, the more they would exploit it. Throughout the vast and ancient history, during the calamity of Long Han, even the formidable innate three clans met their demise due to the machinations of the heavenly Tao and the instigation of Luo Ho. In the struggle between Tao and Demon, although Luo Ho initially held dominion, he was ultimately beset by the four ancestors under the directive of Hong Jun, leading to a devastating defeat that scattered his remnants. In the cataclysmic conflict between the Wu clan and the Yao clan, two titanic forces vied for control over the fortunes of the primordial realm, resulting in a cataclysm that shattered the heavens and the earth. Leaving both sides in ruin, the struggle between gods and humans saw the human race, protagonists under the heavenly sovereign, clashing with the heavenly court. Yet, in the end, the three sovereigns, Fu Shi, Shen Nong, and Xian Yuan, were compelled to guard the fortunes of humanity within the fire cloud cave. Additionally, during the calamity of sealing the gods, the once thriving Eastern Taoist sect and the myriad of celestial beings fell into chaos, ultimately leading to their decline. Even the Western Buddhist sect, which rose during the journey to the West, was thrown into turmoil, nearly severing its lineage. By the time of the end of law, the spiritual energy necessary for cultivation had all but vanished. Thus, Chen Xian, who was unknowingly endowed with the cultivation of the primordial Tao, despite his reluctance, had no choice but to decisively disperse his followers to avoid being swept away by the heavenly Tao. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a momentary stupor, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Emotions of melancholy etched upon their faces. Although they had mentally prepared themselves, the reality of the moment weighed heavily on their hearts. "Master, I do not seek fortune. I only wish to remain by your side," Shi Yao said, her eyes reddened, tears cascading down her exquisite visage. Little Hua also wept, feeling utterly wronged. "Master, the spiritual flowers and herbs you have cultivated still require my care. Master, I wish to brew tea for you for a lifetime." Little she cried, her face resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom. "Master, do not send us away. I only want to be by your side. Master, please show mercy and take us in. Master, think carefully." Atop the peak of Taiyun Mountain, the air was filled with a cacophony of pleas for Chen Xian to take them in. They had witnessed Chen Xian's slumber here eons ago, and through the years of teachings and companionship, they had developed profound feelings for him. Under Chen Xian's grace, they had attained enlightenment time and again, breaking through barriers. For them, Chen Xian was both teacher and father. Now, with Chen Xian preparing to send them down the mountain, how could they possibly accept it? Tears shimmered in the eyes of all the disciples. Alas, it is false to say he felt no emotion. Yet his tone remained resolute. Fates rise and fall. Gatherings and partings. There is no banquet that does not end. The calamity is harsh and terrifying. You must focus on your cultivation and act with discretion. Once you have weathered the calamity, we shall surely have the chance to meet again. Moreover, after descending the mountain, you must not speak of what has transpired here. Do not expose my existence. Seeing Chen Xian's resolve, the disciples could only bow respectfully and bid farewell, despite the turmoil in their hearts. They dared not defy their master's wishes, reluctantly departing. "We shall forever remember your great kindness, Master. Please take care of yourself. I await the day we meet again. Brothers and sisters, let us bid farewell to our Master. I will surely heed the Master's teachings. When I traverse the primordial realm in the future, I shall not tarnish his esteemed name." They slowly retreated, bowing as they went, tears streaming as they called out until they reached the foot of Taiyun Mountain. Just as they were about to look back, they beheld the mountain enveloped in swirling clouds, suffused with purple energy, completely obscuring Taiyun Mountain. Xiao felt the power of the laws surge around her, as if attempting to probe the hidden mountain for Chen Xian, yet found nothing. The heavenly mysteries here were inscrutable, leaving no way to discern the entrance to Taiyun Mountain. "Master, the mountain is sealed. When shall we meet again?" As Chen Xian's hundreds of thousands of disciples descended from Taiyun Mountain, far in the heavens, a young man in black suddenly sneezed thrice in succession, his body trembling. Thunder rumbled, and a torrential rain began to fall upon the primordial realm. What is happening? The young man wondered. I am the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. How could I sneeze? Gazing down upon the primordial realm, Hong Jun was deep in contemplation atop Yujing Mountain, making his final push towards enlightenment. The primordial realm was tranquil, unfolding exactly as he had predetermined. The young man calculated the threads of causality. Having witnessed the cycles of reincarnation, suddenly, he felt a jolt. Why have dozens of thousands of uncontrollable variables suddenly appeared? Yet he remained oblivious to the origin of these countless variables. At the foot of Taiyun Mountain, the multitude of beings still lingered, reluctant to part. It was not until 3 days later that a Tong took up the Qing Ping sword and bowed deeply towards Taiyun Mountain. Master, in my future travels through the primordial realm, I shall not disgrace your illustrious name. A Tong. Where are you headed? A Yun inquired, approaching a Tong at this moment. A Tong was the highest among the disciples in terms of cultivation, having comprehended 70% of the sword path's principles. He had reached the pinnacle of the half-step Hunyuan Daluojingxian realm. I plan to return to Kunlun Mountain to diligently cultivate the sword path, to further propagate the teachings imparted to me by the master. A Tong resolutely declared, his sword intent contained, revealing no signs of magical fluctuations. And you? A Yun asked, inquiring about a Tong's plans. That I will go to Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple. The master has always cherished cultivating spiritual flowers and herbs. If I could present him with a ginseng fruit tree, perhaps I could remain by his side, a Yun mused, setting his sights on the ginseng fruit tree. That moment, the ginseng fruit tree on Wanshou Mountain shuddered. Several nearly ripe ginseng fruits falling to the ground, disappearing underground, causing the tree's caretaker, Zhen Yuanzi, to furrow his brow in confusion. Meanwhile, Xiao stared blankly towards Taiyun Mountain, her eyes shimmering like a galaxy, filled with longing. Senior Sister Xiao, we will surely see our master again, Little Hua comforted, gently entwining her arm with Xiao's. Little Hua, I intend to return to the Kunlun Yao Pool and enter seclusion to comprehend the time principles imparted by the master. Xiao affirmed, her gaze unwavering, confident that traversing the river of time would lead her to her master's presence. Indeed, what Senior Sister Xiao says is true. I shall remain on the Taiyun Star. Not for the sake of enlightenment, but to await the master's return, little she added, her eyes filled with reluctance. I will chant the master's true name throughout the cycles of reincarnation. He will surely hear my longing. Little Ho resolutely declared. Little Hua, what about you? I shall return to the mountain of Buzhou to check on my inept elder brother, then journey through the primordial realm in search of our master's traces. Little Hua said, her heart heavy, yet resolute. Very well, fellow disciples, we part ways here. If there is any news of the master in the future, be sure to inform me. By the way, I am Shangqing Tongtian. You are welcome to visit Kunlun. I am the Western Queen Mother. I am Nuwa. I am Putu. I am Shiha. I am Baze. I am Guache. I am Xian. Shi. I am Guwang. The myriad beings each introduced themselves before bowing in farewell. If Chen Xian were to hear the names of these disciples, he would surely slap his thigh in disbelief. What in the world? If I had known my disciples were such formidable beings of the primordial realm, why would I still be hiding? As long as the heavenly Tao and Hong Jun do not intervene, I could roam freely through the primordial realm. Hundreds of thousands of powerful beings capable of shaking the heavens and the earth vanished across the primordial realm. Soon after, numerous factions began to rise within the primordial realm. Qingyun Peak, Heiyun Marsh, Panyun Mountain, Yunyang Temple, Ziyun Pavilion, atop Kunlun Mountain. In the Three Purities Taoist Temple, the landscape was blanketed in snow, the mountain air crisp and clear. Complementing the azure sky, spiritual energy surged, the temple ancient and majestic. The figures of Taiji Laozi and Yuqing Yuanshi were present, yet Tongtian was conspicuously absent. Strange, Yuanshi remarked, elder brother. It has been several eons since we last saw third brother Tongtian leave the mountain to train. Laozi sighed. As long as he is safely honing his skills, it is acceptable, but to have not returned for several eons. I hope he has not fallen victim to treachery. The primordial realm is fraught with danger, and none dare claim to traverse it unscathed. Had it not been for the bond of the three purities, both would have suspected that Tong Tian had perished at the hands of Luo Ho. Yet as fellow members of the three purities, they hoped that their younger brother would not be a burden to them. The two brothers immersed themselves in cultivation atop Kunlun Mountain, comprehending the mysteries of heaven and earth. Their cultivation had now reached the late stage of the Great Luo Jingxian, a significant advancement from the early stage they had been at when they left with Tong Tian eons ago. Brothers, as Laozi and Yuan Shi conversed, a resounding call echoed from outside the temple. With the sound, a young man in black robes strode in, tall and straight, resembling a sharp sword, his aura seemingly piercing the heavens. It was Tong Tian. Upon seeing Tong Tian return, both Laozi and Yuan Shi's faces lit up with joy. "Third brother," Laozi exclaimed, a smile breaking across his face, revealing the lines at the corners of his eyes. "You have returned," Yuan Shi, with a sense of urgency, spoke up. "Indeed, third brother, I was beginning to think you had fallen victim to some misfortune while away, having not returned for several eons." Hearing the concern from his elder brothers warmed Tong Tian's heart, causing a subtle shift in his demeanor. Although he had heard from his master that the three pure ones would eventually part ways, the genuine care expressed by his brothers in this moment was heartfelt and palpable. "I have caused my brothers to worry," Tong Tian admitted with a sense of shame. "I ventured out to hone my skills, and before I realized it, several eons had passed." "Refining your skills?" Yuan Shi questioned, skepticism in his tone. "What could one possibly learn in billions of years?" Laozi interjected. "Surely you must have gained something of substance." "Alas, I have only scratched the surface. It is hardly worth mentioning," Tong Tian humbly replied. He always kept Chen Xian's teachings close to heart. Despite having reached the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, he bore no trace of arrogance. A true master always maintains the mindset of a learner. And what he had acquired was merely the most superficial understanding from Chen Xian. "Allow me to see your progress over these years, third brother," Laozi said, as he and Yuan Shi scrutinized Tong Tian closely. Tong Tian stood tall, his presence restrained, like an unremarkable sword. Attempting to sense Tong Tian's cultivation through the fluctuations of his spiritual energy, they were astonished to find there was not a trace of spiritual energy emanating from him. It is well known that spiritual energy is the foundation of a cultivator's practice, the means by which one fortifies oneself and communes with the cosmos. Without spiritual energy, how could one even speak of cultivation? Laozi and Yuan Shi exchanged worried glances, their hearts sinking. Their fears had indeed come to pass. It was evident that Tong Tian had been manipulated. How could he possibly have spent billions of years honing his craft only to have lost all his spiritual energy? "Tong Tian, what on earth have you been practicing all this time? This is truly perplexing." With Laozi's normally calm disposition now tinged with irritation, he chastised, "Third brother, under whose tutelage have you been studying?" Chapter 9. The Sword Technique of Heaven's Severance. Tong Tian thought to himself, "Laozi and Yuan Shi are my closest brothers. Surely there is no harm in revealing my master's name." After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "I have been training under the tutelage of the Tai Xian Dao Ren." Upon hearing this, Laozi's brow furrowed deeply, forming a pronounced crease in the vast wilderness. He had never encountered the name of Tai Xian Dao Ren before. Could it be a fraud? Laozi pressed on, "Third brother, what of your spiritual energy?" "Spiritual energy? As sword cultivators, we refine our own beings, achieving unity between man and sword, rendering spiritual energy unnecessary," Tong Tian replied with a proud smile. He held his Qing Ping sword, his essence melding with it, embodying the unity of man and sword. A pure sword intent surged from within him, as if to sweep across the heavens. Among the hundreds of thousands of disciples, he alone had received the true transmission of Chen Xian's swordsmanship. Yet, Laozi's frown deepened upon hearing this. Exchanging glances with Yuan Shi, it became clear. After billions of years, third brother had indeed been deceived. His entire spiritual energy had been swindled away. As the leader of the three pure ones, Laozi believed Tong Tian had strayed down a misguided path. He scolded, "Third brother, you are being foolish. How can you comprehend the cosmos if you merely focus on yourself, neglecting the transformation of the world's spiritual energies to your own use?" Tong Tian, unfazed, responded cheerfully, "There is no need to comprehend the cosmos. My sword energy is boundless, immensely powerful. and will greatly aid me in my future path to enlightenment. You have been deceived, Yuan Shi lamented. No need to comprehend the cosmos, and yet you aspire to achieve enlightenment. What utter nonsense! Can your sword energy suffice for sustenance? Can it rival the forces of the universe? Tong Tian's expression shifted to one of reverence as he declared, "My master possesses unfathomable depth in his cultivation. How could he deceive me?" Laozi placed a hand on his forehead, exclaiming, "Alas, our third brother has been thoroughly misled." In their minds, they had already branded Tai Xiandao a charlatan. Tong Tian continued, "Brothers, my sword intent sweeps across the heavens. Shall we not practice swordsmanship together?" With intent to share his sword techniques with Laozi and Yuan Shi, he proposed joint practice. Practice together? You've lost all your spiritual energy. Laozi and Yuan Shi quickly waved their hands, resolutely declining. Glancing skyward at an angle of 45 degrees, they lamented, "What to do? Our third brother has been thoroughly deceived." Seeing his brothers unwilling to practice, Tong Tian chose not to argue and returned to his abode to diligently refine his sword technique. However, from the perspective of Laozi and Yuan Shi, the scene unfolded quite differently. "Brother, look at third brother. He is clearly entranced by some delusion," Yuan Shi whispered. The two stealthily approached Tong Tian's dwelling, concealing themselves as they observed him from a distance, undetected. Yet, after more than a decade, Tong Tian remained fixated on a single action, drawing his sword, drawing the sword, drawing the sword. He repeatedly unsheathed the Qing Ping sword, then fell into contemplation before sheathing it again, drawing and sheathing again. In this endless cycle, there was not a hint of profundity, let alone any invocation of the cosmic forces. Tong Tian occasionally gazed at the Qing Ping sword, sporting a foolish grin. What he was doing hardly resembled cultivation. To the eyes of his brothers, it was as if the village fool was aimlessly fiddling with the sword. Tong Tian persisted in drawing the sword, 999,999,996, 999,999,997, 999,999,998. With each count, Tong Tian's smile deepened. Yuan Shi sighed, "As fellow members of the Three Pure Ones. How has Tong Tian been so utterly duped? If this were to spread, wouldn't it bring ridicule upon us?" Laozi pondered for a moment. "Ah, second brother, we are both in the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Ensuring third brother's well-being is not an issue. Let him be." Just as Yuan Shi was about to speak, Tong Tian erupted in jubilation. 10 billion times, master, I have finally mastered it," Yuan Shi cursed inwardly. "You have mastered a ghost. You are about to tarnish the reputation of the Three Pure Ones. If I do not give you a good beating, you may never know what the true Tao is." Awaken, third brother. Yuan Shi's formidable prowess as a late-stage great Luo golden immortal radiated unmistakably, his immense spiritual energy sweeping over every blade of grass and tree on Kunlun Mountain. Suddenly, the skies darkened, and the sun and moon lost their light. It felt as if he could annihilate heaven and earth with a mere gesture. The terror of a late-stage great Luo golden immortal was indeed overwhelming. Tong Tian, immersed in his sword-drawing practice, was abruptly met with an overwhelming presence. Believing it to be an intruder, he exclaimed, "Who dares to disturb Kunlun Mountain?" Without a second thought, Tong Tian gripped the sword sheath in one hand and the sword handle in the other. The Qing Ping sword seemed to resonate with Tong Tian's energy, vibrating eagerly within its sheath. Severing heaven's sword technique, clang. Laozi and Yuan Shi beheld a flash of sword light, yet they could not discern Tong Tian's movements. It was too fast. Tong Tian's entire essence melded as one, the sword light piercing the heavens. Like a sword honed over eons, its sharpness now revealed. In an instant, the world dimmed, leaving only Tong Tian wielding the Qing Ping sword. The sword light flew unerringly towards Yuan Shi's face. In that fleeting moment, Yuan Shi was drenched in cold sweat, his pupils dilating in fear. Rooted to the spot, his face turned as pale as paper, tinged with a ghostly hue. His gaze became vacant, his mind a blank slate, consumed by a singular thought. "I am going to die." Fortunately, Laozi, recovering from his astonishment, swiftly yanked Yuan Shi aside, narrowly avoiding the lethal sword light. Yet their garments were shredded to tatters by the force of the sword's passage. Bare and exposed, the sword light sliced across Kunlun, cleaving through the primal lands, vanishing into the firmament above. What extraordinary sword light is this? Which mighty being of the wilderness has emerged? This sword light could cleave the primordial earth in twain. Countless beings marveled at its brilliance. Yuan Shi gasped for breath, still shaken. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Tong Tian, realizing that the figures before him were his two elder brothers, felt a surge of panic. Having narrowly averted calamity, he hurried to support Yuan Shi, expressing concern. Second brother, elder brother, are you all right? Coughing, Laozi quickly retrieved a garment from his consciousness to cover his modesty. His face burning with embarrassment. I'm fine. I'm fine. Yuan Shi, too, was flushed, feeling both hot and mortified. He was at a loss for where to hide his face. In the vastness of Kunlun, why was there not a single hole for him to burrow into? His dignity was utterly shattered. Third brother, my sow is in need of breeding. I must return to attend to that matter, Laozi exclaimed hastily, seeking an excuse to escape, unable to face Tong Tian. He had been reveling in his late-stage Great Luo Golden immortal status, mistakenly believing Tong Tian to be the one hindering the three pure ones. Now it was clear who had truly brought shame upon them. The two fled from the scene as if chased by a phantom, only to hear Tong Tian's quiet lament. After practicing for billions of years, I have only grasped the surface of my master's teachings. I am truly ashamed. Laozi and Yuan Shi, upon hearing this, stumbled in shock, nearly falling from mid-air. This is what you call the surface? This is your source of shame? I can hardly believe it. In the celestial expanse of the primordial heavens, the young man in black, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, continued to calculate the myriad variables. But suddenly, he felt a jolt of trepidation. He sensed a sword light approaching, seemingly imbued with the essence of creation. What on earth? The young man in black, driven by instinct, subtly shifted his position. Chapter 10. The teacher said a single beating would suffice. On the other side, mist enveloped the steep peaks of Mount Buzhou. The rich spiritual energy nurtured countless robust trees, casting shadows that obscured the sun. A myriad of creatures made their abode here. In an unknown hidden dojo, various formations and hexagrams lay scattered across the ground outside the cave. Should any creature inadvertently wander in, they would surely become lost within. A male being, possessing the head of a human and the body of a serpent, concealed his presence and aura, stealthily weaving through the hexagram formations. Upon the return of his younger sister, she appeared utterly transformed. This time, I must uncover the truth. In the secretive realm of Fuxi, billions of years ago, after being separated from Yuhua by the demon clan, they had never met again. He devoted himself to the path of deduction, yet he could never ascertain Yuhua's whereabouts. Just 3 days prior, Yuhua returned. For Fuxi, a fervent admirer of his sister, this was monumental news. What should have been a joyous reunion felt tainted, as Fuxi keenly sensed an unusual undertone. Yuhua was no longer in her serpentine form but had assumed a human guise, claiming it to be her most perfect manifestation. Moreover, during the twilight hours, she would gaze vacantly in one direction, revealing an expression of profound longing, softly murmuring, "Little Hua, how I miss you. When shall we meet again? I seek nothing more than to remain by your side." Fuxi abruptly felt as if the cabbage he had nurtured for years had been uprooted by a pig. This sensation left him disturbed and frantic. Thus, he resolved to uncover the identity of the intruder who had disturbed his cherished cabbage. He stealthily approached Yuhua's chamber, careful not to betray his presence. Through a slight opening, he caught a glimpse of Yuhua's profile. Her cascading, silky hair draped down her back, and her delicate hands wielded a fine carving knife, etching intricate patterns into a piece of fragrant Nanmu wood. Her bright, clear eyes were focused on her work, occasionally reflecting a nostalgic expression or falling into deep contemplation. Before long, a human figure began to take shape in her hands. As Yuhua beheld her creation, a tender smile graced her lips, yet it swiftly faded, her eyes dimming as she pressed the carving tightly to her chest, murmuring, "Master." This time, Fuxi heard every word distinctly. Master. During their separation, spanning billions of years, his sister had taken a mentor. Furthermore, She seemed deeply infatuated with this so-called master, her brow adorned with the sentiments of affection and admiration. Fushi's expression froze, struggling to contain the tremors within his heart. It was confirmed. His precious cabbage had indeed been ravaged by a pig. How infuriating! Without his consent as the elder brother. Bah! What elder brother? When Yuhua exited her chamber, Fushi silently slipped inside, determined to discover the true identity of this mysterious figure. With a cold huff, he picked up the beloved Nanmu carving from beside Yuhua's pillow. Upon closer inspection, the features of the carving appeared blurred, resembling chaos itself, obscuring any clear visage. What was happening? He had clearly witnessed his sister sculpting a human face. Had she cast a spell? It seemed improbable. Yuhua would never tamper with her work, and the carving had remained untouched during his watch. I refuse to believe that within the depths of my profound deductions. You can hide. In an instant, countless hexagrams manifested around Fushi, each one capable of revealing the footsteps of any great immortal. The sheer momentum of his deduction was monumental. Suddenly, the myriad hexagrams converged upon the Nanmu carving like an inescapable net. However, puff! Fushi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura swiftly dwindling, mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Such a simple deduction had become unbearable. He had plummeted from the late stage to the mid-stage. Fushi's face was etched with disbelief. How could this be? The Dragonhan calamity had claimed countless powerful beings. In the current primordial realm, aside from Hongjun, how could there exist anyone capable of inflicting backlash upon him? Moreover, Hongjun was preoccupied with battling Luo Hu. How could he possibly be Yuhua's master? Who could this be? Dare to ravage my cabbage? Regardless of your identity, you must provide me with an explanation. Fushi gritted his teeth and declared. Brother, what explanation do you seek? A cool voice emanated from outside. Fushi turned to find Yuhua gazing at him. His covert actions had been discovered, and he quickly forced a smile. In nothing, he discreetly returned the carving to its original place. Yuhua regarded him with a smile that was both amused and scrutinizing. Brother, you too owe me an explanation, do you not? Fushi pondered. At this juncture, it would be best to clarify matters, without hesitation. He asked, Sister, who is this master you speak of? Yuhua's eyes sparkled like stars, revealing a sense of yearning. The master is the most perfect being in existence, majestic and unparalleled. Her words dripped with affection and admiration for Chen Xian. A wave of disappointment washed over Fushi, realizing that his sister had been brainwashed. Then where is your master now? The master has secluded himself in the primordial realm, and no one can ascertain his whereabouts. Not even you? Well, I believe that one day, my master and I shall meet again. Secluded in the primordial realm? Untraceable? Yet she believes they will meet again. Fushi's anger flared. He finally comprehended. The master his sister spoke of was nothing more than a shameless scoundrel. How brazen to deceive her affections and then vanish. I cannot stand idly by while my sister descends into this pitfall. As the saying goes, those embroiled in the situation are often blind to the truth. While observers see clearly, I must awaken her with the bond of blood that ties us. Sister, based on my years of experience, that person is a scoundrel who specializes in deceiving women. A scoundrel who deceives women's affections? Yuhua's anger flared. Brother, do not speak disrespectfully of my master. Fushi was taken aback. Had he instilled any negative thoughts in her? His sister had always been gentle. When had she ever spoken to him this way? Sister, heed my words, that person must be a fraud, brother. If you continue like this, I shall not hold back. Sister, allow me to analyze this for you. Yuhua raised her delicate fist. One punch struck Fushi squarely on the face. Ah, sister, stop. Another kick followed, then another punch. Take this elbow, and this leg. The piercing cries echoed through the valley, startling the birds and beasts within 100 miles to flee in terror. After a moment, Fushi, gritting his teeth and grimacing, crawled back to his feet. He cast a furtive glance at Yuhua. Why was she so powerful now? He felt utterly helpless. Brother, is my master not the most perfect being in the world? Yuhua raised her fist once more. Why yes, yes, Fushi nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. Is he a scoundrel? Fushi shook his head fervently. No, no. It seems my brother possesses keen insight and great understanding. Nuwa looked at Fushi, who had been successfully persuaded, and a look of satisfaction blossomed on her face. What a farce of persuasion! What a mockery of satisfaction! The teacher had said a beating would suffice, just as Fushi, newly convinced, was on the verge of tears. Chapter 11. Under my careful nurturing, you shall surely flourish. On the summit of Taiyun Mountain, the rightful master, Chen Xian, remained blissfully unaware that someone was suffering at the hands of Nuwa because of him. He sat beneath the shade of a tree, enjoying the coolness. Dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves as he squinted toward the distant azure mountains. Mist coiled around the peaks, evoking a sense of vastness and solitude. White clouds drifted lazily across the expansive sky, and a faint floral fragrance wafted through the air, uplifting the spirit. Chen Xian couldn't help but lament, if only the primordial realm were devoid of such strife and the terrifying calamities. It might indeed be a splendid place, yet now, he could only bide his time here. After dispersing his disciples, a hollow feeling lingered within him. Each of them seemed so fragile. He could only hope they would weather the impending calamity. However, he felt as though something was amiss. Anyone hearing this would likely mutter, "Who stands before you to make you feel strong? Who do you think doesn't seem weak?" After all, he was a revered saint of the primordial road. Did he think this was a jest? Chen Xian pondered for a long while but could not grasp the essence of it. He decided to let it be and turned his attention to tending to the spiritual herbs and flowers on the back mountain of Taiyun. These herbs and flowers had originally been cultivated and cared for by Nuwa. Now, in her absence, they appeared somewhat withered. Hundreds of vibrant blossoms swayed gently, their delicate branches adorned with hues of red and green. Chen Xian stroked his chin, contemplating. These were the spiritual herbs and flowers from the dawn of creation, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. If they could grow in the modern world, they would be invincible. However, these spiritual herbs and celestial flowers seem to be lacking in nourishment. I must devise a means to enrich your sustenance. In the future, your potential may very well lead us to dominate the world. Chen Xian had perused numerous types of novels. For instance, there was a flower planted by someone eons ago that attained divinity. A carp nurtured for millennia transformed into a dragon. The primordial era knows no bounds. From now to the modern world, it must span more than mere tens of millions of years. Thus, with my hundreds of spiritual flowers and herbs, could it not lead to prosperity? Indeed, they must be meticulously nurtured. In the future, our supremacy in the modern world shall hinge upon your flourishing. Even if you lack innate spiritual roots, under my careful cultivation, you shall undoubtedly thrive. Once you attain the status of divine emperors, I shall dominate the modern world, ha 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 ha, but how shall I cultivate you? Ah, a brilliant idea dawned upon Chen Xian regarding an exceptional method to irrigate the flora. He faced the flowers and herbs, swaying his body while whistling softly, hush, hush, hush. A column of water, akin to a dragon, gushed forth from his being. You may absorb the essence of heaven and earth rather slowly, but I am, after all, a being of celestial nature. This shall serve as exquisite nourishment for you, organic and pure, devoid of any harm. Hush, hush, whistling. He reclined on his rocking chair to bask in the sun, his heart brimming with delight. Under my meticulous irrigation, you shall certainly prosper. After Chen Xian had watered them, droplets of the essence of the great Tao seeped into the earth, subtly instigating changes unbeknownst to him. One by one, the spiritual herbs and celestial flowers began to ascend in their spiritual root levels. Each exquisite blossom became even more vibrant, swaying with grace. Each spiritual herb grew more verdant and robust, exuding an aura that sent chills down the spine. They were nurtured with great care by Nuwa, and their origins were extraordinary. Among them, one spiritual root remained particularly concealed amidst the myriad of spiritual herbs and flowers. Its flower resembled a lotus, while its fruit bore a resemblance to a pearl. Faintly, the words Huangzhong could be discerned upon the flowers and fruits. Huangzhongli, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, was astonishingly hidden here. This is, after all, second only to the hollow willow tree in terms of spiritual roots. It is said that merely inhaling its fragrance could bestow one with a myriad of years of cultivation. If fortunate enough to consume a single fruit, one could ascend to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Of course, this is contingent upon one's ability to withstand it. In the Garden of Celestial Herbs, there also lay a tender green tea sapling. Previously, it had often been plucked for tender shoots by Shaoxi to brew tea for Chen Xian. Numerous principles of the Tao lingered upon the leaves of the tea sapling. It seemed that merely approaching it would lead one into a state of enlightenment, the innate Tao enlightening tea tree. They appear to have already birthed a flicker of spiritual intelligence. They harbored an inexplicable aversion to Chen Xian's method of irrigation. They vigorously shook off the droplets of liquid that clung to their leaves, as if silently protesting. Though I am not human, you are surely but grass. Yet, despite their verbal objections, their essence remained honest. Even as they vehemently resisted in thought, their very beings voraciously absorbed. What is happening? Why is my essence beyond my control? Huang Zhongli and the innate Tao enlightening tea tree both harbored such thoughts. How infuriating! Why does my essence automatically absorb that foul liquid? How vexing! Yet, why do I feel so extraordinarily comfortable? This accursed sense of shame. The two spiritual roots had succumbed to madness, yet their transformations were equally astonishing. The words Huang Zhong upon the flowers and fruits became ever clearer, drawing nearer to maturity. The entire Huang Zhongli grew more enigmatic. The Tao rhythm surrounding the innate Tao enlightening tea grew more profound. Each leaf was enough to make all beings in the primordial realm yearn for it. Should this momentum continue, these two spiritual roots might even give rise to complete spiritual intelligence. If fortunate, they could even take on forms. However, Chen Xian remained unaware of these changes within the spiritual roots. A millennium slipped by in silence. Chen Xian reclined in his rocking chair, gazing at the swirling purple clouds at the horizon. He witnessed the world bathed in radiant light, the purple aura flourishing. It felt as though the faint sounds of the Tao resonated in harmony with the heavenly way. Chen Xian seemed to sense something profound, he mused. That old rascal Hong Jun has attained sainthood. After Hong Jun's ascension, the calamities of the Wu and Yao, the sealing of the gods, the journey to the west, merely a few calamities, I can weather them. I only hope these calamities do not ensnare me. Chapter 12. You foolish monkey, do you truly wish to eavesdrop? High above the 9 heavens, seated on a mat of truth, I shall preside as the esteemed teacher beyond the realms of heaven and earth. Pango birthed the Taiji, the 2 instruments and 4 symbols followed. Point 1 path begets 3 friends, 2 teachings expound and divide. The Xinmin leads all, unified into Hong Jun. I am Hong Jun Taoist, now a saint, and shall expound the Tao within the chaotic purple palace. Those with destiny may come to listen. The heavens were ablaze with radiant light, the purple aura flourishing, and the sounds of the Tao resonated faintly. Hong Jun's saintly presence exerted a powerful influence over the primordial realm. His voice reverberated through time and space, resonating with the heavenly Tao, echoing throughout the primordial realm. At the same time, the manifestations of his ascension were myriad. With purple energy weaving through the heavens, the spectacle was grand, with golden lotuses erupting from the earth, the rhythms of the Tao intertwining, and the spirit energy enveloping all. Hong Jun has attained sainthood. The entire primordial realm was in a fervor. Such a presence could rightly be deemed the foremost in the primordial realm. Saint? Is that a realm beyond the great Luo Golden Immortal? The first saint of the heavens. The saint, in compassion, teaches the beings of the primordial realm. The saint's teachings must surely bestow boundless fortune. Let us go and listen to the saint's discourse. Countless beings felt their hearts swell with excitement. They transformed into beams of light, rushing toward the chaotic purple palace. In the majestic Kunlun, the ethereal Laozi and Yuan Shi exchanged glances, their surroundings suffused with pure energy. A smile illuminated Laozi's face as he exclaimed, "Second brother, the saint is teaching. This is a tremendous fortune. Indeed, it is surely far superior to the teachings of our third brother's master, the Taishan Taoist. That sword from last time." Yuan Shi recalled the brilliance of Tong Tian's sword. Laozi stroked his beard, offering words of comfort. "Second brother, do not take offense. Pay close attention to the saint's teachings, for you shall undoubtedly gain much. Surpassing third brother is but a matter of time." What you say is indeed wise. Upon finishing their exchange, the two transformed into beams of light, racing to the forefront of the primordial beings. Tong Tian was diligently honing his swordsmanship when he heard of Hong Jun's sainthood and his impending teachings at the chaotic Purple Palace. He thought to himself, after all, he is the first saint of the heavens. Surely, my fellow brothers will also attend the teachings. It has been quite some time since we parted at Taiyuan Mountain. Perhaps my brothers have already received news of the master. Riding the sword technique, Tong Tian soared on the winds, leisurely making his way to the chaotic Purple Palace, in the immortal realm of Yaoqi. Beneath the peach tree, amidst the mist and radiant light, upon hearing of Hong Jun's sainthood, the serene gaze of Shi Wangmu lifted slightly. She sighed. In the endless river of time, I cannot find even a trace of my master. What could be the reason? Is it because my mastery of the laws of time has yet to reach its zenith? She had comprehended 70% of the laws of time, standing at the pinnacle of quasi-saintship. Should she advance further, she would attain the realm of the Tao of primordial unity. However, since the dawn of chaos, there has been a saying. The might of the laws is supreme, time is revered, space is sovereign, fate is unyielding, and causality reigns. The laws of time are the foremost principles beneath the laws of might, difficult to fathom. Without the master by her side, seeking to grasp an additional 20% of the laws of time is indeed a formidable challenge. After much contemplation, she recalled, the master once said to gather the strengths of 100 schools for my own use. Perhaps I should listen to the saint's teachings in search of a breakthrough opportunity. Along the way, I shall also inquire with my junior sisters about any news of our master. A beautiful beam of light swept across the heavens from beneath the peach tree, swiftly departing toward the Purple Palace. Within the confines of Buzhou Mountain, Nuwa and Fushi transformed into streams of light, entering the chaosed Wanshou Mountain. Hong Yun temporarily set aside plans for the ginseng fruit tree, lightly treading upon clouds with Zheng Yuanzi. In the northern underworld, a colossal and delectable Kunping soared into the skies, ascending swiftly in the Yuming days. Bai Zhe emerged from the waters. Yet, the chaotic energy is exceedingly violent. A moment's carelessness could lead to annihilation of both body and spirit. Hundreds of inadequately powerful Tai golden immortals have perished thus. It became evident that Hong Jun's reference to destined individuals actually pertains to the strong within the primordial realm. Those with slightly lower cultivation cannot even pass through the chaos. A monkey, its fur a vivid yellow, burst forth from the membranes of the primordial realm, only to be violently thrust back by the chaotic energy. Its breath faltered, and its entire form uncontrollably plummeted back into the primordial realm. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted, startling the reclining Chen Xian awake. What was that? A figure crashed onto the summit of Taiyuan Mountain. A monkey, its fur thick and matted, oozed blood from its mouth, its eyes dim and devoid of light. It appeared to be gasping for breath, barely clinging to life. As Chen Xian approached, he noticed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ears. The six-eared macaque. Chen Xian blurted out, "This mark is too conspicuous. In the primordial chaos, there surely cannot be another monkey with 6 ears." The six-eared macaque was born from the essence of the 14 original sources after the death of the chaos demon ape. Alongside the spiritual stone monkey, the long-armed ape, and the red-butt monkey, it is collectively known as the 4 monkeys of chaos. Among them, it is the earliest to emerge. It possesses exceptional hearing, can discern principles, and understands the past and future with clarity about all things. A pair of divine ears allows it to hear the events of the primordial chaos. However, its fate is tragically dismal. Having eavesdropped on Hong Jun's teachings, it was gravely injured by him, and as a result, it can never advance in its realm. Furthermore, Hong Jun decreed that the teachings should not be passed to the six-eared macaque, and no one dared to impart wisdom to it. Only later, when the Taoist sect waned and the Buddhist sect flourished, did Jane and Zhuanti dare to share teachings with it. Yet, their intentions were far from benevolent. They viewed the six-eared macaque as a pawn in the prosperity of Buddhism. During the calamities of the journey to the West, the six-eared macaque became one of the trials, ultimately being struck dead by Sun Wukong's staff. Its lineage is undeniably tragic. Chen Xian felt a twinge of pity for the six-eared macaque. However, he was more concerned about his own life. Upon further reflection, he realized that this was his territory, protected by a grand formation. and the six-eared macaque was in a severely injured state, posing no threat to him, which alleviated his worries. Chen Xian inquired, "Six-eared macaque, why have you trespassed into my sanctuary, and how did you come to be so gravely injured?" Given the timeline, it was impossible for Hong Jun to have begun imparting teachings so swiftly after attaining sainthood just 2 days prior. Therefore, the six-eared macaque could not have been injured due to eavesdropping. What had caused its injuries? The six-eared macaque, sensing a presence nearby, slightly lifted its heavy eyelids. The figure before it possessed eyes as deep as the vast cosmos. The Tao's essence flowed around him, with an intensity of Taoist principles that was unparalleled, flawless as uncut jade. Could such a perfect being truly exist in this world? The six-eared macaque was nearly roused from the brink of death. Moreover, the spiritual energy in this place was extraordinarily rich. The six-eared macaque felt that the Tao injuries inflicted by the chaotic energy were beginning to mend. Where is this place? Have I mistakenly wandered into the domain of an extraordinary master? With all its might, it turned over and bowed in reverence to Chen Xian, saying, "Predecessor, do not take offense. I sought to reach the Chaos Purple Cloud's palace to hear the saint's teachings, but due to my insufficient strength, I was gravely injured by the chaotic energy and fell into your sanctuary. I hope for your understanding." Oh, it is. Oh no. Does this mean the six-eared macaque intends to eavesdrop on Hong Jun's teachings? Chen Xian asked again, "Six-eared macaque, do you plan to utilize your eavesdropping talent to listen in on the saint's teachings?" The six-eared macaque was even more alarmed. "Predecessor, you can see through my thoughts so clearly." It admitted, "Indeed, I had such intentions when I fell from the chaos. Your insight is as piercing as a torch. I did indeed have such plans." Hearing this, Chen Xian sighed, "You foolish monkey, you really wanted to eavesdrop." Chapter 13. Foolish monkey, have you been possessed by a dimwit? Six-eared macaque, you may leave the mountain. Chen Xian merely wished to send the six-eared macaque away. If you wish to eavesdrop on Hong Jun's teachings, that is not my concern. But do not attempt to do so on my Taishan mountain. If you were to eavesdrop on Hong Jun's teachings here, the consequences would be dire at that point. Should Hong Jun merely calculate a bit, I would surely be discovered. If he were to unleash a divine power, while you might withstand it, I could perish instantly. I only wish to survive. The six-eared macaque, naturally clever, quickly realized that this person was exceptionally formidable. If it could cultivate under such an individual, it would surely be far superior to following Hong Jun. As Chen Xian sought to send it away, the six-eared macaque grew anxious and lamented, "Predecessor, my life has drifted like a floating weed, without roots. Having suffered grievous injuries from the chaotic energy, I feel a deep kinship upon encountering you. I implore you to take me in. I am willing to do anything you ask." Saying this, it presented its life weapon, the Heart's Desire iron rod. The six-eared macaque's scruffy face revealed an expression of readiness to sacrifice itself. Chen Xian felt a chilled. "I have no such morbid proclivities. But does this six-eared macaque think I am a reclusive master? How could it wish to bow to me so soon after our meeting? What is so special about me? Is it because I am exceptionally handsome? Does handsomeness fill the stomach?" Chen Xian, who thought of himself as a mere salted fish, could not fathom the reason. Should he accept the six-eared macaque or not? Seeing Chen Xian hesitating, the six-eared macaque continued, "Predecessor, I can swear to the Tao that I will follow you alone from now on." Wait. Chen Xian hastily interrupted. "You foolish monkey. The most unreliable and treacherous entity in the primordial chaos is the Tao. You dare to swear to it? Are you waiting to be harvested?" After pondering for a moment, Chen Xian asked, "Do you currently have any karmic ties?" The six-eared macaque, somewhat sheepish, lowered its gaze and replied, "Predecessor, not long ago I inadvertently overheard the three purities discussing breeding a sow. Does that count?" Chen Xian, are you truly the six-eared macaque? Foolish monkey, have you been possessed by a dimwit? Chen Xian thought to himself. Since the six-eared macaque had no karmic ties, he could consider taking it in born from the essence of the chaos demon ape. Its lineage should be quite respectable. After all, having dismissed hundreds of thousands of disciples, it felt somewhat unaccustomed. Having a monkey around wouldn't be so bad, provided it refrained from eavesdropping on Hongjuan's teachings. There should be no significant issues. Thus, Chen Xian asked, "Six-eared macaque, during the saint's teachings, You absolutely must not eavesdrop. Otherwise, calamity will ensue. You understand? The six-eared macaque's eyes darted around. With a face full of shame, it said, I beseech you for guidance, predecessor. May I ask why the saint chose to impart teachings at the Chaos Purple Cloud's palace? Why did the saint choose to teach at the Chaos Purple Cloud's palace? The six-eared macaque scratched its fur and looked up at Chen Xian, responding, to screen the strong among the primordial chaos. Perhaps, although Hongjun proclaims that anyone with fate may come to listen, those lacking sufficient strength cannot possibly traverse the chaos to reach the Purple Cloud's palace. Therefore, the choice of the Chaos Purple Cloud's palace for teachings is, in essence, to filter the strong from the primordial chaos. Chen Xian nodded. This foolish monkey wasn't entirely devoid of sense, correct? Now I ask you, if one lacks the strength to reach the Chaos Purple Cloud's palace, do they count as one of the fated ones the saint speaks of? The six-eared macaque shook its head. They do not. Since they are not fated, should you eavesdrop on the teachings amidst the primordial chaos and be discovered? What then? This question reverberated in the six-eared macaque's mind like a thunderclap, echoing endlessly. The yellow fur on its body was drenched with cold sweat, if it were truly to pursue quick success and eavesdrop on Hongjun's teachings. It would face utter disaster. Hongjun would certainly not permit such eavesdropping. The six-eared macaque was filled with dread as it gazed at Chen Xian, its eyes reflecting profound respect. Had it not been for this predecessor ringing the alarm, its monkey life might have been buried in the act of eavesdropping on Hongjun's teachings. It hurriedly said, Predecessor, not only can you see through my monkey heart, but you also discern the intricacies of karma. Calculating with precision, should the need arise for me to brave fire and water in your service, I would not hesitate. But will you still eavesdrop on the saint's teachings? I won't listen anymore. I won't listen anymore. Chen Xian felt somewhat relieved. Six-eared macaque, if you have no karmic ties, I can indeed take you in. However, as my disciple, you must cultivate a heart free of desires, and you must not recklessly descend the mountain to become entangled in karma or attract unnecessary trouble. Do you understand? This six-eared macaque has an extraordinary background, and its future combat prowess should be impressive. If I were to be unfortunate and exposed, having the six-eared macaque around would at least afford me some degree of self-preservation. The six-eared macaque was overjoyed, quickly affirming, I understand, I understand. Swear to the Tao. The six-eared macaque, fearing Chen Xian would change his mind, wasted no time in taking an oath. The six-eared macaque, swear to the Tao that I will forever follow this esteemed predecessor before me. Should I harbor any ulterior motives, may the Tao punish me. After completing the oath, the six-eared macaque bowed thrice to Chen Xian. The great kindness of the predecessor taking me in, I will remember for eternity. Even in death, remember in death? What do you mean by that? If it weren't for your current injured state, I would surely kick you to death, foolish monkey. Once you recover, you will be responsible for nurturing those celestial flowers and spiritual herbs. Chen Xian said, Yes. The six-eared macaque responded respectfully. Chen Xian turned and sat cross-legged in the expansive sanctuary. He began to practice the high-level breathing technique provided by the now-off-duty system. As Chen Xian engaged in his breathing exercises, the six-eared macaque's eyes nearly bulged out. Chapter 14. Master, is this what you call breathing technique? In the vast sanctuary, vibrant purple light filled the air. Chen Xian bathed in it, slowly inhaling and exhaling. The six-eared macaque widened its eyes, fearing it might miss any detail of Chen Xian's cultivation. It clearly observed that as Chen Xian breathed, the Tao principles of the entire sky surged into every pore of his being, forming an immense, boundless, and terrifying vortex of Tao essence. It was at least 1,000,000 miles wide. Others draw upon the ethereal essence of heaven and earth, whereas the esteemed elder absorbs the profound laws of the Tao. How terrifying indeed! The laws of the Tao, once inhaled, gradually seep from the pores, emerging even more pure and mysterious than when they were drawn in. The six-eared macaque finally comprehends why the Tao's resonance in this realm is so intense. This elder is not merely cultivating. He is nurturing this very world. The six-eared macaque is filled with ecstatic joy, realizing that to be in the presence of such a high being is a fortune accumulated over 3 lifetimes. He finds himself utterly enamored and devoted to Chen Xian. After circulating through 81 cycles, Chen Xian slowly exhales, concluding this session of cultivation. Feeling the changes within his body, he murmurs, still no progress. Could it be the fault of this breathing technique? Since the descent of Atong, Shi Yao, and countless other disciples, Chen Xian has dedicated a millennium to solitary cultivation, practicing advanced breathing techniques daily. Yet, he feels no influx of spiritual essence within him, nor any alteration in his cultivation level. Chen Xian glances at the six-eared macaque, and a spark of inspiration ignites in his mind. He gestures for the six-eared macaque. 6 ears, I have been investigating a breathing technique lately. Would you be willing to test its efficacy for me? He wishes to discern whether the lack of spiritual essence absorbed is due to the technique itself or his own limitations. In the primordial chaos, breathing techniques are commonplace. Thus, he decides to use the six-eared macaque as a test subject. However, he is unaware that his cultivation, as a respected figure of the primordial Tao, does not draw in spiritual essence, but rather the profound laws of heaven and earth. Even if he were to absorb the laws surrounding Taiyun Mountain, it would yield no significant change in his cultivation level, as his realm is simply too elevated. The six-eared macaque, upon hearing this, bows respectfully and states, I am honored to serve, and I shall gladly do so. With a flick of his right index finger, Chen Xian sends a stream of spiritual light into the six-eared macaque's brow. The six-eared macaque's expression sharpens, and he quickly begins to comprehend the advanced breathing technique imparted by Chen Xian. His face displays a myriad of emotions, shifting unpredictably. After a moment, the six-eared macaque attempts to operate the advanced breathing technique. In but a breath's time, he feels the entirety of heaven and earth's spiritual essence resonating with him, a boundless torrent as if it all longs to surge into his body. Alarmed, the six-eared macaque hastily halts the operation of the advanced breathing technique. Should all that spiritual essence flood into his injured body, it would likely burst him apart. He speculates that even after his injuries heal, he might only be able to circulate one cycle. For this technique is simply too extraordinary. The six-eared macaque looks at Chen Xian, as if touched by divine grace, and kneels in gratitude, tears brimming in his eyes. Master, your compassion is boundless. I bow in thanks for your teachings. Although the six-eared macaque inherits the legacy of the chaotic demon god and possesses only a supreme innate spiritual treasure, he lacks any cultivation techniques. Now, receiving the methods from Chen Xian is akin to a rebirth. Chen Xian, however, can only smile wryly. This is merely an ordinary breathing technique, hardly noteworthy. After cultivating for over 1,000 years, I have seen no results. I even suspect this technique might be a sham. The six-eared macaque, trembling with astonishment, gazes at the ethereal Chen Xian. Master, you refer to this as an ordinary breathing technique? It is far beyond that. It could nearly consume the heavens and the earth. And when mastered, it might even devour the essence of chaos itself. This is truly a legendary divine art of the Tao. It likely rivals the 9 transformations of the Great Pango. Chen Xian. Skeptical questions. If it isn't called a breathing technique, then what should it be named? To the six-eared macaque, this question resonates with a different significance. The master possesses such transcendent prowess that even a technique of this caliber must seem trivial in his eyes. Thus, the six-eared macaque smiles obsequiously. It is entirely up to the master's discretion. Chen Xian is indifferent to what the breathing technique ought to be called. He merely wishes to ascertain its effectiveness. He inquires, 6 ears, how effective is this breathing technique? A leap to the heavens. The six-eared macaque exclaims without hesitation. Indeed, in an instant, one could absorb all the spiritual essence of this realm, and one's cultivation would surely ascend dramatically. A leap to the heavens? Is that truly so? Chen Xian blinks in surprise, wondering if this may be an exaggeration. Indeed. The six-eared macaque asserts, thumping his chest in affirmation. Chen Xian observes the six-eared macaque, who does not appear to be lying, yet his brow furrows in concern. Something is amiss. Why do I find no effect from my own cultivation? Could it be that I am lacking? No. It cannot be that I am incapable. It must be that the system is malfunctioning. In the Chaos Purple Vault Palace, Laozi and Yuanshi ride ahead, leaving others far behind, hastily entering the Purple Vault Palace. The grand structure stands resolutely amidst the vast chaos. impervious to the surrounding violent chaotic energies, exuding an aura of indestructibility and the capacity to encompass all things. Before the palace, two exquisite young attendants await. They are the Tao attendants before Hongjun. Hao Yin and Yao Qi, born from the chaotic stone enlightened by Hongjun. Laozi and Yuanshi scrutinize them closely. Hiss. They draw in a sharp breath. Though these young attendants possess merely the early-stage cultivation of Deluo Jin Xian, they can absorb chaotic energy into their bodies, surrounded by the aura of chaos. Their power undoubtedly surpasses that of early-stage Deluo Jin Xian within the primordial realm, and their potential is extraordinary. Indeed, the attendants of the saints should not be underestimated. Laozi and Yuanshi exchange delighted glances. If even the gatekeepers possess such remarkable strength and potential, how formidable must the Tao ancestor himself be? He must be 1,000 or 10,000 times more powerful than the so-called Taishin Daoren. If we can secure the favor of Hongjun Tao ancestor, he, brother, await our surpassing of you. Chapter 15. The most effective method of guidance. Laozi and Yuanshi, filled with anticipation, stride boldly into the purple vault palace. Inside, the air is thick with the essence of the primordial yellow, a harmonious blend of the pure and the turbid. A sense of spaciousness envelopes them, and the focal point is the 6 cushions at the forefront eyeing the pale yellow cushions. A mysterious Tao resonance flows, intertwining with the energy of the purple vault palace. Becoming one, even Laozi's calm demeanor cannot help but marvel at such a tremendous opportunity. Yuanshi, discerning the significance, remarks, "Brother, as esteemed members of the 3 purities, these 6 cushions bestowed by the saints must be linked to our fate." Well said, second brother. They advance and sit upon the foremost cushions. Even though Tongtian moves at a leisurely pace, his formidable strength allows him to traverse the chaotic energies unscathed, soon reaching the chaos purple vault palace. Upon seeing Laozi and Yuanshi seated, Tongtian's heart sinks. Eldest brother, second brother, those cushions should not be sat upon. In his teacher's teachings, the 6 cushions granted by Hongjun are the seats of the ordained saints. Yet, one should not mistake these ordained positions for great fortune. They are, in fact, a significant calamity. Those who occupy these ordained positions tread the path of merit to sanctity, their realms constrained by the heavenly Tao of the primordial realm. And they may become mere pawns of the Tao and Hongjun, caught in the cruel and terrifying tribulations of heaven and earth, with their lives and deaths no longer under their control. Thus, how could Tongtian allow his brothers to stray down this path, even to the point of misdirection? However, Laozi and Yuanshi are enraptured by the fortune they believe they have obtained and are unwilling to heed Tongtian's words. Third brother, the saint has said, "Rest high in the 9 heavens, the cushions reveal the true Tao." Undoubtedly, this is the greatest opportunity of this lecture. As the true lineage of Pango, we are destined to these cushions. How could we not sit? Yuanshi retorts. Not sit? How can we not sit? This is a tremendous opportunity upon these cushions. Are you afraid we might surpass you? Yuanshi accuses, interpreting Tongtian's caution as jealousy. Laozi casts a peculiar glance at Tongtian. Ah, eldest and second brothers, while it is true that the saints' teachings bestow great fortune through these 6 cushions, have you considered the calamities that may accompany such fortune? Tongtian continues to urge. Every gain has its loss. To sit upon these cushions is to accept the ordained position of a saint. Normally, Laozi, with his temperament, would regard the notion of fortune and calamity as a guiding principle. Yet now, he and Yuanshi are solely focused on the fortune of the teachings. Losing their sense of non-action, blinded by desire, and disregarding Tongtian's counsel, Laozi remains unmoved, his resolve unyielding. Third brother, we pursue the Tao with single-mindedness. Fortune and calamity are merely the natural flow of the Tao. Beyond our control, Yuanshi adds, third brother, we cultivators must strive for fortune and avert calamity. Tio have fortune, and not seize it is to fall to a lower path. Eldest brother, second brother, do not speak further on the matter of the cushions. Tongtian attempts to advise again but is interrupted by Yuanshi. Their determination is so resolute that Tongtian feels that should he persist, he would risk losing even his brothers. With a sigh, Tongtian resigns himself to the fact that his brothers cannot be swayed. Let them be. A melodious voice resonated with a hint of delight, reminiscent of a long-lost friend. The speaker was a woman clad in yellow, who had just entered the chaotic purple cloud palace. Elegant and graceful, she was a rare beauty of the primordial age. Beside her stood a man who drew particular attention. For his right eye was swollen and darkened, and his nose appeared to have caved in, as if he had endured a tremendous blow. It was none other than Nuwa and Fushi, who had come from Buzhou Mountain. Junior sister Nuwa, Tongtian acknowledged, recognizing her arrival, and then bowed to Fushi, saying, "Fushi, my friend." "Brother Tongtian, the other day I witnessed a sword light cleave through the heavens over Buzhou Mountain. It must be that you have mastered the sky-splitting sword technique. Congratulations!" Nuwa expressed her joy. "Oh, it is merely a trifle. All thanks to the guidance of our master," Tongtian humbly replied. The mention of Chen Xian. Nuwa's beautiful eyes sparkled. "Brother, do you have any news of our master?" Tongtian glanced at Nuwa's hopeful gaze, knowing well that she and their fellow disciples held a deep admiration for their master. Reluctantly, he replied, "Junior sister Nuwa, with so many fellow disciples attending the Saint's sermon, there will surely be news of our master." Sighing inwardly, he thought, "How I long to see our master. He has made significant progress in the sword path, yet the more powerful he becomes, the more I feel the depths of his unfathomable wisdom." Nuwa's eyes dimmed momentarily, but she quickly managed to smile. Indeed, there will surely be news of master. While Nuwa and Tongtian reminisced, Fushi made his way to the mat nearby. Upon seeing Laozi and Yuanshi, he bowed and greeted, "Taoist Taiching, Taoist Yuqing, a pleasure to meet you." Laozi and Yuanshi returned the salutation. "Fushi, my friend." Noticing Fushi's appearance, Yuanshi could not help but inquire, "Fushi, what has happened to you?" Fushi offered an awkward smile, feigning nonchalance. "It's nothing, merely stumbled into a forbidden area on Buzhou Mountain. I shall be fine in a few days." With that, he discreetly glanced at Nuwa. Seeing that she was unaware of his gaze, he felt relieved. I perceive that Fushi is indeed a person of great fortune. Why not take a seat on this mat with us?" Laozi invited, wishing to foster a good relationship with the extraordinary Fushi. Fushi looked down at the four light yellow mats and sighed inwardly, admiring the profound essence of the Tao. "Thank you, Tao brother Taiching. Allow me to deduce this matter." Fushi, well versed in the art of divination, was always keen to explore the concept of fate. He began to deduce. The listening mat harbors the essence of the Tao, with vast fortunes. However, Fushi furrowed his brow slightly. "This mat, it seems, is not destined for me? What a pity!" He continued to deduce further, joyful exclamation. It was a perfect match for his younger sister, Nuwa, as if the listening mat were tailor-made for her. He hurriedly said to Nuwa, "Sister, this mat is of tremendous fortune for you. I shall reserve it." Nuwa turned to her brother, staring at him as if he were foolish. She then said to Tongtian, "Pardon me, brother. I must enlighten my brother about the misfortune of this mat." Tongtian, intrigued, asked, "Sister, what enlightening method do you have in mind?" Nuwa raised her elegant brows and smiled. "The most effective method of enlightenment. Physical enlightenment, the most effective method?" "Physical enlightenment? What is that?" Just as Tongtian was perplexed, Nuwa had already charged towards Fushi with her fist raised. Crack! A piercing scream mingled with the sound of bones shattering echoed through the air. Fushi skillfully protected his vital areas, successfully enduring Nuwa's physical enlightenment. Holding Fushi, Nuwa softly inquired, "Brother, do you still wish to occupy this mat?" Fushi grimaced in pain, his voice nearly escaping him, but gazing upon his gentle sister, he shook his head vigorously. Laozi and Yuanshi stood in stunned silence, as if they had begun to understand why Fushi bore such an appearance. They secretly rejoiced that Tongtian was not as violent. However, they soon heard, "Tongtian, do your two brothers require a session of physical enlightenment as well?" Chapter 16. "You wretched disciples, we agreed not to expose me." Tongtian shook his head again. After all, with Yuanshi's temperament, he was quite sensitive to face. If Nuwa were to physically enlighten him, it was likely that before the establishment of the sect, the three pure ones would have already split apart. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, the influx of mighty beings from the primordial era continued to grow. The Kuanping from the North Sea arrived swiftly, taking a seat on the third listening mat. However, the black-feathered Kuanping noticed a peculiar gaze directed at him from a group of individuals, particularly from a red-haired man. Despite his benign appearance, Why did he gaze at me with such intensity? His mouth even leaked glistening droplets, as if he were exceedingly eager. It seemed he whispered something to those beside him about barbecue, cumin, and spicy hot pot. What on earth are those? Kuan-Ping felt a shiver down his spine as an inexplicable fury surged within him. Just as he was about to explode, he suddenly discovered that the powerful beings conversing amiably with the red-haired man were all great Luo golden immortals. Over 1,000 of them. They appeared to be old friends reuniting, exuding a warm familiarity. What is happening? Kuan-Ping was left dumbfounded. Had I been in the North Sea for so long that I was unaware of the emergence of such potent beings in the primordial realm? The countless powerful beings behind him, including Laozi and Yuanshi, were equally astounded. Big brother, how come there are so many great Luo golden immortals in the primordial realm? The individuals over there must be over 100 who have reached the late stage of great Luo golden immortal. Completely on par with us, Yuanshi exclaimed in shock. Laozi was equally filled with questions. Where did these people come from? I, as the three pure ones, transformed from Panga's primordial spirit, possess an immensely rich lineage. From the creation of the world to this day, I have only just reached the late stage of great Luo golden immortal. The pride in their hearts was instantly shattered. I see they are quite familiar with our third brother. Even calling him senior brother, Laozi said, quietly eavesdropping. Yuanshi's mouth fell open, unsure of what to say. In the primordial realm, individuals typically referred to each other as friends, while fellow disciples addressed each other as brothers and sisters. A name suddenly surfaced in his mind, Tai Xindao Run, the master Tongtian had mentioned previously. Could they all be disciples of Tai Xindao Ren? It truly was astonishing. Over 1,000 great Luo golden immortals. What a formidable force. If the saints do not intervene, they could surely overturn the primordial realm. Brother Hongyun, may I secretly inquire about the progress of your plan to transplant the ginseng fruit tree? Hush, do not let my old friend Zhen Yuanzi know. That is his lifeblood. Hongyun gestured for silence. Brother Gu Wang, I have heard that you have grasped a hint of the curse laws. It seems that your ascension to an inner disciple is imminent. Ha ha ha, not at all. I believe Brother Bays has nearly comprehended a tenth of the laws of causality. Am I right? Where is Sister Shiha? Has she returned to the moon star? Sister Shiha said she would wait for the master to appear on the moon star. Do you have any news of the master? Someone inquired. This question rendered the purple cloud palace inexplicably silent. A sense of disappointment hung on every face. The vast majority of them had quietly returned to the vicinity of Taiyun Mountain but had seen no trace of it, let alone encountering Chun Xian himself. Sister Hutu, while reciting the true name of our master in the cycle of reincarnation, did you receive any response? Someone asked. Huda sighed softly and shook her head. I received no reply from our master in the cycle of reincarnation. Perhaps Sister Zhuangmu has some news. Everyone turned in unison to look at a woman adorned with a phoenix crown, exuding grace. Zhuangmu's cold eyes glimmered with a fervent light, laced with determination. Though I have not seen our master's figure in the river of time. I will, but what? Instantly, the previous despondency vanished, replaced by hopeful expressions. Everyone leaned in slightly towards Zhuangmu, eager not to miss a single word. When I attain the Tao of Hunyuan, I shall traverse the entirety of time. And I will surely see our master again, Zhuangmu declared emphatically, gasp, traversing the entirety of time, from the beginning to the end of time. What a monumental span, and what resolute will. This is not merely an obsession with the master, but a heartfelt and unwavering belief in him. No wonder Zhuangmu was able to comprehend the first law under the principle of force. Everyone's hearts surged with joy. Hearing this, Nuwa's mind sparked with inspiration. A gentle smile graced her stunning face as she spoke. Fellow disciples, I have a method. Senior Sister Nuwa, please share. Our master once said that when we attain the Tao of Hunyuan through strength, we can resonate with the great Tao. If we can achieve the Tao of Hunyuan, we may chant our master's true name, allowing him to hear our call through the resonance of the great Tao. Senior Sister Nuwa, this method is truly ingenious. The resonance of the great Tao will echo throughout the chaos. Our master will surely hear us. If any brother or sister attains the Tao of Hunyuan first, remember to chant the true name of our master. Everyone's hearts brimmed with excitement. All previous thoughts were cast aside. And now there was only one intention, to attain the Tao of Hunyuan through strength. If Chen Xin from Taiyun Mountain were to overhear their conversation, he would undoubtedly berate them. You ungrateful disciples? Did I not explicitly instruct you to keep my identity concealed? Yet now, you incessantly refer to me as teacher. You even invoke my name in a grand resonance of the Tao, as if the entire cosmos should be aware of my presence. Taking you as disciples was truly a grave mistake. At this moment, the Taoist youths Haoyan and Yaoqi felt an overwhelming sense of dread and discomfort. Inside the Zixiao Palace, the atmosphere had split distinctly into two factions. One group exchanged bewildered glances, stunned into silence, while the other engaged in lively conversation, laughter echoing throughout, creating utter chaos in the palace. Are you all here to listen to the sage's teachings? Unable to endure the disorder any longer, Haoyan steeled himself and shouted, "Sage's lecture, please maintain silence." Yet, his plea fell on deaf ears. Haoyan felt a profound sense of disrespect wash over him. Incensed, he was about to invoke Hongjuan's esteemed name to reprimand these disorderly beings, but was interrupted by Yaoqi, who cautioned him, "These individuals have formed their own factions, and their strength is formidable. This situation is beyond our control." Reluctantly, Haoyan closed his mouth, turning away from their chatter. Meanwhile, Yaoqi gazed at the likes of Zhuangmu, Inhua, and Hutu, marveling at their beauty, grace, and poise. They radiated an intangible charisma that left her in awe. After listening intently for a while, a hint of skepticism crossed Yaoqi's delicate features. Who was this teacher they spoke of, that so many sought to find? Chapter 17. Fellow Taoists, I sense a connection between the lotus cushions ahead and your Western origins. At that very moment, ripples spread through the void. Soon after, an overwhelming aura of the sage permeated the Zixiao Palace. Haoyan lifted his gaze, his eyes sparkling with fervor. He shouted with renewed vigor, "The Tao ancestor has arrived. Everyone, please be silent." Hongjun, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom, donned a simple deep blue Taoist robe, his countenance radiating kindness and warmth, making one feel as if embraced by spring's gentle breeze. Yet, the profundity of his cultivation instilled a sense of invincibility among the crowd, leading to the unbidden thought, "Beneath the sage, all are but ants." Hongjun sat within the Zixiao Palace, surveying the many formidable beings before him, his heart swelling with satisfaction. Over 1,000 Deluo golden immortals and other Tai-E golden immortals, all distinguished figures of the primordial world, stood before him. The 3,000 Zixiao guests surpassed his expectations significantly. Let us see who among these is destined to occupy the 6 lotus cushions I have prepared. Upon glancing, Hongjun was momentarily taken aback to find 3 of the cushions empty. Only Laozi, Yuanshi, and Kuanping occupied the seats. Why were the other 3 cushions vacant? Why did the 3,000 Zixiao guests all seem to stand back in unison? What was going on? These cushions were imbued with profound destiny. A product of his alliance with the Tao, meant to select 6 great powers of the primordial realm to inherit the positions of the destined sages and become his trusted aides. Hongjun instinctively blinked, his gaze sweeping across the 3,000 guests, as if to convey, "My dear children, everything hinges upon fate. I see that you share a connection with these cushions." Tongtian subtly lifted his gaze. Continuing to embrace the Qingping sword, unfazed, Inhua showed no inclination to take a seat. Fushi bore a bruised visage, too intimidated to utter a word. Hongyun counted the leg hairs of Zenyuanzi, Zhuangmu, Hutu, and others turned away as if to ignore the scene. Dijun and Tai-E, the 2 three-legged golden crows, were eager to approach and take their places on the cushions. Envisioning the glory it would bring, however, they noticed that formidable figures like Tongtian stood aside, leaving them in a quandary. Hongjun felt as if countless mosquitoes were buzzing in his head. Are you all not vying for the positions of the destined sages? Have you come to the Zixiao Palace merely for a holiday? Must I invite you to take your seats? At that moment, outside the Zixiao Palace, 2 bald Taoists, shabby and disheveled, stumbled forth. "Brother, it's so late. We fear there may be no seats left. What shall we do?" "It's all because that chaotic aura was too overwhelming, seemingly aimed directly at us, brother. You must think of a way. Junior brother, just follow my lead. Ensure your tears and emotions are in place. Understood." Outside the Zixiao Palace, hurried footsteps resounded, mingled with sorrowful cries. Our western lands are so impoverished, and we, two brothers, have traversed mountains and rivers, facing perilous dangers, nearly losing our lives in the chaos, only to arrive here for teachings without a single seat to be found. Alas, the beings of the West, forsaken by the sage's favor. The crowd within the Zixiao Palace widened their eyes, watching the two bald Taoists stagger in, tears streaming down their faces. They were momentarily stunned. Their expressions complex, as they instinctively avoided these shameless interlopers. What audacity! Hongjuan's face darkened. How did these fools manage to arrive here? I should have allowed Luo Hu to deal with them first before I eliminated Luo Hu myself. Hongjun calculated that these two from the West would inevitably betray the Tao in the future. Moreover, their audacity was truly unbearable. Jane and Zhuanti were indeed among the few skilled actors in the primordial realm, supporting each other in a pitiable manner, tears flowing freely. Were it not for their transparent nature, they could have easily deceived the unsuspecting. Jane and Zhuanti approached the front of the Zixiao Palace. Those cushions? They contain the essence of the Tao, as if they are a heavenly opportunity. Jane's eyes lit up. But soon, he looked around, sensing something was amiss. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 cushions. Why are only 3 occupied? Laozi, Yuanshi, and Kuanpeng are seated. Where is Tongtian? Why is he merely observing with his sword? Did we not say the 3 pure ones are of a single breath? Why are the other 3 cushions empty? Fellow Taoists, I perceive a connection between the lotus cushions ahead and your Western origins. He chuckled, inching closer to Jane and Zhuanti, revealing a broad smile and pointing to the cushions ahead. Afterward, he chuckled inwardly. The teacher has remarked that these cushions are a trap set by Hongjun and the Tao. They are a veritable pit of fire. Once one falls in, not a single hair remains. These shameless fellows, with their thick skins, it matters not if they are pushed into the fire. Hongyun's grin sent shivers down Jane and Zhuanti's spines. This sudden goodwill, suddenly, they felt a tremendous force strike their rear, akin to a great foot kicking them, propelling them toward the 2 cushions, landing them in a most undignified manner. 2 fine gentlemen, I am the epitome of kindness in this world. These cushions are perfectly safe for you to occupy. Hongyun's words incited peals of laughter from his fellow disciples. Had he not been privy to the underlying circumstances, he would have surely taken a seat on the cushion. However, upon hearing Chen Xian's account of how he had once sat on the cushion and, out of kindness, relinquished his seat to the shameless Western duo, it had ultimately led to Kuanping bearing a grudge and inviting calamity upon him. Now, having learned that the listening cushions were traps set by Hongjun and the Tao, and with the Western duo crying out for seats, he would certainly lend them a hand. Jane and Zhuanti occupied the cushions they had long desired. Yet they felt the gazes of those around them, akin to that of fools. They squirmed uncomfortably, their hearts racing, yet they expressed gratitude to Hongyun nonetheless. Thank you, Hongyun, dear friend. Hongyun waved his hand grandly, a trifling matter. Nothing to dwell upon. Your noble act, I shall express gratitude on behalf of the beings of the West to you, dear friend Hongyun. Chapter 18. Did the sage lose himself in his own teachings? The lines on Hongjuan's face deepened. How could these 2 rebellious souls have taken their places on the listening cushions? Upon closer inspection of the 5 seated figures upon the cushions, Laozi and Yuanshi were somewhat credible, being of pure lineage as the 3 pure ones. Yet, Kuanpeng's credentials were lacking significantly. As for Jane and Zhuanti, words failed to describe their predicament. Everything had unraveled, entirely contrary to his original plans. What had gone awry? Should the original trajectory of the primordial chaos be followed, the 3 pure ones would be the first to arrive at the Chaos Zixiao Palace, each taking a lotus seat. Fuxi would assist Nuhua in occupying one, while Hongyun and Kuanpeng would each claim one for themselves. Subsequently, the 2 sages of the West, Jane and Zhuanti, would arrive late, compelling Hongyun to vacate his seat through a display of sorrow. They would then scorn Kuanpeng, a creature born of wet and chaotic origins, and with the support of Yuanshi, they would force Kuanpeng to yield his seat as well. However, the present scenario is quite different. Tongtian, Nuhua, and Hongyun have not even taken their seats. Let alone the notion of Hongyun relinquishing his. Hongjun could not help but discreetly calculate with his fingers, reflecting on his 3 teachings, which had established his sage-like image, garnered the hearts of the people, and directed the grand trend of the primordial chaos. Through the education of the primordial realm, he would attain the merits of the heavenly Tao, ultimately merging himself with By aligning his own heart with the heart of heaven. He aspired to become the true spokesperson for the heavenly Tao. The primordial chaos would then unfold according to his predetermined path. In the end, he would reap the fruit of the Tao and attain the great path. A sigh of relief escaped Hongjuan's heart. Fortunately, everything was proceeding according to his plans. Yet, amidst the vast web of heavenly secrets, numerous uncontrollable variables had suddenly emerged. Hongjuan's brow furrowed sharply. He nearly erupted in expletives. What the hell? Hundreds of thousands of variables. Where did all these variables come from? These hundreds of thousands of variables, some large and some small, were utterly beyond his grasp. It sent shivers down Hongjuan's spine. Heavenly Tao, how do you explain all these variables? I am on the brink of losing my composure, Taoist boy Hao Yin, noticing Hongjuan's prolonged silence and sensing something amiss, softly called out, Dao Zhu. Hongjun understood and decided to temporarily set aside the matter of these hundreds of thousands of variables. Clearing his throat, he surveyed the assembly in the Zixiao Palace. I am Hongjun Taoist, now a sage, here to impart teachings to enlighten the primordial chaos. I have delivered teachings thrice, each lasting 3,000 years. You must listen attentively and not be negligent. The three teachings covered the paths of the great Luo Golden Immortal, the quasi-saint, and the saint. This time, the focus of the teaching would be the path of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Thank you, Dao Zhu, for your enlightenment. Nearly 2,000 voices echoed within the Zixiao Palace, resounding like the crashing of mountains and the roaring of seas. Amidst this fervent acclaim, Hongjun felt a measure of comfort. The great deity Pango had opened the heavens and created the primordial chaos, transforming the formless chaos into the myriad beings. Now, with Pangu gone, I have become a sage, and I shall lead the primordial chaos. All beings shall move in accordance with the heavenly Tao, accompanied by their respective tribulations. Tribulations vary in magnitude, and only by cultivating oneself can one endure the tribulations, attain the path, and become a saint, thereby transcending countless tribulations without perishing and engaging in karmic affairs without being tainted. This is what it means to be a saint. Life and death, the cycles of existence, the intertwining of gains and losses, joys and sorrows are all part of the great Tao's flow. Only by aligning ourselves with the heart of heaven can we comprehend the boundless mysteries of the great Luo. Hongjun reminisced about the great deity Pango, affirming that with Pango's passing, he must now take the lead. It seemed to herald the impending arrival of the era of Hongjun, which would overshadow all. As Hongjun began to expound, the heavenly Tao resonated. An extraordinary phenomena unfolded. Celestial flowers rained down, golden lotuses erupted from the earth, Taoist rhythms intertwined, and a violet aura enveloped the Zixiao Palace, the quintessence of heaven and earth's spirit. The elevation of the primordial beings was immensely significant. Many beings listened intently, immersed in the great Tao expounded by Hongjun. Even if they did not fully comprehend, their progress was astonishing. Some pondered, others smiled, and many were enraptured. Numerous beings at the level of Tai Golden Immortal experienced breakthroughs. The three flowers gathered atop, the five energies converged. The already advanced Taiching Laozi and Yuanshi were also profoundly enriched, lost in the experience. The two attendants, Hao Yin and Yao Qi, harvested greatly as well. The scene of flourishing prosperity unfolded. Hongjun nodded slightly, feeling quite satisfied with the atmosphere of learning. His sage-like image was firmly established. Time flowed unceasingly, and 2,999 years passed in the blink of an eye. As Hongjuan's teachings approached their final year, a slight frown creased his brow. It seemed as though an elusive causal thread was drawing from the chaos Zixiao Palace into the primordial chaos. Sages are untouched by karma, making them particularly sensitive to it. Hongjun immediately sensed it. Could it be that the content of his teachings was being transmitted back into the primordial realm via this causal thread? Who possesses such divine powers to audaciously eavesdrop on a sage's teachings? With a subtle movement of his finger, Hongjun discerned the truth. What a crafty six-eared macaque! Though birthed from a fragment of the chaotic demon's essence, daring to eavesdrop on my teachings before even arriving at the Zhixiao Palace. Today shall serve as a warning. From this day forth, the law shall not be transmitted to the six-eared. Following this extremely subtle causal thread, Hongjun unleashed a divine power that struck directly at the six-eared macaque. Hongjun's saintly heart was inscrutable, balancing grace and severity. The grace lay in imparting teachings to enlighten the primordial chaos, while the severity was to punish the six-eared macaque for eavesdropping, serving as a deterrent. However, just as Hongjun's divine power was about to strike the six-eared macaque, his complexion suddenly turned pale, and an uncontrollable fear flickered in his eyes. In an instant, his form was sent flying. The ambush was too swift. So swift that Hongjun vanished from the Zhixiao Palace in an instant, unnoticed by anyone, so fast that Hongjun, in shock and horror, exclaimed, "The great Tao rebounding!" Yet, his voice reverberated deep within the chaos. "Pooh!" Hongjun, flung deep into the chaos, clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood still oozed from the corner of his mouth as he muttered in shock, "It is indeed the great Tao rebounding. How could this be the great Tao rebounding?" The once unshakable and steadfast heart of the sage was now filled with incredulity. He had merely unleashed a divine power to punish the eavesdropping six-eared macaque. How could it provoke a rebound from the great Tao? As Hongjun attempted to deduce the whereabouts of the six-eared macaque, he found himself utterly unable to trace even the slightest hint of its presence. It was exceedingly strange. Could it be that the chaotic demon, the mischievous monkey, still existed and had transcended to attain the great Tao? But how could that be? Hongjun had personally witnessed the mischievous monkey perish beneath Pango's axe. He quickly called for reinforcements. "Heavenly Tao, please come forth for a meeting." Meanwhile, within the Chaos Zhixiao Palace, the assembly glanced around, bewildered. Where had Daozu Hongjun gone? There was not a single trace of him. He had simply vanished into thin air? It was still only 2,999 years, and he had promised to teach for 3,000 years. Just moments ago, they had gazed at the sage with admiration, and now, in a flash, he had disappeared. Yes, indeed, in a flash. He had vanished. Could it be that the sage had lectured himself away? What the hell? He lectured himself away. The Hongjun Daozu, while teaching, managed to lecture himself away. Would anyone believe that? Taoist boy Hao Yin's face darkened. The Zhixiao Palace was now in utter chaos, akin to a million ducks quacking in disarray. The clamor, the disorder, it left him feeling vexed and overwhelmed. Chapter 19. The waters run deep here, if you cannot grasp it. Upon Taiyun Mountain, after nearly 3,000 years of recuperation, the six-eared macaque had fully recovered. He typically tended to the celestial flowers and spiritual herbs on Taiyun Mountain for Chen Xian. It was midday, and Chen Xian lay sleeping in a rocking chair crafted by the six-eared macaque. The six-eared macaque was fanning Chen Xian with a lotus leaf, providing a refreshing breeze for the summer heat. However, within the 6 ears of the macaque, strange sounds began to resonate, profoundly mysterious and difficult to comprehend. Both phenomena coexisted under different names, collectively referred to as the mysterious. The mystery of mysteries, the gateway to all wonders. The valley spirit does not perish. This is called the mysterious female. The gateway of the mysterious female is the root of heaven and earth, endlessly enduring, yet used sparingly. The realm of the great Luo is boundless. Understanding a corner of the universe's Taiji, Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements. This left the six-eared macaque utterly bewildered. Wait. Why does this voice sound so much like the one Hongjun spoke with when he attained sainthood? This is bad. This is Hongjun's teaching. An ominous premonition surged within the heart of the six-eared macaque. Chen Xian had already explained to him the grave consequences of eavesdropping on Hongjun's teachings. And as he had always obeyed Chen Xian's instructions, how could he dare to eavesdrop? Damn it. This is unjust. I did not eavesdrop on the teachings of Daozu Hongjun. The voice merely came to my ears on its own. The six-eared macaque's face turned pale as he hastily ceased fanning the lotus leaf, preparing to kneel and plead for Chen Xian's help. Yet, before the six-eared macaque could speak, Chen Xian awoke from his slumber. During these nearly 3,000 years, Chen Xian's afternoon naps had always been in a light sleep state, acutely aware of every rustle around him. He had grown accustomed to the six-eared macaque fanning him during his naps. Now that the six-eared macaque had stopped, Chen Xian immediately noticed. A serious expression crossed Chen Xian's face, and he furrowed his brow, a golden light reflecting in his deep-set eyes. Waking up, this golden light dispersed the divine power that had struck along the causal line towards Hongjun. The great Tao trembled, and Hongjun suffered a backlash. In an instant, the sense of crisis within the six-eared macaque dissipated. Far away in the depths of chaos, disheveled and wild, Hongjun would never have anticipated that he had been grievously wounded by a mere waking up. If this were to get out, it would surely provoke laughter. Chen Xian remained unaware of the miraculous effect of his waking up, upon noticing the six-eared macaque's rapid breathing and trembling form. Appearing somewhat flustered, and yet the entire Taiyun Mountain remained tranquil, devoid of any sense of danger, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Six ears. Why the need for panic? The six-eared macaque trembled at Chen Xian's inquiry. Instantly, he felt reassured. Yes, with the master present, why should he fear? The master must have foreseen his crisis and awakened to resolve it for him. Truly a divine being. In haste, Lu Er expressed his trepidation. Acknowledging the disgrace brought to his teacher's esteemed reputation, I have erred, my apologies. Over the years, Lu Er, the monkey, had indeed come to regard Chen Xian as his master. No matter, just do not disturb my afternoon slumber. Chen Xian replied, resuming his repose. Lu Er was left astounded. The calmness exhibited in the face of calamity was nothing short of remarkable. Such composure in the face of impending doom. What could the powers of a sage possibly achieve? A mere glance sufficed to dispel the crisis. This was the embodiment of unparalleled prowess. Lu Er's admiration for Chen Xian reached its zenith. Unbeknownst to them, the dialogue between man and monkey existed on entirely different wavelengths. Meanwhile, within the vast expanse of the primordial heavens, the black-clad youth, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, felt a stirring within. He murmured softly, "The causality I have set in motion should now bear fruit." It was revealed that as Lu Er the monkey descended from the chaos into the primordial realm, the heavenly Tao had detected his lineage. Born of the primordial demon, the mischievous ape, Lu Er harbored the potential for immeasurable growth. As the heavenly Tao, how could it permit any existence that posed a threat to itself? With caution, it subtly imposed a causality upon Lu Er, awaiting the moment when Hongjun would impart his teachings. The heavenly Tao created the illusion that Lu Er was eavesdropping on the discourse, ensuring that Hongjun would naturally intervene with punitive measures. This scheme was aptly named killing the monkey with a borrowed knife. As Hongjun preached for the 2999th year, he indeed took action. The black-clad youth felt a sense of self-satisfaction. His ploy of borrowing a knife to slay a monkey had proven to be quite clever. However, in an instant, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao was struck with dread, as if calamity were upon him. He swiftly severed the causality. What? The great Tao is rebelling. Where did this rebellion come from? How is it that Lu Er the monkey is so intimately connected to the great Tao? When he regained his composure and sought to locate Lu Er, he found the entire primordial realm devoid of his presence. This was the first time since the inception of the primordial world that the heavenly Tao felt a sense of losing control. In a daze, he heard Hongjun's voice calling out, "Heavenly Tao, I implore you to grant me an audience." The black-clad youth vanished from the heavens, appearing deep within the chaos. He beheld Hongjun in a disheveled state, hair disarrayed, blood spilling from his mouth. The embodiment of the heavenly Tao felt a pang of unease. He could not allow Hongjun to discover that he had orchestrated the causality and even miscalculated. As the overseer, he could not afford to lose face before Hongjun. Otherwise, his persona as the heavenly Tao would crumble. Thus, he feigned ignorance, saying, "Hongjun, why have you sought me here instead of preaching in the Purple Cloud Palace?" If the two sages of the West were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly pay their respects to the heavenly Tao as their ancestral master. How shameless! The embodiment of the heavenly Tao stood before Hongjun, enveloped in an aura of profound mystery, as if he were embodying the trajectory and fate of the primordial realm. Yet, his visage was as inscrutable as chaos itself, revealing nothing of his intentions. Hongjun, unsuspecting, recounted the chain of events surrounding Lu Er's eavesdropping, detailing the countless variables at play. The embodiment of the heavenly Tao, after listening, nodded slightly but remained silent. Heavenly Tao. Hong Jun pressed, anxious for a response. Why do you feign ignorance? Surely, you must be aware, in the primordial realm. The great Tao's rebellion had already manifested in myriad variables, and who could sense this more acutely than the heavenly Tao? Hong Jun inwardly fumed. After a prolonged silence, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao remained impassive. As still as a deep well, the waters here run deep. If you cannot grasp them, it was as though he were implying that should Hong Jun falter, he could simply select another spokesperson for the heavenly Tao. Hong Jun was momentarily taken aback, then. A smirk crept onto his face, and he inwardly cursed, "You wretched being! Did I summon you just to hear this?" Yet, he maintained an obsequious smile, saying, "A mere few tens of thousands of variables? The waters are not deep. I can manage them." "Excellent, you know what must be done." With that, the heavenly Tao vanished from Hong Jun's awareness. The embodiment of the heavenly Tao retreated into the heavens. Inwardly exhaling a sigh of relief, at last, I have managed to deceive him. Chapter 20. The dominance of the Copper Gong Bay. Once the heavenly Tao departed, Hong Jun began to curse under his breath. He composed himself, restoring his celestial demeanor before returning to the Purple Cloud Palace. As he approached, it seemed as though the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud were indulging in idle speculation, wondering if he had lost his composure during the lecture. Nonsense. Moreover, the reverence once afforded to him by the mighty beings of the primordial realm had diminished significantly, causing his status as a sage to plummet. Cursed be this fate. Upon entering the Purple Cloud Palace, he found it in utter disarray, mirroring his own turbulent emotions. Hong Jun unleashed an overwhelming aura of a sage, dispelling the chaotic energies that surrounded him. His grand return was marked by the exclamations of the young attendant, Haotian, who sensed Hong Jun's formidable presence and, filled with joy, raised his voice several decibels higher, proclaiming, "The sage has returned. All must be silent." Hong Jun cast a glance at Haotian, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he acknowledged, "It seems my efforts have not been in vain. I have lectured for a full 3,000 years. A decade hence, I shall commence my second lecture. You all must return and thoroughly digest the teachings I have imparted to prosper the primordial realm." Someone muttered, "But it has only been 2,999 years. Hong Jun's expression grew complex, his feelings conflicted. Was this truly the moment to quibble over the difference between 2999 and 3,000 years? It seemed imperative to re-establish his authority. Hong Jun feigned fury, causing the majority to bow their heads in trepidation. Unwilling to provoke his ire, he declared, "After much contemplation, I have observed the burgeoning prosperity of the primordial realm and the multitude of living beings. Therefore, I hereby appoint the foremost among the myriad immortals of the primordial realm to govern them on my behalf." A stir of excitement rippled through the crowd. To govern on behalf of the sage was an immense honor, a matter of great significance for one's family lineage. They erupted in cheers, each hoping to be the one chosen for such glory. Hong Jun nodded inwardly, satisfied with the desired effect. Appointing a leader among the immortals would facilitate his control over the unpredictable variables lurking in the shadows. This was the kind of enigmatic authority he craved. Furthermore, even if the endeavor fell short, it would not tarnish his own reputation. His gaze swept over the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud. Jane and Juenti exchanged glances, their eyes alight with ambition, their faces contorted with anticipation, provoking a sense of disgust among the onlookers. Hong Jun scoffed inwardly. These two rebellious souls still aspired to be his representatives. The three-legged golden crow, Emperor Jun, and Tai Yi, bore expressions akin to those awaiting royal favor. How amusing! Just moments ago, they had reveled in their audacity to question his authority. His gaze fell upon Dong Wanggong. Ah, splendid, composed and dignified, with the peak cultivation of a Deluo golden immortal. The essence of the primordial yang energy, born at the dawn of creation, embodied the innate principles of the primordial yang. Dong Wanggong, you are indeed a worthy candidate. Suddenly, the image of Shi Wangmu flashed in Hong Jun's mind. Adorned with a phoenix crown, she exuded grace and elegance, her demeanor marked by a hint of cool detachment. An innate majesty, she represented the primordialine energy, born at the dawn of creation, embodying the innate principles of the primordial yin. Together, Shi Wangmu and Dong Wanggong would perfectly balance the male and female immortals, harmonizing the dualities of the primordial realm. How marvelous! Scanning the purple cloud palace for Shi Wangmu's presence, he realized she was missing. He inquired with Haoyan about her whereabouts. It turned out that after Hong Jun had been cast away by the power of the great Tao, the guests were uncertain of his return, and Shi Wangmu had quietly departed. Perhaps, after listening to Hong Jun's teachings, she had felt inspired and hurried back to the Kunlun Yaoqi to enter seclusion for contemplation. Her singular focus was to attain enlightenment through the laws of time, eager to reunite with Chen Xian, leaving little room for other considerations. Hong Jun pondered deeply. The 3,000 guests of the purple cloud, the 3,000 paths of the great Tao, the 3,000 demon gods, and the 3,000 years of teachings were all interconnected by causality. How could one individual have departed prematurely? With hands clasped behind his back, he concentrated for a mere 2 breaths, and the entire sequence of events unfolded before him. It became clear that he had indeed only delivered 2,999 years of teachings, concluding prematurely, which caused one individual to escape the purple cloud palace ahead of time. Alas, such is the way of destiny. It cannot be helped. Even the heavenly Tao has its flaws. Perfection is an illusion. Let Dong Wanggong govern the immortals. This lad is a pillar of strength within the primordial realm. Dong Wanggong, step forward to receive your decree. Hong Jun's voice resonated like thunder, commanding attention from all quarters. The crowd turned to witness Dong Wanggong, who, though not conventionally handsome, strode forth with confidence. Many influential beings of the primordial realm looked on with envy. Dong Wanggong's face radiated pride, akin to an ancient concubine favored by the emperor, as the embodiment of the primordial essence. I, Hong Jun, recognized Dong Wanggong's exceptional talents, unparalleled among the guests of the purple cloud, and hereby appoint him as the foremost immortal of the primordial realm. I bestow upon him the dragon-headed staff to command the myriad immortals. Upon finishing, Hong Jun waved his sleeve, and a radiant light hovered before Dong Wanggong. The innate spiritual treasure, the dragon-headed staff, adorned with rubies inlaid in its head and shimmering with golden brilliance, was evidently a remarkable artifact. I accept the sage's decree, Dong Wanggong proclaimed loudly as he grasped the staff with both hands. As he caressed it, a bold idea began to take root within him. Flourishing unabated, he struggled to contain his excitement, yet the pride in his eyes was unmistakable. Congratulations to Dong Wanggong for receiving the sage's favor. Your future is boundless. Do not forget your old friends. Congratulations to Dong Wanggong, the foremost immortal of the primordial realm. You are our model. Such joyous news. The esteemed Dong Wanggong, an old friend, as you traverse the vast expanse of the primordial world in the days to come, do not forget to extend your care and consideration. Several formidable beings of the primordial realm offered their congratulations and flattery. Dong Wanggong, with a gentle breeze caressing his face, wore a beaming smile and nodded in agreement. At this moment, he stood at the pinnacle of his life, basking in glory, as the others withdrew. Intent on flourishing in the primordial realm and pursuing the great Tao, Hong Jun concluded his discourse and, with a flick of his sleeve, vanished into the depths of the purple cloud palace. With a resonant voice, Hao Tian proclaimed, "The Tao ancestor has imparted teachings for 3,000 years, and after another 10,000 years, he shall impart a second set of teachings. You may all depart now." Upon uttering these words, everyone realized they had already found themselves within a state of chaos. Dong Wanggong cleared his throat, gripping his dragon-headed staff with an air of authority, and declared, "Esteemed colleagues, the Tao ancestor has appointed me as the leader of the myriad immortals of the primordial realm. I intend to establish an immortal court on the eastern shores of the primordial world. And I sincerely invite you all to join me in upholding and nurturing the primordial realm, fulfilling the Tao ancestor's trust, to establish an immortal court and govern the myriad immortals in this vast primordial expanse. I shall reign supreme." A chuckle echoed in Dong Wanggong's heart. With the backing of the illustrious Hong Jun Tao ancestor, it was only a matter of time before he grew strong and influential. I, Niu Daorian, am willing to join the immortal court. I too wish to be part of the immortal court. Count me in. Dozens of Tai golden immortals swiftly registered their intent to join the immortal court. The thronging crowd invigorated Dong Wanggong, allowing him to stride forth with an air of indifference, exuding a commanding presence reminiscent of the boldness of Copper Gong Bay. A whirlwind of fervor surged towards the Penglai Immortal Mountain, while the remaining powerful beings of the primordial realm regarded Dong Wanggong with dismissive disdain. Hong Yun chuckled softly. "Heh, my master foretold that Dong Wanggong's fate would be quite pitiful. And seeing him today, it can be summed up in one word: deserved, brother Hong Yun." "Who is this master you speak of?" Jin Yuanzi inquired. Chapter 21. The Primal Gourd Vine, I Shall Claim It. Before them stood a divine being, surrounded by numerous disciples of the primordial powers. "Come, return to your Wuzhuang temple, and I shall elaborate further." Hong Yun chuckled as he spoke. "Fellow disciples, let us part ways here. Remember to chant the true name of our master when you attain the Tao of Hunyuan. Do visit me at the Heian Marsh when you have the chance. Zian Pavilion also welcomes you at any time." One by one, they clasped their hands in farewell, harnessing the light of the stars as they departed the primordial realm. Meanwhile, Laozi and Yuanshi seemed to sense something, hastening towards the primordial expanse, not to return to their own Taoist sanctuary, Kunlun Mountain, but to head straight for Mount Buzhou. Close behind them were the future emperors of the demon race, Dijuan and Tai. "Brother, do you see how anxious the three pure ones and those two three-legged golden crows appear?" The bald-headed Taoist, Junti, noticed the movements of Laozi and the others from afar. The Jain Taoist also turned his gaze in that direction. Laozi and Yuanshi, along with Dijuan and Tai, appeared to be racing towards the same destination. "There must be something amiss. Let us follow and see. Perhaps we may gain something of value." The Jain Taoist raised an eyebrow. "Good indeed." A woman clad in yellow observed the movements of the three factions with keen interest, a captivating smile gracing her exquisite features. "Let them tear at each other like dogs. I shall strike when the moment is ripe." In an unknown valley within Mount Buzhou, a vast expanse of 1,000,000 miles brimmed with rich, spiritual energy. In the heart of the valley, a vine flourished exceptionally, bearing 7 gourd-shaped fruits: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, all emanating an ethereal aura. The entire vine exuded a chaotic essence, in the primordial realm. Anything associated with chaos could not possibly be ordinary. The primal gourd vine, one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots. Two factions stood in confrontation. The first to arrive, Laozi and Yuanshi, against Dijuan and Tai. They were the first to breach the valley's restrictions. Yet none dared to act recklessly. Laozi and Yuanshi wore vigilant expressions, prepared for any sudden confrontation. Although they were the three pure ones, manifestations of Penga's primordial spirit, Dijuan and Tai were not to be underestimated. These future sovereigns of the demon race were the three-legged golden crows born from Penga's left eye, nurtured by the true fire of the sun, and accompanied by precious artifacts. Dijuan's accompanying treasure was the innate treasures of the He-Tu and Luo Shu, while Tai's was the innate treasure known as the Chaos Bell, which would later be called the Eastern Emperor's Bell once Tai ascended as the Eastern Emperor of the demon race. The Chaos Bell, formed from the handle of the Chaos Axe, was revered alongside the Taiji diagram and Penga banner as one of the 3 great innate treasures. It contained 49 layers of restrictions. Should one fully refine this accompanying treasure, their strength could rival that of a saint. This was the very reason Laozi and Yuanshi felt apprehensive. None wished to be struck down by the Chaos Bell. "My dear friends, our cultivation journey is arduous. We share the same sect within the Purple Cloud Palace, so why engage in conflict and disrupt our harmony?" Laozi remarked, sheathing his dragon-headed staff and stroking his goat-like white beard. Speaking with gentle wisdom, Yuanshi, attuned to Laozi's thoughts, also withdrew his jade rui, prepared for confrontation. "Today, I have come to seize the opportunity presented by the primal gourd vine. If you too would grant our 3 pure ones a favor, I assure you there will be ample rewards." The primal gourd vine was indeed a rare treasure within the primordial realm. More importantly, it would play a crucial role in the events to follow in the primordial world. Nuwa would use the primal gourd vine as a whip to create humanity from the innate soil beneath the vine. Laozi would be the first to establish the human race, thus earning the merit to attain sainthood. The Taoist Luya would shine brilliantly during the Fengshen calamity, wielding the gourd of immortals. Though at this moment, neither faction was aware of these future developments, an undeniable sense lingered that the primal gourd vine must be contested. Thus, Tai kept the chaos bell raised high, unwilling to relent. A natural sovereign would never fall for the tricks of Laozi and Yuanshi, as if they were mere childish play. Tai scoffed, giving a thumbs up in mock approval. Having long heard of the three pure ones' esteemed reputation, it is quite the sight to behold, Dijuan began. Yet his words remained unfinished, his tone rich with intrigue. Laozi and Yuanshi, having had their ruse unveiled and subjected to mockery, felt their pride wounded. Then let each rely on their own strengths. The atmosphere instantly turned tense. Amitabha, I observe this treasure has a connection to my Western realm. If you possess any compassion, you should yield it to the beings of the West. Allow me to express my gratitude in advance. The speaker was none other than the Western two, Jane and Junti, who had trailed behind. They began with a recitation of their mantras, placing a heavy mantle upon the others. If they refused to yield, they would be deemed lacking in compassion. Tai, with his fiery temperament, nearly hurled the chaos bell at the two from the west, only to be halted by Dijuan's warning gaze. Should they strike first, they risked falling into a trap of encirclement, suffering significant losses. Jane and Junti exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with delight. This journey had proven fruitful, as they found themselves before such a treasure, the primal gourd vine. As a transformation of the Bodhi tree among the 10 primordial spiritual roots, how could Junti not appreciate the wonders of the primal gourd vine? Each of these primordial roots subtly guided the fortune of the primordial realm. Should they acquire the primal gourd vine, the fortunes of the West would undoubtedly rise. Jane and Junti had long sought to consolidate the fortune of the West for themselves. A strong fortune was essential for both cultivation and destiny. Humph! How could such a treasure with ties to you hold no connection to the West? Tai retorted, equally dismissive. Though he cultivated within the solar star, he had heard of the underhanded deeds of Jane and Junti. The two from the West merely smiled, unperturbed. Now, the three factions stood at an impasse, each hesitant to act. They exchanged glances, locked in a stalemate for a full 25 days. Finally, a melodious yet impatient voice echoed in their ears. It's been 25 days. Will you fight or not? Then, a woman in yellow gracefully descended into the valley, Nuwa. The others shifted slightly at the mention of her name. Throughout these many days, they had sensed not a hint of Nuwa's presence. She surveyed the gathering with a knowing gaze, as if she understood their thoughts. I said, so surprising. My sanctuary lies within Mount Buzhou. I have seen all your actions. Enough. You need not quarrel any longer. The primal gourd vine shall be mine. The primal gourd vine. I shall claim it. The audacity of her words echoed through the air. Chapter 22. A share for all. My master did not teach me thus. The primal gourd vine. I shall claim it. Nuwa's intention to monopolize the primal gourd vine was evident. Yet, any individual present was a supreme powerhouse of the primordial realm, capable of causing tremors throughout the realm with a mere stomp of their foot. Would they allow Nuwa to claim the primal gourd vine all for herself? Dijuan furrowed his brow. Nuwa, my friend, your appetite seems rather insatiable. Tai raised the chaos bell, ever ready to act. Laozi and the others remained silent, holding their ground and observing the unfolding events. Nuwa smiled brightly, seemingly unperturbed by Tai's raised chaos bell. The chaos bell, one of the 3 great innate treasures, is your source of confidence? Unfortunately, you have only refined 19 of its 49 layers of restrictions. Upon hearing this, Tai's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to contain his astonishment. How? How did you know? How could Nuwa discern that he had only refined 19 layers of restrictions? Even his elder brother, Emperor Jun, remains oblivious to this matter. Merely relying on your ability to wield the chaos clock to strike others, refining it through 19 layers is already an impressive feat. Nuwa cast a disdainful glance and remarked. The master has stated that the chaos clock contains laws of suppression, capable of imprisoning time and subduing space. When facing an adversary, holding it aloft ensures an invincible position from the very start. In contrast, Tai can only foolishly use it as a weapon. For many years, Tai has endeavored to further refine the restrictions within the chaos clock, yet he has made no progress. He has continually explored its applications, only to discover that striking others is the most effective method. Now he is brazenly belittled by Nuwa. As the sovereign of the sun star, he has never been subjected to such scorn. Tai yearned to retort but found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, in a fit of indignation, he exclaimed, "Nuwa, how dare you look down upon me?" With the overwhelming power of a pinnacle Daluo golden immortal, Tai summoned the Chaos Clock and boldly hurled it towards Nuwa. The ferocity of his intent caused the entire valley to tremble. The Chaos Clock loomed overhead, seemingly capable of suppressing all malevolence. It obscured the sun, enveloping the area in darkness. In an instant, the creatures of the Buzhou Mountain fled in a panic, fearing the Chaos Clock's descent might bring calamity upon them. The Taoist of connecting guidance felt a chill run down his spine. Hastily shifting his position and murmuring, "This avian creature is truly ferocious," the Taoist of pure enlightenment expressed mild shock. "If that clock falls, the entire Buzhou Mountain may tremble," Emperor Jun silently scoffed. Pondering who would dare to underestimate the Eastern Emperor clock in Tai's possession? In the vast wilderness, only Hongjun, the Tao ancestor, could withstand the Eastern Emperor clock without sustaining harm. "Nuwa, you shall pay dearly for your recklessness." With a resounding crash, the colossal Chaos Clock descended, threatening to imprison Nuwa within its confines. Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Fushi, who had been engaged in pleasant conversation, could not bear to witness Nuwa's suppression by the Chaos Clock. They averted their gazes. Duong. A thunderous chime echoed across Buzhou Mountain, shaking the clouds for millions of miles. An invisible force surged forth from the valley, reverberating with the power of creation and life. As if it could repel the celestial deities and demons, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. "What has become of Nuwa?" "No, that is not Nuwa's voice. It is Tai." Yuan Shi rubbed his eyes and leaned forward to see. Tai clutched his swollen forehead, gritting his teeth, his face contorted with pain. He was enduring unparalleled agony, causing those nearby to gasp in disbelief. What on earth is happening? This all unfolded too rapidly. Duong. Another colossal sound erupted. This time, they clearly witnessed the Chaos Clock crashing down upon Tai. How is this possible? Isn't the Chaos Clock Tai's innate treasure? How could it be under Nuwa's control? Tai cried out in anguish, his eyes wide with disbelief. The connection he shared with the Chaos Clock had been severed by Nuwa. I, Tai, nearly met my demise at the hands of the Chaos Clock. Woe is me! Who would dare believe such a tale? In utter disarray, Tai lamented, his vision swimming with stars. He exhibited not a trace of regal demeanor. Emperor Jun clutched the river map and Luo Shu, feeling somewhat uneasy, unable to bear Tai's suffering any longer. He finally spoke. "Nuwa, I beseech you, please spare us further offense today." Only then did Nuwa return the Chaos Clock to Tai. Laozi, Yuan Shi, and the two Western sages felt a chill at the sight of Nuwa, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, shivering with dread. The ability to sever Tai's connection with the Chaos Clock, even if only temporarily, indicated that Nuwa's strength was beyond their comprehension. "This is the power that dominates the wilderness." Nuwa surveyed the crowd once more. "This primordial gourd vine is mine alone. Do any of you have objections?" Emperor Jun supported Tai, bowing his head submissively. Laozi and Yuan Shi exchanged glances and shook their heads. However, the Taoist of connecting guidance's eyes gleamed with cunning, and he cautiously suggested, "Nuwa, we have traveled from afar. Might you grant each of us a small gourd?" Yuan Shi's eyes lit up. Receiving even a small gourd would make their journey worthwhile. The Taoist of pure enlightenment nodded eagerly, saying, "Indeed, those who witness should share in the spoils. We only desire a small gourd. If a conflict arises, it may mar our relations." Nuwa smiled warmly, making the group feel as if they were basking in spring sunshine, nearly forgetting her earlier ferocity, believing their request might bear fruit. Yet, Nuwa replied nonchalantly, "Share the spoils? My master never taught me such a thing." She was determined to keep this spiritual root as a gift for her master. The Western Queen Mother possessed a peach tree. Sister Shiha had a laurel tree, and Brother Hongyun was eyeing the ginseng fruit tree. When the time came to meet her master, she could not arrive empty-handed. Her primordial chaos gourd vine would surely please her master. Nuwa would never distribute the gourd vine to the others. The Taoist of connecting guidance's face darkened. "What does your master have to do with this?" But to Yuan Shi and Laozi, it sounded different. Yuan Shi lowered his voice and whispered to Laozi, I recall that the third brother and Nuwa refer to each other as siblings. Could it be that Nuwa is also a disciple of the great Xian Taoist? Laozi nodded and replied, if that is the case, perhaps there is room for negotiation regarding the primordial gourd vine. Laozi clasped his hands in greeting to Nuwa, his smile etched with wrinkles, and inquired, is your master the great Xian Taoist, dear Nuwa? Nuwa turned her head slightly to look at Laozi, her eyes flashing with joy. You possess news of my master? Yuan Shi interjected. Nuwa. The two of us have often heard the third brother mention his admiration for the great Xian Taoist. Might we request a few leaves from the primordial gourd vine? Nuwa felt a twinge of disappointment. Initially thinking they had news of her master, it turned out they were merely seeking to establish connections. She responded, very well, I shall grant you both a leaf shortly. Chapter 23. Who will tame this female demon? Laozi's mindset has shifted. Before Yuan Shi and Laozi could even manage a smile, they found themselves awkwardly silenced. A single leaf. After expressing my boundless reverence for your master and dragging third brother Tongtian into the mix to forge connections, I am rewarded with merely one leaf. Am I being dismissed like a beggar? The impoverished do not accept unsolicited gifts. Realizing they could not defeat Nuwa, they stubbornly turned their heads away. The Taoist of connecting guidance did not comprehend the references to masters or the great Xian Taoist. Witnessing both Laozi and Tai being put in their place by Nuwa fueled his anger, and he spoke with a hint of menace. Nuwa, do you think the six of us can be easily trifled with? With a single sentence, the Taoist of connecting guidance united the others in opposition to Nuwa. The Taoist of pure enlightenment stepped forward, glaring fiercely. Nuwa, do you truly believe you can withstand the combined might of the six of us? Nuwa chuckled lightly. So, it is two of you who have objections, is it? The two Western sages stood tall, exuding an air of defiance. Unwilling to back down, Emperor Jun prepared to summon the river map and Luo Shu. Only to see Nuwa raise her delicate fist. It was too swift. So swift that even their peak Daluo golden immortal status rendered them unable to perceive Nuwa's movements. The winds howled and the rains lashed. Moments later, the two Western sages lay on the ground, motionless, their eyes vacant. They appeared utterly devoid of hope. Their forms resembled the countless lumps on the Buddha's head, a truly tragic sight, unable to utter even a groan. Emperor Jun's lips twitched. Fortunately, he had refrained from acting recklessly. Otherwise, he would now be the one lying on the ground, groaning in agony. Now that I possess the primordial gourd vine, who is in favor? Who is against? Silence enveloped the gathering. Who would dare provoke Nuwa? Tai, the Taoist of connecting guidance, and the Taoist of pure enlightenment were next in line. The living examples of their suffering lay before them. After a long pause, Laozi finally spoke. Nuwa, the primordial gourd vine is fated to be yours. We shall not contest it. We shall take our leave. Yuan Shi also began to bow in farewell. Nuwa, we shall take our leave now. Tai, having stowed away the chaos clock, was filled with rage and resentment. Yet he dared not voice it. Unable to retaliate, they found themselves in a position of helplessness. Just as they prepared to depart in frustration, they heard Nuwa's ethereal voice. Have I granted you permission to leave? What is the meaning of this? A battle has been fought. The primordial gourd vine has been yielded to you. What more do you desire? Yet their feet remained rooted in place. Tai, supported by Emperor Jun, managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. Do not push your luck, bird. What further instructions do you have? Nuwa? Laozi also felt a surge of anger and inquired. Nuwa smiled. Although you cannot share in the primordial gourd vine, I can share with you the joy of possessing it. Why Master taught me that the joy of victory is meant to be shared. Laozi, Yuan Shi, Emperor Jun, Tai, the two Western sages, unable to move on the ground. What does it mean that you can share the joy of possessing the primordial gourd vine with us? What joy of victory needs to be shared? How do we share? Shall we merely watch you take the primordial gourd vine? This is a grave affront, an unbearable mockery, an unspeakable humiliation. Seething with rage, they felt a storm brewing within them. Pft! Tai, severely injured, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The two Western sages nearly choked on their breath. Even Laozi, the foremost of the three pure ones, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Tai Xindao Run, what on earth have you taught Nuwa? Surely, you have raised a female demon. Nuwa, who effortlessly toyed with the few of them, appeared deceptively innocent, gliding towards the primordial gourd vine with the grace of a neighboring sister. Before the watchful eyes of all, she claimed the primordial gourd vine as her own. She then approached Laozi and Yuanshi. Delicately plucking 2 leaves, Laozi, Yuanshi, both internally screamed in desperation, "Who will subdue this female demon? Heaven, open your eyes and see. Father God, I am suffocating in my lifetime. I have never endured such torment, and my body remains unscathed. Yet their spirits have been tortured to the brink of collapse. My mental state is shattered to a crisp." Laozi and Yuanshi turned their heads in a daze, exchanging a glance. "I in this world. Only her teacher could possibly tame her, right? This primordial gourd vine is surely something her teacher would cherish, and then they need not worry about being left empty-handed." Nuwa murmured to herself, leaving with a heart full of joy. She left behind a group of bewildered individuals, staring at one another in shock. Ultimately, their opinions reached a remarkable consensus, an unwavering agreement. Everything that transpired here must never be mentioned again. If they encounter Nuwa in the future, they should keep as far away as possible. Absolutely no offense must be given. It was utterly terrifying. Nuwa had almost become an eternal nightmare in the hearts of these individuals, the unparalleled female demon. On the way back to Kunlun Mountain, Laozi solemnly remarked, "Second brother, the third brother, and that female demon are both disciples of Tai Xian Daoren, and they are terrifying indeed." His tone was filled with astonishment. The last time, Tongtian's sword display had deeply wounded their pride as fellow 3 pure ones. This time, with Nuwa transformed into a demon, their spirits were tormented to the edge of collapse. What kind of terrifying existence must that teacher, Tai Xian Daoren, be? Just thinking about it sent chills down their spines, leaving them horrified. Yuanshi wholeheartedly agreed. Who exactly is Tai Xian Daoren? How does he compare to Hongjun Daozu? The 2 Western sages, fleeing back to Shumi Mountain, shared the same question in their minds. Who is the teacher that Nuwa speaks of? What divine being is he, that he could cultivate such an unparalleled female demon? Chapter 24. Could this be my golden finger? On Taiyun Mountain, Chen Xian was blissfully unaware that his little Nuwa had transformed into an unparalleled female demon. In his leisure, he sipped tea and basked in the sun, enjoying the celestial fruits picked by Lu Yi. It was truly comfortable. Meanwhile, Lu Er, the 6-eared macaque, was burdened with all the laborious tasks on Taiyun Mountain. Massaging shoulders, kneading legs, brewing tea, fanning the air. He even tended to the flowers and plants on the back mountain for Chen Xian. Yet, he relished it, for from Chen Xian, he learned that there had once been many disciples on Taiyun Mountain, all of whom had been dismissed by Chen Xian. Lu Er couldn't help but marvel at the serendipity of his arrival. Only he could remain by his teacher's side. Surely, those fellow disciples must be envious of him. In the celestial herb garden on the back mountain, Lu Er was crouched down, observing the growth of the plants with great curiosity. It was quite strange. By calculations, it would take at least 100,000 years for this bellflower to mature into a middling spiritual root of the postnatal level. And this corpse-faded grass, this silver goo fruit was the same. In the primordial world, plants are divided into mundane and celestial categories. Celestial plants can autonomously absorb spiritual energy to evolve, hence they are referred to as spiritual roots. Spiritual roots are classified into postnatal, primordial, and chaotic types, with each type further divided into inferior, middling, superior, and extraordinary grades. The only known chaotic spiritual root is the chaotic green lotus. The 10 famous primordial spiritual roots are the hollow willow, primordial gourd vine, yellowberry, ginseng fruit tree, peach blossom tree, Bodhi tree, bitter bamboo, celestial apricot, fusang wood, and laurel tree, all formed at the dawn of creation, representing the highest grade of primordial spiritual roots. For instance, the reincarnated Yang Mei Laozu in the primordial world was formed from the extraordinary spiritual root. The hollow willow, cultivating spiritual roots is exceedingly challenging, requiring a lengthy period to absorb spiritual energy and evolve in rank. Thus, Lu Er was perplexed to see a postnatal inferior spiritual root bellflower evolve into a middling spiritual root in less than 3,000 years. Even in this area of dense spiritual energy and ethereal Tao rhythm, it shouldn't be possible. Most importantly, The primordial extraordinary spiritual root, yellowberry, seemed to have developed a rudimentary understanding. The primordial enlightenment tea tree, lush and flourishing, had already reached the level of a superior primordial spiritual root. Lu Er was utterly baffled. Lu Er, what are you thinking? Qin Xian arrived at the back mountain and noticed Lu Er in a trance. Prompting his inquiry, Lu Er, momentarily startled, regained his senses. Teacher, you've come. I was pondering why these spiritual roots grow so rapidly. Is the rapid growth a good thing? Qin Xian replied with delight. If these plants were thriving quickly, it must mean that his previous cultivation plan was effective. What a splendid development, teacher. What puzzles me is that their growth is abnormal, Lu Er asserted. Abnormal how? Qin Xian raised an eyebrow. Lu Er recounted his observations. It should have taken 100,000 years for the bellflower to evolve into a middling spiritual root, yet it only took 3,000. Qin Xian stroked his chin in contemplation. This indeed seemed remarkably swift. It had shortened the time by a full 97,000 years. This was not an isolated phenomenon. It appeared to be a widespread occurrence. Lu Er, how do you usually tend to them? Qin Xian inquired further. I follow Teacher S instructions to the letter, Lu Er replied earnestly. Though he might be a bit eccentric, he never dared to be careless with Qian Xian's directives. Do you check if the spiritual roots are withering, or if they are being harvested by beasts? Could there be treasures buried underground? Qin Xian speculated. Lu Er understood and immediately took out a trusty iron rod to begin digging. 2 hours later, Lu Er had burrowed down tens of thousands of feet. Yet all he found were a few fragmented spiritual stones, nothing particularly remarkable. Seeing that Lu Er had not uncovered any significant findings, Qin Xian decided to abandon the effort. After all, the rapid growth of these plants only benefited him. He gestured for Lu Er to stop searching. Qin Xian rose from his rocking chair, stretching lazily. It's time for my daily watering. For 3,000 years, he had consistently nourished these spiritual roots. Shoo! Shoo! A water column, as powerful as a dragon, erupted from within Qin Xian, cascading like a mighty river, cleansing each spiritual root. Lu Er, still in contemplation, watched Qin Xian watering the plants and fell into deep thought. Could it be, as night fell, Lu Er, the six-eared macaque, concealed his presence and lay near the herb garden, meticulously observing each spiritual root? At night, the spiritual roots exhibited extraordinary activity. In the evening breeze, their branches swayed as if they were clawing at the air. Lu Er distinctly sensed that the hundreds of spiritual roots seemed to be competing for nutrients. He recalled how earlier, Qin Xian had watered these roots. His suspicions grew stronger. Silently approaching the herb garden, he discovered that those roots were frantically vying for the essence of the Tao that Qin Xian had poured upon them. Among them, the primordial extraordinary spiritual root yellowberry and the superior primordial spiritual root enlightenment tea tree were the dominant forces. Like a whirlwind, the two were nearly claiming 90% of the essence. Meanwhile, the bellflower, corpse-faded grass, and silver goo fruit, which had evolved to a middling spiritual root in just 3,000 years, were too weak to absorb anything more than the scent of Qin Xian's essence. Gasp! Lu Er was utterly astounded. Merely by inhaling the fragrance, they could elevate to a middling spiritual root in 3,000 years. The source of the issue indeed lay within the essence of his teacher's Tao. Were it not for Lu Er not being a plant, he would have undoubtedly joined the fray for the essence of the Tao. Teacher! Teacher! Lu Er jubilantly leaped back to the palace. Lu Er! What is all this commotion? I have discovered the root of the extraordinary growth of those spiritual roots. Qin Xian, intrigued, prompted, do tell. Has the silly monkey solved the mystery so quickly? Teacher, the source lies within the essence you water them with daily. Lu Er declared proudly, raising his eyebrows. Within the essence I water them with? Qin Xian was puzzled. Could such a miraculous phenomenon truly exist? Indeed, teacher, I just witnessed them competing to absorb that essence. Lu Er nodded earnestly. Brimming with confidence, is that so? Absolutely certain. Without a doubt. Teacher, you are an unparalleled master, and the essence you release is the supreme nourishment. Only your essence can enable those spiritual roots to grow at such an astonishing rate. The six-eared macaque continued. Qin Xian burst into hearty laughter. This six-eared macaque has surprisingly learned the art of flattery. If only I were a peerless master. However, the essence of my urination truly serves as the catalyst for the rapid growth of those spiritual roots. A sudden thought flashed through Qian Xian's mind. Urination? Could this be my golden finger? Chapter 25, Tao Ancestor. I have enlightened, as was his custom. Qian Xian took a daily urination. He and the six-eared macaque lay in wait by the celestial herb garden for a full 10 days. And finally, the truth was confirmed. Qian Xian's urination truly is the source that promotes the swift growth of spiritual roots. These roots seem to delight in Qian Xian's urination. Master, I have always said that your cultivation reaches the heavens, directly connecting with the primordial path. Even urination is a product of the great Tao, exclaimed the six-eared macaque in astonishment. Qian Xian patted the back of the six-eared macaque's head and chuckled. You are quite the flatterer. The words of the six-eared macaque sounded to Qian Xian like an abundance of compliments and flattery. Qian Xian mused that it was his own fault for often sharing Taoist classics with the six-eared macaque, leading it to believe he was indeed a recluse of great wisdom. However, Qian Xian had not considered his own cultivation in this light. A salted fish should possess the awareness of a salted fish. He thought this was his unique golden finger. Qian Xian's heart stirred with excitement. The golden finger he had longed for had finally arrived. Although this golden finger was somewhat peculiar, it was better than nothing. With the adept use of this urination golden finger, when he returned to the modern world, he could dominate it with a group of spiritual roots. Ha ha, he would wake up laughing even in his dreams. In the primordial world, it is not the height of one's realm that is most impressive. Rather, it is the one who lives the longest who truly holds the upper hand. Thus, Qian Xian decisively changed his daily urination from once to thrice. As expected, merely a year passed, and the celestial herb garden was awash with blooming flowers. Qian Xian reclined on a rocking chair, basking in the coolness and inhaling the rich floral fragrance that permeated the air. The entire mountain landscape was filled with the pollen of spiritual roots. Although Qian Xian was slightly allergic to the pollen, causing his nose to itch, it could not dampen his beautiful mood as he envisioned a bright future ahead. In the chaotic purple clouds palace, Hongjun, after concluding his first sermon, continued to expound to the emptiness of chaos. Why has the Tao ancestor been lecturing to the chaos for nearly a year now? Asked Haoyan perplexed. Yao Qi, clearly more mature than Haoyan, pondered for a moment before replying. Previously, the Tao ancestor taught the great powers of the primordial world for only 2,999 years. Now, he likely seeks to fulfill the remaining 3,000. Haoyan suddenly realized, so that it. The Tao ancestor promised to lecture for 3,000 years the first time, and now he is here to settle the karmic debt. Yao Qi nodded, but her thoughts had already drifted to the Western Queen Mother, who had left early that day. Yao Qi had clearly heard the Western Queen Mother say to Nuwa and others, Sisters, I seem to have gained some insight, so I shall return to Kunlun for seclusion. If I make progress, I will be able to meet the master sooner. Yao Qi's heart filled with longing. What extraordinary elegance must the master possess, who has captured the thoughts of the Western Queen Mother so deeply? After a year of lecturing, Hongjun received great merit in the chaotic Purple Clouds Palace. The merit of educating the primordial world brought him some consolation. The boundless essence of merit surged into Hongjun's being, like an endless storm rising in the chaos. Having already reached the saintly realm, Hongjun felt his connection with the heavenly Tao of the primordial world growing ever closer, with such overwhelming merit. After 3 rounds of lectures, I should be able to merge with the heavenly Tao, he mused. Merging with the heavenly Tao is a crucial step in advancing toward the great Tao. He had created the method of severing the corpse to attain enlightenment, earning the favor of the heavenly Tao and attaining the status of a mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal. Yet the path of the great Tao is vast and elusive. If he could merge with the heavenly Tao and harness its power, he could strive for the realm of mixed Yuan Tai Chi immortal venerable, becoming a saint under the heavenly Tao. With the merit of enlightening the primordial world, merging with the heavenly Tao was no longer a concern. It was time to carefully plan matters concerning the primordial world. Hongjun contemplated. The previous punishment of the 6-eared macaque had led to a backlash from the great Tao, severely affecting his image among the great powers of the primordial world. How could he restore it? In an instant, Hongjun's saintly mind calculated millions of methods. Aha! That Kuanping fellow should be a good candidate. Hongjuan's ethereal form quietly descended upon the North Sea of the primordial world. Kuanpeng, who was diligently cultivating in seclusion, saw Hongjuan's arrival and said, "I pay my respects to the Tao ancestor. I was unaware of your arrival and failed to greet you from afar. Please forgive me." Kuanping spoke with great trepidation. Hongjun waved his hand and replied, "No need for concern. I see you have immersed yourself in your cultivation and diligently comprehended the Tao I shared. You are indeed wise and hardworking, and I have come to offer guidance. I have been diligently cultivating, wise and hardworking, here to offer guidance." Kuanping's heart raced with excitement akin to that of attaining enlightenment. The saint has acknowledged him and is personally offering guidance. If this were to be shared, it would be a tremendous honor. Kuanping restrained his excitement and sincerely bowed. "I humbly request the Tao ancestor's guidance. The great Tao is boundless and profound, difficult to comprehend. If you can create a system of symbols to record the great Tao, allowing all beings to understand, it would be a tremendous merit. The essence of heaven and earth will undoubtedly benefit your cultivation." Hongjun, with an air of celestial wisdom, advised Kuanping to develop a system of symbols to record the great Tao, effectively creating a written language. In Hongjuan's mind, should he create the written language himself? It would establish a formidable image. However, guiding another to create it would reflect both his capability and his selfless character. As for why he chose Kuanping, it was because Kuanping's background was not as formidable as the three pure ones, meaning he would be more invested in this endeavor. Unlike the Western two sages, who might become resentful after creating the written language, Kuanping would undoubtedly be grateful. This would surely become a tale worth sharing. Rubbing his goatee, Hongjun thought to himself, "Brilliant." Hongjun felt increasingly pleased with his careful consideration. Kuanping had already begun to express gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Tao ancestor, for your guidance. If Kuanping gains any insight, I will certainly remember your grace." Great virtue. Hongjuan's ethereal form vanished from the North Sea, leaving Kuanping deep in thought. Tio create a system of symbols to record the great Tao, allowing all beings to understand. What kind of symbols could serve this purpose? A flash of inspiration struck Kuanping, and he exclaimed, "Tao ancestor, I have comprehended." Chapter 26. I have been snatched. A millennium passed. In the North Sea, Kuanping's dojo was filled with various symbols he had drawn. Countless shapes and forms emerged, as if they were vividly alive. Kuanping indeed did not disappoint Hongjuan's expectations. A system of symbols to record the great Tao was nearly complete. Since it records the great Tao, let us call it the Tao script. Grateful for the Tao ancestor's guidance, let me showcase my talent to him. Kuanping manifested his true form in the North Sea and soared into the skies above the primordial world, casting a shadow over the land. All beings in the primordial world looked up in awe at Kuanping. Hongjun, stroking his goatee in the chaotic purple clouds palace, gazed at Kuanping with satisfaction and remarked to Haoyan and Yaoqi, "This Kuanping is exceptionally talented. He will surely achieve great things. Indeed, the Tao ancestor has a discerning eye," Haoyan praised. "Ha ha ha." The voice of Kuanping resonated through the primordial world. "I am Kuanping, having received the Tao ancestor's guidance, and I have created Kuanping, my friend. I too have had insights. Allow me to speak first." At that moment, beneath the heavens in the southern primordial realm, a vast red cloud loomed, imposing great pressure. It then transformed into the figure of a red-haired man, appearing polite and seemingly innocent. "Kuanping, my friend, the master has taught us to be courteous. I am merely seeking your consent. Since you have not spoken, I take it as your silent approval for me to go first." The red cloud smiled innocently, appearing exceedingly polite. In truth, Kuanping was silenced by the overwhelming force of the red cloud. At this moment, the red cloud had comprehended 70% of the laws of space and was a pinnacle quasi-saint. Only Kuanping, a late-stage Deluo golden immortal, could withstand such pressure. All beings in the primordial world gazed upward. "Kuanping is truly worthy of sitting upon the mat of great powers. Your courtesy towards the red cloud is commendable." Yes, humility and composure are traits we all aspire to emulate. The red cloud was known for his friendly demeanor and politeness. Kuanping's graciousness towards the red cloud was a testament to his character. Clear for all to see. Kuanping inwardly cursed, What a farce! I am being pressed into silence by his tricks. How foolish to speak without understanding. Humph, what does it matter if you go first? I will see what you, a mere red cloud, can possibly say. When you hear my words, you may very well drop your jaw in astonishment. Just wait and see. The red cloud then gestured towards the North Sea, bowing from a distance. Kuenpeng, your humility is greatly appreciated. Thank you, my friend. Clearing his throat, he continued, I am Red Cloud. Having received the Master's guidance, I perceive that the great Tao is profound and difficult to grasp, and thus, I have created the Tao script to record the great Tao. This represents heaven, earth, mysterious, yellow. This represents universe, cosmos, primordial. This represents chaos, Hongming. Red Cloud, what exceptional talent. You have indeed created the Tao script to record the great Tao. Indeed, it is the art of simplifying complexity, a profound merit for all beings in the primordial realm. Who is the master that Taoist Hongyun speaks of? Is it the Tao ancestor? Surely, he must be a figure of great wisdom. Otherwise, how could he impart guidance to one as talented as Taoist Hongyun? The beings of the primordial realm hold a deep reverence for Hongyun. Kuenping gazed in astonishment at Hongyun's articulate discourse, his mouth agape, as if his jaw had dropped in disbelief. Is this not the very content I intended to present? A torrent of foul language echoed in his mind. I have been outmaneuvered. Within the chaos purple cloud palace, Hongjun had just savored a cup of tea presented by Haoyan when he overheard Hongyun's voice as he initiated the creation of Taoist texts. He nearly spewed the tea in shock. How has it come to be that Hongyun has conceived the Taoist texts? Kuenpeng, what trickery is this? Where are the texts you claim to have created? Have they been devoured by a dog? Haoyan recoiled, feeling somewhat embarrassed as the atmosphere grew tense. Hongjun, in a frenzy, calculated the implications. Kuenpeng was instructed to create the texts, yet Hongyun managed to usurp that endeavor. To intercept Kuenpeng is akin to intercepting oneself. A subtle disturbance stirred within Hongjun's keen perception. As Hongyun continued to elaborate and inscribe, a profound aura began to permeate the cosmos. Finally, as Hongyun completed his exposition on the Taoist texts, a radiant yellow light enveloped him from above, descending gently, divine merit from the heavens. Indeed, it is divine merit bestowed from the heavens. Taoist Hongyun's texts have garnered the recognition of the primordial universe. Truly, it is a magnificent deed. With such heavenly merit, Taoist Hongyun's power is destined to surge. Yet, Hongyun humbly responded, my knowledge is but shallow. Were it not for my master's guidance, how could I have created these texts? Thus, I feel undeserving of such merit. Hongyun then dispersed the merit he had received, channeling it to the ginseng fruit tree within the Wuzhuang temple on Mount Wanshou. In an instant, the ginseng tree was enveloped in merit. Radiating sacred light, bathed in divine merit, the efficacy of the ginseng fruit would surely surpass all previous standards. As the owner of the ginseng tree, Zenyuanzi was moved to tears. Brother Hongyun, your generosity in bestowing merit upon the ginseng tree is profoundly appreciated. Hongyun amiably patted Zenyuanzi on the shoulder and remarked, we are like family. There is no need for formalities between brothers. With a wink, his eyes sparkled with mischief. After all, this ginseng tree will eventually fall into my hands as a gift from my master. To me, merit is but fleeting. It is far better as nourishment for the ginseng tree. Zenyuanzi, unaware of Hongyun's ulterior motives, genuinely rejoiced at Hongyun's creation of the Taoist texts. Brother Hongyun, were you researching these texts when you were writing and drawing in your chamber 1,000 years ago? Indeed, Hongyun replied, I had conceived the Taoist texts long ago, but the time has only now matured. How so? The secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. Hongyun laughed heartily. He had eagerly awaited the day Kuenping would proclaim the creation of the Taoist texts to the heavens, only to seize the opportunity for himself in the tangled web of grievances and rivalries chronicled by Chen Xian. Kuenping was, without a doubt, his greatest adversary. Not only did he harbor resentment for the seating arrangement, but he would also attempt to eliminate Hongyun following Hongjun's teachings. Thus, it was only natural for Hongyun to intercept the texts that Kuenping had initiated. The suffering of my enemies is my joy. Once more, Hongyun bowed respectfully toward Kuenping in the northern sea, saying, I have taken up enough of your time, brother Kuenping. I have finished. Please, continue. With that, He vanished from the sight of the onlookers, leaving Kuan-Ping seething with resentment. Damn it! He has intercepted my Taoist texts, the texts I have painstakingly studied for a millennium. How could he have completed them in their entirety? What shall I report to the Tao ancestor? Endure this moment, and the storm shall pass. Step back, and the anger only grows. A seed of hatred quietly took root in Kuan-Ping's heart. In the chaos purple cloud palace, Kuan-Ping knelt before Hong Jun, trembling with fear. Tao ancestor, I am incompetent. That scoundrel Hong Yun has intercepted the merit of the Taoist texts I created. I beseech your judgment. Crash. The teacup in Hong Jun's hand shattered explosively. Terrified, Kuan-Ping hastily prostrated himself, too fearful to look up. When a sage is enraged, millions may perish. Yet Hong Jun's expression darkened ominously. With Hong Yun's insight, it is impossible for him to have created the Taoist texts. Have you leaked any secrets? Kuan-Ping pressed his forehead to the ground. Trembling as he replied, I swear to the heavenly Tao, I have never disclosed the Tao ancestors' instructions. Beside them, Hao Yin seemed to have a revelation and stepped forward, saying, Tao ancestor, it appears that Hong Yun mentioned he received guidance from a master. Could the issue lie with this master? Hong Jun's thoughts swirled as he pondered. Who is this master of Hong Yun? It seems to be a figure named Tai Xin Dao Run. I recall discussions with him in the Purple Cloud Palace. Tai Xin Dao Ren, do we have any information on him? Hong Jun's brow furrowed deeper. Since the dawn of creation, he had been in the primordial realm and had never heard of such a figure. Hao Yin shook his head. Kuan-Ping's eyes darted quickly as he seemed to connect the dots. Tao ancestor, I suspect that the scoundrel Hong Yun is well versed in spatial Tao techniques. When I was about to expound on the texts I created, I found myself rendered speechless by Hong Yun's spatial arts. Spatial Tao techniques? Yang Mei, is it you who orchestrated this? Hong Jun fumed in rage. The realization that Hong Yun had mastered spatial Tao techniques implied he had at least grasped the spatial laws. Otherwise, how could he wield spatial powers? Spatial laws. In the past, many of the 3,000 demonic gods perished under Panga's axe. Although the creation jade disc recorded the 3,000 paths, it shattered during the creation due to karmic backlash. Therefore, after the primordial realm was established, the laws of the 3,000 paths were severely fractured, rendering it nearly impossible to substantiate the Tao through force. Yet now, Hong Yun has indeed comprehended the spatial laws? In an instant, Hong Jun's countenance shifted dramatically. In this world, who else could possibly instruct a disciple in the mastery of spatial laws? Aside from the chaos demon god, Yang Mei, who once controlled the path of space. Who else could it be? So, you are the master Hong Yun speaks of. Very well, very well. Hong Jun's fury turned to a mocking laughter as he repeated the phrase thrice. Once, I schemed against you during the Tao demon conflict. And today you have turned the tables on me with countless variables. Yang Mei, you are indeed impressive. Just then, a presence that rivaled Hong Jun surged forth from the depths of chaos, landing outside the Chaos Purple Cloud Palace. Tao friend Hong Jun, the chaos battle has settled the karma. Please. The voice resonated powerfully throughout the chaos. Hong Jun paused, recognizing that voice all too well. It was Yang Mei's voice. You Yang Mei, you must know that I have seen through your schemes. And now you choose to tear the facade asunder. Very well, as you wish. Let us settle this karma together. With a formidable aura, Hong Jun soared into the air. Meanwhile, Chun Xian remained blissfully unaware that someone else had taken the fall for him, and that this individual had directly stepped forward to bear the blame. He was solely focused on nurturing Supreme's spiritual roots with his golden fingers. Teacher, the vibrant flowers and grasses all around. The rich fragrance of pollen. I can almost envision how these spiritual roots will bear fruit in the future. The six-eared macaque exclaimed, munching on a banana he had plucked from who knows where. Feigning drool, he appeared comically foolish. Chun Xian pinched his itchy nose and chuckled. You are easily tempted. As the six-eared macaque continued to eat, he seemed to recall something. Oh, teacher, that innate supreme spiritual root, the Huangzhongli. Although its fruits have yet to mature, it has bloomed with new flowers. How beautiful! Chun Xian looked at the six-eared macaque with suspicion, doubting his ears. You mean the Huangzhongli from the top 10 innate spiritual roots? Yes, the six-eared macaque nodded in bewilderment. Chun Xian was both astonished and elated. Quick, Take me to see it. Although he was aware that there were many spiritual roots on his back mountain, he had never anticipated the existence of one as remarkable as the Huangzhongli. Upon arriving at the immortal herb garden, they finally spotted a spiritual root in a very concealed spot. It bore 9 fruits, with the words Huangzhong faintly visible. Chen Xian rejoiced. Indeed, it is the innate supreme spiritual root, the Huangzhongli. Just one Huangzhongli is enough to forge a Taoist immortal's root. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 Huangzhongli. I am in for a windfall. Coupled with my golden fingers, I shall surely ascend. With a deep breath, Chen Xian sought to calm his excitement. He could hardly bear to part with the Huangzhongli. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that on its branches, a delicate pure white flower had blossomed. With 9 being the ultimate number, and the Huangzhongli already bearing 9 fruits, the addition of this flower seemed to indicate a breaking of limitations. The fragrance of this pure white flower was so potent that it compelled Chen Xian, despite his pollen allergy, to lean in for a sniff. The fragrance is delicate and elegant, refreshing the spirit. The closer one gets to the flowers, the richer the pollen becomes. Chen Xian felt an unbearable itch in his nose, as if multitudes of pollen were teasing him from within. The itch was insatiable. Uncontrollably, he felt a tremendous force surging forth from his nostrils. Fearing that it might spray onto the newly bloomed flowers of Huangzhongli, Chen Xian instinctively tilted his head toward the sky. With eyes tightly shut, the flesh of his face seemed to crowd around his nose, and he opened his mouth wide to take a deep breath, releasing an overwhelming blast of energy from his nostrils. Achoo! Chen Xian expelled a colossal sneeze towards the heavens, infused with the scent of flowers. Pinching his slightly reddened nose, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Delightful! He resumed admiring the vigorous growth of his spiritual roots. Innate enlightenment tea, innate 5 elements flower, innate 5-needle pine. Each name uttered by the 6-eared macaque left Chen Xian in a state of astonishment. To think that his celestial herb garden had gathered so many innate spiritual roots. All of exceptionally high rank, he began to envision a future modern world, equipped with an array of transformed spiritual roots, effortlessly dominating all. Yet, that accidental sneeze, laced with floral fragrance, exceeded everyone's expectations. The black-clad youth, an incarnation of the heavenly Tao, suddenly shrank back into the firmament, trembling with fear. His eyes reflected both shock and terror as he murmured, "The power of the great Tao trembles." He watched helplessly as this surge of sneeze energy burst forth from the primordial membranes of the universe. Swirling with a floral scent, engulfing the chaos. Chapter 28. Yang Mei, you despicable scoundrel. Deep within the chaos, the atmosphere was exceptionally violent. Without a treasure to safeguard oneself, one could be reduced to ashes in an instant. Upon encountering the familiar Yang Mei, Hong Jun felt a mixture of anger and caution. For the aura of the ancestral figure Yang Mei was no less formidable than his own, perhaps even greater. Suppressing the fury within, Hong Jun inquired, "Have you, Tao friend Yang Mei, attained the Tao?" Once fellow chaotic demonic gods, Yang Mei, clad in a robe of deep green, exuded an ethereal grace, nodding with a gentle smile. "I have fortuitously realized the Tao of chaos through the laws of space." As he spoke, his aura gently radiated, instantly calming the tumultuous chaos that spanned billions of miles. Hong Jun was momentarily taken aback. Yang Mei had indeed traversed the path of strength to attain the Tao, or perhaps even the third-ranked laws of space. No wonder he was so formidable. Then, Yang Mei questioned, "Hong Jun, I observe your realm is quite peculiar. Might you elucidate?" A self-satisfied expression graced Hong Jun's face as he replied, "I had already attained the Tao of chaos, becoming a chaotic primordial golden immortal, and received the acknowledgement of the heavenly Tao. Thus within the primordial universe, I am also considered a sage of heaven and earth, I see." Yang Mei responded, "Since you have attained the Tao amidst the chaos, why involve yourself in the affairs of the primordial world?" Hong Jun retorted, "I originally had no intention of meddling in the disputes of the primordial world. This challenge was merely to settle our past karma." Settling karma meant reconciling old debts in the past. Hong Jun had invited him to join forces with the old ancestors of Yinyang and Qin Kuan to combat the demonic ancestor Luo Hou. As a result, the 2 ancestors of Yinyang and Qin Kuan perished. leaving Yang Mei to flee in severe injury through the chaos. The more Yang Mei contemplated, the more he felt something was amiss. Why was it that Hong Jun emerged unscathed, reaping the fruits of victory? It wasn't until Hong Jun became a sage and preached that Yang Mei understood. It turned out that Hong Jun had long conspired with the heavenly Tao. Therefore, how could he not settle the karma with Hong Jun and reckon the old accounts? Hong Jun was suddenly enlightened. No wonder. Those countless variables within the primordial realm were precisely concocted by you, Yang Mei, to disrupt my plans. How shall we settle the karma? A single performance will suffice. Yang Mei laughed. Upon hearing this, Hong Jun was momentarily stunned. Then his face lit up with joy. It was merely a charade. In this battle, as long as Hong Jun pretended to be defeated by Yang Mei, it would allow Yang Mei to vent his anger on behalf of his old friends Yin Yang and Qin Kuan, while simultaneously resolving his own karma from the Tao Demon conflict. After this battle, with karma resolved, how shall we address the contingencies left by Tao friend Yang Mei in the primordial realm? Hong Jun inquired again. Hong Jun pondered the countless variables in the primordial realm, thinking them to be Yang Mei's contingencies. Contingencies left in the primordial realm? Yang Mei was momentarily taken aback, then waved his green robe and said, "After settling karma, I shall roam freely in the chaos. As for those contingencies, let them be handled by you." My Tao friend, he had merely made some casual plans during the genesis of the universe, hardly constituting contingencies at all. After settling karma, I shall roam in the chaos, pursuing the great Tao. I shan't concern myself with your matters of the primordial realm. Yet, Yang Mei remained oblivious to the enormous burden he had unknowingly shouldered, a colossal burden he had unwittingly taken on for Chen Xin. Hong Jun's mood lightened, his anger dissipated entirely as he said, "In that case, I humbly request your guidance, old friend Yang Mei." The form of address shifted from Tao friend Yang Mei to old friend Yang Mei, as if they shared an immense bond. Yang Mei also clasped his hands and replied, "Please, bestow your teachings." Hong Jun summoned various treasures, all of which Yang Mei collected with his spatial divine abilities. "Old friend Yang Mei shall return these to me, right?" Hong Jun pondered, somewhat perplexed. The two chaotic primordial golden immortals battled fiercely within the chaos, locked in a stalemate. Hong Jun feigned a flaw in his divine abilities, allowing Yang Mei to seize the fleeting opportunity. He launched a fierce assault. The chaos erupted into a maelstrom. The entire chaos, resembling a tumultuous torrent, rapidly engulfed Hong Jun. Each current possessed the power to annihilate heaven and earth. Just as Hong Jun was about to relinquish his resistance and feign defeat, he felt a vast power surging from beyond the chaotic currents. Hong Jun was momentarily stunned. What was happening? The power of the great Tao trembling, accompanied by a faint floral scent. Then he beheld Yang Mei, the ancestral figure, launching an unreserved attack upon him. Suddenly, everything clicked. Hong Jun was filled with rage, glaring at Yang Mei. "Yang Mei, you despicable scoundrel! We agreed it would merely be a performance, yet you seek to ambush me and take my life." Yang Mei, exerting all his strength, also sensed the overwhelming power of the great Tao. Startled, he retorted with fury, "Hong Jun, this immense power evidently originates from within the primordial realm. How do you explain this?" Hong Jun's fury erupted. "Life and death are predestined. I shall provide you an explanation right now." The two enraged sages had no space for calm reflection. Waves of divine abilities shot forth from Hong Jun's hands. His intention was not to escape the chaotic currents, but to ensure Yang Mei remain trapped here. It was a near mutual destruction scenario. This wave of great Tao energy, imbued with floral fragrance, surged towards the two of them at lightning speed. Boom! They had no time to evade. Instantly, they were hurled billions of miles away by this force. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from Hong Jun, staining his purple robe, leaving him gasping for breath. Yang Mei fared no better, appearing like a withered tree in despair. Separated by billions of miles, he was powerless to continue the fight. Yang Mei coldly laughed. "Is this how you caused the deaths of your old friends Yin Yang and Qin Kuan?" The karma remained unresolved, and Yang Mei rehashed old grievances. The deaths of Yin Yang and Qin Kuan were inextricably tied to Hong Jun. Even Yang Mei, had he not torn through space at the last moment, would have nearly perished in that explosion. All of this was orchestrated by Hong Jun in collusion with the heavenly Tao. Hong Jun's lips turned pale, a hint of weakness evident. Yang Mei, your schemes have led you to this point. Surely your intention is to take my life today? Before coming here, I merely wished to settle our karma. Yet you have turned the tables, invoking the lingering power of the great Tao from the primordial realm to ensnare me here. Yang Mei retorted angrily, his demeanor somewhat forlorn. The karma from today would no longer be a mere charade. With that, Yang Mei vanished from sight, his destination unknown. Hong Jun, dragging his injured body, stumbled back to the Purple Cloud Palace. That despicable scoundrel, under the guise of settling karma, had secretly laid plans to put me to death. If it weren't for your underhanded machinations, who else could possess such abilities? In the past, when Yang Mei was a chaotic, demonic god, he was the strongest after Pangu and the Taoist of time, having perfected the laws of space. Hong Jun had no doubt that Yang Mei had powerful contingencies left within the primordial realm. The Tao ancestor glared fiercely at the direction of chaos, murmuring, "Once I merge with the heavenly Tao and break through to the realm of the primordial Tai Chi immortal, I shall undoubtedly eradicate you. Old friend Yang Mei, I shall leave your true form, the hollow green willow, within the primordial realm and see how I can reap the fruits of the primordial Tao, attaining the great Tao." Chapter 29. What? Someone dares to cast their eyes on senior sister Zhuangmu. In the primordial trajectory, Yang Mei attained enlightenment amidst chaos, uncovering the conspiracy between Hong Jun and the heavenly Tao regarding the battle of Tao and demonic forces, subsequently achieving enlightenment in the wasteland. The first sage of the wasteland served as the spokesperson for the heavenly Tao, yet Yang Mei was ensnared by Hong Jun's schemes. Severely wounded amidst Luo Ho's self-detonation, she retreated into chaos, where she substantiated her path to become a saint. Meanwhile, Hong Jun also achieved enlightenment in the wasteland, becoming the foremost saint of that realm. Thus, it was Hong Jun who usurped Yang Mei's position as the first saint of the wasteland and the representative of the heavenly Tao. This led to the confrontation between Yang Mei and Hong Jun, culminating in a dramatic resolution of their karmic ties. Yang Mei seized Hong Jun's treasure, defeating him, and upon returning it, she believed their karmic entanglements were settled. However, in the present day, Yang Mei genuinely intended to resolve her karmic ties with Hong Jun, only to be inadvertently embroiled in a colossal misunderstanding triggered by Chan Xian's sneeze, which disrupted the resolution between the two great Luo Golden Immortals. This resulted in a complex layering of old grievances and new animosities between Hong Jun and Yang Mei, leaving even the sages perplexed. Haoyan, did not the Eastern King proclaim the establishment of a celestial court? Why is there still no progress? Hong Jun summoned the young Haoyan to inquire. Haoyan respectfully replied, "Daozu, the Eastern King is currently preparing at Penglai Mountain." Hong Jun nodded with a grim expression and stated, "I shall enter seclusion for a period, emerging only when I deliver the second lecture. You two should closely monitor the developments in the wasteland." "Yes, Daozu," Haoyan and Yaoqi replied in unison. At Penglai Island, the Eastern King stood with his hands clasped behind his back before the newly constructed palace. His garments billowed dramatically in the fierce sea breeze, exuding an imperial demeanor. Upon the vast, boundless sea, the formidable generals of the celestial court assembled, the 36 heavenly generals and the 72 earthly fiends, all possessing the cultivation of great Luo Golden Immortals. "Your Majesty, all preparations are complete. We can now announce the establishment of the celestial court." An elderly man, burdened by a hard turtle shell, approached the Eastern King with measured steps. He was the dragon turtle of the Eastern Sea, known as Xian Gizi, a formidable figure of the Eastern Sea's shores. Possessing both dragon and turtle bloodlines, the Eastern King nodded appreciatively at Xian Gizi. After a millennium of preparation, he had finally garnered the allegiance of 108 generals, laying a solid foundation for the establishment of the celestial court. He then raised the innate spiritual treasure, the dragon-headed staff bestowed by Hong Jun instantly. A tsunami surged across the Eastern Sea, clouds and thunder converging. "I am the Eastern King, the chosen leader of the myriad immortals of the wasteland by Hong Jun Daozu. Today, I establish the celestial court on the shores of the Eastern Sea at Penglai Mountain to govern the myriad immortals and flourish the wasteland, harnessing the power of heaven and earth." He proclaimed the news of the celestial court's establishment throughout the wasteland. The exquisite rubies on the dragon-headed staff radiated a dazzling brilliance. The ethereal fortunes of the wasteland gathered upon the staff. Seemingly receiving the acknowledgement of the primordial heavens, the Eastern King rejoiced. The initial establishment of the celestial court had already attracted the fortunes of the wasteland. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The gathering of fortunes is a sign of the celestial court's prosperity. Xian Gizi trembled with excitement, nearly moved to tears. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The gathering of fortunes heralds the celestial court's flourishing. The 36 heavenly generals, 72 earthly fiends, and countless subordinates echoed their congratulations. In high spirits, the Eastern King prepared to confer titles within the celestial court. Xian Gizi, you are well-versed and knowledgeable. You shall serve as the chancellor of my celestial court. General Niu, with your formidable strength and profound supernatural abilities, you shall be the leader of the 36 heavenly generals. General Zhu, with your cleverness and strategic prowess, you shall lead the 72 earthly fiends. We accept the decree of Your Majesty and thank you for your grace. Your wisdom is unparalleled. On the Sun Star, Tai Yi expressed concern. Brother, the Eastern King has indeed established the celestial court, seemingly gathering immense fortunes from the wasteland. He and Di Jun, born rulers of the Sun Star, had long harbored ambitions of establishing their own power but had struggled to find the right opportunity. Now, it seemed the Eastern King had seized the title of leader among the myriad immortals of the wasteland, establishing the celestial court ahead of them. Di Jun's expression darkened like water, his body engulfed in the blazing fires of the sun as he spoke fiercely. When a tree stands out in the forest, the wind will surely fell it. Let him revel for a while. When the time is ripe, we shall obliterate his celestial court. His gaze was sharp, and his decisive demeanor was befitting that of a born ruler. Tai Yi sensed his brother's murderous intent, his own expression turning fierce. When the time comes, we shall destroy his celestial court. The Eastern King was blissfully unaware that the establishment of his celestial court marked the beginning of his impending calamity. He was currently planning how to transform the celestial court into the foremost power beneath the saints of the wasteland. The celestial court has just been established, making it the perfect time to seek development. Why, loyal ministers, do you have any good strategies? The Eastern King, seated in the highest position within the hall, surveyed his subjects. Your Majesty, I have a plan. Xian Gizi spoke up. Chancellor, please share. I believe, Your Majesty, that your prestige spans the wasteland. Now is the time to recruit powerful individuals to strengthen our celestial court. Xian Gizi proposed, wholeheartedly aiming for the court's growth. Recruiting powerful individuals, the Eastern King pondered briefly. This was indeed a sound strategy. Are there any strong individuals you are aware of? Although the 108 great Luo Golden Immortals comprise the 36 heavenly generals and 72 earthly fiends, the vastness of the wasteland was home to countless top-tier powerhouses. His current strength was still insufficient. He needed to attract top-tier individuals. Your Majesty, I have a suitable candidate, Xian Gizi said with cupped hands. Who? The Western Queen Mother. The Western Queen Mother? Instantly, the image of the Western Queen Mother appeared in the Eastern King's mind. Adorned with a phoenix crown, exuding grace and beauty. His heart stirred, and he cleared his throat lightly. The Western Queen Mother is indeed an excellent choice. Your Majesty is wise. The Western Queen Mother possesses remarkable lineage and strength, and you too would be well matched. If you were to forge a partnership with her, harmonizing yin and yang, it would be a match made in heaven. Your prestige would surely soar, and who would dare to withhold their allegiance? Xian Gizi eloquently articulated the benefits of such an alliance. What do you all think, my ministers? The Eastern King inquired symbolically. Forming a partnership with the Western Queen Mother? Chancellor, you truly understand my heart. It is all up to Your Majesty's decision. Excellent, splendid, the Eastern King exclaimed, waving his hand. Quickly prepare for this matter. I shall personally journey to the Kunlun Yaoqi to demonstrate my sincerity. The news of the Eastern King's desire to ally with the Western Queen Mother spread like wildfire. Ian Yunmings, Bai Zhe, Gu Wang, and Gu Che gathered to discuss. They were amazed by the news of the Red Cloud intercepting Kuanpeng and establishing the Dao text. Upon hearing of the Eastern King's intentions, the three instantly rose in fury. What? Someone dares to covet senior sister Western Queen Mother? Among the disciples, who was unaware that senior sister Western Queen Mother held deep feelings for the master, yearning only to find his whereabouts, Let us quickly summon our fellow disciples and act in unison. Let this leader of the myriad immortals understand why flowers bloom so brightly. We cannot allow the world to underestimate the disciples of the esteemed Tai Xian Taoist. Chapter 30, Tao Friend. I must return to mate the Sao at the back mountain. At Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou. Senior brother Hong Yun. Bai Zhe has urgent matters to discuss. The divine beast Bai Zhe arrived outside Wuzhuang Temple. Shortly after, the red-haired Hong Yun strode out, his face brightening upon seeing Bai Zhe. Today, the magpies are chirping. It seems Bai Zhe has come to visit. Hong Yun affectionately placed his hand on Bai Zhe's shoulder and whispered, "How did you know I was here?" Bai Zhe raised an eyebrow, glancing around, and seeing that Jin Yuanzi was absent, he grinned slyly. "Senior brother Hong Yun, the ginseng fruit tree has not yet arrived." "Where else could you be?" Hong Yun chuckled. "Bai Zhe, you truly are clever. The urgent matter you mentioned pertains to news of the master." Bai Zhe shook his head, saying, "There is still no news of the master. However, someone intends to covet senior sister Western Queen Mother." Upon hearing this, Hong Yun's expression sharpened, and he glared angrily. "Who dares to have designs on senior sister Western Queen Mother? You must know that she is of extraordinary talent. A leading figure among our peers. She has comprehended the laws of time to 70%, surpassing even me. More importantly, in my eyes, she could very well be the future mistress." "Who has the audacity to covet the future mistress?" "The Eastern King, that little rascal, the Eastern King. Has he grown a lion's heart?" "Indeed, Gu Che and Gu Wang have already gone to notify the others, preparing to wait outside senior sister Western Queen Mother's abode for him to walk right into the trap." Bai Zhe revealed his plan. "Let us depart." Meanwhile, across the wasteland, countless powerful beings quietly flew towards Kunlun Mountain and the Yaoqi. Within the celestial court, the Eastern King stood with an air of authority. "Chancellor Turtle, if I were to go unannounced, would it not be presumptuous towards Tao Friend Western Queen Mother?" After pondering for a moment, Xian Gizi replied, "Perhaps it would be best to find a mediator to accompany your majesty. With your extraordinary talent and the mediator's guidance, what reason would there be for the Western Queen Mother to refuse?" The Eastern King heartily patted Xian Gizi on the shoulder, laughing joyfully. "Chancellor Turtle, you are indeed the wise sage of my celestial court. Which powerful being shall we invite as a mediator? Your Majesty, you flatter me excessively. As far as I am aware, the three pure ones. The esteemed beings also have their abode on Kunlun Mountain. Surely, they must be acquainted with the West Queen Mother. If we could persuade the three pure ones to act as intermediaries for your Majesty." The Eastern King murmured, "Three pure friends? The three pure ones are held in the highest regard throughout the primordial chaos. If we could indeed secure their assistance, this matter would be almost guaranteed." With a grand gesture, the Eastern King commanded, "General Niu, heed my orders, at your service. I have heard that the leader of the three pure ones, the great Purity Laozi, has a penchant for alchemy. Go swiftly, prepare sufficient spiritual roots and fruits, and carry my edict to invite the three pure ones to descend from their mountain to mediate for me. I shall obey." The head of the 36 heavenly stars, Taoist Niu, received the decree and hastily set off. A month later, General Niu returned. "Your Majesty, I am fortunate not to have failed in my mission." The Eastern King had long awaited this moment. Having already prepared the betrothal gifts, 3 innate spiritual treasures and 9 postnatal treasures, a truly substantial investment. Now, with the 3 pure ones agreeing to mediate on his behalf, everything was in place. Dressed in a resplendent robe of purple gold, adorned with a crown of red feathers, and wielding the innate spiritual treasure cane gifted by Hong Jun, the Eastern King appeared invigorated and imposing. The celestial court was alive with the sound of gongs and drums. Leading the celestial army, the Eastern King set forth towards the Yaoqi paradise on Kunlun Mountain. The 36 heavenly stars and 72 earthly fiends traversed the primordial skies like a dark cloud looming over a city. Their presence, overwhelmingly grand at it, was as if they had a personal soundtrack playing. With great spirit, I charge forth. As the multitude gazes in awe, everywhere they passed, countless beings turned their heads in astonishment. But why such a tremendous display from the Eastern King? I heard from a friend serving in the celestial court that they are seeking to recruit talented individuals. Do you know? The Eastern King aims to become a Tao partner with the West Queen Mother. the one whose beauty and grace are unparalleled, equally matched by her strength and character, truly an exquisite gem of the primordial chaos. The Eastern King, being the foremost among the myriad immortals, favored by the sages, would make a splendid partner, yet the West Queen Mother has always been aloof, ethereal and noble, her strength unfathomable. In that moment, the Eastern King became the focal point of the entire primordial chaos, feeling the attention and astonishment of the myriad beings. The Eastern King's lips involuntarily curled into a smile, thinking to himself, with such magnificent momentum and grand spectacle, the West Queen Mother would surely be pleased. Once united with her, it would undoubtedly be a formidable alliance. Beneath the sages, the celestial court would reign supreme. On Kunlun Mountain, two Taoists were enjoying tea amid the mountains. The Eastern King, upon seeing them, rejoiced. "I have the pleasure of meeting you, Taoist Taching and Taoist Yuching. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Indeed, they were lousy and Yuan Shid no matter. The Eastern King's grand venture is a testament to his sincere feelings for the West Queen Mother," remarked Yuan Shi upon seeing the Eastern King and his entourage. "This journey requires the assistance of both Taoist friends," the Eastern King chuckled. Yet, he noticed that Laozi and Yuan Shi were present, but not the Taoist Tongtian. The three pure ones are always closely related. Could it be that Taoist Tongtian had pressing matters and could not attend? The Eastern King pondered on why third brother Tongtian must be gathering with his friends and is unable to come. Laozi stroked his white beard and said, "More than 10 days ago, someone claiming to be Tongtian's junior brother invited him away. Hence Tongtian is unaware that Laozi and Yuan Shi are here to mediate for the Eastern King." The Eastern King thought, with Laozi and Yuan Shi accompanying him, the absence of Taoist Tongtian was of little consequence. He then clasped his hands and said, "I understand now. I appreciate the efforts of both Taoist friends. Let us set forth." Before long, they approached the West Queen Mother's retreat. Outside the Yaoqi paradise, over 2,000 great Luo golden immortals awaited. The Eastern King was momentarily taken aback. Then he saw that Taoist Tongtian was among them, and his spirit soared. This was clearly the three pure ones rallying to support him. Over 2,000 great Luo golden immortals. The three pure ones are indeed prominent figures in the primordial chaos. With a single call, they gathered in droves. His initial decision to invite the three pure ones as his mediators had proven to be exceptionally wise. However, Laozi and Yuan Shi stood frozen, brows furrowed. Wasn't Tongtian supposed to be with his fellow disciples? Why was he here? Yuan Shi quietly conveyed to Laozi. "Elder brother, the female demoness is also present." Both instinctively recoiled. Laozi suddenly recalled that among the 2,000 great Luo golden immortals, many had attended Hongjuan's teachings in the Chaos Purple Cloud's palace. These beings were all disciples of the third brother, Tongtian. It seemed the West Queen Mother was also a senior sister to this group, closely related to the likes of Hutu and Yuhua. Laozi and Yuan Shi exchanged glances, sensing something unusual. This group was certainly not here to mediate for the Eastern King. Thus, they hurriedly bowed to the Eastern King. "Eastern King Dao friend? I must return to mate the sow in the back mountain. I shall take my leave with that." They did not wait for the Eastern King's response and swiftly rode the clouds away from this perilous place. Chapter 31. Could it be that I have been exposed? No matter. I extend my gratitude to both Taoist friends for guiding the way. The Eastern King was unaware of why Laozi and Yuan Shi had retreated, but was lost in joy. Striding forward, as he walked, he clasped his hands and said, "I am immensely grateful that you Tao friends could take time out of your busy schedules to come and support me. Once this matter is concluded, I shall prepare a modest feast in the celestial court to express my gratitude to all." He sought to seize this opportunity to forge alliances with these powerful beings. If he could befriend this formidable assembly, it would be but a matter of time to solidify and bolster the celestial court. Countless onlookers were both impressed and bewildered. Truly, the Eastern King, designated as the foremost among the myriad immortals by the sages, had gathered such a multitude of powerful beings to support him. Upon closer inspection, the Eastern King appeared quite handsome. "I am considering joining the celestial court." But suddenly, all the onlookers fell silent, staring in shock at the dramatic scene unfolding. For the spirited Eastern King was unexpectedly kicked to the ground by a red-haired man. Without warning, What was happening? Who could explain this sudden turn of events? Were not these individuals summoned by the Eastern King to provide support? The red-haired figure pressed his foot against the Eastern King's cheek. Is it you, brat, who harbors designs on my senior sister? After listening to Hongjuan's teachings, the Eastern King had reached the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Yet beneath the red-haired man's foot, he found himself utterly powerless to resist. The Eastern King trembled, having lost all semblance of the lofty pride he once held. How could he not realize that these were certainly not the allies summoned by Laozi and Yuan Shi? Misunderstanding. This is undoubtedly a misunderstanding. Senior sister? Who is your senior sister? Could it be? Over 2,000 great Luo Golden Immortals surrounded him. Nuwa, Hutu, Tongtian, Xianxi, Bai Zhe. Each one a pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, exceeding even the Eastern King's comprehension. Each bore a fearsome countenance, glaring at him with fury. The Eastern King's heart quaked. Trembling, he exclaimed, I am the sage designated foremost among the myriad immortals of the primordial chaos. How dare you lay hands on me? The Eastern King invoked Hongjuan's name, implying that any action against him would equate to disrespecting the sage. You think too highly of yourself, scoffed one of the primordial 5 insects. The ghosts are in truth. The Eastern King was merely an arbitrary title bestowed by Hongjun. Foremost among the myriad immortals. What a grand title, fellow disciples. This brat dares to covet the West Queen Mother. How should we deal with him? The Master has said, when it is time to act, we must act. The disciples of Tai Xian Daoist shall not allow others to scheme. Seize him. The Eastern King screamed in agony. Prime Minister Gue, General Niu, quickly come to my aid. The tortoise minister instinctively retreated, shouting, 36 heavenly stars, 72 earthly fiends, valiant sons of the celestial court, quickly come to the rescue. Having shouted, he shrank back and vanished among the ranks of his fellow generals. The 36 heavenly stars and 72 earthly fiends witnessed the Eastern King in dire straits and shouted, Our sovereign is in peril. How can we stand idly by? Indeed, how can we watch our sovereign suffer? Charge! 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 The celestial court's army surged forth like a stampede of thousands of horses, exuding a spirit of valiant sacrifice. Yet, the direction in which they charged was entirely opposite to where the Eastern King was positioned. The 36 heavenly stars, 72 earthly fiends, along with the loyal Prime Minister Gue, actually led their forces in retreat. The onlookers stared in disbelief at the fearless celestial army. They had not merely watched the Eastern King suffer in silence. They had not stood by idly, because they had fled. Even in retreat, was it possible to be so refreshingly unconventional? Meanwhile, the red-haired man, Xianxi, and the others took turns mercilessly beating the Eastern King. Each astounding divine power struck down upon him without restraint, and each blow seemed to have been meticulously calculated to fall within the Eastern King's threshold of endurance. Thus, he remained suspended in a state of breathlessness. How brutal! I am the sage designated. Foremost among the myriad immortals. Do you not fear the sage's wrath? O noble heroes, spare my life. I no longer dare. The anguished cries of Dong Wanggong echo through the heavens, sending chills down the spines of countless onlookers. After 3 hours, the punishment inflicted upon Dong Wanggong finally ceased. His eyes, clouded and devoid of life, reflected a profound despair. The vast reservoir of his powers had dwindled to nearly nothing. Even a mere sow could now trample upon him at will. They refrained from delivering a fatal blow to Dong Wanggong, for Chen Xian had once proclaimed that his retribution would be exacted upon Di Jun and Tai Yi. With a swift kick from Hong Yun, Dong Wanggong transformed into a shooting star, streaking across the sky. This lesson would surely remain engraved in his memory for a lifetime. In the original trajectory of the primordial age, Dong Wanggong was the foremost of male immortals, while Shi Wangmu held the title of the foremost female immortal, united in matrimony through the mediation of Laozi. Yet now, Shi Wangmu had taken Chen Xian as her master, comprehending the laws of time, and devoted herself solely to accompanying him. The multitude of Chen Xian's disciples, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, introduced unforeseen variables, leading to deviations in the original trajectory of the primordial age. Countless beings gazed upon the battered Dong Wanggong, who was cast back to Penglai Immortal Mountain, gasping in horror. How cruel! This group of individuals must never be provoked again. The tale of Dong Wanggong's defeat before the realm of Yaoqi swiftly spread throughout the primordial age, accompanied by the reverberation of Chen Xian's title, Taishan Daoran. Have you heard? The chief of the immortals, Dong Wanggong, has been ruthlessly beaten. Dong Wanggong, a figure appointed by the sages as the leader of the immortals in the primordial age. Who would dare to lay a hand on him? I personally witnessed over 2,000 Deluo Jingxian take turns mercilessly assaulting Dong Wanggong. What a tragic sight. Where did these 2,000 Deluo Jingxian come from? I heard with my own ears that they claimed to be disciples of Taishan Daoran. Taishan Daoran? Who is this remarkable figure capable of training such a vast array of powerful beings? Good heavens! Even the likes of Tong Tian, Nu Hua, Hong Yun, and Shi Wangmu are his disciples? It is truly terrifying, unbelievable. Where is Taishan Daoran? Is he still accepting disciples? At this moment, Chen Xian's name had become widely known throughout the primordial ag.as. He activated the Grand Mountain Ceiling Formation and drifted into a peaceful slumber. A sense of unease stirred within him. Suddenly awakening, he pondered, why do I feel so disconcerted? Could it be that I have been exposed? With a thought, he promptly checked the mountain ceiling formation. A sigh of relief escaped his lips. Fortunately, this place conceals the heavenly secrets. Even if I were exposed, there is no need to worry about anyone seeking me out. Chen Xian calmed his slightly turbulent thoughts and muttered, Dear disciples descending the mountain, please do not expose me. I merely wish to survive and return to the modern world. Chapter 32. Could it be? This is my golden finger? Time in the primordial age is timeless, and years pass unnoticed. A millennium has quietly slipped away. The six-eared macaque, seated in meditation and absorbing spiritual energy, wore a proud smile. I have already brushed against the threshold of the Deluo Jingxian realm. Within 3 days, I shall step into that exalted status. It has barely been 5,000 years since I encountered Chen Xian. The six-eared macaque, a Tai Yi Jingxian, is now poised to challenge the Deluo Jingxian realm. Such innate talent places him among the foremost powers of the primordial age, largely thanks to the advanced breathing techniques taught by Chen Xian. Every day, the six-eared macaque cycles through the heavens, advancing at an astonishing pace. 3 days later, as anticipated, colorful clouds rose from the sea of clouds, and spiritual energy surged forth. It flooded into the body of the six-eared macaque, who closed his eyes and radiated an aura of profound mystery. With the emergence of blooming golden lotuses, the sound of Taoist melodies echoed. The 3 flowers gathered at the crown, and the 5 energies converged upon the origin. He had ascended to the Deluo Jingxian realm. The six-eared macaque slowly opened his eyes and scampered before Chen Xian, expressing his gratitude. Thanks to the grace of my master, I have achieved the realm of Deluo Jingxian. With that, he promptly bowed 3 times. Chen Xian's expression shifted with surprise, exclaiming, You truly have ascended to the Deluo Jingxian realm? Well done. This accomplishment is entirely due to your diligent cultivation. In the primordial age, one's lineage is indeed of great significance. Taking in this clever creature, oh no, this six-eared macaque, was truly a wise choice. Yet, I wonder when I, as a mere lazy fish, will achieve success in my own cultivation. Receiving Chen Xian's praise, the six-eared macaque scratched the back of his head and grinned. Master, when I ascended to the Deluo Jingxian realm, I seemed to awaken a divine ability. Please guide me. A divine ability? Chen Xian was momentarily taken aback. Could it be a divine ability inherited from the mischievous primordial ape? Awakened upon reaching the Deluo Jingxian realm? In the primordial age, those with extraordinary lineage, especially those descended from the chaotic demons, often inherit powerful techniques or divine abilities. Just as the essence of Pangu transformed into the 12 ancestors of sorcery, who instinctively comprehended the profound arts, the six-eared macaque was born with a talent for eavesdropping. Now, having ascended to the Deluo Jingxian realm, he awakens yet another divine ability. Show me a demonstration. Chen Xian said, a hint of unease in his voice. The six-eared macaque retrieved his innate weapon, the primordial spirit treasure, the heart's desire iron rod, and announced, Master, behold. The six-eared macaque leaped into the vast dojo. Shouting, the demon ape descends upon the world, roar. With a resounding roar, the six-eared macaque's momentum surged to its peak. In an instant, the skies shifted, and boundless might coalesced around him. The six-eared macaque's form grew gigantic, as if a shadow followed him, poised to break the shackles of heaven and earth. Truly, it resembled a fearsome and powerful demon ape descending upon the world, ready to battle the heavens and earth. It seemed that even a casual strike from him could obliterate a Deluojinxian at the early stage and severely injure one at the mid-stage. It is worth noting that the six-eared macaque had only just ascended to the Deluojinxian realm. The sheer terror of it all. Master, this divine ability of mine, demon ape descends upon the world, simulates the essence and spirit of the primordial god mischievous primordial ape, strengthening myself with the power of heaven and earth. As if the primordial god himself has returned. What do you think? The six-eared macaque said with great pride. Chen Xian gazed at the immense form of the six-eared macaque, pondering, six-eared seeks my guidance. Yet I haven't even grasped the breathing techniques. How can I offer instruction? Chen Xian had prepared his words. Six-eared, your technique, demon ape descends upon the world, is indeed as fierce as the mischievous primordial ape's resurgence. But it lacks the essence of the mischievous primordial ape ahem. Who knows what essence is? I'll just wing it for now. However, as Chen Xian's gaze remained fixed on the towering six-eared macaque, a myriad of visions flooded his mind. Countless six-eared macaques executing demon ape descends upon the world. Each movement, form, and essence was distinctly unique. Gradually, these myriad figures merged into one, deeply imprinted upon Chen Xian's consciousness. With a subtle shift in thought, Chen Xian attempted to channel his understanding of the divine ability demon ape descends upon the world. In an instant, before the astonished gaze of the six-eared macaque, a colossal figure, akin to the manifestation of a celestial law, gradually came into focus. The aura grew increasingly robust and magnificent. It was a gigantic demon ape. Its visage fearsome and terrifying, as if it harbored boundless power. With a single howl, the heavens trembled. It felt surreal. It seemed that I have indeed mastered this technique. Chen Xian murmured in astonishment, though it felt somewhat different. The divine ability of the six-eared macaque appeared to embody the mischievous primordial ape, while Chen Xian's interpretation seemed akin to summoning the mischievous primordial ape itself. The six-eared macaque, witnessing the gigantic demon ape behind Chen Xian, was filled with disbelief. After a moment of daze, his eyes reddened, and with a thud, he knelt down. Father God. The demon ape behind Chen Xian was none other than the chaotic demon god, the mischievous primordial ape. Could it be that the chaotic demon god has been reborn, and the mischievous primordial ape has returned to the world? The six-eared macaque, born from the primordial essence of the mischievous primordial ape, naturally revered it as his father, just as the three pure ones and the ancestors of sorcery revered Pangu as their father. Chen Xian, invoking the divine ability demon ape descends upon the world, materialized the shadow of the mischievous primordial ape. As this figure emerged, the black-clad youth in the heavens felt a sense of turmoil. A powerful chaotic demon god pressed down upon him, rendering him breathless. A presence of Tao-level aura has appeared in the primordial age? Where is it? Where does it originate? The black-clad youth searched the primordial realm again and again, almost conducting a thorough search. Yet, he could not ascertain the source of this Tao-level presence. The black-clad youth had a premonition that this was undoubtedly the source of the numerous variables. He understood that this individual was not the Yangmei Dao Run that Hong Jun perceived. I must uncover your identity, the black-clad youth declared coldly. I cannot allow uncontrollable factors to emerge in the primordial age. Hong Jun awoke from his meditation, suddenly feeling an overwhelming pressure surging forth. He pondered, the previously elusive Yangmei Dao Ren has been secretly located. At this moment, far within the depths of chaos, where does this Tao-level presence originate? Could it be that Yang Mei is not the mastermind behind it all? Chen Xian himself stood in awe before the lifelike massive demon ape. I only observed the six-eared macaque execute the demon ape descends upon the world technique once. Not only did I learn it, but I also modified it, perfecting it even further. Something feels amiss. Chen Xian was entirely unaware of the formidable power embodied in the chaotic shadow of the primordial demon ape he had conjured. Did he truly believe that he possessed an extraordinary talent for comprehending divine abilities? Surely, his perceptiveness must be unparalleled. Aside from the amusing notion of a golden finger, could it be that this is my golden finger as well? Chen Xian pondered, stroking his chin. Chapter 33. Days filled with hope. At this moment, Chen Xian had yet to contemplate the advancements in his own cultivation. However, the six-eared macaque was utterly astonished upon witnessing the chaotic shadow of the primordial demon ape that Chen Xian had summoned. It was an existence nearly akin to a true form. Die in awe, he exclaimed, "Master, your divine powers are unparalleled, and you have directly manifested the shadow of the Father God, comparable to the descent of a true entity." This was a genuine statement from the six-eared macaque. Chen Xian assumed that the six-eared macaque was merely flattering him and responded with a faint smile. This particular divine ability is incredibly formidable. If you can embody even a fraction of the essence of the primordial demon ape, you shall become a force of destruction. With a casual wave of his hand, the shadow of the primordial demon ape transformed into specks of starlight. Drifting away on the wind, essence, Master, may I inquire what the essence of the Father God primordial demon ape is? The six-eared macaque seemed to have grasped the crux of the matter. Chen Xian's lips twitched slightly as he hesitated. To battle the heavens and clash with the earth. Battle. Clash with the heavens and the earth? The six-eared macaque's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. Indeed. He began to contemplate while caressing his innate weapon, the heart's desire iron rod. Chen Xian felt a sense of disappointment, thinking how fortunate it was that he had managed to divert attention from his lack of understanding. Hastily, he exited the immortal herb garden to relieve himself. While doing so, he heard the resounding voice of the six-eared macaque echoing from the dojo. Roar, battle, battle. I demand that the heavens no longer obscure my sight. I demand that the earth can no longer bury my heart. I want all beings to comprehend my will. I want all the gods and demons to vanish into thin air. Chen Xian nearly halted mid-relief. This foolish monkey, how dare you steal Sun Wukong's lines? Did you somehow acquire Sun Wukong's script? Are you planning to cause a ruckus in the heavenly palace or journey to the western paradise? That shouldn't be the case. Was the six-eared macaque genuinely intending to transform into the primordial demon ape? The days ahead seemed to hold increasing promise. Observing the flourishing and rapidly growing spiritual roots, Chen Xian mused to himself. Although he couldn't quite grasp the intricacies of the advanced breathing technique, the six-eared macaque had reaped immense benefits, having already ascended to the rank of Deluo Golden Immortal. Furthermore, he had discovered 2 golden fingers, the ability to enhance spiritual roots through his unique method and his extraordinary comprehension. If he could truly return to the modern world, wouldn't his future life be delightful? A millennium passed. Under Chen Xian's diligent nurturing, the various spiritual roots in the Taiyun Mountain Immortal Herb Garden bore an abundance of ripe fruit. Apart from the top-grade and supreme innate spiritual roots, the fragrance of the fruit wafted through the air, rich and enticing. Master, look at that postnatal supreme spiritual root, the red dragon fruit. It has yielded 360 fruits. The postnatal inferior spiritual root, the greenwood apricot, boasted a total of 200. Wow! The innate medium-grade spiritual root, the azure water peach, has also produced 68 fruits. The six-eared macaque swallowed hard, gazing hungrily at the myriad tempting fruits. Unable to contain his joy, Chen Xian playfully flicked the back of the six-eared macaque's head and, looking at the bountiful spiritual fruits, sighed, "These are all the fruits of my labor." His heart swelled with a sense of accomplishment. Reaching out, he plucked a greenwood apricot and bit into it. The crisp sweetness melted in his mouth, a refreshing stream flowing through his body. It was the rich spiritual energy coursing within him. Suddenly, a thought struck Chen Xian. If I cannot absorb the spiritual energy through the breathing technique, could eating these spiritual fruits allow me to derive energy? Indeed, it was as he suspected. God had closed a door on him, but through his unique method, he had been granted a window. The purpose of his golden finger was to facilitate the growth of his spiritual roots and then to devour the spiritual fruits until invincible. Seeing Chen Xian take a bite of the greenwood apricot, the six-eared macaque swallowed and licked his lips, asking, "Master, how does it taste?" Chen Xian hadn't yet instructed him to pick any, so he dared not act impulsively. Coming back to his senses, Chen Xian replied with a smile. Why not pick one and find out for yourself? We mustn't waste any. Gather all the ripe spiritual fruits and preserve them. I need them for breaking through to higher realms. The commencement of Chen Xian's dream of cultivating immortality rested upon these spiritual fruits. He had yet to fully explore the invincibility of his own cultivation. Yes, master. The six-eared macaque, as if granted a reprieve, joyfully leaped into the branches. Extending his powerful right arm, he swiftly maneuvered through the trees, disappearing in an instant. In no time. Thousands of baskets were brimming with spiritual fruits. Each fruit possessed its unique efficacy. Whether to transform into spiritual energy to enhance cultivation, to calm the mind and solidify the Tao heart, or to embody the principles of understanding the Great Path, if placed in the primordial times, they would undoubtedly attract countless individuals vying for them, igniting a bloody storm. The six-eared macaque grew increasingly jubilant, stuffing his cheeks with azure water peaches, exclaiming, Master, I must transplant all the spiritual roots from Taiyun Mountain into the immortal herb garden. Chen Xian nodded in satisfaction. That is an excellent idea. As evening descended, layers of twilight painted the western sky, the setting sun's afterglow weaving through, ultimately cascading down onto Taiyun Mountain. The natural dojo atop Taiyun Mountain was already filled with spiritual roots. Chen Xian reclined there, feeling extraordinarily at ease. This simple and leisurely life was truly intoxicating. To be a couch potato in such a setting was a dream come true for many. Master, with so many spiritual fruits, there must be at least a few million, right? Are we going to eat them all? The six-eared macaque, rubbing his round belly, let out a satisfied burp. He felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment, even more so than when he ascended to Deluo Golden Immortal. This was undoubtedly the pinnacle of a monkey's life. Master, I chose wisely. Chen Xian closed his eyes, contemplating how to manage these spiritual fruits. If he were to consume all these millions of fruits, how long would it take? Was there a method to preserve these immortal fruits for an extended period without losing their spiritual essence? That's right. Ferment these spiritual fruits into immortal wine. The longer it ages, the more refined it becomes. When he returned to the modern world, a mere jar would astonish the world with its unparalleled rarity. Indeed, let us brew the wine. He instructed. Six-eared, turn all these spiritual fruits into wine. Before long, the entire Taiyun Mountain was suffused with the intoxicating aroma of the fermented fruits. The concentration of spiritual energy throughout Taiyun Mountain ascended to a new level. Within the palace, countless jars of immortal wine were meticulously lined up. The six-eared macaque's face flushed red, clutching a wine cup, staggering as he walked, already intoxicated. With a thud, he rolled down the mountain. Chen Xian chuckled in disbelief. This silly macaque, a dignified Deluo Golden Immortal, had gotten drunk and tumbled down the mountain. Before long, the six-eared macaque clambered back up, albeit in a daze, cradling something in his arms. It appeared to be an egg. Six-eared, boil that egg for me. I wish to change up the flavor, to replenish my nutrition, Chen Xian said languidly. Having dined solely on spiritual fruits and drank the immortal brew for so long, the arrival of an egg was a timely change of pace. The six-eared macaque jolted to attention and promptly began the boiling process. However, this egg seemed to be no ordinary one. Chapter 34. Your Majesty, you haven't received your salary yet by the Eastern Sea. On Mount Panglai, the Eastern King had only just begun to regain a semblance of vitality after 1,000 years of recuperation. His complexion was dull and lifeless, his gaze murky. He cracked his parched lips and, in a hoarse and gravely voice, uttered, Where are the generals of my celestial court? Outside the celestial court hall, a sparse sound of footsteps could be heard. Xian Guizi, San Tiangang, Ji Sha, and 10 cleaning ladies. Once, there were 36 heavenly generals, 72 earthly fiends, and 1,000,000 soldiers, exuding unmatched grandeur. Now, the scene was quite desolate. Minister Turtle, what rumors circulate about me in the outside world? The Eastern King inquired. Xian Guizi, the minister, hesitated to respond. Speak freely. I can bear it. Rumors abound that your Majesty desires to court the unattainable. The Eastern King was furious, slamming his hand on the nearby dragon-patterned Zetan table. Roaring, Where is General Niu? Tear that person's mouth apart. Xian Guizi tugged at the corner of his mouth, replying, Your Majesty, General Niu has resigned. I bestowed upon him the title of the foremost among the 36 heavenly generals and treated him generously. How could he betray me? The Eastern King's anger intensified, dark lines etched across his face. Your Majesty, General Niu said. Said what? He stated that the Celestial Court no longer has soldiers for him to command. That he no longer feels the thrill of wielding power. Xian Guizi relayed General Niu's words. The Eastern King, who had been stabilized in his ailment, now felt an impulse to spurt blood. It seemed he had never genuinely intended to serve the heavenly court for the Eastern King, but merely sought the thrill of dominance. After a long pause, the Eastern King sighed. Minister Turtle, you remain loyal and steadfast. Never abandoning me, Xian Guizi pressed his lips together and produced a letter from his bosom. Handing it to the Eastern King, it was unmistakably a resignation letter. Your Majesty, I am advanced in years and no longer fit to serve as the minister of the Celestial Court. I humbly request Your Majesty's permission to retire to my hometown. Xian Guizi concluded his words, and the remaining 3 days of Gangqi and Disha also presented their resignation letters. Dong Wanggong felt a surge of emotion, a torrent of curses nearly escaping his lips. When a wall collapses, everyone pushes. When a tree falls, the monkeys scatter. I am the saint's appointed leader of the primordial immortals. And when the saint delivers his second sermon, I shall certainly present myself before him and vehemently denounce the misdeeds of the disciples under Tai Xian Daoren. The saint will undoubtedly take my side. I shall rise again, Dong Wanggong fervently reassured himself. After Xian Guizi and the others departed, only 10 cleaning ladies remained, their gazes fervently fixed on Dong Wanggong. The warmth enveloped his heart as he caught sight of these ladies who were still willing to follow him, unwavering in their loyalty. There is indeed sincere affection among mortals. At the pinnacle, one encounters hypocritical support, while at dusk, devoted followers bear witness. These are the very pillars of my resurgence. Dong Wanggong gathered his spirits and symbolically inquired, Why do you not depart? The ladies fidgeted, and finally, one timidly spoke. Your Majesty, you have yet to distribute the wages. Wages? Is this truly the moment to discuss wages? Dong Wanggong found himself momentarily speechless. Everything turned dark before his eyes, and he fainted. The self-proclaimed orthodoxy of the Celestial Court had not even risen before it had begun to decline. For 7,000 years, the desolate and mournful winds swept across the Penglai Fairy Mountain. At long last, Dong Wanggong awaited the day of Hong Jun's second sermon. His murky eyes brimmed with tears of excitement. Leaning on his dragon-headed cane, he dragged his frail body forward, limping along. Thankfully, he possessed the innate spiritual treasure, the dragon-headed cane bestowed by Hong Jun. Otherwise, with his remaining strength, he could not even traverse the chaos. The Tao ancestor finally commenced the second sermon. I must present myself before him and inform him of the misdeeds of those disciples under Tai Xian Daoren. I beseech the Tao ancestor to advocate for me. He finally arrived at the Chaos Purple Cloud Palace. Sensing the presence of numerous powerful beings ahead, Dong Wanggong felt a surge of joy. The saint's charisma remains formidable. Once the saint issues a command, countless strong individuals will join my celestial court. How could I worry about a lack of followers? When the time comes, I shall lead an army to teach those disciples under Tai Xian a lesson. Lest they dare to act arrogantly before me, the leader of the primordial immortals. Humph! The likes of Lao Zi, Yuan Shi, and others greeted each other outside. Dong Wanggong was just about to speak when he abruptly closed his mouth. Why do some of these faces seem so familiar? Good heavens! It appears that those individuals are right here. Those 2,000 or so Deluo golden immortals who had once surrounded and assaulted him. How did they also come here? This is truly terrifying. Dong Wanggong shuddered as the fear buried deep within surged forth. He quickly turned away, concealing his presence, hiding at the back of the crowd. Terrified of being discovered and subsequently dragged out for another beating. The great doors of the Purple Cloud Palace creaked open. Hao Tian and Yao Qi emerged from within. They no longer bore the naivety of their previous sermon. They appeared as young men and women, especially Yao Qi, who blossomed like a budding flower, delicate and graceful. Surely, in the future, she will possess unparalleled beauty and grace in the primordial realm. Hao Tian called out. Dear brothers and sisters, the Tao ancestor has proclaimed 3,000 fated ones. His second sermon is about to begin. Please enter in an orderly fashion. 3,000 fated ones? Will it be like last time? With only 3,000 fortunate enough to hear the Tao ancestor's sermon? The great Tao encompasses 3,000, and so do the fated ones. How exquisite! The crowd hurriedly entered the chaos purple cloud palace. Fearful of losing their places, Brother Tong Tian, please go ahead. Sister Nuwa, you first. Brother Bai Zhe, you are here too, Dong Wang Gong observed, disdain filling his heart. They are such naive souls. Listening to the saint's sermon requires a sense of fate. Without talent, no matter how good the position, it is of no use. I shall allow that group of villains to enter first, and I shall make my grand entrance last. After all, I am the leader of the primordial immortals. Those who had once assaulted him finally all entered the purple cloud palace. Dong Wang Gong adjusted his attire, licked his cracked, pale lips, and, with his hands clasped behind his back, strode forward with an air of pride. As if he were once again the leader of the primordial immortals. A tremendous sound echoed as the great doors of the chaos purple cloud palace shut. A voice from the Tao child Yao Qi rang out. The Tao ancestor said 3,000 fated ones. The number has been reached. Those at the back, please return. Dong Wang Gong? 3,000 fated ones? The number is full. Am I the 3,001st? As the leader of the primordial immortals, how can I lack a place to hear the Tao? Dong Wang Gong howled in desperation. Yet, amidst the vast chaos, his voice could not penetrate the tightly closed doors of the purple cloud palace. Chapter 35. The method of slaying corpses is boundless and profound. Only the pinnacle powers of this era can comprehend it. Inside the purple cloud palace, Hong Jun donned a purple Taoist robe, emanating an aura of celestial grace and immense power. After a prolonged retreat, he seemed to have made some progress in his cultivation. He casually inquired of Hao Tian and Yao Qi, have there been any significant events in the primordial realm recently? Yao Qi replied, thanks to the Tao ancestors' blessings, the primordial realm has remained peaceful, and the beings coexist harmoniously. Harmoniously? If Dong Wang Gong outside were to hear this, he would surely spit out a mouthful of blood. How harmonious indeed! Harmonious enough for those 2,000 Deluo golden immortals to unite and gang up on one. Excellent, excellent. Hong Jun stroked his white goat beard, nodding in agreement. He then turned his gaze toward the powerful beings present for the sermon. Many unfamiliar faces appeared, yet overall, their strength surpassed that of the last sermon by a considerable margin. The weakest among them were already mid-stage Deluo golden immortals, with peak Deluo golden immortals in abundance. This sermon, focusing on the path to quasi-sainthood, will last 3,000 years. You must listen attentively and not become negligent. Hong Jun began to speak leisurely. Many powerful beings' eyes sparkled. Most of them had been trapped at the peak of Deluo golden immortals for far too long, lacking any means of further cultivation, resulting in stagnation in their realms. For instance, Lao Zi of the Three Pure Ones. For instance, the two from the west. Yuan Shi cast a glance at the third brother, Tong Tian, who was holding the Qing Ping sword, silently vowing, this time, I will be the first to break through to quasi-sainthood. Above Deluo lies the saint, yet the path to becoming a saint is long and arduous. Thus, embarking on the path to sainthood is akin to becoming a quasi-saint. As Hong Jun began to expound, his ethereal Tao voice resonated throughout the purple cloud palace. The audience held their breath, ears perked, not daring to be distracted, fearful of missing even a single detail. I observed that all beings possess the three notions of greed, anger, and ignorance. By introspecting, one can discern the latent good, evil, and attachments within. After countless years of contemplation upon the jade capital mountain in the primordial realm, I devised the method of slaying corpses to attain the Tao, good and evil, attachment. These constitute the three corpses. To sever the three corpses is to attain a state devoid of joy and sorrow, devoid of good and evil and self, akin to the flow of the great Tao, unperturbed by external matters. The method of slaying corpses can be executed using spiritual treasures, spiritual roots, or merits. Tong Tian stroked the Qing Ping sword, his expression peculiar as he regarded Hong Jun. He mused, though cultivating this method of slaying corpses may allow one to contend with the laws of heaven and earth upon ascending to quasi-sainthood. It merely represents a superficial realm, not the true power of one's own laws. Moreover, the method of slaying corpses has evident flaws. The grade of the treasures and spiritual roots dictates the strength of the slaying. The corpses slain with innate supreme treasures and those slain with innate spiritual treasures exhibit a significant disparity in power, not to be compared. Only by comprehending the laws and integrating them into oneself does one truly walk the righteous path. My teacher once said that the method of slaying corpses would yield limited achievements in the future. Why does it seem to Hong Jun as the best path to enlightenment? The expressions of Hotu, Nuwa, Bai Zhe, and others were equally complex. The remaining powerful beings who had not yet heard Chan Xian's elucidation were all drawn into the mysteries of the method of slaying corpses by Hong Jun. The 3,000 years of preaching passed in the blink of an eye. Hong Jun completed the explication of his prized method of slaying corpses, gazing with satisfaction at the 3,000 powerful beings who were enraptured. Slay, 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 Lao Zi cried out, soaring into the air. Above, the three flowers of heaven, earth, and humanity shimmered boundlessly, and then a supreme innate treasure flew forth. The innate supreme treasure, the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda, formed from the primordial yellow energy. It is a defensive treasure. Lao Zi intended to slay the corpses with the innate supreme treasure, the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda. My heart's good thoughts, slay. An elderly man with kind eyes and white hair appeared in the purple cloud palace. Bowing respectfully to Tai Ching Lao Zi, you and I are of one body. There is no need for such formality. Lao Zi replied, brimming with pride, and returned the gesture, as the good corpse was slain. An unusually radiant smile graced Lao Zi's face, etching deep lines into his weathered skin. As Hong Jun preached, the audience swelled, and as the first to successfully slay a corpse and ascend to quasi-sainthood. Lao Zi truly stole the spotlight. Casting a glance at the third brother Tong Tian, all past concerns of lagging behind him and dragging down the three pure ones vanished. Lao Zi felt an unprecedented sense of ease. It could be called a moment of triumph. He glanced again at Nuwa, seated in meditation. As the first to slay a corpse beneath the saints, he should now possess the strength to contend with her. With this thought, Lao Zi felt that Nuwa was not so fearsome after all. Slay, slay, slay. Yuan Shi bellowed 3 times, slaying the evil corpse with the innate supreme treasure. I have encountered the true self. No need for formality. Yuan Shi and the malevolent corpses he severed exchanged respectful gestures, their lips curling into satisfied smiles, their faces radiating a sense of triumph as if they had been adorned with a monumental honor. Countless eyes, brimming with jealousy, envy, and resentment, were cast upon them, further elevating Yuan Shi's spirits. Hong Jun observed with great satisfaction as Lao Zi and Yuan Shi successively dispatched their foes, feeling proud of their rapid comprehension of his technique for severing corpses. Truly, they are the rightful heirs of Pengu, demonstrating such swift mastery of my method. They are indeed teachable. Several of the most formidable beings in the primordial realm also followed suit in severing their corpses. Di Jun utilized the innate treasures, the He Tu and Luo Shu, to achieve this feat, while Tai Yi wielded the primordial treasure, the Chaos Bell. This led Hong Jun to regard these two brothers with heightened esteem. Sensing a regal aura emanating from them, the two sages of the West, Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti, also severed 2 bald-headed figures, successfully ascending to the quasi-saint level. Kuren Pong, unwilling to lag behind, also achieved the same. Those who had successfully severed their first corpses exchanged congratulations, engaging in mutual flattery. The 3 pure ones were indeed the true successors of Pengu, leaving us far behind. Jie Yin wore a forced smile that was somewhat unsettling as he offered his compliments. Yuan Shi burst into hearty laughter, replying, "You two fellows are not to be underestimated either. Upholding the fortunes of the West, I perceive that the prosperity of the West lies between you two." Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti visibly relished this praise, as such commendation was rare since their transformation. The third figure on the lotus seat, Kuan Pong, also clasped his hands in respect, stating, "Who does not recognize the names of the 3 pure ones and the 2 sages? For you all, severing corpses is surely not a daunting task? Ha ha ha. I have long heard of a wise sage in the northern underworld. Today, witnessing Brother Kuan Pong severing corpses with such ease, It is indeed extraordinary. The two sovereigns of the Sun Star will undoubtedly achieve remarkable feats in the future. The method of severing corpses is profound and unfathomable, accessible only to the pinnacle beings of the age. All of you possess unparalleled talents and have already severed corpses. The mutual flattery among them brought immense satisfaction to those who had severed their corpses. Their eyes gleamed with pride, radiating a sense of superiority as if they had received an honor that glorified their ancestors. It was as if their faces were emblazoned with the words, "I have severed corpses," especially Di Jun and Tai Yi, who incessantly shook their legs, their lips perpetually curling into smug smiles. However, the gazes of Hong Yun and Bai Zhe towards them were decidedly peculiar. It was akin to watching two fools. Chapter 36, Tears of Severance. Are you stabbing my heart with a knife? The glimmer of envy shone in Fu Shi's eyes as he prepared to summon the Fu Shi Qin to sever a corpse. Just as he was about to do so, Nu Hua firmly grasped his shoulder. "Sister, what is the meaning of this?" Fu Shi inquired in confusion. Although severing corpses could elevate one to the quasi-saint level, the achievements were limited and not a noble path. Nu Hua spoke with grave seriousness. "The methods established by saints are not noble paths?" Fu Shi questioned. "What, do you not believe me?" Nu Hua's tone turned icy. Fu Shi, feeling disheartened, fell silent and shrank his neck, daring not to speak further. At that moment, a man clad in a blue robe rose from his seat and approached Tong Tian and Hong Yun. "Brothers, I initially sought to follow your footsteps to comprehend the laws and ascend to the quasi-saint level. However, after tens of thousands of years, I have found no path to tread. It must be that my talents are lacking." Alas, with that, he let out a deep sigh. He was Xian Shi, a serpent transformed from the great snake of Yumingzi. By chance, he entered Taiyun Mountain and became a fellow disciple of Tong Tian and Hong Yun. He had always desired to follow their lead on the path of understanding the laws. Yet, feeling inferior in talent, he had not grasped even the slightest hint of the laws. Tong Tian and Hong Yun understood Xian Shi's sentiments. Exchanging glances, Tong Tian patted Xian Shi's shoulder and said solemnly, "Xian Shi, there is no need for self-reproach. The path of understanding the laws is fraught with difficulties, and we too have only comprehended a fraction through the grace of our master." Hong Yun added, "Indeed, there is no need for self-reproach if you cannot grasp the laws. The master will not blame you." Upon hearing this, Xian Shi's eyes glistened with tears, as if he had resolved upon something. "Brothers, my talent is lacking. I can only tread the path of severing corpses now. Do not worry," Tong Tian and Hong Yun encouraged. Immediately, Xian Shi manifested 3 flowers atop his head, a soft white light radiating forth instantly. Capturing the attention of all. Is he going to sever a corpse? Has yet another top-tier being of the primordial realm emerged? Who would have thought that the primordial realm was so rich in talent? Not to be underestimated, truly, he is a hidden gem. Gritting his teeth, Xian Shi summoned forth his inherent spiritual treasure. Tears, which he could not contain, cascaded down his cheeks. Plop, plop, plop. Those were the sounds of self-reproach for being unable to comprehend the laws. That was the sound of shattered dreams. Xian Shi severed corpses with tears. Laozi, Yuan Shi, and the others who had already severed corpses were momentarily stunned. What did I just witness? Severing corpses with tears? Tai Yi queried in confusion. How could he sever corpses, a matter of familial honor, with tears? The expressions of several individuals appeared somewhat grim. Kuan Peng seemed to have deduced the answer. Those must be tears of excitement and joy. It seems Brother Kuan Peng is indeed a sage of the primordial realm, instantly discerning the emotional state behind Xian Shi's tearful severance. I am in awe. The expressions of the others softened slightly, and they began to praise Kuan Peng. Suddenly, a man in a blue robe appeared from thin air, resembling Xian Shi to some extent. It was the benevolent corpse of Xian Shi. There is no need for you to feel sorrow. My true self. The benevolent corpse that Xian Shi had severed consoled him. Upon seeing the benevolent corpse emerge, Xian Shi completely severed his ties to the path of understanding the laws, remembering the earnest teachings of Chen Xian from the past. He felt an overwhelming sense of shame, tears streaming down his face. Xian Shi addressed his fellow disciples, saying, "Brothers, my talent is lacking. I can only sever corpses to break through, taking the lesser path. I am unworthy of our master." We too possess limited talents and have brought disgrace upon our master's name. The more than 200 individuals lamented, tears welling in their eyes. Subsequently, these 200 individuals cried out in unison, "Sever! Sever! Sever!" Leading the way, Xianxi severed corpses, and the fellow disciples felt a shared understanding. Acknowledging their inability to comprehend the laws, they could only helplessly tread the path of severance. One by one, tears streamed down, and they were filled with unbearable shame. More than 200 individuals severed corpses with tears. This left the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. What is happening? Is the quasi-saint's status now so trivial? Did the three pure ones not claim that the method of severing corpses is unfathomably profound, accessible only to the most exceptional beings of the age? The expressions of Laozi and the others felt as if they were on fire. Their faces turned extremely grim. The dialogue of these individuals had been heard clearly by those within the Zhixiao Palace. Gyo claimed that limited talent necessitates severing corpses with tears. What does it mean to sever corpses? A matter of familial glory, yet to do so with tears. Tai's mouth hung open slightly, his upper lip smacking against his lower lip as he blankly asked, "Brother Kuan Peng, do you mean to say that these 200 individuals are also shedding tears of excitement and joy?" Kuan Peng's expression darkened. In an instant, the Zhixiao Palace fell into a profound silence. The only sound was the tears of more than 200 individuals severing corpses, echoing like rain. Tears fell like rain. Plop, plop, plop. There is no need for you to feel sorrow. More than 200 severed corpses emerged, encouraging their true selves. Yet, the more than 200 true selves remained silent, their heads hanging low. The previously tearful Xianxi spoke again. "Fellow disciples, I have ascended to the quasi-saint level through the method of severing corpses. I have taken the shortcut, and I am unworthy of our master." The group had originally agreed that achieving the Tai Golden Immortal level would designate one as a registered disciple, while the Deluo Golden Immortal would be an outer disciple, and only by surpassing the Deluo Golden Immortal could one ascend to inner disciple status. Now, Xianxi believed that he had taken a shortcut, and even if he ascended to quasi-saint status, he was unworthy of being an inner disciple. Brother Xianxi speaks the truth. We have taken shortcuts and do not deserve to ascend to inner disciple status. Let us serve as witnesses to this. The more than 200 individuals who had severed corpses said dejectedly, "At this moment, Laozi, Yuan Shi, and the others stared wide-eyed. Taking shortcuts? You are stabbing my heart with a knife. This is heartbreaking." The pride of severing corpses had vanished entirely. "I cannot bear this." Tai clutched his chest, feeling a tightness in his heart, struggling to breathe. Hong Jun, who had just lectured, wore a face of disbelief. "I have shared my most treasured teachings, and yet each of you has severed corpses while weeping like rain. Have you taken advantage of our kindness?" Yao Qi shook her head in confusion, pondering. These individuals are all disciples of the three sisters of the West, yet suddenly more than 200 have severed corpses and ascended to quasi-saint status. But why do they all claim that the method of severing corpses is a lesser path? A shortcut? Is there another method to ascend to quasi-saint status? The master they speak of, who is the one that the sisters hold in such high regard? Yao Qi felt a mix of curiosity and yearning, wishing to meet the master that her sisters missed dearly. Chapter 37. The Primordial Realm's Apex Sage. Another step forward. Hong Jun's second lecture concluded. The method of severing corpses to ascend to quasi-saint status spread throughout the primordial realm. On Penglai Mountain, the Eastern King, leaning on his dragon-headed staff, gazed skyward. Severing corpses, severing corpses, severing corpses. Even if I have not heard the sage's teachings, with my natural talents, I shall surely sever corpses and ascend to quasi-saint status. The time for the celestial court to rise has come. The moment for me to cleanse my humiliation is at hand. The veins on the hand gripping the dragon-headed staff bulged with excitement. "Where are the 10 heavenly kings?" the Eastern King bellowed. "Your Majesty, I am here." 10 somewhat plump figures hurriedly approached, dressed in dashing fitted attire that accentuated their figures. Indeed, they were the same 10 cleaning ladies from before. "You lot, quickly go guard the celestial court in all directions. Should any petty thieves dare to trespass, ring the bell." The Eastern King declared with authority, "I shall enter seclusion for a millennium. after Dong Wanggong concluded his statement. The 10 cleaning ladies displayed expressions of distress. Are you all planning to defy the imperial edict? Dong Wanggong feigned anger. If you refuse to comply, I shall deduct 10 years' wages. Upon hearing the threat of wage deduction, the 10 were taken aback and hurriedly replied, Your Majesty, we do not intend to defy your command. It is simply that guarding the celestial court is not within our scope of duties. Then what do you propose? Dong Wanggong smirked slightly. These were his last remaining subordinates. We should be compensated. Yes, we demand the payment for the past 3,000 years as well, several of them asserted, while the others nodded in agreement. Dong Wanggong's expression darkened, and he reluctantly produced 10 pieces of inferior spiritual treasures, distributing them among them. With the treasures in hand, the crowd beamed with joy, exclaiming, Your Majesty is wise. Thank you, Your Majesty. In the primordial realm, on the solar star, Dijun and Tai hosted a banquet for Kuan Pong. I have long heard of your unparalleled wisdom, Kuan Pong. Today, as we gather, it is clear that your reputation precedes you, Dijun praised, filling Kuan Peng's cup with wine. Indeed, though both of you reside on the solar star, your renown has spread even to the depths of the northern underworld. Kuan Pong returned the compliment. Tai raised his cup, downing it in one gulp before stating, Brother Kuan Pong, to speak candidly, we have summoned you today in the hope that you might assist us. Assist you too? Kuan Pong questioned, skepticism evident. Dijun's smile was unwavering as he exuded an aura of dominance. Indeed, Tai and I wish to establish a force powerful enough to dominate the primordial realm. The ambition of these two startled even Kuan Pong, who, despite his own formidable reputation, was taken aback. However, being astute, he quickly grasped that Dijun and Tai sought to recruit him. Recognizing the significance of such an endeavor, he inquired, Dare I ask, how do you intend to establish this power? We shall establish the demon clan and build the celestial court, Tai declared, his gaze intense as it fixated on Kuan Pong. The two had long harbored the ambition to create the demon clan and establish the celestial court. Now that both had ascended to the level of quasi-saints, wielding supreme innate treasures to slay corpses, their strength was only slightly inferior to that of Laozi and Yuan Shi.as for the over 200 newly ascended quasi-saints. Their treasures were not of the highest quality, rendering them significantly weaker. Thus, Dijun and Tai believed the time for their rise had arrived. What constitutes the demon clan? Kuan Pong inquired. Any being that absorbs the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, as well as the quintessence of sun, moon, and stars, can be deemed a demon. Kuan Pong inhaled deeply upon hearing this. Who does not absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth and the quintessence of sun, moon, and stars? In the primordial realm, only a few exceptions existed. If the demon clan were truly established, its reach would encompass nearly all beings in the primordial realm. Even powerful entities like Nuwa and Fushi would fall within its grasp. Would you be willing to join our demon clan and become its master? Dijun asked, sensing Kuan Peng's interest, offering him the esteemed title of Demon Master. Kuan Pong regarded Dijun and Tai closely. Their every gesture radiated a natural regal aura. After discreetly calculating their potential, he realized they were destined for greatness. Thus, he solemnly nodded, I am willing to join the demon clan. Come, let us toast to our future demon master. I shall toast to our future demon emperor. After several rounds of drinks, Dijun inquired, Now that Brother Kuan Pong has joined our demon clan, as family, we need not be formal. Do you have any strategies to invite the great powers of the primordial realm to join us? Indeed, otherwise, being the only commander feels rather lacking, Tai added. Kuan Pong laughed heartily. If you wish to establish a demon clan and build a celestial court, where do you intend to place Dong Wanggong's celestial court? Although the current celestial court is more name than substance, Dong Wanggong still carries the title of the foremost among the primordial immortals as ordained by the sages. Once the time is ripe, we shall take his place, Tai remarked, making a slicing motion across his throat. In that case, why worry about attracting powerful beings to the demon clan? Kuan Pong countered. Tai slapped his thigh. Realization dawning, truly worthy of the unparalleled wisdom of Demon Master Kuan Pong. You are the backbone of our demon clan. He raised his thumb in approval. Kuan Peng's implication was clear. Wait for the opportune moment to eliminate the celestial court. This was an excellent opportunity to establish authority. By seizing this moment to form the demon clan and build the celestial court, they could rapidly elevate Dijun and Taiyi's prestige to unprecedented heights. A millennium passed in the blink of an eye. The entire Penglai Immortal Mountain reverberated with Dong Wanggong's voice. Ha ha ha! I am indeed worthy of being the foremost among the primordial immortals as ordained by the sages. A genius of heaven! In just a millennium, I have slain the corpse and ascended to quasi-saint. After a millennium of seclusion, he had indeed achieved quasi-sainthood. This moment, Dong Wanggong radiated vitality, his eyes clear and full of spirit. Reminiscent of the exuberance he exhibited when first declared the foremost among the primordial immortals by the sages, he felt the invigorating aura of quasi-saintliness coursing through him. The foremost among the primordial immortals. Where are the 10 Hall Immortal Kings? At your service. The 10 cleaning ladies hastily arrived. Are there any powerful beings or significant forces nearby? Dong Wanggong inquired. The celestial court had dwindled to just him, with the 10 cleaning ladies merely in a contractual relationship. Now that Dong Wanggong had ascended to quasi-saint, his first order of business was to reshape his image and showcase his might. There was no more direct way to do this than by recruiting powerful beings or a formidable force. The cleaning ladies exchanged glances, shaking their heads in uncertainty. Think again, Dong Wanggong urged. Producing a piece of superior postnatal spiritual treasure, raising it in his hand, one of the cleaning ladies, with prominent buck teeth, exclaimed, "Reporting to your majesty, this area is adjacent to the Eastern Sea. Isn't the Dragon Clan a major force?" Dong Wanggong's forehead instantly bore 2 dark lines. Just moments ago, they had all looked at each other in confusion, and now, upon seeing the spiritual treasure, they blurted out their thoughts. What a miraculous coincidence. Chapter 38. I shall quietly become the emperor of the Demon Clan. To surprise my younger sister, however, the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan was indeed a notable force. During the Long Han era, the Dragon Clan was a dominant presence in the primordial realm. Although they had since declined, their deep-rooted heritage and reputation remained. If he could persuade the once mighty Dragon Clan to join the Celestial Court, it would solidify his title as the foremost among the primordial immortals. Furthermore, the Dragon Clan had been notorious for their mischief in the past. Now, if he were to extend an invitation, it would surely be a timely boon. Dong Wanggong thought to himself, and then asked, "Do you have any information regarding the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan?" The cleaning ladies, remarkably resourceful, seemed to possess an abundance of information. The prominent toothed cleaning lady responded, "There are approximately several thousand pure-blooded dragons in the Eastern Sea, led by Aodong, a 5-clawed golden dragon, who is at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Excellent, excellent, truly worthy of being the 10 Hall Immortal Kings. Your knowledge is indeed vast. Watch as I recruit the Dragon Clan to strengthen the Celestial Court." Dong Wanggong laughed heartily, brimming with confidence. With a flourish of his sleeve and stepping onto a cloud, he set forth towards the Eastern Sea to recruit the Dragon Clan. The reason he did not invite the 10 Hall Immortal Kings to accompany him was twofold. First, their image was rather unpresentable. Second, Dong Wanggong simply did not have enough spiritual treasures to pay them as wages. As they watched Dong Wanggong's figure gradually fade from view, the cleaning ladies, or rather, the 10 Hall Immortal Kings, began discussing amongst themselves like a group of village gossipers. "Do you think Dong Wanggong can rise again? It seems a bit far-fetched. He often boasts of being the foremost among the primordial immortals and claims to be ordained by the sages. He must be somewhat delusional. Ever since he was rejected by the West Queen Mother and received a beating, he has changed. What a pity for that young man. A prolonged period of singleness can affect one's mental state. I have heard of the West Queen Mother. She is a renowned beauty in the primordial realm, and her master, Tai Xiandao Ren, is quite formidable. Indeed, that's the one. His disciples are numerous, and even the sages cannot contend with him. By the way, several hundred years ago, I saw 2 golden crows flying over the solar star, seemingly heading towards the Eastern Sea, though. I've heard from those little shrimp soldiers that the Eastern Sea Dragon King Aodong has agreed to join the 2 Golden Crows clan. In that case, Dong Wanggong's journey? At Mount Buzhou, Dijun and Taiyi were stepping on clouds. During this millennium, they had recruited numerous powerful beings from the primordial realm, laying a solid foundation for the establishment of the Demon Clan and the Celestial Court. Their current objective was to recruit Nuwa and Fushi. Brother, we are now at the early stage of Quasi-Saint, and soon we will slay another corpse and ascend to the mid-stage of Quasi-Saint. There is no reason to fear that Demonis anymore, Tai said, puzzled. Tai still harbored some reservations and fears. The image of Nuwa wielding the Chaos Bell and striking him was still fresh in his memory, leaving him bewildered as to why his brother was so adamant about recruiting her and Fushi. Tai, in our future endeavors to establish the demon clan and build the celestial court to dominate the primordial realm, we must think on a grand scale, not just focus on immediate concerns, Dijun replied. Though Nuwa did seize our opportunities, her background is extraordinary, and her strength formidable. She walks the path of corpse slaying as well. If she were to reach the pinnacle of the primordial realm, even if we fail to win her over, it would still reflect positively on us. It is said that one should not strike a smiling face. And this principle holds immense benefits for our grand ambitions, with no drawbacks whatsoever. Dijun meticulously analyzed the pros and cons with Tai, earnestly guiding him. Tai, seemingly understanding yet confused, nodded while recalling Nuwa, which made him feel anxious. Before long, they arrived at the Taoist sanctuary of Fushi and Nuwa. Taoist friends Fushi and Nuwa, Dijun called out. Today, as the purple aura rises from Mount Buzhou in the east, it is indeed a loss not to have welcomed you both properly. Upon hearing Dijun's voice, Fushi stepped outside to respond, his heart filled with doubt about the purpose of these two Golden Crows' visit. Taoist friend Fushi, why do we not see the Lady Nuwa? Tai asked, shrinking his neck and casting a furtive glance around. My sister has gone out to discuss Tao with friends. Fushi replied. Tai appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, exchanging knowing glances with Dijun, both comprehending each other's intentions. Tio befriend Taoist Fu, she was to also befriend Taoist Nuwa. Dijun clasped his hands and smiled. I have long heard that Taoist Fushi and Taoist Nuwa possess immense powers, shaking the realms. Today, I wish to conspire with Taoist Fushi on significant matters. Fushi, having long endured the enlightening punches of Nuwa, had begun to question his own existence. Now, upon hearing Dijun's flattery, he felt a twinge of appreciation. A smile graced Fushi's face as he inquired, May I ask what matters you two Taoists wish to discuss? Dijun, noticing Fushi's amiable expression and apparent interest, felt a flicker of joy within and said, Taoist Fushi, I shall speak candidly. We wish to establish the demon race and create a heavenly court to govern the myriad beings of the wilderness. However, my brother Tai and I are acutely aware that without Taoist Fushi's participation, such a monumental endeavor would be exceedingly difficult. Upon finishing his statement, Dijun fixed his gaze intently upon Fushi. His words were exceptionally well articulated, elevating Fushi's status and allowing him to feel recognized and valued. This resonated deeply with Fushi. Ever since Nuwa had taken a master and acquired formidable skills, the majority of external attention had been directed toward her, showering her with praise, while Fushi often received only sympathetic glances. Dijun's declaration made Fushi feel as if he had found a kindred spirit. Employing his divination techniques, Fushi discreetly calculated the heavenly mechanisms and indeed sensed that Dijun and Tai were destined to establish an extraordinary race. This sparked a subtle interest within him. Yet, he pondered whether he should agree to join Dijun and Tai's demon race, especially since his sister, who usually made decisions, was out seeking the ancestral witch. Ho2, for discussions. Dijun, sensing Fushi's hesitation, added, Taoist Fushi, should the demon race be established, we would all be sovereigns of the demon race, sharing the same status without distinction. This statement solidified Fushi's wavering heart. His sister often remarked that he lacked decisiveness and would eventually be swayed by others. It was time to show her that he, too, was a brother of discernment and wisdom. He resolved to quietly become the demon race's sovereign and surprise his sister upon her return. Taoist Dijun, count me in for the demon race, Fushi declared, having made his decision. Indeed, Taoist Fushi is most agreeable. With you on our side, our grand endeavor is bound to succeed, Dijun replied joyfully. Having shifted from addressing Fushi as Taoist to brother Fushi, thereby bridging their relationship. The reason Dijun and Tai promised Fushi the position of demon sovereign was due to his solid foundation. Although he was merely at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, advancement to quasi-saint status was merely a matter of time. Moreover, Fuxi was closely associated with the unparalleled Demoness. Nuwa, with Fuxi's allegiance secured, how far could Nuwa be behind? Dijun and Taiyi's grand ambitions were nearing fruition. Just as they were reveling in their plans, Dijun and Taiyi suddenly received a secret transmission from Aodong, the Dragon King of the East Sea. The East King has ascended to quasi-saint status and wishes to recruit my East Sea Dragon clan. Come quickly. Dijun and Taiyi exchanged amused glances, relieved to find an opportunity to act against the East King. Brother Fuxi, if someone seeks to undermine our demon race, what should we do? Dijun inquired with a smile. Naturally, we shall give them a good beating to demonstrate our demon race's might. Fuxi replied, raising his fist in a fierce gesture. Dijun laughed heartily, placing an arm around Fuxi's shoulder. Excellent. I shall accompany Taiyi to escort the East King. I hope Brother Fuxi will stand guard for us. Fuxi was not entirely naive. He understood that Dijun's invitation to stand guard was intended to bind him to their cause. However, he recalled that the East King, the leader among the myriad immortals, had recently been beaten by Nuwa and her companions. It seemed that Nuwa held a strong aversion to the East King. Thus, the trio of Dijun, Taiyi, and Fuxi flew toward the waters of the East Sea. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, the East King scoffed, Aodong, are you still unable to make a decision? Aodong, with a few remaining dragon whiskers, wore an expression of helplessness and replied, Brother East King, it is not that I am unwilling to join the heavenly court, but rather, Aodong, the Dragon King of the East Sea, appeared to have unspoken difficulties. The East King narrowed his eyes, and what is it? With that, he struck the floor of the Dragon Palace with his dragon-headed cane, causing the East Sea to tremble slightly, a fine display of pressure. With a resigned sigh, Aodong said, Brother East King, had you come 500 years earlier, I would have agreed to join your heavenly court. However, I have already promised Dijun and Taiyi to enter their demon race. It turned out that 500 years ago, Dijun and Taiyi had approached the East Sea to invite the East Sea Dragon clan to join the demon race, but the East King was too late. Aodong, I am the leader among the myriad immortals of the wilderness, the master of the heavenly court, backed by saints. Do you know how to choose? The East King asked with feigned authority. Humph. Those two mixed-feathered birds from the sun star dare to secretly form factions. They are indeed ambitious. Should I encounter them, I will surely pluck their feathers, Aodong thought to himself, rolling his eyes internally. Everyone in the wilderness knew that the East King's title as the leader among the myriad immortals was merely a facade. Furthermore, the so-called heavenly court was a desolate and lonely place, with the East King being but a solitary figure. The master of the heavenly court was merely a title with no substance. However, Aodong could only feign compliance. Brother, may I have some time to consider? After all, the Dragon Clan had declined, and even Aodong had only reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. How could he compete with the already ascended quasi-saint East King? Do not try to fool me. Today, you have only one choice. The East King glared, his quasi-saint aura shaking the East Sea. Only submission. Only submission. The East King was growing increasingly irate. The already fallen Dragon Clan not only failed to express gratitude for his favor, but chose to join the ranks of those mixed-feathered birds, clearly indicating their treachery. With a resounding clang, a massive bell tolled above the East Sea, accompanied by a mocking voice. East King, what skill is it to bully others with power? Have the courage to battle. The Chaos Bell? The East King's brow furrowed. He had just intended to pluck the feathers from those mixed-feathered birds, and now they had conveniently presented themselves. With a cold snort, he waved his sleeve and ascended. Aodong breathed a sigh of relief. A clash among the powerful could have spelled disaster for the little dragon. The waters of the East Sea were eerily calm, as if brewing a tremendous storm. East King, you wish to undermine my foundations without weighing your own strength. Taiyi taunted with a smile. You two bald-feathered birds are forming factions to usurp power, attempting to shake the East King's dominion over the heavenly court. The East King sneered. Fuxi smirked. What remains to be ruled in the heavenly court? Perhaps just 10 hired cleaners. Dijun then revealed the river diagram and Luo book. East King, the causal chain has been set in motion today. It would be better to settle this matter in battle. The East King's attempt to undermine the East Sea Dragon clan provided an excellent pretext for Jun and Tai Yi to take action. Even if the Saints were to learn of this, they would have no grounds for reproach. Before the East King could respond, Tai Yi summoned the Chaos Bell and struck it fiercely towards the East King. Anger flared in the East King's eyes as he unleashed his innate yang energy, meeting it with his innate spiritual treasure, the dragon-headed cane. In an instant, the East Sea erupted into towering waves. Akin to a cataclysmic tsunami, the East King was sent reeling back 3,000 miles. With just the dragon-headed cane, the East King was no match for Tai Yi. I invite the East King to take his leave. Jun transformed into a golden crow and unleashed a torrent of blazing solar fire. The solar fire, one of the 10 primordial fires of the wilderness, is the epitome of yang and strength. Capable of incinerating all, the river diagram and Luo book followed closely behind. Another blow from the Chaos Bell came crashing down. The 2 golden crows united to execute the East King. The East King could not escape his fate. These 2 golden crows were indeed formidable. Observing the situation, Fushi assessed that with 2 innate treasures and mastery over solar fire, Jun and Tai Yi were exceptionally powerful. It seemed that the demon race was poised for great prosperity, and the heavenly court was truly set to govern the myriad beings. If I were to become the sovereign of the demon race, what title would I bear? Let us henceforth refer to him as Shi Huang. Should my younger sister join, we shall call her Hua Huang. The names Shi Huang and Hua Huang resonate with a certain grandeur. I have indeed made a judicious choice this time. Upon her return, my younger sister will surely regard me with newfound respect. Chapter 40. Those 2 lads certainly possess a knack for avian pursuits. I have high hopes for you both. The clash between Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, and the Eastern King was so formidable that it nearly overturned the entire Eastern Sea. Yet, the Eastern King, standing alone, could hardly contend against the might of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. Eastern King, it is time for you to face your fate. With a thunderous roar, Tai Yi wielded the Chaos Bell and struck it forcefully upon the head of the Eastern King. Bang! The Eastern King hastily summoned his dragon-headed staff, but ultimately, he was no match for them. He fell to the ground, his spirit shattered. Just as Tai Yi was about to deliver a fatal blow, ensuring the annihilation of the Eastern King's lingering soul, Emperor Jun intervened, saying, "Spare him a fragment of his soul." Tai Yi, puzzled, looked at his elder brother Emperor Jun and inquired, "If we do not eradicate him completely, he may rise again, like grass reborn in spring. How can we allow him to live?" With a light chuckle, Emperor Jun replied, "Even if he were granted 10 lives, he would still lack the strength to challenge us. However, given his sensitive status and the favor he once garnered from the sages, should we slay him, would it not be tantamount to striking the sage's face? Though the leader of the primordial immortals holds a name of distinction, it is, after all, the decree of Hong Jun. What shall be done with the Eastern King then?" Tai Yi inquired, as he suppressed the remnants of the Eastern King's soul within the Chaos Bell. Emperor Jun turned to Fushi. "Brother Fushi, do you possess a clever plan?" Fushi, well versed in the art of divination, had already discerned that the Eastern King still had a glimmer of opportunity. Now, upon being questioned by Emperor Jun, Fushi suggested, why not invite him into the ranks of the demon clan's heavenly court and bestow upon him an empty title? Being a mascot could serve him well. Brother Fushi's thoughts resonate with my own, Emperor Jun exclaimed with hearty laughter. The celestial court gathers the fortunes of the primordial realm. Should the Eastern King join the demon clan's heavenly court, it would signify the absorption of the celestial court's fortunes into the demon clan. Eastern King, do you wish to join our demon clan's heavenly court? Tai Yi struck the solid Chaos Bell, producing a resounding chime. The Eastern King's lingering soul still retained consciousness, and he was disoriented by the reverberation. Initially intent on stubbornly refusing, he realized that he was now akin to fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Reluctantly, he nodded in acquiescence. "Ha ha ha. Taking advantage of this excellent opportunity, we shall proclaim to the primordial realm that the demon clan shall rise." Tai Yi laughed heartily. The clash between Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, and the Eastern King drew immense attention from numerous powerful beings. The might of the 2 golden crows had not gone unnoticed, and their reputation soared to new heights. Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, and Fushi exchanged glances. Nodding in unity, their energies intertwining as they proclaimed, with the heavenly Tao above and the sages bearing witness, I am Emperor Jun today. Alongside Tai and Fushi, we establish the demon clan. All beings who absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, as well as the quintessence of the sun, moon, and stars, may become demons. I, Emperor Jun, shall be the demon emperor. I, Tai, shall be the eastern emperor of the demon clan. I, Fushi, shall be the Shihuang of the demon clan. A millennium hence, we shall establish the demon clan's heavenly court upon the sun star, inviting all fellow Taoists to join us. Their voices reverberated throughout the vast expanse of the heavens, stirring up mighty winds and colossal waves in the eastern sea. The heavenly Tao responded, and boundless purple chi cascaded from the clouds, golden rays illuminating Emperor Jun, Tai, and Fushi. The heavens bestowed merit, announcing it to the primordial realm. Hiss! Emperor Jun and Tai have subdued the Eastern King, establishing the demon clan. What audacity to declare that any being who absorbs the spiritual essence may become a demon. This heralds the rise of the demon clan's heavenly court. I shall join the demon clan. I shall become a part of the demon clan's heavenly court. This is the moment to seek high rank and title. In the chaos purple cloud palace, Hong Jun, seated in meditation, slowly opened his eyes. A hint of surprise crossing his face. The demon clan? Let me calculate and deduce the heavenly secrets surrounding the demon clan and its heavenly court. So it was. The master of the heavenly court had fallen to the lot of Emperor Jun and Tai. Initially, during his first sermon, Hong Jun had predicted that the Eastern King, who embodied the first ray of primal yang, resonated with the heavenly yang number, and would thus become the master of the primordial heavenly court, which is why he was designated the leader of the primordial immortals. Yet, the Eastern King, disregarding the heavenly secrets, was unruly, and established the celestial court before the time was ripe, thus missing his chance to ascend to the true position of heavenly court master. In contrast, the roots of Emperor Jun and Tai lay within the great sun's golden flames, the golden crows of the sun. The great sun's golden flames, along with the turbid primordial soil, the boundless mysterious ice, and the voided winds, are known as the four primordial elements of earth, wind, water, and fire. Thus, Emperor Jun and Tai are also embodiments of pure yang within fire, and in the unseen realm, they have garnered the favor of the heavenly Tao. A millennium hence, they shall become the true masters of the heavenly court. Heavenly Tao, you have guided Emperor Jun and Tai to become the masters of the heavenly court. Have you already plotted the next catastrophe? However, Emperor Jun and Tai had the foresight to preserve a fragment of the Eastern King's soul, inviting him to the heavenly court, thus sparing my face. Those two lads certainly know how to navigate the currents. I have high hopes for you both. The future masters of the heavenly court, indeed promising. Mount Buzhou, A.S. Nuwa sat hand in hand with Hutu. A sudden sense of apprehension coursed through her, as if a subtle thread of causality entwined around her heart. Nuwa furrowed her brow slightly. Having comprehended over 80% of the principles of creation, she was on the verge of attaining the existence of the mixed element Tao. Why, then, was there this inexplicable entanglement of causality? Soon after, the words about the establishment of the demon clan by Emperor Jun, Tai, and Fushi reached her ears. Nuwa's fair countenance shifted between expressions. Brother, you certainly have a talent for stirring up trouble. She then addressed Hutu. Sister Hutu, the demon clan has been established, and our teacher predicts that a great calamity will erupt between the witches and demons. You ought to prepare yourself accordingly. While on Taiyun Mountain, Chun Xian had revealed many significant events of the primordial realm to the disciples, intending to keep them at a distance. Little did he know that they would become the protagonists of these grand events. Especially now, the establishment of the demon clan is intricately linked to Hutu and Nuwa. Hutu's beautiful eyes sparkled with a unique light as she solemnly nodded. Sister Nuwa, I believe I have found the means to unravel this. The image of Chen Xian floated in Hutu's mind, a flood of longing reflected in her gaze. Teacher, in this cycle of reincarnation, when shall I see your visage once more? Nuwa empathized, gently patting Hutu's hand in encouragement. Hasten to attain the mixed element Deluo Golden Immortal. Through the resonance of the great Tao, our teacher will hear our calls. Indeed, I have grasped nearly 80% of the reincarnation principles. I am swiftly catching up to you, Sister Nuwa. Hutu beamed, her eyes forming crescent moons as she smiled. Such rapid progress in cultivation. Let us see among our brothers and sisters who shall achieve the mixed element Tao first. Nuwa replied with a smile. Then let us strive together. I shall first return to Mount Buzhou to bring brother Fushi back, lest he embarrass himself in the outside world. With that, Nuwa, using the bond between siblings, sped towards the Eastern Sea. Chapter 41. Is this still the gentle and virtuous goddess? Clad in an elegant long dress, Nuwa, with her peak quasi-saint power, swiftly arrived at the Eastern Sea. She found Fushi collecting the merits bestowed by heaven. Muttering to himself, I must save this merit to assist my younger sister in reaching a higher realm. Brother, Nuwa said coldly, not a single strand of this merit can be taken. Younger sister, Fushi exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Nuwa's voice. The title of Shi Huang is indeed impressive, is it not? Nuwa forced out a few words through clenched teeth. Shi Huang, such a grand name. Indeed. Why not join the demon clan as well? I've already thought of a name for you, Wang. Fushi failed to detect the fury in Nuwa's tone. Emperor Jun felt a surge of joy upon seeing Nuwa approach, realizing that securing Fushi first had been an astute choice. Indeed, as a sister, Nuwa would soon come to their aid. Ha ha ha, the rise of our demon clan is just around the corner. Before he could even finish that thought, he heard Nuwa's voice devoid of any emotion. Was it you two who deceived my brother into joining the demon clan? As Nuwa spoke, the Eastern Sea fell into an eerie tranquility. Yet the calm was chilling. Nuwa's gaze swept over Emperor Jun and Tai. That casual glance felt to them like plunging into an icebound abyss, freezing the very fire of the sun within them. Tai trembled uncontrollably, a few feathers shaking loose from his body. I have already attained quasi-saint status. Soon I shall sever my second corpse. How could I possibly fear her? Tai reassured himself, yet his grip on the chaos bell trembled as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. Shaking uncontrollably, it seemed as though the chaos bell might slip from his grasp. In an instant, Emperor Jun recalled the terror of being under Nuwa's influence and quickly forced a smile, saying, Friend Nuwa, do not misunderstand. We sincerely invited Brother Fushi to join the Demon Clan and honor him as the Shi Huang of the Demon Clan. Deception? Absolutely not. I may have merely exaggerated some facts and employed a few conversational tactics. Indeed, we are sincere, truly sincere. Tai nodded rapidly, like a chick pecking at grain. Fushi chuckled. Younger sister, you are mistaken. These two friends genuinely invited me to join the Demon Clan and build a grand enterprise together. I have also calculated the heavenly secrets, and the Demon Clan shall surely become a superpower in the primordial realm. I have joined the Demon Clan and become Shi Huang. Are you surprised? Fushi declared, adopting a tone of pride. But, surprised? Nuwa had long learned from her teacher, Chen Xian, about the intricate consequences of joining the Demon Clan. She merely cast a sidelong glance at Fushi, remaining silent. With a gentle lift of her delicate hand, she slowly clenched it into a fist, then slightly parted her crimson lips to blow a fragrant breeze towards her fist. The surroundings fell into a terrifying silence, with even the sea water remaining still. As if wary of provoking this ethereal beauty, Fushi's eyes darted about. What was happening? The atmosphere felt decidedly off. His younger sister's demeanor resembled a portent of her impending admonishment. Was she not thrilled that he had become the demon sovereign? Turning to observe the obsequious Emperor Jun and Tai, he inquired, What is the matter with your trembling feet? Where has your regal demeanor of decisively punishing Dong Wang gone? Speak up. Nuwa smiled, her expression extraordinarily gentle. In these past years, I have neglected to discipline my elder brother. Upon returning to Buzhou Mountain, I shall ensure he comprehends many truths. Oh? Neglected discipline? Comprehending truths? Fushi's scalp tingled in an instant, and he instinctively retracted his neck, exclaiming, Please, sister, no slapping. Nuwa launched a hook punch aimed at Fushi's chin. Whoosh! Fushi vanished into the sky like a rocket propelled to unimaginable speeds, racing back to Buzhou Mountain. This was the Eastern Sea. With just a single punch, Fushi traversed half of the primordial wilderness, saving him the trouble of the journey. Truly a considerate little sister. Nuwa, my friend, I suddenly remember that I must return to the Sun Star to incubate eggs. Farewell. Emperor Jun hastily found an excuse, trembling as he spoke. Yes, farewell, Tai stammered in agreement. Fellow Taoists, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance in making Fushi the demon sovereign. Allow me to see you off? Nuwa said with a radiant smile. No, there's no need. Emperor Jun and Tai quickly waved their hands. Do you dare refuse my goodwill? Nuwa's expression darkened. That's not what we meant. Two piercing screams echoed across the silent eastern sea, followed by an eerie stillness. How could the two golden crows who ascended to quasi-sainthood through the method of corpse severing withstand a single strike from Nuwa, who had comprehended the principles of creation to such an extent and stood at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood? As the beings of the primordial wilderness looked up to the heavens, they beheld two streaks of light soaring across the sky at an unbelievable speed, hurtling towards the sun star. Boom, boom. The two resounding impacts seemed to push the sun star back by 2 celestial positions. Within the sun star, Nuwa's voice resonated. Should you dare to plot against Fushi again in the future, the 3-legged golden crow shall become a 1-legged golden crow. Remember my identity. I am Nuwa, a disciple of the inner sect of the Grand Master Tai Xian. Above the eastern sea, a breathtakingly beautiful woman clapped her hands and turned to leave. I am the original trajectory of the primordial wilderness. Both Nuwa and Fushi had joined the demon clan, with Fushi as the demon sovereign and Nuwa as the demon empress and also the leader of the demon sect. The two siblings had thus become entangled in the fate of the demon clan, leading to their roles in the ensuing calamity of the witch and demon conflict, where Nuwa, having become a saint, would remain untainted by fate, while Fushi would endure tribulations as a demon. However, Nuwa had already learned from Chen Xian about the impending calamity. So how could she join the demon clan? Now that Fushi had been misled into joining, Nuwa naturally sought to unravel this fate and carve a path for him. All the powerful beings of the primordial wilderness who witnessed Nuwa striking Fushi and kicking Emperor Jun and Tai could not help but suck in a few sharp breaths. They were utterly astonished. Was this truly the gentle and virtuous goddess? This was undeniably a transformation from a gentle goddess to a scheming femme fatale. It seemed that today, the trio of Emperor Jun, Tai, and Fushi had just established the demon clan, only to attract the favor of the heavenly Tao. These three were in a dire predicament. The glory of a single day had not yet been savored. This was indeed the legendary beauty that fades in less than 3 seconds. Cough, cough. Is it possible that their beauty didn't even last 3 seconds? I feel as though I heard a voice from the sun star. I heard it too. Remember my identity. I am Nuwa, a disciple of the inner sect of the Grand Master Tai Xian. Hiss. Yet another mention of the Grand Master Tai Xian. Even Nuwa is his disciple. Is Nuwa merely an inner disciple? Does the Grand Master Tai Xian have any true disciples? Chapter 42. How could I, the dignified sovereign of the primordial wilderness, suffer such a dismal fate? In the chaotic purple cloud palace, Hong Jun gazed at the collapsed Emperor Jun and Tai on the sun star, his face as cold as ice. The esteemed monarch of the demon clan, favored by the heavenly Tao, had been ruthlessly battered by Nuwa. Utterly powerless to retaliate, Nuwa, a disciple of the Grand Master Tai Xian, Hong Jun thought to himself, could it be that you are the old rascal Yang Mei? Yang Mei, I know you too well. Nuwa, with her crimson clouds, is undoubtedly your well-taught disciple. Do you think that by nurturing a multitude of disciples, you can disrupt my plans? You are but a fool. Deep within the chaos, the old ancestor Yang Mei inexplicably sneezed. Yang Mei, the scapegoat once again. Meanwhile, the true instigator, Chen Xian, remained blissfully unaware that so many were concerned about him. He was currently preoccupied with the 6-eared macaque, revolving around an egg that was entirely smooth and white as jade. This was the egg that the intoxicated 6-eared macaque had carelessly brought down from the mountains. Are you certain it has a life force? Chen Xian inquired. He had initially planned to boil the egg for nourishment. However, after the 6-eared macaque's attempts to cook it for over 10,000 years had failed, it had become quite the mystery. Just a moment ago, the 6-eared macaque had excitedly discovered that the egg emanated signs of life. Absolutely. Chen Xian stroked his chin, intrigued. What kind of creature would emerge if this egg hatched? Perhaps it would be best to wait until it hatches before considering roasting it. That could be quite delightful. 6-eared, keep a close watch on this egg and ensure it hatches. Don't let it escape. Chen Xian instructed, contemplating a future roasting. Rest assured, master, I'll take care of it. The 6-eared macaque promised, thumping its chest. Days later, Chun Xian was roused by the excited cries of the six-eared macaque. "Master, come quickly, the egg is moving." Sure enough, the egg was rolling and shifting, the life force within it becoming increasingly potent, as if it were on the verge of breaking free. What creature would it be? Chun Xian's gaze remained fixed on the perfectly round, jade-like egg. The life force surged stronger, as if making its final push. For 3 whole days and nights, a tiny crack appeared on the smooth surface of the egg, from which vibrant rays of light began to shine. It seems like it belongs to the Phoenix clan. The six-eared macaque deduced, detecting a trace of aura seeping through the shell. Phoenix clan? Chun Xian pondered. Didn't they retreat from the world? How did an egg end up on Taiyun Mountain? Crack, crack, crack. The cracks steadily expanded until they shattered completely. A resounding bird call echoed across Taiyun Mountain. Radiant hues illuminated the white clouds as a creature, resembling neither a true phoenix nor a mere bird, bathed in the light. Its feathers shimmered in emerald green, its lower back gleaming with a bronze sheen, and atop its head, a majestic crest of feathers stood tall. Chun Xian was momentarily stunned. Was this not a peacock? Mama, mama! The little peacock, upon seeing the six-eared macaque and Chun Xian, timidly chirped. The six-eared macaque, fixated on the little peacock, asked, "Master, it seems to have a trace of pure phoenix blood within it. Should we still roast it?" A trace of pure phoenix blood? Chun Xian contemplated for a moment before asking. "Six-eared, have you ever seen such a creature in the primordial wilderness?" The six-eared macaque shook its head. Never encountered one. Could this be the first peacock to exist in the world? Chun Xian speculated, then decisively declared, "Roast it. The first peacock in existence must be highly nutritious. It could very well aid my cultivation." The six-eared macaque was speechless. "Do you hear yourself? The first peacock in existence, and you want to roast it?" Upon hearing that it might be roasted, the little peacock immediately curled up into a ball, retreating step by step while repeatedly calling out, "Mama, mama." But how could such a newly hatched creature escape the grasp of the mighty six-eared macaque? A Deluo golden immortal? The six-eared macaque swiftly snatched it up, gazing at the pitiful little peacock in its palm, furrowing its brow. Turning to Chun Xian, it remarked, "Master, it's still so small." The little peacock seemed to understand and was touched. Nodding profusely like a chick pecking at rice, "Big brother monkey, you truly have a compassionate heart." Indeed, it was still small. Chun Xian appeared to agree with the six-eared macaque's perspective. The little peacock felt as though it had been granted a reprieve, tears brimming in its eyes with gratitude. "What great kindness! Thank you, 2 elder brothers, for your mercy." "Mama, mama." Yet, Chun Xian's next words caused it to faint in confusion. "A tea this size, there's hardly any meat on it. It wouldn't even be enough for a single bite. We'll wait until it grows larger and then eat it. Roast it, make soup. It should be quite delicious." "All right then." The six-eared macaque grinned widely. "When the time comes, I'll reserve a peacock leg." Such a diminutive peacock, if roasted, would surely be devoured by the master in one bite, leaving me with merely a morsel of its delicate rear. However, once it matures, the scenario will be quite different. Hee hee. The little peacock seems to sense the excitement of the six-eared macaque and slightly opens the corners of its eyes. "Big brother, I thought you were going to show me some sympathy and set me free. But now..." The little peacock distinctly observes tears of compassion streaming from the macaque's mouth. "Let us place it beside the celestial herb garden for nurturing. The spiritual energy there is abundant, and I could witness its growth every day." "Yes, master." The little peacock succumbed to unconsciousness, as the six-eared macaque lifted it as if it were a mere chick and carried it to the side of the celestial herb garden. Its origins are extraordinary. Being an egg of a bird birthed by the primordial phoenix, Yuan Feng. During the great battle of the 3 innate clans, the primordial phoenix, Yuan Feng, sustained grievous injuries while attempting to return to the eternal fire mountain. On its way, it encountered the infusion of the 5 elemental spiritual energies. Yuan Feng was born from the fusion of the 4 innate elemental forces: earth, wind, water, and fire. The primal essence within Yuan Feng intermingled with the subsequent 5 elemental spiritual energies, resulting in the laying of a bird's egg on the falling phoenix slope. This egg inherited Yuan Feng's essence, thus inflicting severe damage upon Yuan Feng's primordial essence, rendering it incapable of rebirth through flames. Yet, the mystery remains as to how this egg, which was clearly on the falling phoenix slope, ended up in Taiyun Mountain, where it was embraced by the inebriated six-eared macaque. Nearly met its demise at the hands of Chen Xian and the six-eared macaque before it had even hatched. From now on, you shall nourish yourself here and grow strong quickly. The six-eared macaque gestured towards the nest he had hastily prepared with straw, addressing the little peacock's emerald feathers. The little peacock stared blankly at the filthy, disheveled nest, tears welling in its eyes. How pitiful! My fate is so tragic. I, a descendant of the majestic primordial sovereign, Yuan Feng, am subjected to such misery. I have yet to truly behold this beautiful world. Sob, sob, sob. Chapter 43. What kind of divine sanctuary is this, Master? What if the little peacock steals the spiritual fruits while being placed beside the celestial herb garden? Those are exceedingly rare treasures of heaven and earth. The six-eared macaque expressed concern over the little peacock pilfering the spiritual fruits. Chen Xian chuckled knowingly, his laughter laden with meaning. 6 ears, do you not wonder why I arranged for it to stay by the celestial herb garden? If it does not consume some spiritual fruits, how can it grow swiftly? What a revelation, Master! You had this plan in mind. The six-eared macaque exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. Experience indeed surpasses youth. You are truly wise. Master! Chen Xian raised an eyebrow. Should the little peacock indeed pilfer any of the fruits produced by the spiritual roots, it would not pose a problem. After all, he possesses the golden finger of urination, which could rejuvenate the spiritual roots, enabling them to bear fruit once more. However, that little peacock is a singular entity in the world. It would be a shame not to roast it quickly. As night deepened, the little peacock's eyes darted about, oblivious to the presence of Chen Xian and the six-eared macaque. It resolved. I cannot remain here idly waiting for my demise. That Taoist is far too terrifying. Intent on roasting me for consumption, I must escape. Yes, I must flee. If I can just break free, with my noble lineage and profound roots, I shall soar high and ascend to the pinnacle of avian existence. A desperate desire for escape took root in the little peacock's heart. Taking advantage of the dark, windy night, it stealthily crept out of the filthy nest. Suddenly, it beheld a plethora of flowers, grasses, and trees, many adorned with spiritual fruits emitting fragrant aromas. During the day, the little peacock was consumed by the fear instilled by Chen Xian and the six-eared macaque's roasting plan, leaving no room for consideration of the surrounding mountain. Now, faced with the vast expanse of spiritual energy, its stomach began to grumble. Having emerged from the egg, it had not consumed anything all day. Although it is the first peacock in the world, born of noble descent and innately capable of fasting, able to sustain itself on spiritual energy, the thought of tasting a few spiritual fruits was irresistible. The pitiable little peacock gently caressed its rumbling belly with its wings. Contemplating that Taoist intends to roast me for soup, I shall pluck a few spiritual fruits as retribution. With the intention to escape after stealing the fruits, the little peacock took flight, landing gracefully on a branch of a fruit tree. A wave of fruity fragrance enveloped it. The salivary glands within the little peacock were instantly stimulated, and it swallowed hard. With a sharp beak, it pecked at a silvery spiritual fruit. A glimmer of surprise flashed in its eyes, quickly replaced by a complex array of emotions. Delicious. It is sweet with a hint of tartness, melting upon the tongue. The essence of the stars is rich. With each bite, it feels as though the stars themselves are transforming within my belly, shimmering brilliantly. What manner of fruit is this? It even carries the power of the stars. The little peacock gazed at the silvery gray fruit, infused with the energies of the sun, moon, and stars, resembling a miniature celestial body. Could it be the innate star fruit? If so, this tree must be the innate star tree. That is a premier innate spiritual root, rich with stellar power, and legend has it that it contains the principles of the stars. Should an ordinary creature consume a star fruit, it might harness the stellar energy to take on a corporeal form. Drawing upon the memories inherited from the primordial phoenix, Yuan Feng, the little peacock deduced that this spiritual root is indeed the innate star tree. It mused, if I could consume several star fruits, I might also be able to take on human form. Nearby, that spiritual root is dense with the power of the 5 elements. Could it be the innate premier spiritual root? The 5-element fruit, that is the innate mid-grade spiritual root, the Bai Shui peach, wow. The innate enlightenment tea, what a revelation. The innate top-tier spiritual root, the Huang Zhong Li. A surge of regal energy emanated from the Huang Zhong Li, establishing itself as the sovereign of the entire celestial herb garden. Did that Huang Zhong Li spiritual root just exhibit consciousness? Am I imagining things? The little peacock's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Its jaw dropped in astonishment. There are nearly 10,000 spiritual roots collectively cultivated here. What kind of place is this? What a divine sanctuary. The spiritual roots here are seemingly free, scattered everywhere. Each plant, if released, would be a peerless treasure for the mighty beings of the primordial era to vie for. Oh my, if I could possess this entire celestial herb garden, my avian existence would surely take flight. Restoring the glory of my mother, Yuan Feng, would be a mere trifle. The little peacock gazed in shock at the direction of the Taiyun Mountain Palace, where Qian Xian resided. There are only that Taoist and the macaque on this mountain. What kind of beings are they to have gathered such an abundance of spiritual roots and celestial herbs? It soon shook its head, deciding to disregard their identities for now. First, it must consume the spiritual fruits. The foremost priority is to gorge on the innate star fruits, rich with stellar power. Aiding in its transformation into human form. It also yearned for the innate 5-element fruits, by Shui peaches and Qingmu apricots. The little peacock even seized a handful of tender leaves from the innate enlightenment tea, chewing them voraciously. Eat, 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 to reach the pinnacle of avian existence. At this moment, the little peacock completely forgot its intention to escape. The following morning, Chen Xian awoke. As per his routine, the first task was to relieve himself in the celestial herb garden. Due to the garden scale having expanded exponentially, Chen Xian had long since altered his irrigation method. He instructed the 6-eared macaque to excavate a water source within the garden. As long as he relieved himself at the source, the essence of his Tao could nourish the spiritual roots throughout the entire garden. As he relieved himself, the essence brewed overnight, becoming extraordinarily rich, with streams of mysterious yellow energy emanating from the water source. Qian Xian shook off like a mighty dragon, concluding his morning ritual. What is that plump, round creature beneath the tree? It seems to be adorned with vibrant green feathers. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the little peacock, which had spent the entire night indulging in spiritual fruits. It had eaten to the point of being unable to move, and now lay sleeping beneath the tree, digesting the spiritual energy it had accumulated. In its slumber, the little peacock vaguely sensed a figure approaching. It felt as if the laws of heaven and earth were enveloping it. This sensation was incredibly comforting and familiar. However, it was abruptly startled awake by a voice. This little peacock has grown so much overnight. It seems my roasting plan is on the verge of success. What? That Taoist a roasting plan? I have grown flesh? The little peacock opened its bleary eyes, glancing sideways at its own body. It had indeed grown considerably. It seemed as though Qian Xian's laughter echoed in its ears, accompanied by the sound of him swallowing. How terrifying! This is enough to frighten a little bird to death. The first peacock of the world is on the verge of being roasted by an unparalleled being. Is there a way to escape this fate? I urgently await a solution. Chapter 44. This time, let's skip the roasting and switch to spicy hot pot. The little peacock huddled in fear, its heart racing. There was no escaping now. That monkey has its eyes fixed on me, saliva dribbling like a stream. Master, this peacock has grown so much overnight. Your foresight is truly remarkable, predicting that it would sneak a taste of the spiritual fruits. The 6-eared macaque remarked, fully aware of the little peacock's movements. The little peacock, upon hearing this, was taken aback. So this was all part of your plan? Oh no, the scheming is too deep. The world is simple. But people are complex. Chen Xian pinched the thigh of the little peacock, deeming it still insufficiently robust. He chuckled. In a few days, once it has digested the spiritual essence of those divine fruits, it ought to grow sturdier, right? At that time, the little peacock once again fainted, its eyes vacant and devoid of spirit. It was over. According to this Taoist's implication, I would truly meet my end in a few days. No, I believe I can still be salvaged. I must alter my woeful fate. I shall transform my avian existence. The little peacock gazed blankly at the receding figures of Chen Xian and the six-eared macaque. As time passed, the spiritual energy accumulated within it was continuously digested, awakening its inherent ancestral power of the phoenix. Who knows how many rare divine fruits it consumed last night in the evening? Chen Xian savored exquisite wine, admiring the vibrant hues of the sunset as they shifted across the horizon. This leisurely life of feasting and frolicking with birds and monkeys, devoid of the pressures of a fast-paced existence, devoid of internal strife, and free from various examinations. What a singular delight! Pure bliss! Chen Xian had no desire to become embroiled in calamities, subjected to myriad schemes, nor did he wish to suffer a fate of disembodied soul. As Chen Xian languidly enjoyed his wine, he heard the plaintive cries of Ama nearby. Turning to investigate, he exclaimed, "Oh, how did this little peacock arrive here?" The little peacock gazed up at Chen Xian with a look of grievance. It shook its body, then spread its tail feathers, resembling a delicate fan of jade silk, the iridescent eye spots shimmering beautifully. Through a day of observation, it discovered that aside from consuming divine fruits, drinking celestial brews, and absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, Chen Xian spent the rest of his time studying spiritual roots and experimenting with various techniques alongside the six-eared macaque, all the while taking in the scenic views of Taiyun Mountain. The little peacock mused, "Surely my splendid feathers will delight Chen Xian. Perhaps in his joy, he will decide against roasting me?" The peacock, inheriting the graceful form of the phoenix, had evolved to display resplendent eye spots on its feathers. The most significant difference was that its tail feathers could unfurl into a radiant fan. Typically, male peacocks display their plumage for courtship or defense. Now, the little peacock's gesture was aimed at winning Chen Xian's favor. It thought, "I have humbled myself and borne the weight of humiliation to become your devoted follower. Surely, you will grant me a chance at life." Chen Xian nodded repeatedly, saying, "Indeed, indeed. It is yet another scenic view of Taiyun Mountain." The six-eared macaque, witnessing this, expressed its astonishment. Who would have thought this little peacock possesses such talents in entertainment? The little peacock's eyes sparkled, and timidly it spoke. "So, have you two elder brothers changed your minds?" "Yes, we have changed our minds," Chen Xian affirmed. "This time, we shall forego the roasting and opt for a spicy hot pot instead. That shall be tonight's dinner." Chen Xian was well aware of the little peacock's intentions. However, could beauty suffice as sustenance? Clearly not. A spicy hot pot sounds splendid. The six-eared macaque drooled in anticipation. "I shall swiftly catch 2 wild rabbits," the little peacock thought to itself. "After all my efforts to convey my feelings, you've chosen to abandon roasting in favor of a spicy hot pot. Are you prepared to become my dinner?" Chen Xian, running his fingers along the little peacock's emerald feathers, silky and smooth, chuckled. "To become your dinner? Prepared? Ah, I am to be consumed. I shall perish, flee." The little peacock was about to take flight. Yet no matter how it struggled, it could not escape the grasp of Chen Xian's hands, which seemed imbued with an inexhaustible magical force, keeping it firmly in place. The little peacock found itself utterly powerless, its eyes turning white. "Is my avian life to end here? Master, I will give you anything you desire. Please do not eat me. This is my nirvana fire. This is my tail feather, which could be forged into a powerful weapon." The little peacock earnestly presented its most treasured possessions. The nirvana fire, a relic of the phoenix's rebirth, had fallen into the peacock's egg after the original phoenix perished, and it had inherited it. Its tail feathers could even be refined into the postnatal treasure, the 5-color divine light. The 5-color divine light can brush against anything. "I can patrol Taiyun Mountain for you. I can catch numerous wild chickens to prepare for the hot pot. I can even bring back several sisters of the Phoenix clan to honor you. Whatever you desire, I can provide. I can massage your back and brew tea. I can do anything. Please, do not eat me. I bow before you." In a moment of desperation, the little peacock assimilated the spiritual fruits within, transforming into a naked, youthful boy. With a loud thud, he bowed 3 times. This massaging and brewing tea. Chen Xian sighed. "Very well. You shall remain in Taiyun Mountain. It was the little peacock's proposition of massaging and brewing tea that struck a chord within Chen Xian, reminding him of his past disciples. Moreover, with the little peacock having transformed into human form, it would no longer be suitable for hot pot. Indeed, as a descendant of the phoenix, the first peacock in the world, it radiated an abundance of fortune, successfully achieving its transformation merely days after its birth. The little peacock's eyes brightened with joy. "Thank you, Master, for sparing my life. Thank you for taking me in. I shall devote myself to serving you. Master, I still lack a name. I humbly request that you bestow one upon me." The little peacock, overwhelmed with gratitude, joined the six-eared macaque in addressing Chen Xian as master. "Let us name you Kong Xian." Chen Xian gazed deeply at the little peacock. Kong Xian would later shine brilliantly during the great calamity of Fengshan, rightfully earning the title of the foremost beneath the sage of that era. He was eventually subdued by the Taoist Zhuan Ti and conferred the title of the great Ming King of the Peacock in the Western Buddhist realm, also known as the Mother Buddha. Kong Xian, from now on, I shall be called Kong Xian. Thank you, Master, for the name. The little peacock bowed thrice with great reverence. Chapter 45. The First Painter in Kindergarten. You may rise. Once you enter Taiyuan Mountain, do not recklessly descend and entangle yourself in karma, becoming embroiled in the chaos of the wilderness. Do you understand? Chen Xian instructed. I understand. I understand. Kong Xian obediently nodded. Additionally, we must settle an account. Last night, you stealthily consumed 72 innate stellar fruits, 156 crystal water peaches, 368 blue wood apricots, 99 five-elements fruits, and 12 pots of innate enlightenment tea. From now on, you shall replace the six-eared macaque in cultivating the spiritual roots of the celestial herb garden, harvesting spiritual fruits, and brewing exquisite elixirs. Kong Xian nodded obediently, sticking out his tongue. He had feasted too much the previous night and now had to pay off his debt. As night fell, the stars twinkled sparsely. Chen Xian pondered. Whether it was the six-eared macaque or this little Kong Xian, both held significant positions amidst the calamities. If they could stabilize their growth and evade disaster, their future achievements would be limitless. With both gathered by his side, he wondered if he possessed some special charm. Yet, why did his mere presence stimulate the growth of spiritual roots? And why did they exhibit an innate understanding of remarkable techniques? Yet he himself struggled to grasp even a high-level breathing technique. Something was amiss. It was decidedly strange. Chen Xian found himself deep in thought. Was it that his developmental direction was flawed? It was akin to certain protagonists possessing inferior constitutions, inherently incapable of cultivating spiritual energy, yet exhibiting astonishing potential in other areas. Within the wilderness, various cultivation methods existed. Beyond the conventional practice of breathing and spiritual energy, there were the physical cultivation methods of the shaman clan, the Buddhist path of universal salvation, and myriad other approaches involving sword, pills, poison, painting, talismans, and so forth. Perhaps it was time to explore alternative cultivation methods. On the following morning, Kong Xian, transform back into your peacock form. Chen Xian beamed at Kong Xian. Transform back into a peacock? Ah, master, please do not change your mind. You promised yesterday that we would not have hot pot. Kong Xian feared Chen Xian might desire to consume him once more. I will not eat you, rest assured. Only then did Kong Xian feel safe to revert to his peacock form. Chen Xian seized Kong Xian's tail, plucking a long feather from it. Now, go and ponder how to create pigments. I wish to paint, Chen Xian instructed. Kong Xian scampered off eagerly to comply. Chen Xian regarded the feather in his hand. This peacock feather was a natural paintbrush. Let me see if I can channel my way into painting. After all, I displayed remarkable artistic talent at a young age, having been awarded the illustrious title of first painter in kindergarten. What? First painter in kindergarten? And you dare attempt to channel your way into painting? Is it as if, having read 300 Tang poems, you now seek to channel your way into literature? Chen Xian pondered, stroking his chin. What shall I paint first? Perhaps that monkey over there. It can serve as my model. Six-eared. Strike a pose that you consider the most impressive, and I shall paint your portrait. Chen Xian called out. Upon hearing this, the six-eared macaque exclaimed, Master wishes to paint my portrait? Splendid! The most impressive pose? That must be my stance as I battle against the heavens and earth. The demon ape descends. With a mighty roar, the six-eared macaque unleashed the technique of the demon ape's descent. In an instant, the towering figure of the six-eared macaque, resembling the mischievous demon ape, re-emerged, brandishing a steel staff towards the heavens, standing proudly in the world. Indeed, it was a battle against the heavens and earth. Qian Xian spread out the paper and faced the model of the six-eared macaque. Holding a peacock feather dipped in paint, he began to erratically sketch on the paper, devoid of any discernible technique. He muttered to himself, "Battle, battle. Confront the heavens and contend with the earth." The foremost painter of the kindergarten, beside him, Kong Xian transformed into a devoted admirer, exclaiming, "Brother Lu Er, you are so imposing. Hee. As long as you follow the teacher, you too can achieve what I have," replied Lu Er. "Brother Lu Er, in your battles against heaven and earth, whom do you intend to fight?" Kong Xian innocently inquired. Lu Er smiled faintly, gazing skyward as if seeking the depths of chaos. "I aim to smash that old Taoist Hong Jun." Lu Er recalled the last so-called eavesdropping on a sermon. He hadn't actually listened in. The content of Hong Jun's teachings had simply infiltrated his ears. Subsequently, Hong Jun had indiscriminately punished him. "Once I grow stronger, I shall certainly give him a thrashing," he vowed, dismissively intending to tell him, "Who cares for your sermons? There exists a great mountain formation here, shielding the secrets of the heavens, so there's no need to worry about being overheard by the Tao ancestor Hong Jun. Your current realm is still far from his," Qian Xian remarked with a chuckle. "Here, I have completed the painting. Take a look and see how it fares." Lu Er retracted the divine powers of the demon ape and excitedly accepted the portrait. A few rough lines simply outlined the contours of the six-eared macaque, with a casual light gray wash in the background, symbolizing chaos. Beside it were inscribed a few words. "Demon ape Lu Er." Viewing this painting requires a bit of imagination. Lu Er, clearly brimming with creativity, exclaimed with delight, "Thank you, teacher, for this painting. Wow. This embodies the demon ape battling the heavens and the earth in my heart." Qian Xian felt a slight embarrassment, somewhat self-conscious. He had a relatively clear understanding of his own artistic skills, which had already surpassed his kindergarten level. "Well, perhaps it is at the level of an elementary school student," he mused. Clearing his throat, he said sheepishly, "Ahem, in this painting, I employed the techniques of expressive line drawing. Imbued with the essence of the path of battle, if you savor it, you shall undoubtedly gain much wisdom." Lu Er meticulously examined the portrait, uttering a series of exclamations. "Such profound artistry. I seem to glimpse the figure of my divine father. The chaos demon APIT is utterly overwhelming. Is this the might I shall possess when I achieve enlightenment? It feels so lifelike. It seems like another version of myself. Is this the essence of battling the heavens and the earth?" The portrayal of the demon ape Lu Er by Qian Xian subtly influenced the six-eared macaque in the Chaos Purple Cloud Palace. Hong Jun, scheming and strategizing for the vast wilderness, pondered how to deal with the two known variables. Hong Yun, well-versed in the laws of space, was undoubtedly a direct disciple of the old Taoist Yang It. Was time to find an opportunity to eliminate him. Who should take action? Nuwa possessed great fortune. If she were willing to reconsider, she could be considered. Hong Jun mused, "Am I overlooking something? Besides the two established variables, Hong Yun and Nuwa, who else could there be?" Suddenly, the fierce figure of the six-eared macaque holding a steadfast iron rod surged into his mind. As if he were about to be ruthlessly struck. "Goodness, I am currently the sole sage in the vast wilderness. Why am I always so fearful?" Chapter 46. "Your Majesty, I have a brilliant plan on Mount Buzhou." Nuwa was tending to Fushi's wounds. "Brother, from now on, you must never associate with Emperor Jun and Tai again. Otherwise, you shall suffer such grievous injuries once more," Nuwa gently advised. It was a scene of sisterly affection and brotherly respect. But who knew the inhumane torment Fushi had just endured? Fushi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "I understand, little sister. I will never associate with Emperor Jun and Tai again. All these injuries were inflicted by you. 5 ribs are broken, and my right foot is crushed. There are countless other injuries. I can hardly move at all now. Brother, you are indeed a sensible person. In the future, you must not meddle in the affairs of the demon clan. Do you understand?" Nuwa spoke earnestly. Fushi felt a hint of unease at her solemnity. He sensed that his beating was not merely due to his association with Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. He speculated that the true reason lay in his joining the demon clan and becoming the emperor of the demon clan, which had enraged his little sister Nuwa. However, Fushi could not fathom why. Given that the demon clan was flourishing, his status as the emperor should be a cause for celebration. Could it be that my little sister has learned something? Thus, Fushi could not help but ask, "Little sister, what is the nature of my fate with the demon clan? Is it good or bad?" Nuwa pondered for a moment, casting several seals to shield all the energies and fates within the Dao field from outside influence. She slowly uttered a single word, "Death." Fushi was greatly alarmed, trembling, completely oblivious to the pain from his wounds. His shock was not from the notion of death, but from the realization of the calamity that awaited the demon clan, which would result in their demise, dragging him down with them. No wonder his little sister was so furious. After being soundly beaten by Nuwa, Fushi felt a warmth in his heart. After all, the more severely she struck him, the deeper their sibling bond. Fushi was now certain that Nuwa was aware of the future trajectory of the demon clan. Thus, the question arose, how did she acquire such knowledge? The answer was about to reveal itself. Could it be your teacher, the Grand Taoist? Fushi asked tremulously. Nuwa nodded. The teacher's words are infallible. Upon finishing, a glimmer of yearning flickered in her eyes. Indeed, it is the Grand Taoist. Fushi, well versed in the art of divination, understood that the changes in the vast wilderness were countless and could not be fully divined. However, given his little sister's earnestness and certainty, Fushi felt an undeniable sense of conviction. Who is the Grand Taoist? What kind of astonishing being possesses the insight to perceive the flow of the wilderness? Surely, he must be all-knowing from birth. Brother, there is no need to ponder overly. Under the guidance of the teacher, I have already discerned a way to unravel this. You should focus on healing. By the way, this conversation must not be revealed to anyone. Otherwise, the gentle yet cunning Nuwa blew softly on her delicate fist. Fushi quickly shrank back his neck, thinking, in this world, only the Grand Taoist could possibly be worthy of being my little sister's husband. Who else could tame such a terrifyingly cunning and extraordinary female demon? 1,000 years passed in silence. The two demon monarchs, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, had finally extricated themselves from Nuwa's nightmare. At this moment, a grand celebration was underway for the establishment of the demon clan's heavenly court. The magnificent heavenly court palace, Lingxiao Pavilion, adorned with jewels and gems, radiated a dazzling brilliance, emitting rays of golden light. The maidens, dressed in flowing garments resembling colorful clouds, sang and danced, playing musical instruments in harmony. All the powerful beings of the demon clan gathered at the Sunstar. Kuanpeng, Jiuying, Lu Wu, Kuanyo, Bai Fong, Tang Shi, Mountain Spider, Jin Chan, Bai Hu, countless heavenly soldiers donned in golden armor and silver helmets, all at the level of golden immortals, filled the scene. Dong Wang Gong, oh no, Dong Hua Emperor, served as the auspicious figure of the heavenly court. Once the esteemed ruler of the former celestial realm, he had now become the auspicious symbol of the demon clan's heavenly court, meticulously recording the guests as they arrived. Dong Wang Gong sighed, reflecting that this grand scene was far surpassed by the establishment of the celestial realm. It was indeed the powerful charisma of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi that drew so many. Over half of the mighty beings of the wilderness had come. Dong Wang Gong pondered, why haven't I seen any of the Western Queen Mother's peers? He was contemplating encountering one or two of his former adversaries to take advantage of the demon clan's might and humiliate them thoroughly. Yet now, none of the more than 2,000 powerful beings from that time had shown up. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi had prepared the necessary arrangements and began to pray to the heavenly Tao and the saints. Heavenly Tao above, saints witness, I am the demon Emperor Jun, accompanied by my brother Dong Huang Tai Yi, alongside the demon clan of the wilderness, to jointly establish the demon clan's heavenly court. From now on, we shall prioritize the lives of the beings in the wilderness and bring them prosperity. The demon clan's heavenly court be established. Thunderclaps of gold flashed through the heavens, and purple chi billowed downwards. The vast fortune of the demon clan condensed within the heavenly court, benefiting all demons. Seeing the situation, Dong Huang Tai Yi decisively summoned the chaotic bell to suppress the demon clan's fortune. What the heck? Such vast fortune? I truly regret not joining the demon clan's heavenly court. Is it too late for me to join now? Those who had not joined the demon clan lamented, regretting their missed opportunity. The demon clan was now a race favored by the heavenly Tao. The celebration for the establishment of the demon clan's heavenly court lasted a full 7 days. During this time, Demon Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi, leveraging the demon clan's extraordinary fortune, even surpassed the three pure ones, Laozi and Yuan, to be the first to slay their second corpse and ascend to the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. Beneath the Fusang tree on the Sun Star, the two demon emperors, Jun and Tai Yi, walked side by side, with the demon master Kuanping and Dong Wanggong closely following them, maintaining a half-body distance. Demon Master, after much contemplation, my brother and I believe that the demon clan has received the favor of the heavenly Tao and shall prosper in the future. However, while seizing the empire is easy, maintaining it is a challenge. The demon clan is vast, and I fear I may lack the strength to uphold it. Do you have any good strategies? Emperor Jun inquired of Kuanping. Strategies for maintaining the empire? Kuanping pondered for a moment and replied, Your Majesty, as far as I know, the three-legged Golden Crow clan only has 2 of Your Majesty. Have you considered flourishing the Golden Crow clan to command the myriad races? The prosperous Golden Crow clan seeks to dominate the myriad races, Jun echoed, a spark of delight flashing in his eyes. Truly the wise one from the heavenly court is deserving of admiration. Indeed, recalling the era when the 3 innate tribes were formidable, it was not solely due to the patriarch's suppression over the ages, but rather because of the overwhelming strength of the 3 innate tribes. Boasting countless powerful beings, it seems that our Golden Crow clan should consider expanding its numbers. Upon hearing this, Dong Wanggong felt a flicker of inspiration surge through his mind and exclaimed with joy, Your Majesty, I have a brilliant plan. Chapter 47. I too am a bird yearning for a bride. A brilliant plan. Jun expressed mild astonishment, wondering what clever scheme this fellow might propose. A brilliant plan? The Eastern Emperor, Donghua, might as well share his thoughts. Jun maintained a skeptical demeanor. Your Majesty, are you aware of the origins of the ancestral dragons of the 3 innate tribes, Yuanlong, Yuanying, and Shikolin? Dong Wanggong raised an eyebrow and inquired. One of the first extraordinary powers in the primordial realm, Jun Taichi was certainly aware of these secrets. Taichi replied. These 3 were born from the confluence of the 4 primordial elements of earth, wind, water, and fire at the dawn of creation. However, what does this have to do with the flourishing of the Golden Crow clan? Even the astute Kuanping displayed a hint of confusion regarding the connection. Dong Wanggong chuckled. Your Majesties, the conjunction of the 4 elemental forces gives rise to life. Now that these 4 primordial elements have evolved into the energies of yin and yang, does this not imply that the fusion of yin and yang can also nurture life? Taichi was momentarily stunned. What confluence of earth, wind, water, and fire, and now the energies of yin and yang? Clearly, this was beyond his comprehension. Jun slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Of course! How did I not realize this sooner? The fusion of yin and yang to create life is indeed a brilliant plan. Splendid! He couldn't help but glance at Dong Wanggong with renewed admiration. Astonished by the depth of understanding and insight he possessed in this regard, it was worth the life I spared you back in the day. Hearing Jun's praise, Dong Wanggong appeared quite pleased. Your Majesty is too gracious. Eastern Emperor, how does one achieve the fusion of yin and yang? Jun adopted a more humble demeanor, his attitude markedly amiable. Dong Wanggong, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, The masculine represents yang, while the feminine embodies yin. Your Majesties, your true forms are the 3-legged Golden Crow, the essence of fire, the embodiment of the Sun, as long as you can find the embodiment of the moon. The fusion of yin and yang can be realized. Should Your Majesty truly be unaware of the essence of this fusion, I could provide on-site guidance at that time. The fusion of yin and yang, on-site guidance? What on earth is this on-site guidance? After speaking, Dong Wanggong couldn't suppress a sense of pride, feeling that his wisdom was finally being recognized, akin to a late bloomer, when he sought the hand of the West Queen Mother. This was precisely the strategy he had in mind. He aimed to unite the utmost yang energy with the utmost yin energy, yet he found himself thwarted, losing both the lady and his forces in the process. Kuan-Peng couldn't help but regard Dong Wanggong with newfound respect and turned to Dijun and Tai Chi, clasping his hands. Your Majesties, I am aware that on the moon of the Yin Star, there reside two divine maidens, born from the essence of the Yin Star, both embodying the moon's essence and possessing extraordinary beauty, perfectly suited to your Majesties, a match made in heaven. If your Majesty could wed these two divine maidens, the fusion of Yin and Yang would surely invigorate the Golden Crow clan, and the strength of the demon clan's heavenly court would consequently surge. Dijun gazed longingly towards the direction of the Yin Star, feeling a stir of desire. The fusion of Yin and Yang, such a lineage, would undoubtedly place them among the elite of the primordial races. The prospects for the Golden Crow clan appeared bright. However, Dijun then furrowed his brow slightly as he regarded Dong Wanggong. Why does this initial approach feel somewhat reminiscent of Dong Wanggong's past endeavors? After establishing the celestial court, Dong Wanggong sought the hand of the West Queen Mother, only to be thoroughly beaten by the disciples of Tai Xian Dao. He never dared to approach her again. The celestial court, once boasting 36 heavenly generals and 72 earthly fiends, was reduced to merely a handful of janitors. Since then, it had plummeted and never managed to rise again. With a sense of caution, Dijun inquired of Kuan-Peng and Dong Wanggong. My esteemed ministers, these two divine maidens of the Yin Star, they have no connections to that Tai Xian Taoist, do they? Better safe than sorry. Caution is paramount. If they are linked to Tai Xian Taoist, it could lead to a situation where countless powerful beings surround and attack me. And I would follow in Dong Wanggong's unfortunate footsteps. I would be utterly humiliated. Rest assured, Your Majesty, as far as I know, the two divine maidens have never set foot outside the Yin Star. Not even during the teachings of the saints, remaining within the confines of the Yin Star. How could they possibly have any connection to Tai Xian Taoist? Dong Wanggong assured. Tai Chi, still unconvinced, pressed further. And what of that female demon? Nuwa? As far as I know, Nuwa has never set foot on the Yin Star either, so there should be no connection. Dong Wanggong confirmed. Upon hearing this, Dijun and Tai Chi's expressions brightened with joy. Now, all that remained was to persuade the two divine maidens of the Yin Star. With the abundance of the Golden Crow's masculine energy, I am certain I can captivate the hearts of the two divine maidens, leading to the flourishing of the Golden Crow clan. My esteemed ministers, hasten to arrange matters for me. I shall set forth to the Yin Star immediately. Should this endeavor succeed, the demon clan's heavenly court shall reign supreme in the primordial realm. And I shall duly reward you for your contributions, Dijun proclaimed, his countenance radiating delight. Yes, Your Majesty, Dong Wanggong and the demon sage Kuan-Peng withdrew to prepare for Dijun's journey to the Yin Star. Elder brother, the divine maidens of the Yin. Just as Eastern Emperor Tai Chi was about to suggest that each person should wed one divine maiden, he was abruptly interrupted by the demon emperor Dijun. Tai Chi, I am aware that you are absorbed in your cultivation, wholly devoted to tinkering with the chaos bell. Worry not, I shall handle the matter of the two divine maidens of the Yin Star alone. I do not. Tai Chi was unable to express a complete thought as Dijun continued to interject. Tai Chi, there is no need for gratitude between brothers. After all, I am the elder brother, Dijun sighed. Adding, Tai Chi, focus solely on your cultivation. Matters concerning the prosperity of the Golden Crow are trivial. I shall take care of them, for that is the duty of an elder brother. But you cannot bear to see me toil alone. Can you? Tai Chi, you need not worry. Your intentions are enough. For the prosperity of the Golden Crow, I am unafraid of hardship. I am unafraid of suffering. I am unafraid of trials, such as the bond between us. A genuine brotherhood. Having said that, Dijun patted Tai Chi's shoulder, exuding an air of willingness to shoulder the burden, embodying a spirit of self-sacrifice. Continuously interrupted by Dijun, Tai Chi found himself unable to articulate even a single complete sentence. Genuine brotherhood? What a farcical notion! How profoundly sincere! For the sake of righteousness, kin, and brotherhood, self-sacrifice is admirable indeed, and Dijun is truly commendable. Pray, is there any opportunity for such matters to arise again? Please, allow me to partake. The flames of Tai Chi's inner sun blazed fiercely, his emotions mirroring the essence of the sun's name. Son, I too am a bird yearning for a bride. He could only unleash his frustration upon the Chaos Bell with a powerful strike, venting the anger he could not voice. How utterly frustrating. Chapter 48. When did I become a wayward scoundrel? On the Een Star, silvery white starlight gently cascaded over the serene Guanghan Palace, adding an air of chill and tranquility. The laurel trees outside the palace, illuminated by the radiant starlight, appeared as ethereal silver spirits, accompanied by two maidens draped in white. The two maidens walked side by side, their graceful figures swaying like delicate willows. Beneath the sheer fabric, their flawless jade-like skin glimmered softly, reflecting the gentle starlight. The sisters, breathtakingly beautiful, possessed an exquisite allure that would leave even the celestial maidens of the heavens feeling inferior, marveling at the presence of such ethereal beauty in the world. These were Shi-He and Chang-Shi, two sisters born from the essence of the Een Star. With Shi-He as the elder and Chang-Shi as the younger, she gazed back towards the primordial realm, her eyes shimmering with memories, rippling with waves of nostalgia. "Sister, are you thinking of your teacher again?" Chang-Shi teased, her tone playful yet cool. "Indeed, I have not seen my teacher in over 20,000 years. I wonder if he has grown accustomed to being without my service." She sighed softly, reminiscing about the days spent serving her teacher on Taiyun Mountain, which were her most cherished moments. Even the mere act of Qin Xian sipping the tea she brewed filled her with joy. A hint of curiosity danced across Chang-Shi's fair face. "Sister, what kind of person is your teacher?" When she transformed, Shi-He emerged slightly ahead of Chang-Shi, having ventured forth from the Een Star to encounter Qin Xian. In contrast, Chang-Shi hesitated, fearful of leaving the Een Star, and thus missed the opportunity to apprentice alongside Shi-He. Since Shi-He returned, she has been consumed by thoughts of Qin Xian, sharing many delightful anecdotes about him with Chang-Shi. Consequently, Chang-Shi's curiosity about Shi-He's teacher, Qin Xian, grew immensely. Her teacher is an enigmatic existence in the primordial realm. Unmatched in talent and radiance, Shi's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. Unmatched in talent, unparalleled in brilliance. "Sister, your words make me eager to meet him as well." Chang-Shi's curiosity deepened, a hint of blush gracing her alabaster cheeks. Without any word from their teacher, Shi recalled his assurance that as long as she could survive the tribulations, she would eventually meet him. Shi playfully tapped Chang-Shi's nose with her finger. "Survive the tribulations, sister. How far along are you in comprehending the laws of the sun?" "I have grasped over 70%, yet I have made little progress lately. I am unsure of the reason." Shi replied. "Over 70% already? Sister, you are not far from attaining the Tao of Hunyuan." Chang-Shi exclaimed in surprise, pouting as she added, "I have yet to comprehend even a sliver of the laws." "How did you manage it, sister?" Shi blinked her eyes. "It was quite simple. Is that so?" "Sister, please tell me how you did it." Chang-Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "By remaining by my teacher's side. It naturally came to me." Shi smiled with narrowed eyes and said, "Naturally, sister, you are teasing me again. Speak seriously." Chang-Shi pouted slightly. "All right, the teacher once said, the lunar goddess Chang-Shi is inherently close to the principles of the moon, and the opportunity to comprehend these principles lies within the innate spiritual root of the laurel tree." Shi spoke earnestly. Chang-Shi gazed vacantly at the laurel tree for quite some time. The laurel tree, an exceptional innate spiritual root, did not enjoy the same renown in the primordial era as the Huang Zhongli or the innate gourd vine. Most beings only recognized the laurel tree's formidable healing abilities, as Wu Gang could never fell it. Yet, they were unaware that the laurel tree's status among the top 10 innate spiritual roots was due to far more than that. The full name of the laurel tree is the Tai-Yin laurel tree, also known as the spirit of the moon and the spirit of the Tai-Yin, which embodies the essence of the Tai-Yin path. After the primordial era, how could a spiritual root that embodies the laws of the great Tao be considered mundane? Thus, Qin Xian declared that the opportunity for the lunar goddess to comprehend the Tai-Yin principles lies within the laurel tree. How exactly can one grasp the Tai-Yin principles? Chang-Shi immersed herself wholeheartedly in the Tai-Yin laurel tree. Gradually, the Tai-Yin energy of the Tai-Yin star began to converge, merging into the laurel tree. Chang-Shi's cultivation, at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal realm, seemed to become ethereal and elusive. A group of celestial soldiers from the demon clan, clad in silver-white armor, traversed the starry sky, escorting Dijun and Tai-Yi. Their destination was none other than the Tai-Yin star, Ahead lies the Taiyin star. General White Tiger, please hasten and investigate for any abnormalities, Dijun said, gazing at the radiant silver-white Taiyin star, feeling a tinge of impatience yet remaining cautious. General White Tiger, upon receiving the command, led a small squad of demon soldiers to scout ahead. Reporting to your majesty, there is no significant anomaly on the Taiyin star. General White Tiger returned to report. Excellent. Let us depart swiftly. Dijun finally felt relieved and ordered the troops to advance towards the Taiyin star. Ladies of the Taiyin, your destined prince has arrived. Dijun laughed heartily, preparing to savor the blessings of companionship. Dong Huang Tai, holding the chaos bell, followed him in a somewhat gloomy mood. At this moment, the Taiyin star was enveloped in an exceptionally rich Taiyin energy. Upon arrival, Dijun felt a refreshing coolness flowing through his heart. A stark contrast to the warmth of the Taiyang star. This is indeed the essence of the Taiyin. It is truly marvelous, Dijun exclaimed. He then commanded, all soldiers, heed my orders and wait here for my news. Sorcerer, you will accompany me and Dong Huang into the Taiyin star to pay our respects to the two lunar goddesses. Having done extensive research, he was aware that the lunar goddesses preferred tranquility, thus accommodating their preferences by instructing his accompanying soldiers to remain outside the Taiyin star. As for bringing along the sorcerer Kuanpeng, it was a precautionary measure. Should the two lunar goddesses refuse his advances, he would need to conquer them by force, and with Dong Huang Tai and the sorcerer Kuanpeng at his side, it would undoubtedly be an effortless task. Dijun was confident, as long as they were not disciples of the supreme Taoist. Aside from the saints, the three pure ones, there was no one in the world who could withstand him. Lunar goddesses, prepare yourselves. To the two lunar goddesses, he proclaimed, I am the lord of the heavenly court. Demon Emperor Dijun today. I come with my brother Dong Huang Tai and sorcerer Kuanpeng to pay my respects. Dijun's voice, bolstered by his cultivation and magical power, resonated throughout the palace of Guanghan. Chang Shi, who was comprehending the Taiyin principles beneath the laurel tree, was suddenly startled by Dijun's voice. Demon Emperor Dijun. Is he not the debauched scoundrel my sister Shi spoke of? Chang Shi recalled her sister, Shi mentioning that the Demon Emperor Dijun would come to the Taiyin star to deceive them into joining the demon clan, under the pretense of becoming the mistresses of the heavenly court. While actually harboring ulterior motives, Chang Shi hastily tightened the thin veil draped around her and hurried towards the palace of Guanghan, calling out, Sister, that debauched scoundrel Dijun has arrived. Dijun, Tai, and Kuanpeng, all of whom were of quasi-saint level, possessed exceptional hearing and naturally caught Chang Shi's words. Debauched scoundrel? Dijun paused in surprise. When did I become a debauched scoundrel? Who has tarnished my reputation? Chapter 49. Dare to lay hands on my senior sister Shi? That would be akin to hanging oneself on the old age star, tired of living. Dong Huang Tai's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light as he inquired. Is this voice from the lunar goddess? If it is, it seems her impression of my brother Dijun is not very favorable. Does this mean my opportunity has arrived? The Taiyin star is rarely visited. That voice must belong to one of the lunar goddesses, Kuanpeng replied. Brother, if the two goddesses refuse you, please allow me to give it a tryit would be unwise to resort to force right away. As we will all be family in the future. Brother, you focus on ruling the heavenly court and promoting the Jinwu clan. Let me handle the trivial matters. I don't mind a little hardship. That's what brotherhood is about, Tai said with a hint of excitement. Dijun's lips twitched slightly, yet he maintained a smile, patting Tai on the shoulder as if unbothered. Tai, you underestimate my charm. The lunar goddesses must have some misunderstanding about me. Once we clear up any misconceptions, my charm will surely captivate them. Just rest assured and wait for me to bring home a bride for you to call sister-in-law. Wait for you to bring home a bride for me to call sister-in-law? What about my dignity? Tai shot a sidelong glance. The trio proceeded directly towards the palace of Guanghan. So, this is the laurel tree on the Taiyin star. The essence of the Taiyin is indeed rich, complementing the Fusang tree on the Taiyang star beautifully, Dijun remarked as he approached the laurel tree, increasingly convinced of Dong Wanggong's assertion about the union of yin and yang. Your Majesty, the two lunar goddesses reside within this palace of Guanghan. Sorcerer Kuanpeng pointed towards the palace ahead. Dijun nodded slightly and, bowing towards the palace of Guanghan, said, Ladies, I am Dijun, not a debauched scoundrel. I implore you to come forth and meet me to dispel any misunderstandings." With that, Jun unleashed a potent aura of solar energy, a domineering smile gracing his lips. The pure solar energy exuded a vigorous masculinity, naturally attracting the feminine essence. This is absolute confidence. The doors of the palace of Guanghan slowly opened, revealing the two goddesses, Shi He and Chang Shi, who gracefully stepped out. They no longer wore veils, nor could one glimpse the jade-like skin beneath the fabric. Instead, they donned wide-sleeved long gowns that revealed only their delicate faces and fingers, leaving no opportunity for Jun to lewdly gaze upon them. Yet, their innate beauty and the cold, noble aura they radiated could not be concealed by the flowing garments. The two demon emperors should return. The Tai-Yin star is my domain, and I do not welcome outsiders. Shi spoke with a frosty tone, akin to an ancient iceberg, chilling to the bone. Fairies, I have come with sincere intentions to invite you to join the demon clan and become the future goddesses of the heavenly court. Jun reiterated, bowing once more. Shi's gaze grew even colder. As her teacher had foretold, this debauched scoundrel harbored ulterior motives towards them. Should the calamity of the witch and demon tribes erupt in the future, it would entangle her sister and herself, leading to an unfortunate end. Despite Jun's handsome visage, Shi grew increasingly impatient and wished to sever all ties with him. I have no intention of joining the demon clan. Please leave at once, brother. You can't handle this. Let me. Tai seized the opportunity to speak before Jun could respond. Ladies, I am Dong Huang Tai of the demon clan, born of the great sun's golden flames from the Taiyang star. Wielding the innate treasure, the chaos bell, capable of suppressing the current era, we are an absolute match. Tai spoke eloquently, listing all his advantages, feeling a surge of pride. How many young maidens in the demon clan admired him? Surely these two goddesses would be no different. Brother Jun, my apologies, but I shall take care of this laborious task, Tai declared. Get lost? She coldly spat out a single word. Get lost? Both Jun and Tai were taken aback. Did I hear you correctly? How dare she tell the lord of the heavenly court to get lost? Has she eaten the heart of a lion? What did you say? Tai glared. Why, sister told you to get lost. If you didn't hear her clearly, then you are truly shameless. Changshi huffed. Jun's expression darkened, and with a wave of his sleeve, he shifted his attitude. Ladies, I intended to treat you with courtesy first, as we will all be family in the future. If you refuse my goodwill, get lost. The two three-legged golden crows, bearing the supreme destiny, had once been insulted openly like this. Even the female demon Yuhua had never dared to tell him to get lost. Usually, it was he who left of his own accord. These two lunar goddesses could not possibly defy him. Enraged, Jun exuded an overwhelming aura of authority. A great sun rose behind him, burning fiercely. That was the illusion of the great sun, yet the flames it emitted were undeniably the true fire of the sun. Nothing could escape its incineration. The Tai-Yin and the Taiyang are intertwined in a cycle of creation and destruction. The surrounding Tai-Yin energy crackled as it was scorched, causing the very fabric of space to ripple. At the quasi-saint mid-stage, with the true fire of the sun, Jun held the perfect leverage to overpower the two lunar goddesses. Ladies, I must apologize. Prepare to taste the scorching flames of the sun. Shi let out a derisive laugh, her expression unfazed as she remarked playfully, Oh, is this the true fire of the sun? It is not too late to admit your wrongdoings. Jun's anger surged, intensifying the blazing flames of the sun. The entire Tai-Yin star transformed from a silvery white radiance to a slight reddish hue. The primordial beings could not help but look up at the moon. Why did the Tai-Yin star suddenly flicker with a red light? Could there be an anomaly? It appears to be the very essence of the sun's true fire. Are Jun and Tai truly about to take action against the two sacred lunar goddesses? Alas, those two lunar goddesses are my divine idols. The demon master Kunping gazed in astonishment at the sun's true fire exhibited by Jun, the innate 10 fundamental source fires, terrifying indeed. With merely this sun's true fire, Jun could rampage through the vast wilderness, not to mention the accompanying innate treasures, the He-Tu and Luo Shu. Truly, he is the born sovereign of the sun star. Chang Shi, still at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, had yet to comprehend the lunar principles, her expression slightly wavering. Sister, this sun's true fire. She gently patted Changshi's hand, signaling her to remain at ease. Jun. I had no desire to entangle with you further. Since my kind words have yielded no understanding on your part, do not blame me for being impolite. The icy demeanor of Shihi intensified. In an instant, a flickering flame burst forth from her fingertips. This is the flame I once used to boil water and brew tea for my teacher. I wonder how it compares to your son's true fire. With a gentle breath, Shihi sent the small flame soaring. Landing upon the lunar star, boom. In an instant, it ignited all the lunar essence. The vast expanse of the lunar star, stretching across millions of miles, was engulfed in roaring flames, illuminating the entire starry sky. The beings of the wilderness stared in a daze at the lunar star. This must truly be the Sun Star. The Sun Star, where the demon clan's heavenly court resides, must be a counterfeit. The disciples emerging from Taiyun Mountain, witnessing this shocking spectacle, realized that Jun and Tai Yi were in for a dire fate. How dare they lay hands on senior sister Shihi? That would be akin to the old longevity star hanging himself, utterly reckless. Chapter 50. Fairy, I assure you by my avian form, this is undoubtedly a misunderstanding. What the hell? What kind of fire is this? How can it be even more formidable than the sun's true fire? Upon seeing the blazing flames consuming the lunar star, Jun's face darkened, unable to suppress his expletives. Is this truly the lunar goddess? This must be the genuine ruler of the Sun Star. Jun's faith in life began to waver. Suddenly, a detail flashed through the minds of Jun and Tai Yi. They exchanged a startled glance. Had she just mentioned that this was the flame she once used to boil water for her teacher? Teacher? Which teacher? Could it be? No way. How could one be so unfortunate? Tai Yi's grip on the chaos bell began to tremble slightly. The sun's true fire surrounding Jun had already begun to wither, unable to withstand the flames conjured by Shihi. Fairy, the teacher you speak of is, Jun hastily inquired. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Changshi. Who my sister's teacher is none of your concern. Changshi huffed, her gaze turning enviously toward Shi. Is this the solar principle my sister has comprehended? A mere flicker of flame surpasses even the sun's true fire from the three-legged golden crow. If I could grasp the lunar principles in the future, how magnificent that would be. If my sister is already this formidable, how powerful must her teacher be? It's simply unimaginable. How I long to meet my sister's teacher. Shihi discerned Changshi's thoughts and said, Do not worry. When I next see my teacher, I will bring you along. Sister, you are so kind. Changshi exclaimed, her lovely face beaming with joy. Amidst this, Jun, Tai Yi, and Kuanping increasingly felt that the situation had spiraled beyond their control. Shi's cultivation and powers exceeded their wildest imagination. Brother, you sought to marry a wife. What shall we do now? Tai Yi cursed. What else can we do? We must flee, Jun roared in exasperation amidst the flames. The two brothers transformed into their golden crow forms, enduring the searing flames stronger than the sun's true fire, attempting to take flight. Kuanping, sensing the dire situation, hastily followed. However, a chilling voice from behind halted them. If the lunar star becomes a place where anyone can come and go as they please, would that not strip it of all order? The fierce fire formed three barriers, encircling Jun, Tai Yi, and Kuanping. Tai Yi attempted to summon the chaos bell, only to find himself utterly immobilized, devoid of any means of resistance. Even the two demon emperors who had severed two of their corpses found themselves powerless before Shihi, who had comprehended 70% of the solar principles. This was the absolute advantage of validating one's path through strength. Their combat prowess was not even on the same scale. Not even 10 beings who had severed 3 corpses could stand against Shihi. They were merely subjects of one-sided torment. Fairy, is your teacher perhaps Tai Xian Dao Ren? Jun, unwilling to relent, inquired once more. Shihi responded with a gentle smile. Why do you ask about my teacher? What the hell? It truly is Tai Xian Dao Ren. The evidence is irrefutable. This is a calamity. Am I destined to cross paths with Tai Xian Dao Ren? Tai Xian Dao Ren. Are we not destined to follow the old path of Dong Wang Gong? Kuanping exclaimed in shock, anxiety, and dread. Under such a level of fiery wrath, he feared not a single hair would remain. The old path of Dong Wanggong. This script feels familiar. Dijun and Tai Yi suddenly awakened. Could it be that Dong Wanggong is scheming against us? This method of yin and yang coalescing to give birth to the golden crows was proposed by Dong Wanggong. The fairy before them was clearly an outstanding disciple of Tai Xiandaoren. Tai Yi gritted his teeth. That old thief Dong Wanggong. How dare he conspire against me? Within the demon clan's heavenly court, Dong Wanggong lounged with crossed legs, whistling and munching seeds. Living in blissful contentment, before him were the last 10 cleaning maids of the celestial court. Gazing at the blazing light of the lunar star, Dong Wanggong felt an inner satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, he gifted each of the cleaning maids a piece of spiritual treasure, all of which were taken from the heavenly armory, truly generous. These 10 cleaning maids were well versed in the myriad gossip of the wilderness. Information about the lunar goddess potentially being a disciple of Tai Xiandaoren naturally came from their gossip. After all, Chunxian's hundreds of thousands of disciples scattered across the wilderness would occasionally discuss their fellow brothers and sisters. Dong Wanggong proclaimed, "Cleaning maids, eternal deities, pay them well, and they will all be rendered useless. Truly the last bastion of the celestial court. Truly the celestial court's final pillar." Dijun and Tai Yi surmised they might have fallen into Dong Wanggong's scheme. But now they could only grit their teeth and escape before seeking retribution from Dong Wanggong. Dijun forced a smile more wretched than weeping. "Fairy, this is a misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding." Tai Yi also forced a smile. "Fairy, I assure you by my avian form, this is undoubtedly a misunderstanding." The playful Changshi spat. "Pa, you guarantee a bird, indeed. But why does that sound so layered?" The two demon emperors and Kuanpeng had merely applied a light reprimand this time. Should they dare to tread upon the lunar star again, they would know the consequences, she stated coldly. With a wave of her hand, 3 strands of solar principles were unleashed, enveloping the 3 in flames, instantly elevating their intensity. It was akin to chaotic level flames, poised to reduce them to nothingness. Was this merely a light reprimand? In an instant, the feathers of the 3 birds were burned to nothing. Their skin charred yet tender, exuding a delicious aroma that made Changshi swallow hard. She waved her hand once more, and the 3 birds transformed into streaks of light, cast back to the wilderness. The lunar star returned to its former silvery radiance, and a flicker of flame danced once again at Shi's fingertips. "Teacher, had we not encountered you, my sister and I might have truly fallen victim to that roguish scoundrel, facing calamity and misfortune." "Teacher, are you still at Taiyun Mountain?" The glimmer of longing shone in Shihi's eyes. In the original trajectory of the wilderness, Dijun indeed married both Shihi and Changshi, and Shihi bore him 10 golden crows, continuing the bloodline. However, after the cataclysm of the witch and demon war erupted, Shihi and Changshi could no longer safely navigate the tribulations and ultimately retreated, their whereabouts unknown. Yet, the appearance of Chun Xian altered the course of events. Chapter 51. Rebel, you clearly seek to drain my essence. Look, 3 streaks of red light are descending from the lunar star. The lunar star has returned to its usual state. In that red light, do those appear to be 3 birds? I see it too. 3 pitch-black birds, not a feather left. I told you, daring to lay hands on senior sister, she is akin to the old longevity star hanging himself. Senior sister she is truly unparalleled, deeply inheriting her teacher's teachings. Even the newly ascended 2 demon emperors were left without a single feather. Kuanping felt immense regret within. I was blind to have been captivated by the regal aura of these 2 foolish birds. They say persimmons are only squeezed when they are soft. These 2 fools, what they approached was not persimmons at all, but durians. After this, I must return to the North Sea. Otherwise, I might not know when these 2 fools will bring about my doom. Dijun and Tai Yi lamented in confusion. I, the dignified golden crow of the great sun, the sovereign of flames, was actually burned by fire. Who would believe such a thing? Are all disciples of Tai Xiandaoren this terrifying? I am truly at my wit's end. I must return to the sun star and enter seclusion. I shall not emerge until I sever 3 corpses. The waters of the wilderness are far too deep. My lord, I apologize for my late arrival to rescue you. causing the two majesties to suffer. Suddenly, Dong Wanggong appeared, his face streaked with tears and snot, hunched over as he led a grand army from the heavenly court to the rescue. "What the hell? Dong Wanggong, you traitor! How dare you come to our rescue? Look at me and see if I won't put an end to you." As Dijun and Tai were about to engage in a fierce confrontation, unexpectedly, their severe injuries took a toll, causing them to cough up a mouthful of blood and faint away. "The Emperor of Demons has collapsed. Hurry, take him back to the heavenly court." Dijun and Tai remained in a state of repose for an entire 500 years. Their delicate skin was just beginning to sprout fine hairs. Every recollection of the blazing fires on the moon's star sent shivers down their spines. Moreover, there was still a chief culprit yet to be dealt with. In the celestial palace of the demon clan, within the Lingxiao Hall, Dijun and Tai wore expressions as solemn as water. Today marked their first day out of bed. "Donghua Emperor, you old scoundrel! How dare you conspire to place me in peril?" Tai roared, as if an eruption of pent-up fury was unleashed. With his heart ablaze with indignation, Tai resolved to settle accounts with Dong Wanggong today. "Your Majesty, the Eastern Emperor is wronged. This old minister has devoted himself tirelessly to the heavenly court. How could I dare cause harm to your majesties?" Dong Wanggong cried out in protest. "And what do you have to say about the matter concerning the moon goddess?" Dijun forcibly suppressed his anger and inquired calmly. Dong Wanggong appeared bewildered, feigning ignorance. "This old minister has long wished to ask your majesty what on earth transpired on the moon star that led to such grievous injuries to both your majesties and the demon masters." Dijun's lips twitched. "You cunning old fox, it was your scheme. How could you possibly be unaware? And now you feign ignorance, turning the tables to question me. I ask you, was the idea of uniting yin and yang to conceive the golden crow yours?" Dijun demanded. Dong Wanggong nodded. "Was the moon goddess a candidate you recommended?" Dijun pressed again. Dong Wanggong nodded once more. "Old scoundrel, you have no excuse left. Seize him and take him out to be executed." Tai bellowed. "Your majesties, this old minister only seeks the prosperity of the heavenly court. Advising your majesties is my duty. What wrong have I committed? Over these 500 years, I have pondered and devised an excellent method to conceive the golden crow. Even if your majesty wishes to slay me, you must allow me to finish explaining this method." Dong Wanggong exclaimed urgently. Dijun and Tai exchanged glances. "An excellent method to conceive the golden crow? Could it be another trap laid for us?" Yet, the allure of this method proved too tempting to resist. The continuation of their lineage was indeed a monumental matter. Dong Wanggong, rise and speak. "I shall grant you but one opportunity. Should your words fail to satisfy me, your life shall be forfeit," Tai remarked coldly. Dong Wanggong stood, adjusting his attire. "Your Majesty, this old minister has long been concerned for the demon clan. Pouring my heart and soul into it," Dijun waved his hand, interrupting Dong Wanggong's preamble. "Get to the point. Your Majesty, the origins of the myriad races in the primordial world are diverse. After 500 years of contemplation, I have finally conceived a method that does not require a female to produce offspring. It can be hailed as a divine stroke of genius in the annals of inheritance." Dong Wanggong raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of self-promotion. "A method that does not require a female to conceive." Tai frowned slightly, seemingly intrigued. "Continue," Dong Wanggong elaborated. "This old minister has heard that the 12 ancestors of Wu were birthed from the essence of the Pango great god. I believe that the essence of both your majesties could also give rise to life. Indeed, the 12 ancestors of Wu were transformed from Panga's essence, but what kind of brilliant method is this?" "You are clearly attempting to drain my essence," Tai retorted furiously. Dong Wanggong quickly interjected. "Eastern Emperor, please calm your anger. Allow me to finish my explanation." Tai produced the chaos bell with a cold snort, as if signaling to Dong Wanggong, "If you cannot present something of substance, I shall strike you down on the spot." Dong Wanggong shrank back, stating, "Your Majesty, as the sovereign of fire, you were born from flames. Thus, your offspring should also emerge from fire, of course, to transform the essence into life. A crucial spiritual root must serve as a medium." As Dong Wanggong spoke of the sovereign of fire, both Dijun and Tai instinctively recoiled. "That I am not the sovereign of fire. What medium is required? Dijun inquired. The innate supreme spiritual root, the Fusang tree, Dong Wanggong replied. The Fusang tree is fundamentally wood. Its nature is warm and imbued with the breath of life. Furthermore, it is the spirit of the sun, containing the true fire of the Sun, as the saying goes, wood generates fire. Thus, your golden crow's essence is inherently compatible with the Fusang tree, ensuring the successful birth of a young golden crow. Moreover, the offspring will inherit the true fire of the sun from your majesties, making them of noble lineage, destined for greatness. Dong Wanggong presented an exceedingly advanced theory. Both Dijun and Tai Yi appeared bewildered. This was entirely unlike the Dong Wanggong they had known. After joining the demon clan's heavenly court, he seems to have transformed entirely. After a lengthy silence, Dijun, seemingly enlightened, detected a semblance of feasibility in the proposition. His attitude underwent a complete reversal. I wronged the Donghua Emperor earlier. I was misled by slander. I implore the Donghua Emperor to dismiss it from your mind. Seeing his brother's change of heart, Tai Yi, eager to experiment with the feasibility of the method, couldn't help but caution. Brother, be cautious. What if we drain our essence and fail to conceive? Dijun furrowed his brow, glanced at Dong Wanggong, and pondered for a moment before asking, Donghua Emperor, how confident are you in this essence-based conception of the golden crow? Dong Wanggong puffed out his chest, brimming with confidence. This old minister is 10 parts certain. 10 parts certain? What if we fail to conceive? Tai Yi pressed. I stake my life on it. Should it fail, my head shall roll, Dong Wanggong declared with a resounding voice. Pledging his life, Dijun and Tai Yi exchanged glances, both feeling a flicker of intrigue. After all, the Golden Crow clan consisted of only the two of them, a woefully meager number. Furthermore, their plan for the yin-yang union with the moon goddess had already been declared a failure. Why not give it a try? Drawing a few drops of essence should pose no problem. Donghua Emperor, how many drops of Golden Crow essence do you require? Dijun inquired. Dong Wanggong extended a single finger, addressing Dijun and Tai Yi. 1,000 drops from each of your majesties. Dijun and Tai Yi nearly lost their balance. 1,000 drops? It takes a millennium to condense a single drop of Golden Crow essence. Acquiring 1,000 drops would require a staggering 1 million years of arduous cultivation. You traitor! You clearly intend to drain my essence dry. Chapter 52. Donghua Emperor, truly a loyal minister of the demon clan. Dijun and Tai Yi genuinely felt the urge to execute Dong Wanggong on the spot. However, the method he proposed for conceiving the Golden Crow compelled the two demon emperors to act. For the sake of the Golden Crow lineage, they were willing to risk it all. Dijun, gripping the throne, gritted his teeth. Donghua Emperor, a maximum of 500 drops of essence. I want to see the young Golden Crow. This old minister shall give it my all. Dong Wanggong cast a surreptitious glance at Dijun and Tai Yi, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. I won't let you two off that easily. After extracting a full 500 drops of essence, both Dijun and Tai Yi's faces turned pale. Dong Wanggong hurried off to the Fusang tree to conduct his experiment. The two demon emperors secluded themselves on the Sunstar, fearful of inadvertently provoking the disciples of the Taishan Taoist. While traversing the primordial realm, Enhua and Shiha were already formidable enough. Should they encounter more disciples of the Taishan Taoist, their heavenly court might very well be usurped. Caution. They must remain extremely cautious. A century later, within a blazing essence of solar fire on the Fusang tree, a being in the shape of a three-legged golden crow was forming. Dijun and Tai Yi were overjoyed. Dong Wanggong had indeed managed to conceive a young golden crow. Gazing at the fledgling golden crow amidst the solar fire, both Dijun and Tai Yi felt a profound sense of kinship. I have descendants now. The golden crow lineage shall rise. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Best wishes, Your Majesty. Dong Wanggong's face radiated with pride. Conceiving the young golden crow was entirely his undertaking. Donghua Emperor, I previously misjudged you. You are the backbone of the demon clan's heavenly court, Tai Yi praised. Your Majesty flatters me. This is merely my duty. Dong Wanggong chuckled. Your Majesty, why not seize the opportunity and conceive a few more golden crows? Dijun nodded. It was indeed prudent to conceive more. In time, the young golden crow would mature, and the demon clan would gain several powerful entities. Thus, they extracted an additional 4,500 drops of essence from both Dijun and Tai, leaving the two demon emperors looking ghastly pale. Combined with the previous 500 drops, they had extracted 5,000 drops of essence each, totaling 1 million drops. That represented 500,000 years of arduous cultivation for both demon emperors. Fortunately, Dong Wang Gong merely wasted 9,990 drops of essence, successfully birthing 10 young golden crows upon the Fusang tree. Yes, indeed, just a slight waste. Dong Wang Gong had spent years beneath the Fusang tree, seemingly mumbling to himself, as though providing prenatal education to the young golden crows. Time in the primordial world was not recorded. 2,000 years slipped by like a fleeting moment. The 10 young golden crows emerged, each possessing the cultivation of Tai golden immortals. Dijun and Tai raised their thumbs in praise toward Dong Wang Gong, Donghua Emperor, truly a loyal minister of the demon clan. The demon clan is fortunate to have you. Dong Wang Gong beamed even brighter. For the demon clan, I would brave mountains of blades and seas of flames. This old minister would spare no effort. The birth of 10 little golden crows is the most joyful event in the entire celestial realm. Lanterns are lit, and a festive and harmonious atmosphere envelopes the scene. Meanwhile, on the lunar star, the laurel trees of the moon scatter a soft, silvery glow, shrouding the moon goddess Changxi in an ethereal beauty akin to a celestial maiden. The aura surrounding her merges seamlessly with that of the laurel trees, growing increasingly serene. Changxi has reached a pivotal moment in her understanding of the lunar principles. Soon, the essence of the moon from the entire lunar star seems to respond to her call, rushing towards her and flowing into her being. Congratulations, dear sister, for successfully grasping the lunar principles. Shiha, draped in a light, elegant veil, exudes an aura of celestial grace. Changxi's eyes sparkle like crescent moons as she affectionately links her arm with Shiha's, playfully saying, "Hee, it is all thanks to your wise guidance, dear sister. May I now join your esteemed tutelage? You wish to enter the fold of my mentor. That requires my teacher's approval," Shiha replied, tapping Changxi's forehead lightly. "How can I meet your teacher?" Changxi inquired. Sister Niwa once mentioned that when one seeks to attain the primordial state, calling out the true name of the teacher will allow them to hear it. And perhaps, one might then meet the teacher, Shiha recalled. To attain the primordial state, dear sister, you have already comprehended over 70% of the solar principles. You are but a step away from success. However, Shiha shook her head. Without my teacher by my side, the progress in grasping the solar principles has become increasingly arduous. I have not made any advancement for thousands of years, and I wonder when I might have the chance for my voice to reach my teacher. She spoke with a hint of disappointment and melancholy. When Shiha descended from Taiyun Mountain, she had already comprehended 70% of the solar principles. Yet, after over 20,000 years on the lunar star, she had achieved not even 10%. Changxi, noticing her sister's downcast mood, consoled her, "Do not fret. With your innate talent, you will surely attain the primordial state. It merely requires the right opportunity." Shiha grasped Changxi's hand, her smile radiant. Indeed, it only takes a single opportunity. But what could that opportunity be? Changxi furrowed her delicate brows, pondering. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her mind. "Sister, I believe I have discerned what your opportunity is." Changxi exclaimed with delight. "What opportunity?" Shiha's beautiful eyes lit up with eagerness. "Why, sister's teacher has said that the opportunity to comprehend the lunar principles lies within the laurel trees. So for you, dear sister," Changxi winked playfully, "the opportunity must surely be the Fusang tree. The Fusang tree embodies the essence of the sun and is rich in solar principles. If one seeks to grasp the solar principles with the Fusang tree nearby, the endeavor would surely yield remarkable results. However, the Fusang tree can only take root in the solar star. If transplanted elsewhere, it is likely to wither. And the solar star is precisely where Emperor Jun and Tai's celestial court resides." Shiha stated. "Sister, do you not wish to see your teacher?" Changxi feigned surprise. "How dare you jest with me? Come here," Shiha laughed. "Very well, let Emperor Jun temporarily relocate the demon clan's celestial court. Once I attain the primordial state, I shall return the solar star to him." With that, Shiha and Changxi flew gracefully from the lunar star towards the solar star. Chapter 53. Unfilial child. This is truly a troublesome predicament. At this moment, the celestial court was suffused with an air of jubilation. Celestial soldiers and generals exchanged toasts, reveling in the celebration. Have you seen the 10 young princes? Born as Tai golden immortals, they outshine us by a wide margin. They are indeed formidable, heirs of the 2 demon emperors. Their bloodline is powerful and truly unmatched. With these 10 princes, our demon clan is destined for greatness in due time. Many among the demon clan expressed their admiration for the 10 golden crows. Within the grand Lingxiao Palace, the 10 golden crows surrounded Emperor Jun and Tai, who, for the first time, felt the joy of their races flourishing. The prosperity of the Golden Crow clan rests upon your shoulders, said the Demon Emperor. Fear not, Father and East Emperor. We will diligently cultivate our abilities. Just as they basked in their joy, Emperor Jun suddenly sensed 2 cold auras approaching from outside the solar star. His brows furrowed as he exchanged glances with Tai. This aura, it seems familiar. At that moment, the East King hurried in, exclaiming, Your Majesty, splendid news. What news? Emperor Jun inquired, puzzled. Besides the birth of the Golden Crows, what other joyous tidings could there be? A most momentous occasion. The 2 goddesses from the lunar star have personally come to visit your majesties, the East King proclaimed, his excitement palpable. The 2 from the lunar star? Emperor Jun and Tai shivered in unison. Ah, that explains the familiarity of those auras. What sort of joyous occasion is this? Emperor Jun said, a hint of panic creeping into his voice. Quick, go see. Upon exiting the Lingxiao Palace, they were indeed greeted by Shiha and Changshi. The moment the 2 appeared, all the demon generals were left spellbound by their ethereal beauty. How could such exquisite celestial maidens be so striking? Your Highnesses, I offer my sincerest apologies for not greeting you properly and for any past offenses. Please do not take them to heart, Emperor Jun said humbly, lowering his stance. It was imperative to be courteous, for they were not a match for the 2 goddesses. Emperor Jun and Tai dared not harbor any impure thoughts towards the lunar goddesses. The memory of the conflagration that had engulfed them was still fresh in their minds, a terrifying experience they never wished to relive. Shiha nodded. Demon Emperor, I have come to discuss a matter with you. Emperor Jun and Tai were taken aback. What could Shiha and Changshi possibly wish to discuss with them? Just then, a cacophony of voices erupted from within the Lingxiao Palace. Is that truly the lunar goddesses? They are so beautiful. No wonder both fathers wished to take them as wives. Emperor Jun and Tai's expressions darkened. What are you plotting? Upon hearing this, Shiha and Changshi exchanged glances, their expressions complicated. Soon after, the East King appeared, leading the 10 golden crows. Your Majesty, the 10 young princes insisted on rushing out, and I could not stop them, the East King lamented. Emperor Jun quickly turned to Shiha, forcing a smile. They know not what they speak. Please do not take offense. Demon Emperor, we understand. But you still wish to take the 2 celestial sisters for yourselves, the eldest golden crow boldly declared. Both Shiha and Changshi were taken aback, while the demon clan present froze in shock. Seeing the increasingly dark expressions on Shiha and Changshi's faces, Emperor Jun hurriedly covered the eldest golden crow's mouth. Struggling to maintain a smile, he said, I have never uttered such words. They are but children, ignorant of their speech. What is happening? The 10 golden crows have only just been born, and I have never spoken such words to them. Emperor Jun thought, bewildered. Why do you silence my elder brother? Did you not say that once we grow strong, we shall avenge that fiery grievance? The second golden crow exclaimed before being silenced by Tai. Why did you cover his mouth, East Emperor? You also mentioned wanting to bring both lunar goddesses back as concubines. I never said such a thing. Please allow me to explain. Father, you did say so. Unfilial child. This is truly a troublesome predicament. Father, did you not say that children must be honest? Silence, you unfilial child. Your Highnesses, I have never uttered such words. You must allow me to explain. Emperor Jun and Tai were in a state of panic. At this moment, a flicker of flame began to swirl around Shiha's hand. Among those present, only Emperor Jun and Tai had experienced its power, a terror they wished never to encounter again. Are they truly speaking the truth? Shiha's voice turned frigid, colder than the deepest abyss. felt as though the temperature of the solar star had plummeted to 1,000 degrees below zero. Emperor Jun and Tai shook their heads frantically. How could I dare harbor any improper thoughts towards the celestial sisters? I would never utter such foolish words. Celestial sisters, it is my failure in discipline that has allowed them to speak so recklessly. Someone must be framing me. Shiha and Changshi had never held a favorable view of Emperor Jun and Tai. They had initially intended to discuss the borrowing of the Fusang tree and the solar star politely. However, upon hearing the words of the 10 golden crows, their perspective shifted. Shiha's anger remained unabated. Who would conspire against you? Emperor Jun stared blankly at the 10 unfilial children, his fury boiling over. He had thought the prosperity of the Golden Crow clan rested in their hands, but now it seemed that their very existence was at risk due to their words. Unfilial children. This is truly a troublesome predicament. Who taught them to speak like this? Emperor Jun glared at the East King, furious. Curse you, East King, you old rascal. This is all you're doing. I am wronged, Your Majesty. The East King protested vehemently, yet, from the start, the one who had the most contact with the 10 golden crows was indeed the East King, who had conducted prenatal education with ulterior motives. Upon hearing these words, Shiha's anger surged, and she coldly snorted. I had thought a slight reprimand would suffice to instill some sense in you, yet you persist as such wayward rascals. I had initially intended to discuss the borrowing of the Fusang tree and the solar star amicably. But now, you are to vacate the solar star at once. The formidable might of the 7/10th solar principle unleashed by Shiha surged forth abruptly, stirring waves of heat that engulfed the entire solar star. Tension crackled in the air, poised for an explosive confrontation. Dong Huang Tai, long oppressed, held back a breath of indignation and exclaimed in fury, Shiha, do not overstep your bounds, to be cast out of the solar star? Do you still covet my Fusang tree? What of the dignity of my demon clan and the heavenly court? In an instant, the formidable demon lords present became acutely vigilant, silently surrounding Shiha and Changshi. Dong Wang Gong, at the forefront, bellowed with a booming voice, fierce and unwavering. The saint has decreed the supremacy of the myriad immortals in the wilderness. How can we allow these two goddesses to run rampant and disrupt the order of our heavenly court? The demon lords stood dumbfounded, witnessing the righteous wrath of Dong Wang Gong, displaying a sworn determination to coexist or perish alongside the heavenly court, ready to sacrifice themselves at a moment's notice. Yet, could you not refrain from speaking while kneeling? Chapter 54. The true sovereign of the solar star is not Dijun Tai, but Shiha. Come forth and fight. My demon clan is replete with talents. What fear do we have of two frail women? Dong Wang Gong's imposing presence remained unyielding, suggesting a desire for a decisive battle with Shiha and Changshi, showing not a hint of timidity. Indeed, speaking from a kneeling position breeds an air of righteous indignation. The demon emperor Dijun, observing Dong Wang Gong's contemptuous demeanor, inwardly cursed him countless times. It was evident that the words of the 10 golden crows were taught by Dong Wang Gong. However, as the demon emperor, he quickly regained his composure. The pressing matter was to stabilize Shiha and Changshi, especially Shiha. Should Shiha strike, the solar star would swiftly change hands. Dijun pondered swiftly and urgently stated, Ladies, regarding your request to borrow the Fusang tree and the solar star, we can vacate the area around the Fusang tree specifically for your use. However, before he could finish, Dong Wang Gong interjected loudly. Your Majesty, such folly! One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. How can one permit another to slumber beside the bed? Dong Hua Dijun. Dijun squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. You troublemaker. Sister, I believe it is better to cease this idle chatter. They dare to conspire against us in secret and wish to abduct us as concubines. Their hearts are deserving of punishment. Changshi's lovely face flushed with anger as she furrowed her brows. Shiha nodded, the flames in her hand crackling with excitement, radiating an intense heat that caused the temperature of the solar star to rise sharply, making everyone feel as though they would ignite from within. From this day forth, the solar star shall be my domain. You are to vacate the solar star. Shiha's voice reverberated throughout the solar star. Warriors, the enemy has breached our doorstep. Seize your weapons and defend our solar star. Charge! Dong Wang Gong shouted once more. Onward, slay! The demon warriors, spurred by Dong Wanggong's rallying cry, united in righteous fury, charging fearlessly into battle in an instant. The sounds of drums and battle cries filled the air. Jun's face turned ashen. There was no room for retreat. General Bai Hu, quickly take 10 of the rebellious ones and leave. He could only brace himself to confront Shiha. However, with Shiha mastering 7/10 of the principle, she stood at the pinnacle of quasi-saintly power. Her combat prowess, aside from her fellow disciples, could only be matched by the one in the purple cloud palace within the wilderness. Yet, there was not a single quasi-saint at the heavenly court, let alone one capable of challenging Shiha. Flames, fiercer than the true fire of the sun, engulfed the demon soldiers, charring them to a crisp, with a sprinkle of cumin and spicy seasoning and a brush of sauce. They would surely make a delectable dish. High-quality ingredients often require only simple preparation. The solar star transformed into a sea of flames. One by one, the demon lords, their bodies ablaze, fled frantically from the solar star, plummeting into the wilderness like dumplings cascading into water. It was utterly terrifying. Tai was struck by Shiha wielding the chaos bell, causing the heavens to spin and stars to burst forth. The newly sprouted fur of the 2 demon emperors crackled as they were scorched. Dejun Tai lamented, "I am truly at my wit's end." After a moment, the solar star became as desolate as the lunar star. All demons had been cast down to the vast wilderness by Shiha and Changshi. The rapidity and unexpected nature of these events left many in shock. What calamity had befallen the demon race? One by one, they were thrown from the solar star. The might of the demon emperors was unparalleled. They would surely weather this storm. Good heavens, is that not the demon emperor Dejun and Dong Huangtai? And 10 golden crows. Good heavens, the demon emperor's family has been overturned. The demon clan's heavenly court has been annihilated. Crowds of onlookers watched in awe as the fallen beings, oh no, the demons, rained down from the sky. Their expressions a mix of confusion and astonishment. On Mount Buzhou, 11 muscular men gazed at the countless demon beasts plummeting from the solar star, wafting an enticing aroma of roasted meat. For any food lover, this was an irresistible feast. The saliva glands of the 11 muscular men began to secrete wildly. One of the muscular men gulped, "Our little sister forbids us from causing trouble outside Mount Buzhou. But now that these demons are perfectly roasted, surely it wouldn't count as causing trouble if we eat them, right? We are all honest folk. How could we cause trouble? This is meat delivered right to our doorstep. It would be foolish not to partake." Third brother is correct. Our little sister never said we couldn't enjoy a barbecue. The leading muscular man nodded, breaking into a broad smile, raising his arm and declaring, "Brothers, it's time to feast. What a feast it shall be." With that single call, countless sons of the witch clan surged forth. Countless charred delicacies fell into the bellies of the witch clan. Dong Wanggong chuckled in the shadows, accompanied by the 10 hall kings, disappearing without a trace. Shiha and Changshi arrived beneath the Fusang tree, towering 10,000 fathoms high, ablaze like a raging inferno. The Fusang tree appeared even more ferocious compared to the tranquil laurel tree. Indeed, as a supreme innate spiritual root containing the essence of the solar principle, Shiha felt a gentle tremor of the solar principle within her as she approached. The Fusang tree, rooted in the solar star derived from the left eye of Pangu, absorbed the innate fire of the golden sun, giving rise to the true fire of the sun. Thus, it served as an exceptional spiritual root to aid Shiha in comprehending the solar principle. "Sister, I was right, wasn't I?" Changshi said proudly. "This is your opportunity." Changshi raised her lovely face, seemingly seeking acknowledgement from Shiha. Shiha smiled knowingly, gently flicking Changshi's forehead. "You are the most astute. To comprehend the solar principle beneath the Fusang tree of the solar star will surely yield twice the result with half the effort. Achieving enlightenment as a Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian through the solar principle is merely a matter of time. Teacher, we shall be reunited soon, won't we?" Shiha murmured, her thoughts already soaring to Taiyun Mountain. In the chaos palace of the purple clouds. "Master, it is not good." Hao Yin rushed into the purple cloud palace in a flurry. "What is the matter that has you so agitated?" Hong Jun, donned in a purple robe, slowly opened his eyes. Dejun and Tai have been expelled from the solar star. Countless demons have fallen into the bellies of the witch clan. Hong Jun paused, inadvertently pulling out several strands of his goat beard. Hao Yan recounted his observations to Hong Jun. Upon hearing this, Hong Jun began to curse under his breath. Heavenly Tao, the chosen sovereign of the heavenly court, what manner of fool is he? The supreme golden crows, bearing the supreme fate of the 9 nines, faced 2 lunar goddesses without a modicum of resistance. Surely, he must be an impostor, and yet, I am to scheme for the next calamity. What is there to scheme about? Dijun and Tai Yi have already been toppled. Hong Jun gazed through the chaos, far and wide, toward Shiha, who stood beneath the Fusang tree of the solar star. The solar energy surrounding her was rich and profound. The true fire of the Fusang tree flaring with an intensity several hundred times greater. A thought suddenly flickered in his mind. The true sovereign of the solar star is not Dijun Tai Yi, but Shiha? Yet, Hong Jun furrowed his brow. How could this goddess, Shiha, who resides on the lunar star, possess such dense solar energy? It is indeed strange. Chapter 55. Everything that seems to be random actions by the master is, in truth, steeped in profound mystery. On Taiyun Mountain, Qianxian occasionally worried that the disciples descending the mountain might face bullying. Little did he expect that those seemingly weak disciples would disrupt the original trajectory of the wilderness upon their descent, forcing 2 great demon emperors to yield their ancestral home, the solar star, and flee with their families. This left Hong Jun's mind in a whirl, contemplating whether to abandon his efforts. Chen Xian merely lounged on Taiyun Mountain, living a leisurely life. The mountain's great array shielded the heavenly secrets and severed causality, leaving him untroubled by the conflicts of the wilderness. With ample celestial fruits and brews, he could tend to flowers, paint, and even play with monkeys and tease birds. From time to time, he would catch a wild beast to prepare a spicy hot pot. What a life of bliss! On this day, Chen Xian sprawled in front of the hall. In the center of the Taiyun Mountain Dojo, the 6-eared macaque and Kong Xian were discussing their cultivation. A formidable aura emanated from the 6-eared macaque, suffused with an intense combat spirit, as if 1,000 troops were poised to charge. Exuding an awe-inspiring presence, Kong Xian gazed enviously and asked, "Brother 6 Ears, how have you cultivated so swiftly, and what principles of battle have you grasped?" Although he was born with the cultivation of a Tai Golden Immortal, he still had a considerable distance to traverse before reaching the realm of a Deluo Golden Immortal. Lu Er let out a sly chuckle, then retrieved a painting from his bosom, which was none other than the masterpiece of Chen Xian, the first artistic talent of the kindergarten. If it weren't for this painting by the teacher, how could I have comprehended even a sliver of the laws of battle while still in the later stages of the Deluo Golden Immortal realm? Lu Er, the 6-eared macaque, delicately caressed Chen Xian's creation, his words imbued with admiration for the artist. Ever since Lu Er acquired this painting, he would often take it out to admire during his leisure time. After thousands of years, he finally grasped a hint of the laws of battle. Do not underestimate this mere sliver of comprehension, for it signifies that Lu Er has embarked on the path to enlightenment and unity. In the primordial chaos, even the likes of Taiji Laozu, Yuqing Yuanshi, and the 2 sages of the West could only tread the path of severing corpses, ultimately achieving enlightenment through the cultivation of virtue. When will I be able to reach the heights of my elder brother Lu Er? Kong Xian, with a downcast gaze, lamented. That's simple, replied Lu Er, patting the now youthful Kong Xian. Serve the teacher well, and in no time, you'll roam the primordial chaos at will. With a mischievous grin, he added at that time, you might even lead the ladies of your Feng clan on a tour of the realms. Ah, I understand, Kong Xian exclaimed, racing towards Chen Xian. Teacher, what kind of hot pot do you wish to indulge in tonight? Shall I summon a few ladies from the Feng clan to attend to you? Chen Xian, reclining in repose, raised an eyebrow at the sudden enthusiasm from the small Kong Xian about hot pot and ladies. He regarded him with suspicion. Kong Xian, do you have something to ask? Hot pot might be considered. He mused, but ladies of the Feng clan are best left aside. Kong Xian scratched the back of his head, sheepishly admitting, I cannot hide anything from your discerning eyes. Teacher, I seek your guidance on my cultivation. With hopeful eyes, he gazed at Chen Xian. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xian replied, Kong Xian, the great Tao is vast and varied. You must find the path that suits you. But how do I discern the path that suits me? Kong Xian inquired, peering into Chen Xian's profound eyes, which seemed to encompass the entire cosmos. With a graceful wave of his sleeve, Chen Xian instructed, introspection and inquiry into the heart. Introspection and inquiry into the heart? Kong Xian murmured, as if lost in the profundity of those 8 words. Who are you? Where do you come from? Where are you going? This embodies introspection and inquiry into the heart. Just as the myriad changes of the primordial chaos and the stars shift in their courses, one must find their own path to avoid being dazzled by the brilliance of the Tao. Within this lies profound mystery. You must take your time to comprehend it. Chen Xian rambled on, casting forth a plethora of philosophical theories. This set of theories was akin to the universal wisdom of the modern world. Even if Hongjun were to arrive, he too would be ensnared by its charm. Chen Xian then closed his eyes and resumed his repose. However, the philosophical musings fell upon Kong Xian's ears like the sweetest nectar, illuminating his mind. Truly, the teacher's celestial wisdom could dissipate the majority of his confusions with mere words. Kong Xian blinked, overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Chen Xian opened his eyes slightly and replied, remember to tend to the celestial herb garden. Tonight, we shall feast on beef hot pot. Yes, I shall tend to the celestial herb garden and procure a prime bowl. Kong Xian declared, filled with joy as he made his way to the garden, muttering, I am Kong Xian, born of the primordial Feng's essence and the 5 elements of the postnatal world. After some time, he suddenly shouted, by the heavens, I understand. The path of the 5 elements in the postnatal realm. Teacher, I have discovered the path that suits me. Kong Xian's eyes sparkled with clarity, devoid of illusion. Being born of the primordial Feng essence and the postnatal 5 elements, he possessed an innate affinity for the latter. Thus, should he cultivate the path of the 5 elements, his progress would surely be swift. The celestial herb garden houses a superior grade spiritual root, the 5-element fruit. Is this why the teacher instructed me to tend to the garden? Truly, the teacher is a sage. Lu Er appeared beside Kong Xian, saying, little brother, now do you comprehend? Everything that seems casual from the teacher holds profound significance. Kong Xian nodded vigorously. Encountering the teacher is indeed the greatest fortune. His admiration for Chen Xian had reached an astonishing degree. Lu Er gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, murmuring, sometimes, I wonder if the teacher has dispersed so many senior brothers and sisters to lay out a grand strategy. Kong Xian, bewildered, asked, how grand is this strategy? Quite vast, Lu Er replied. If Chen Xian were to overhear the conversation between Lu Er and Kong Xian, he would surely be left speechless. What casual actions hold such depth? What grand strategy? I can barely fathom my own situation. Chapter 56. Our chance to turn the tide in an inconspicuous valley at the foot of the Buzhou mountain. The howling winds created a mournful sound as they swept through the area, where lush vines thrived, casting a chilling green hue. The remnants of the demon clan, driven from the heavenly court by Shihe Changshi, had gathered here, scattered and weary, their forms varied yet all marked by a layer of dust and soot, rendering them a dismal sight. The demon emperors, Dijuan and Donghuang Tai, stood with solemn expressions, gazing at the meager remnants of their kin, numbering less than 1,000,000. How magnificent it had been to establish the demon clan's heavenly court on the Sun Star. There had once been millions of demon soldiers at the Tai Golden Immortal level, and tens of millions at the Golden Immortal level, along with numerous Deluo Golden Immortals. But now? White Tiger General, have you managed to contact the other remnants? Donghuang Tai inquired. The White Tiger, clad in silver armor now charred to a deep black, slightly bowed and replied. Replying to the East Emperor, Generals Tengshe, Bibao, and Jin Chuan have gathered several tens of thousands of troops. But the rest remains uncertain. Why so few? Dijuan furrowed his brow. Although Shihe had indeed driven them from the Sun Star, most had not suffered fatal blows. This was the very reason Dijuan and Tai had managed to escape. Most of the heavily injured demons have fallen into Buzhou Mountain, where they were devoured by the witch clan. Even General Kuainyo has perished in the belly of the ancestral witch. What? General Kuainyo has also been consumed by those ancestral witches. The fury in the eyes of the demon emperors, Dijuan and Tai, flared dangerously, as if they were about to unleash the sun's true fire. General Kuainyo was a mid-stage Deluo Golden Immortal, a pillar of the demon clan. To have escaped Shiha's fiery wrath only to be devoured by the witches. How could they not be enraged? Tai growled, "This barbaric witch clan dares to oppress my demon clan, taking advantage of our misfortune. When we rebuild the demon clan's heavenly court, this grudge shall be repaid. East Emperor, why wait until we rebuild the heavenly court to seek revenge? Why not act now?" The little golden crow, with wide eyes, asked innocently. "Indeed, why not seek vengeance now? Is East Emperor too weak?" The second golden crow chimed in. "We should take revenge now." The remaining little golden crows shouted in unison. Dong Huang Tai, already irritable, grew even angrier at the words of the little golden crows, recalling the previous words exchanged on the sun's star. In a fit of rage, he seized a sturdy vine, and before the eyes of the demon soldiers, he grabbed 10 golden crows, suppressing their cultivation and punishing them mercilessly. The sound of flesh striking flesh echoed, leaving deep welts across the tiny bodies. "I shall beat you rebellious children to death. Are you truly my sons? How dare you embarrass me like this?" "Tai, allow me to assist you," Dijuan shouted, joining the fray. Thus, a scene of paternal discipline unfolded within the Golden Crow clan. The pitiful cries of the golden crows mingled with the whistling winds. Reverberating throughout the valley, as day turned to night, the two demon emperors battled fiercely until their inner fury began to subside. Observing the demoralized demons around them, Dijuan and Tai took a moment to gather their thoughts for the next course of action. "Brother, the Sun Star has been occupied by Shiha. It is impossible for us to return and regroup the demon clan. We must seek another blessed land to rebuild the heavenly court," Tai suggested. Dijuan remained silent for a long while before shaking his head. "The immediate priority is not to rebuild the heavenly court. Are we to disband if we do not rebuild the heavenly court?" Tai questioned, perplexed. Dijuan waved his hand and leaned in closer to Tai. "Tai, listen to me. From the moment we took form until now, the misfortunes we have encountered have been either Nuwa or Shiha." Tai nodded, albeit confused. "But how is this related to rebuilding the heavenly court?" "It is related. Tremendously so. Have you noticed that their audacity in bullying us stems from the fact that a formidable figure stands behind them, while we are left without any support?" Dijuan remarked. Tai appeared momentarily lost in thought, seemingly in agreement with this reasoning. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "If they were not favored by that mysterious Taoist, how could we, with our own roots and talents, possibly fall short of them? Thus, it is imperative that we seek a patron, and then we can rebuild the heavenly court." Dijuan gazed upwards towards the vast sky. "Are you suggesting that we should seek the guidance of the Tao ancestor and request their protection?" Tai's eyes brightened as he quickly grasped the implication. Dijuan nodded, clenching his fists, and declared, "With the Tao ancestor's support, even if that enigmatic Taoist were to personally arrive, he would have to show us some respect. At that point, not only the witch clan but even the formidable Nuwa and Shiha would dare not provoke us. Indeed, the Tao ancestor is omnipotent, the foremost figure in the current primordial realm. We shall rise to the pinnacle of our existence once again. Ha ha ha. There is no time to waste. Let us hasten to the Chaos Purple Sky Palace to seek an audience with the Tao ancestor. Our chance for a comeback has arrived. General Baihu, keep a close watch on those 10 rebellious ones. Do not let them run amok." The two brothers exchanged words, united in purpose, and made their way to the Chaos Purple Sky Palace in search of the Hongjun Tao ancestor. In the minds of the two demon emperors, visions of a bright future filled with aspirations and hopes blossomed. Chapter 57. Put away your false tears. Do not disgust me outside the Chaos Purple Sky Palace. The ancient and timeless edifice stood majestically amidst the chaos, impervious to the tumultuous chaotic energies surrounding it. The ethereal aura of the Tao enveloped the palace, emphasizing its grandeur and might. Before the Purple Sky Palace, the Lingshao Hall constructed by Dijuan and Tai was utterly insignificant. Tao ancestor, your disciples, the demon lords Dijuan and Tai seek an audience. They summoned their magical powers to project their voices into the palace. After a long wait, neither Hao Yin nor the Yaoqi attendants emerged, nor was there any response. "Brother, do you think the Tao ancestor does not wish to meet us?" Tai whispered timidly. "That cannot be. The Tao ancestor must be testing our sincerity." Dijuan stood respectfully. The two demon emperors waited in silence amidst the chaos, not daring to show any sign of impatience. After all, the intentions of the Holy Heart are inscrutable. And they were uncertain whether the Hongjun Dao ancestor would assist them in rebuilding the heavenly court. This was the only opportunity they could conceive for a turnaround. Inside the Purple Sky Palace, Dao ancestor, the demon lords Dijun and Tai Yi are outside seeking an audience. Hao Yan informed Hongjun. Hongjun's eyelids flickered, yet he did not open his eyes. He merely stated, understood. Leave them waiting for a while. A sage possesses a certain majesty that cannot simply allow for an audience on demand. After an indeterminate time, the grand doors of the Chaos Purple Sky Palace creaked open. The attendant Hao Yan emerged from within. Demon lords, the Dao ancestor requests your presence. Dijun and Tai Yi exchanged glances, their hearts filled with joy. The Dao ancestor has consented to meet us. Our resurgence is within reach. They entered the palace in unison. Bowing respectfully to Hongjun, disciples of the demon clan, Dijun pays respects to the Dao ancestor. Disciples of the demon clan, Tai Yi pays respects to the Dao ancestor. Both Dijun and Tai Yi referred to themselves as disciples. Having once listened to the teachings of Hongjun, exuding an ethereal aura akin to the sun, moon, and stars, slightly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing as if to look through Dijun and Tai Yi, and directly inquired, "What brings you here? Speak quickly if you have matters to discuss. If not, be gone, and I am preparing for the convergence of the heavenly Tao." Upon hearing this, Dijun's eyes reddened slightly. His voice tinged with emotion as he replied, "Esteemed Tao ancestor, I have inherited your grace and made progress in my cultivation. Thinking to alleviate your burdens, I endeavored to establish the heavenly court for the demon clan. Yet unexpectedly, the moon goddess indiscriminately seized my sunstar." Dijun immediately aligned himself with Hongjun, asserting that establishing the demon clan's heavenly court was intended to alleviate the Dao ancestor's concerns. As he spoke, a tear escaped from the corner of his eye. "We pledge our loyalty to the Dao ancestor and vow to share in your burdens," Tai Yi added, timely offering praise to Hongjun. However, nearby, Hao Yan couldn't help but scoff at the two demon emperors, realizing that they were far removed from the stature befitting a sovereign. Their audacity was rivaled only by the infamous duo from the west. Hongjun's mouth twitched slightly as he remarked, "The matter of the moon goddess seizing the sun's star falls within your own karmic entanglements. I cannot interfere." The two demon emperors were taken aback, and tears streamed down their faces as they lamented, "Dao ancestor, if you do not stand in our favor, there will be no place for us in the primordial realm." They exhibited none of the dignity befitting demon emperors, prompting Hao Yan and Yaoqi to turn away in disdain. Unable to bear the sight, a hint of annoyance crossed Hongjun's face. "Crying here in the Purple Sky Palace, who taught you such behavior? Enough, enough. Put away your false tears. Do not disgust me," he thought to himself. "Had the heavenly Tao not deemed you two as pivotal figures in the upcoming calamity, I would have no interest in you." Hongjun waved his hand, declaring, "I understand your intentions. You may proceed to rebuild the heavenly court in the 33 heavens." "Tio, rebuild the heavenly court in the 33 heavens? Does this mean the Dao ancestor has tacitly agreed to support us?" Dijun quickly wiped away his tears, exhilarated as he responded, "Thank you, Dao ancestor." Hongjun continued, "Additionally, each of your innate treasures contains a killing formation. Take the time to comprehend them, as they can serve as the great array to protect the heavenly court of the demon clan. Within the Chaos Clock, you may explore the movements of the celestial bodies and gain insight into the great array of the heavenly stars. Through the river diagram and Luo book, you can emulate the flow of the primordial mountains and rivers and establish the primordial river Luo Great Array. These are all renowned killing formations in the primordial realm." Killing formations? Upon hearing this, Dijun and Tai Yi were even more elated, exclaiming, "Thank you for your guidance, Dao ancestor." The Hongjun Dao ancestor, as the foremost sage of the primordial realm, refrained from directly intervening in worldly matters. However, due to Dijun and Tai Yi being the appointed figures of the heavenly Tao, he felt compelled to offer them some guidance. Otherwise, should they fall victim to others, would the calamity still proceed? The success of Hongjun in obtaining the Tao fruit of the primordial realm hinged upon the unfolding of the calamity. "Enough, you may withdraw now." Hongjun waved his hand. "Yes, Tao ancestor." Dijun and Tai Yi left the Chaos Purple Sky Palace, their hearts brimming with satisfaction. Once I rebuild the heavenly court and comprehend the two unparalleled killing formations, Nuwa, Shiha, and the Witch Clan, you all shall await my dominion over the primordial realm. With the Hong Jun Dao ancestor backing us, we shall certainly restore the glory of the Demon Clan. Even the Tai Xian Taoist will be of no consequence. Ha 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 ha! The laughter of Di Jun and Tai Yi echoed through the chaos. Chapter 58. Why is the Witch Clan so uncharacteristically quiet? It shouldn't be. In the Chaos Purple Sky Palace, after Di Jun and Tai Yi departed, Hong Jun, clad in a purple robe, sat silently within the vast palace. Countless divination symbols floated within, each imbued with infinite mysteries of the heavens. The entirety of the primordial realm seemed to exist within Hong Jun's divinations. However, as Hong Jun continued his calculations, the symbols grew increasingly dense and chaotic, and his brow furrowed deeper, refusing to relax. This is wrong. Is the trajectory of the primordial realm shifting? It cannot be. Absolutely impossible. In a distant corner, Yaoqi and Haoyan observed Hong Jun's perplexed demeanor, not daring to speak. After a considerable time, the symbols dissipated, and the purple sky palace returned to tranquility. Only Hong Jun's voice echoed. These countless variables have not diminished in the slightest. Moreover, those involved seem to be growing increasingly powerful. I can scarcely comprehend what is transpiring. Furthermore, the Heavenly Tao has decreed that the Witch Clan and the Demon Clan are to be the protagonists of the next calamity. While the Demon Clan has been embroiled in numerous significant events recently, why has there been not a whisper from the Witch Clan? Why is the Witch Clan so uncharacteristically quiet? It shouldn't be. Could it be that the Witch Clan has their own schemes in motion? Yang Mei, your reach extends far indeed. In his collusion with the Heavenly Tao, the Witch and Demon clans are currently the most formidable races, with the Heavenly Tao determining that the conflict between them is irreconcilable. Thus, an unprecedented confrontation is destined to unfold. Yet now, the conspicuous silence of the Witch Clan is quite peculiar. The ancestral sanctum of the Witch Clan lies within the Pango Hall atop the Unzao Mountain. Since the Pango Hall was once the heart of the great deity Pango, Hong Jun's perception cannot penetrate its depths. Therefore, he remains unaware of why the 12 ancestral witches within the Pango Hall are so quiet. Showing no signs of unrest, if Hong Jun could breach the Pango Hall, he would undoubtedly witness a scene. Within the Pango Hall, a bright bonfire blazed. Over the fire, a roasted cow demon glistened golden brown, emitting a mouth-watering aroma. Yet, sprawled beside the fire were 11 muscular men, clamoring loudly, "Sister, I swear I did not hunt down this cow demon. Sister, it simply fell into my path. I did not instigate anything. Don't try to wriggle out of it. 3 days without punishment and you'll be tearing down the roof." Their younger sister Huda gently blew on her delicate pink fists, exclaiming, "Sister In was absolutely right. Problems that can be solved with a punch are no problems at all." That it seemed that Hutu was struck by a thought, murmuring to herself, "The teacher mentioned that fourth brother will inevitably collide with Mount Bujo again in the future. If I were to crack open fourth brother's head now, perhaps he would refrain from acting foolishly and crashing into it. Wooden Tihi." With that, Hutu approached the ancestral shaman Gongong, proclaiming, "Fourth brother, I am here to bestow enlightenment upon you. Little sister, I am your real brother. Do not strike my face." Boom. Gongong was dazed, stars dancing before his eyes, his consciousness slipping away. His only thought before losing awareness was, "What have I done wrong to deserve such a heavy blow directed solely at me?" Hutu clapped her tender pink fists and turned her attention to the golden brown oxen that were roasting nearby. Regrettably, Hong Jun did not witness these events. Thus, he could not comprehend the tranquility of the Wu clan. After a long period of contemplation, Hong Jun's expression darkened with ferocity. "Yang Mei, it appears that after the third lecture, I must first deal with your true disciple. Once I have attained the Tao, I shall address you. The sacred positions of the primordial chaos should also be determined following the next lecture." Hong Jun extended his right hand, revealing 7 spiraling strands of Hongming purple energy, signifying the destined position of the saints in the primordial realm, an aspiration fervently sought by countless beings. Time in the primordial chaos knows no bounds. Another millennium swiftly passed. I in the 33 heavens, laughter echoed. "Brother, the Tao ancestor has certainly not deceived me. I have grasped the grand array of the celestial bodies from within the chaos bell. Tai laughed heartily. Simultaneously, he had also refined 27 prohibitions of the chaos bell, establishing a closer connection with it. I, too, have comprehended the primordial He Luo array from the river diagram and Luo book. Dijuan joined in the laughter, exclaiming, "Such formations are truly marvelous. With our strength, if not for the intervention of a saint, it would be utterly impossible to breach them." After bidding farewell to Hongjun, Dijuan and Tai returned to the primordial chaos. Laboring diligently with their accompanying treasures, the river diagram, Luo book, and the chaos bell at last, they had discerned a peerless killing array, bringing great excitement to the two brothers. With this array, they need no longer fear being bullied by Enhua and Shiha. It could be said that the clouds have parted, revealing the moonlight, dispelling all past shadows. Brother, we have been quietly cultivating in the 33 heavens for a millennium, with our strength now greatly enhanced. It is time to summon the old members of the Yao clan and rebuild the celestial court of the Yao clan, Dong Huang Tai declared, clenching his fist. After a millennium of restraint, Tai was indeed eager to unleash his pent-up energy. Dijuan nodded solemnly, stating, "Excellent." The two brothers donned shimmering purple and gold robes, lighting incense to honor the heavens. "Heavenly Tao, with the saints above, today I, the Yao Emperor Dijuan, along with Dong Huang Tai, shall rebuild the celestial court of the Yao clan in the 33 heavens. All Yao clan generals, hasten your return." The Yao Emperors Dijuan and Tai unleashed their combined magical powers, their voices resonating throughout the entire primordial chaos. In the 33 heavens, magnificent palaces rose, enveloped in purple mist, reminiscent of an ethereal paradise. Countless demon soldiers clad in silver armor surged forth, exuding an aura of dread that instilled fear in all who beheld them. Gates to the heavens were established in all directions, with numerous great generals of the Yao clan stationed to guard them. The Yao Emperors, Dijuan and Tai, fortified the celestial court with the grand array of the celestial bodies and the primordial He Luo array, rendering it as impregnable as a fortress. The reconstruction of the Yao clan's celestial court? Indeed, the two Yao Emperors are unparalleled. I shall hasten to the 33 heavens to rejoin the two Yao Emperors. I knew the Yao clan would not wither away. Countless former members of the Yao clan rushed towards the 33 heavens. In the Panga Hall, Hu, who was contemplating the laws of reincarnation, suddenly heard the news of Dijuan's reconstruction of the Yao court. With a slight furrow of her brow, she murmured, "Indeed, as the teacher foretold, Dijuan and Tai are the destined ones for the next calamity. With the protection of the heavenly Tao, they shall not face tribulation, and their killing calamity will not come. Let them revel for a while longer." Chapter 59. Such treasures are fated for my Taiyuan mountain disciples since the Yao Emperors Dijuan and Tai established the Yao court in the 33 heavens. The Yao clan has thrived rapidly, dominating the skies with their formidable fortune on the ground. Although the Wu clan displayed no unusual movements, their powerful bloodline allowed their numbers to multiply swiftly, rendering them nearly equal in strength to the Yao clan. The two clans were distanced from each other, and occasional skirmishes bore little consequence. Time passed like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, the millennium had come to an end. Signaling that Hongjun was about to commence the third lecture, "I am Hongjun, and I shall open the third lecture in the Purple Cloud Palace. Those fated may come to listen." Hongjun's voice resounded once more across the vast primordial land. In the Yunming's, Brother Hongyun, the Tao ancestor mentioned that the third lecture will cover the path to sainthood. You have nearly grasped 80% of the laws of space and are on the verge of attaining the mixed origin. Do you still intend to attend the lecture? Beis inquired of Hongyun. Indeed, the three methods of attaining the Tao have already been discussed by the teacher. I shall not interrupt my journey there. The Gu King replied. Hongyun chuckled. Beis, Gu King. While the teacher has indeed expounded on the methods of attaining the Tao, he also spoke of the happenings during the lectures. Beis and Gu King exchanged puzzled glances. Still unsure. Please enlighten us, Brother Hongyun. You two need to think more quickly, Hongyun said, putting an arm around both of their shoulders and lowering his voice. Did the teacher not say that during the third lecture? There would also be a distribution of treasures. I completely forgot about that, Beis exclaimed. Brother Hongyun, you are indeed wise. I am fortunate to follow you. Hongyun raised an eyebrow, smirking. The teacher mentioned that Hongjun has collected countless treasures, and since he is distributing them, We cannot allow these fated treasures to fall into the hands of others, can we? Absolutely, they replied in unison. Such treasures are indeed fated for us, the disciples of Taiyun Mountain. Brother Hongyun is truly exceptional, having deeply absorbed the teachings of the master. Too kind, too kind. Even receiving 1/10,000th of the master's wisdom would be an endless boon in this life. Hongyun humbly smiled. Come, let us head to the Purple Cloud Palace and await our fortunes. Great, great. Many fellow disciples shared Hongyun's sentiments as they hurried towards the Chaos Purple Cloud Palace. The significance of this lecture was profound for others. Thus, in the 33 heavens, Dijuan and Tai, along with Laozi and Yuan Shi from Kunlun Mountain, Jin Yuanzi from Wanshou Mountain, and Jane and Zhuanti from the western Shimi Mountain, all swiftly made their way to the Chaos Purple Cloud Palace. As they pierced through the vast chaos, they gazed upon the towering Purple Cloud Palace, which emanated an ancient and profound aura, resonating with the eternal rhythm of the Dio. At this moment, the doors of the Purple Cloud Palace stood wide open, and the Taoist boys Hao Yin and Yao Qi awaited eagerly. Laozi, Yuan Shi, Kuan Peng, Jane, and Zhuanti took their customary seats upon the mats. Behind them, many disciples of Taiyun Mountain engaged in familiar conversations. Senior Tongtian, your sword intent has grown ever more profound. It is surely capable of shaking the chaos. You must be nearing the threshold of attaining the Tao, Hongyun called out from a distance. Upon hearing this, Laozi and Yuan Shi exchanged glances and smiled. They thought to themselves, has the third brother nearly attained the Tao? Thankfully, we have also severed our 3 corpses. Once Hongjun expounds on the method to sainthood, we shall seek our own opportunities. Hongyun, I believe you are close as well. Tongtian said with a warm smile, nodding in greeting. At this moment, Hutu, Inhua, the Queen Mother of the West, Shin Snake, and Gu Che had all arrived. Hee. So many brothers and sisters have come. This must surely be an extraordinary event. After a millennium apart, each had made significant progress in their strength. The Sword Tao of Tongtian, the space laws of Hongyun, the time laws of the Queen Mother of the West, the laws of creation from Inhua, and the laws of reincarnation from Hutu had all been comprehended to over 80%. Tio grasped 90% of the laws would allow one to attain the mixed origin. Beyond the 9 layers of laws lies a new realm. However, since 9 is the ultimate number in the universe, transcending 90% is indeed a formidable challenge. Sister Shiha has not arrived. I wonder how much she has comprehended. The dignified and beautiful Queen Mother of the West inquired. She discovered her opportunity to attain the Tao. After occupying the Sun Star last time, she swiftly grasped 80% of the solar laws. Inhua responded. She often traversed the primordial realm, perceiving the wonders of creation, and had visited the Sun Star to meet Shiha. The teacher has said that after this lecture, the primordial realm shall enter the age of saints. Let us see among us disciples who will be the first to attain the mixed origin. Attaining the mixed origin would illuminate the Master's teachings. Haha, it seems that we disciples who follow the path of corpse severance must also strive to catch up. At these moments, Hao Yin often felt quite helpless. The formidable beings present, including many quasi-saints, were all at the late stage of the great Luo Jingxian. The noise was unbearable, and he could hardly command attention. Hao Yin could only maintain a stern expression, waiting for the Tao ancestor to appear. Meanwhile, Yao Qi listened earnestly, her gaze fixed on the Queen Mother of the West, Inhua, and others, leaning in to catch snippets of conversation. Hearing terms like attaining the mixed origin, Taiyun Mountain, and teacher sparked envy and longing in her eyes. In her heart, she mused. I truly envy these stunning sisters. When shall I have the opportunity to explore the primordial realm myself? She is a stubborn stone amidst chaos, casually enlightened by Hongjun, becoming his disciple. Serving a sage appears glamorous, yet the Zixiao Palace is empty and desolate, with only Hao Yin for company on most days. However, Hao Yin, still youthful at heart, is preoccupied with grand ambitions of unifying the primordial chaos. Yaozi rarely finds herself on the same wavelength as him. Whenever Hongjun expounds, she attentively listens to the conversations of figures like the West Queen Mother, Nuwa, and Hutu. These elder sisters are the most exquisite fairies in the primordial realm. How magnificent their revered teacher must be, standing gracefully, having blossomed into a breathtaking beauty. Yaozi tilts her head in contemplation. Life here is exceedingly dull. If possible, She yearns to visit Taijun Mountain, as her sisters suggest. After a long while, Hongjun finally materializes amidst the eager anticipation of Haotian and the others. This moment, Hongjun's aura is increasingly profound and vast. Behind him, ethereal shadows emerge, akin to the stars that evolve and wither, the birth and demise of all things. Hongjun's gaze sweeps over the 3,000 Zixiao guests as he begins to speak. This marks my third and final sermon. I have expounded for 3,000 years on the path to sainthood. You must listen earnestly, keeping the primordial realm in mind. The crowd responds in unison. Expressing gratitude to the sage for his teachings, Hongjun nods slightly, noting the formidable presence of those gathered. Laozi, Yuanshi, Jane, and others have already severed their third corpse. Even those of lesser foundation have received guidance to achieve the same. Most attendees are at the early to mid-stages of quasi-sainthood. Yet, Hongjun remains unaware that many present are not here to heed his teachings, but rather await the opportunity to seize treasures at Funbao Rock. Were he to realize this, he would surely exclaim, "How difficult it is for me." Hongjun commences his sermon. In the primordial world, there are three paths to sainthood: attaining sainthood through power, severing the corpse to achieve it, and achieving it through merit. All three methods can lead to sainthood. Existing within the primordial realm, coexisting with the heavenly path, enduring countless tribulations without perishing, engaging in cause and effect without being tainted. Endless words of wisdom flow from Hongjun's lips, accompanied by swirling purple energy and rich Taoist resonance. The path to sainthood captures the audience's utmost attention. However, the disciples of Taijun Mountain, including Tong Tian, are troubled and perplexed. They exchange glances, furrowing their brows, each harboring the same thought. What Hongjun expounds is the method to achieve sainthood, not the method to attain the primordial Tao. Suddenly, memories of Chun Xian's discourse on the trends of the primordial realm at Taijun Mountain resurface. Hongjun's third sermon, seemingly blessing the primordial realm with the path to sainthood, is in truth a trap for all beings. If one is not cautious, they will fall deep into it, becoming puppets of the heavenly path. When they first heard Chan Xian's words, their understanding was clouded by insufficient cultivation. Yet now, as Tong Tian and the others approach the threshold of the primordial Tao, they quickly grasp that the path Hongjun speaks of is but a snare. The so-called sage's trap refers to the notion that following Hongjun's prescribed methods to achieve sainthood binds one to the restrictions of the primordial world, preventing true freedom and liberation. Sainthood is the grandest deception of the primordial realm. The disciples lament, realizing their teacher's foresight is indeed uncanny. When they next gaze upon Hongjun, they find he no longer resembles a sage of ethereal demeanor, but rather a charlatan peddling empty words. This, perhaps, is the true intent behind Hongjun's three sermons. Had they not encountered their teacher early on, they might have fallen for the old Taoist fabrications. The disciples close their eyes, resolutely ignoring Hongjun's blathering. Time flows swiftly, and 3,000 years pass in an instant. Hongjun's third sermon nears its conclusion point. 3,000 years have passed. The insights I have shared regarding the realm of sainthood require your careful contemplation. If there are any doubts, feel free to voice them now, and I shall address them individually. Hongjun surveys the captivated audience below, feeling quite satisfied, especially with the five seated on the mat, who could be deemed his most devoted fans. Laozi and Yuanshi, inheritors of Panga's legacy, have gained the deepest understanding after listening to the teachings. Daozu. Since there are three methods to attain sainthood: power, corpse severance, and merit, are there distinctions among them? Laozi respectfully inquires while seated on the mat. Without a doubt, Laozi has been thoroughly indoctrinated by Hongjun's words. His question piques the interest of the disciples from Taijun Mountain, who eagerly await Hongjun's response. Hongjun strokes his goat-like beard, believing the gazes of the crowd are filled with anticipation, and responds with satisfaction. The realm of the sage is characterized by enduring countless tribulations without perishing, engaging in cause and effect without being tainted, and coexisting with the heavenly path. Therefore, there is no distinction of superiority or inferiority among these three methods. Laozi nods, seemingly grasping the concept. Yet, Hongjun smirks, thinking this is utter nonsense, pure deception. Daozu, can anyone attain sainthood through these three methods? Asks the disciple from the Western two sages. Hongjun smiles and replies, the position of a saint is esteemed. Though the primordial realm is vast, it can only accommodate 9 saints. Moreover, with the great Tao comprising 50 and the heavenly cycle reducing it to 49, the primordial pathway is not complete. To achieve the status of a saint, one must possess primordial purple energy. The crowd exchanges glances, realizing there are only 9 saintly positions, and that primordial purple energy is crucial. However, the time of the world's genesis has long passed. Where can one seek primordial purple energy? Is there no hope for sainthood? Yuanshir's expression turns anxious. Daozu, lacking primordial purple energy means we cannot attain sainthood, but where can we find it now? The audience gazes at Hongjun with eager anticipation as he gently raises his right hand and slowly opens it. There, before them, are 7 strands of primordial purple energy. The crowd's expressions shift to urgency, their breaths quickening. This is the opportunity for sainthood. In the current realm, I alone possess these 7 strands of primordial purple energy. A chance for sainthood, which I shall distribute to those destined to become saints. Many powerful beings sit up straight, hoping to receive Hongjuan's favor. His gaze falls upon Laozi and Yuanshir. Laozi, Yuanshir, as you sit upon the mat. Your positions as ordained saints are evident, being manifestations of Panga's original spirit, endowed with the merit of creation. I bestow upon each of you a strand of primordial purple energy. Cherish this opportunity. What? The mat's position is indeed an ordained saintly status. Is there still time for me to sit? The crowd is filled with regret. I will not disappoint Daozu's kindness, Laozi vows. Yuanshir echoes the sentiment. Both Laozi and Yuanshir, amidst the envious gazes of others, bow gracefully and absorb the primordial purple energy into their beings. As ordained saints, they bask in the glory of their newfound status, feeling elated and optimistic about their futures. Hongjuan's gaze shifts to Tongtian, who cradles the Qingping sword. Tongtian, you are also one of the 3 purities. Thus, I bestow upon you a strand of primordial purple energy. Cherish this opportunity well. Tongtian contemplates for a moment, thinking the primordial purple energy may not be useful to him, and is about to decline. Nearby, Hongyun interjects, Brother Tongtian, though this might seem of little consequence, it's a chance you shouldn't pass up. Hongyun's voice, though soft, resonates throughout the now silent Zhixiao Palace, and everyone hears it clearly. Hongjuan's expression darkens. Of little use. An opportunity not to be missed. Do you take this for trivial? This is primordial purple energy, the very foundation of sainthood. A coveted chance for all. How did it become as if I were begging you for it? Chapter 61. A mere Kuanpeng, merely a provider of provisions. Tongtian's thoughts align, and he discreetly nods, clearing his throat twice. He respectfully addresses Hongjun. If that is the case, I humbly thank you for your generosity. Daozu. Hongjuan's lips twitch slightly, but before the 3,000 Zhixiao guests, he cannot afford to appear overly critical, lest he seem lacking in composure. Yet, Hongyun truly vexes him. Hongjuan's gaze passes over the beaming Hongyun, a fleeting shadow of displeasure crossing his eyes. The 3rd strand of primordial purple energy falls into Tongtian's hands. Niuhua, you shall have great merit in the primordial realm in the future. Thus, I bestow upon you this 4th strand of primordial purple energy. With a wave of his hand, the energy settles into Niuhua's grasp. She neither rejoices nor laments, merely stating, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Daozu." As 4 strands of primordial purple energy are distributed, Jane and Juanti on the mat can no longer remain seated. They exchange glances, silently understanding each other's intentions. In an instant, Jane's eyes turn red, tears streaming down his cheeks like waterfalls, embodying the essence of a dramatic actor. "Master," Juanti exclaims, startled by Jane's emotional state, drawing the attention of Hongjun and the others. Juanti inquires earnestly, "Why do you weep before the sage?" At this question, Jane weeps even more profusely, wailing and beating his chest. "I am envious. Envious that the East shall witness the emergence of 3 purities, ushering in prosperity and abundance. Envious of the multitude of great beings in the East, with countless celestial beings paying homage. Even more envious of the East receiving the Daozu's favor. But who understands the desolation of the West, where spiritual energy is scarce and the land is shattered and forlorn? Contemplating this, I can only feel sorrow and shed tears. Upon hearing the heartfelt plea of Jane, Juanti appeared to be deeply moved. quietly tugging at the tattered hem of his robe to wipe away his tears. He looked exceedingly desolate. The onlookers could hardly bear to witness such a display and discreetly turned away. Unable to confront the brazen audacity before them, they had witnessed shamelessness before, but never such self-directed theatrics. The exchange was a forced dialogue, a clumsy duet that stole the spotlight with sheer audacity. One word encapsulated it all: utterly ridiculous. Hong Yun exclaimed, "Brothers, did you see that? This is what one calls professionalism." Hong Juan's face twitched almost uncontrollably, yet he found solace in reflecting on the karmic ties he shared with the West. Acknowledging the diligent efforts of the two, who took it upon themselves to uphold the Western domain, he decided to bestow upon them 2 strands of primordial purple qi to invigorate the West. Instantly, Jane and Juan-Ti transformed their sorrow into joy, their faces beaming with delight as if a gentle spring breeze had graced them. "Thank you, Tao Ancestor, for your benevolence. We shall surely uphold the West." The crowd was left dumbfounded. How could such shamelessness lead to the bestowal of primordial purple qi? Tao Ancestor, is this truly your aesthetic preference, or do you simply have a penchant for such antics? Why else would you favor these 2 bald-headed adepts? Their gazes toward Hong Jun grew increasingly peculiar. Little did they know that Hong Juan's gift of 2 strands of primordial purple qi to Jane and Juan-Ti was a means of repaying the karmic debt of the West. The past conflicts between Tao and Demon, culminating in the battle against Rahu, had left the Western lands shattered and the spiritual essence thin. Only Hong Jun emerged victorious, thus the karmic burden of the West fell upon his shoulders. Now with 2 free laborers to help him repay this debt, how could he resist such an opportunity? At that moment, only a wisp of primordial purple qi lingered around Hong Juan's right hand. Who would ultimately claim the last strand of primordial purple qi? The third figure seated on the mat, Kuan-Peng, gazed eagerly at the final strand of primordial purple qi. He mused, "The Tao Ancestor has just mentioned that the mat signifies a predetermined holy position. Therefore, the rightful owner of this final strand of primordial purple qi is already evident." Kuan-Peng's heart surged with excitement, brimming with ambition. "I, Kuan-Peng, shall ultimately carve my name in this primordial chaos." Hong Yun, praised for his pioneering of Taoist texts and embodiment of Taoist principles, radiated immense merit within the primordial realm, as the first red cloud to grace the heavens. His foundation was robust, his blessings vast, and he bore the potential to attain sanctity. Thus, this final strand of primordial purple qi shall be conferred upon you. Just as Kuan-Peng was about to accept the primordial purple qi and express his gratitude to the Tao Ancestor, he heard Hong Jun call out Hong Yun's name instead by "S, not the mat I sit upon a predetermined holy position? Why is this primordial purple qi not bestowed upon me but rather upon that Hong Yun?" A storm of shadows clouded Kuan-Peng's eyes, his gaze fixed on Hong Yun with a sinister intensity. His clenched teeth ground ominously, and the veins in his fists bulged with fury, anger, resentment, hatred. "If it weren't for you stealing my thunder with the Taoist texts, this primordial purple qi would certainly have been mine." As rage ignited within him, the seeds of animosity sown in the past blossomed at that moment, consuming Kuan-Peng's every thought. Confusion and doubt surfaced in his mind as he silently harbored resentment towards Hong Yun. However, Hong Yun remained blissfully cheerful, expressing, "Thank you, Tao Ancestor, for your kindness. I am grateful to the great Pangu, to all my fellow disciples, and to all Tao friends." Hong Jun stroked his goat beard, clearly pleased with Kuan-Peng's reaction. He had previously calculated the heavenly secrets and discovered that Hong Yun's calamity was tied to Kuan-Peng. Therefore, he guided Kuan-Peng to sever his 3 corpses, forcibly enhancing his strength. Now, with the primordial purple qi as bait, it was certain that Kuan-Peng would strike at Hong Yun. Hong Yun, aware that this primordial purple qi was a death warrant sent by Hong Jun, was no longer the foolishly kind-hearted individual of your I, Hong Yun, disciple of the inner sect of Qin Xian, am just a mere Kuan-Peng, destined only to serve as a mere supplier. With the last strand of primordial purple qi falling into Hong Yun's possession, the crowd's eyes dimmed in disappointment. The matter of the primordial purple qi was settled. After this sermon, I shall merge with the heavenly Tao. Henceforth, the heavenly Tao shall not manifest, and Hong Jun shall not emerge. Consequently, I wish to take on a few disciples to manage the Shin men. Hong Jun then addressed the 3 purities, saying, "Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian. You all belong to the three purities. Dio, you wish to take me as your master? Laozi and Yuanshi were overjoyed, having received primordial purple qi and the opportunity to be accepted as disciples of the Tao ancestor. Once Hongjun merges with the Tao, will this primordial chaos not be ours to command? They quickly bowed in gratitude. I am willing. I am willing. Hongjun nodded with satisfaction and turned to Tongtian. Seeing his youngest brother hesitating to respond, Laozi urged, Third brother, it is a matter many envy to be accepted as a disciple by a saint. Why do you not answer quickly? Yuanshi added. Are you still searching for that Taishan Taoist? He has been missing for tens of thousands of years. It would be better to join the Tao ancestor. The crowd was instantly taken aback. Taishan Taoist? Tongtian's master is also the Taishan Taoist? How many disciples does he have? Now that the Tao ancestor extended an olive branch to Tongtian, what would he choose? As Tongtian stroked his Qingping sword, his sword intent reined in. He replied, Tao ancestor's good intentions are acknowledged, but Tongtian is already bound to a master and cannot transfer to the Tao ancestor's teachings. Tongtian, have you lost your mind? To refuse becoming a saint's disciple? Is that Taishan Taoist truly mightier than Tao ancestor Hongjun? Laozi reprimanded. Brother, your words are mistaken. My master once said, the sword can open the heavens. Tongtian replied calmly. Yet, his sword intent radiated like the dawn's first light piercing through darkness, as if nothing could withstand it. The Qingping sword in his hand seemed to quiver with exhilaration, as if it were destined to unleash its power upon the world. Is this truly the sword that opens the heavens? Yuanshi was filled with astonishment, realizing he had no retort, and could only close his mouth in chagrin. That technique of the sword to cleave the heavens remained etched in his heart. Hongjun gazed intently at Tongtian, realizing that he had comprehended the essence of the sword path. He was further convinced that if it were not for Yangmei, a fellow chaos demon, who else in this world could grasp that the pinnacle of the sword path was to open the heavens with a single stroke? Those chaos demons who had witnessed Pangu open the heavens unanimously believed that the culmination of the Great Way was to pierce through chaos and behold the primordial. To pierce through chaos to see the primordial is, in essence, to open the heavens. Ultimately, Hongjun could only say, since you are unwilling, I shall not press further. Should you wish to join my teachings in the future, you may seek me at the Purple Cloud Palace in the chaos. Himph, in the future, when I slay Yangmei amidst the chaos, who would worry about you joining my teachings? However, you shall kneel outside my Purple Cloud Palace for 1,000 years before I accept you as a disciple. Unbeknownst to him, as Yangmei pondered the Tao, he suddenly sneezed repeatedly, achoo, achoo, achoo. How could he have anticipated that trouble would come from such a distance? He quickly calculated and was horrified. How is it that I am entangled in a killing calamity? Why has such a multitude of unfounded karmic ties suddenly arisen? Hongjun, old thief, are you truly attempting to ensnare me? In the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun asked Enhua if she wished to become his disciple. Enhua politely declined, saying, Thank you, Tao ancestor, for your kindness. I have no intention of pursuing the Great Way, nor do I enjoy conflict, fearing I may not be able to manage the Shinmen for you. Deep within her heart, she yearned for the leisurely life atop Taiyun Mountain, accompanied by morning clouds and evening glow, the stars shimmering amidst the sea of clouds. More importantly, she wished to serve by her teacher's side. Hearing tales of various intriguing matters, Hongjun, seated beside the Yaoqi, gazed intently at Enhua's beautiful eyes, her slightly parted lips revealing a hint of longing. He murmured softly. Enhua's hidden yearning compelled her to refuse the Tao ancestor. Hao Yin, on the other hand, secretly scoffed. These two truly lack awareness, squandering the Tao ancestor's good intentions. They will surely regret it in the future. Hongjun's composure faltered as both Tongtian and Enhua had consecutively rejected him. His resentment toward Yangmei intensified, longing to engage in a grand showdown with him to vent his frustrations. All of his meticulously laid plans had been disrupted, as Hongjun remained silent for a prolonged period. Jane gazed eagerly at him. Tao ancestor, will you still accept disciples? Hongjun finally returned to his senses, looking at Jane and Zhu and Ti with eyes that seemed to suggest that if he were to declare he would no longer accept disciples, they would burst into tears. Very well, although they may become the future renegades of the Shinmen, they are ultimately assisting me in repaying the karmic debt of the West. Let them become my registered disciples. Jane and Juan-Ti, do you wish to become my registered disciples? Hongjun inquired. Jane and Juan-Ti exchanged glances. Registered disciples? Just a nominal title? A title is certainly better than none. In the future, we shall walk the primordial realm with our heads held high, proclaiming, I am a disciple of a saint. The two Western adepts quickly bowed. We are willing. All right, the matter of accepting disciples is settled. Laozi, as the eldest disciple of the Xinmen, I confer upon you the innate treasure. The Taiji diagram, to harmonize yin and yang and enlighten all beings. With a gentle wave of his hand, a Taiji diagram fell into Laozi's hands. The Taiji diagram, an innate supreme defensive treasure, was forged from the axe handle of the chaos treasure. The heaven-opening axe, originally belonging to the ancestor of yin and yang. After the Tao and demon conflict, it had come into Hongjuan's possession. Upon receiving the Taiji diagram, Laozi was immensely delighted and quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, master. Beside him, Kuanpeng was utterly astonished. His focus was not on the Taiji diagram but rather on the matter of discipleship that Hongjun had just concluded. So, there would be no more disciples taken in? The primordial purple energy had no share for me, not even the status of a named disciple. What purpose does my sitting upon this mat serve? Is this not a divinely ordained position? It seemed that Hongjun perceived his thoughts, and a phrase echoed explosively in his mind. Inadequate in accomplishment, yet excessive in failure, how can one manage the mystical gate? This statement from Hongjun instantly shattered Kuanpeng's composure. It turned out that the Tao ancestor still harbored concerns regarding my encounter with the old rogue Hongyun. Oh, the audacity of that scoundrel. I, Kuanpeng, vow to slay you. Were it not for the fact that we were within the Chaos Purple Cloud Palace, I might have already made a move against Hongyun. Kuanpeng forcibly suppressed the raging fury within him and decided to exit the Purple Cloud Palace, summoning allies to strike down Hongyun when he was alone. Hongjun observed Kuanpeng's agitation with keen interest, thinking to himself, Ah, young one, you are still quite inexperienced. A mere provocation sends you into a furious frenzy. However, should you prove yourself capable, there will be no delay in accepting you as a named disciple. Hongjun then conferred upon Yuan Shi the supreme innate treasure, the Panga banner, and bestowed the 12-grade merit golden lotus and the empowering divine pestle upon the duo of Jane and Juan-Ti. Subsequently, he produced an object that radiated brilliant light, illuminating the Purple Cloud Palace with vibrant colors. Cough upon the emergence of this object, Hongyun, Tongtian, and the others began to cough incessantly, while the remaining disciples of Taiyun Mountain nodded in silent acknowledgement. This was the treasure distribution rock, a repository of numerous treasures I had collected over the years. Yet, at this moment, with the heavenly Tao approaching, these treasures had become redundant. I shall place the treasure distribution rock within the chaos, declared Hongjun. On the treasure distribution rock lay no less than several hundred innate spirit treasures, and above, I in the Purple Cloud Palace, gasps of astonishment echoed. The allure was simply overwhelming. If I could acquire even a few of these, achieving quasi-saint status would be a mere formality. Even the mightiest of quasi-saints would find it difficult to resist such an abundance of spirit treasures. With a wave of his hand, Hongjun summoned the treasure distribution rock to a certain location within the chaos. All right, each of you may pursue your fortunes, he began. But before he could finish his sentence, swish, nearly 2,000 individuals instantaneously vanished from the Chaos Purple Cloud Palace. They were all disciples of Taiyun Mountain. What the hell? Hongjun blurted out. This group had clearly come prepared. With only over 1,000 individuals remaining in the Purple Cloud Palace, still panting and dumbfounded, they had yet to realize what was happening. Hongjuan's face darkened ominously. Why are you still lingering? The treasure distribution rock will soon be stripped bare. Chapter 63. Is it too late for me to join Taiyun Mountain now? Over 1,000 beings from the primordial realm suddenly snapped back to reality. Damn it! We miscalculated. The treasure distribution rock, rush in. Don't let them get ahead. Charge, charge, charge. Chaos ensued. Yuan Shi, in an instant, rode the winds to depart. Dijun and Tai Yi transformed into golden crows, recklessly charging through the chaos with the innate supreme treasure. Jane and Juan-Ti shouted from behind. These treasures are fated for the West. They belong to the West? Who the hell just kicked me? Don't you dare steal. They are all mine. Everything belongs to me. Jun. Shut your filthy mouth. They are all mine. Thousands of primordial powerhouses, led by Hong Yun and Tong Tian, unleash their astonishing potential, pursuing relentlessly like madmen. These innate spirit treasures and supreme treasures held immense importance for them. After Hong Jun disseminated the method of slaying corpses with spirit treasures, each innate spirit treasure represented a formidable quasi-saint powerhouse, showcasing their preciousness. Even a single innate spirit treasure, even the lowest grade, could incite bloodshed across the primordial realm, leading countless peak de Luo Jingshians to clash fiercely. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjuan's complexion grew increasingly grim. Finally, he understood. This group had indeed come prepared. No wonder during the 3,000 years of preaching, they appeared so distracted, as if they had no intention of sincerely listening. They had merely awaited this moment. In the chaos, nearly 2,000 disciples of Taiyun Mountain surged forth, racing through the void, leaving Yuan Shi, Jane, Zhuanti, and Dijun far behind. Occasionally, they would unleash a few divine abilities in their wake. Brother Hongyun, you are too fast. Leave me a spirit treasure. Brothers, charge. We cannot let those little rascals catch up. Right, not even a drop of soup for them. Hongyun, Tongtian, Inhua, and Wangmu rushed ahead, the vast chaotic energies parting before them. Haha, once again, my Hongyun's spatial divine ability proved superior. Hongyun reached the treasure distribution rock. Radiant with light, and with a wave of his hand, he gathered 70 to 80 treasures into his possession. The 9 dragons' golden staff, the 8 scenery palace lamp, the Doshui purple flame, the wordless heavenly book, the Xiandu heavenly plow, West Queen Mother, Tongtian, Inhua, and Hutu almost simultaneously arrived. With a wave of their hands, they each secured 60 to 70 treasures. The Immortal Execution Sword Array, the Primal Chaos Whisk, 24C Stabilizing Pearls, the Concealed Immortal Map, the Multi-Treasure Pagoda, the Primal Chaos Golden Dipper. Hundreds of innate spirit treasures and supreme treasures were swiftly plundered. By the time Yuan Shi, Jane, and Zhuanti arrived, the treasure distribution rock was already stripped bare. It was more desolate than Jane's bald head. Like locusts passing through, not a single item remained. Yuan Shi stood there, dumbfounded, and exclaimed, "What the hell?" As the chaotic winds swept through, everyone remained oblivious. Third brother, did you not say you were cultivating the sword path, focusing solely on your own cultivation and requiring no external objects? Yuan Shi called out from a distance to Tongtian. If you have no use for those spirit treasures, you could share a couple with second brother. Indeed, sword cultivators require no external objects. A few can be given to big brother. Yuan Shi shamelessly chimed in. Eldest brother, second brother, you have already severed your 3 corpses, and your sanctification is imminent. These treasures are of no use to you. My disciples still have many who lack treasures for corpse severance, Tongtian remarked while counting his spoils. Indeed, if one could achieve sanctification, ordinary treasures would become of little significance. The Tao ancestor said to distribute the treasures among us. Do you intend to hoard them all? Tai Yi, bearing the chaos bell, could not help but inquire. Nearly 2,000 disciples of Taiyun Mountain stepped forward, releasing their formidable auras. Numerous peak de Luo Jingshians and mid to late quasi-saints were among them. Immediately placing immense pressure on Tai, he quickly retreated into the crowd. Our teacher has taught us to persuade with reason. Just now, the Tao ancestor also mentioned each according to their fortune, indicating that you have no affinity with these treasures. Brothers, do you not agree? Hongyun smirked and stepped forward. Indeed. The disciples of Taiyun Mountain responded in unison. Opportunities always favor the prepared. Hongyun raised his thick eyebrows once more. Are you not afraid of us banding together to attack? Jane protested vehemently. Come, try attacking me, Hongyun taunted. Jane instinctively glanced at his numbers. Over 1,000 individuals. Then he looked at the formidable assembly behind Hongyun. What the hell? More than 2,000. If a real fight ensued, who would besiege whom? We cannot win a fight or a dispute. Jane and Zhuanti could only obediently close their mouths. Damn, this is frustrating, Tao ancestor. Is this what you mean by each according to their fortune? Fellow disciples, if you call me Lord Hongyun, I shall gift you an innate spirit treasure, Hongyun proclaimed loudly. This declaration left Yuan Shi's side momentarily stunned. Such a bold move, Among the disciples of Taiyun Mountain, someone exclaimed in shock, "What the hell? Lord Hongyun is so magnanimous." "Indeed, this is for you, junior brother." Hongyun waved his hand, presenting the 8th scenery palace lamp. "Lord Hongyun." The crowd erupted in cheers. "Louder, I can't hear you." "Lord Hongyun, the wildest in the primordial realm." The disciples shouted hysterically, their voices reverberating so powerfully that even the turbulent chaotic energies retreated. 1, 2, 3, 4, let's do it again. "Lord Hongyun, the wildest in the primordial realm." Everyone, following Lord Hongyun guarantees a life of luxury. Tong Tian, sensing the momentum, shouted, "Call me Sword Immortal Tong Tian. I shall gift you an innate spirit treasure." "Wow! Sword Immortal Tong Tian is mighty. Here, take this 5 Fire 7 Birds fan. A gift for you, Sword Immortal Tong Tian, unrivaled in the world." Sword Immortal Tong Tian, unrivaled in the world. The jubilant cheers swelled like a tidal wave, shaking the surrounding chaos. The West Queen Mother waved her wide sleeves, and dozens of spirit treasures floated amidst the chaos. "Whoever calls me Teacher Mother West Queen, I shall gift them an innate spirit treasure." "Teacher Mother?" The disciples of Taiyun Mountain were momentarily taken aback. Then, immediately, "Teacher Mother West Queen, Teacher Mother West Queen, Teacher Mother West Queen." Regardless, as long as the spirit treasures were in hand, even if Lord Hongyun wished to be called Teacher Mother, they would not hesitate to shout. Hundreds of spirit treasures were distributed among the disciples of Taiyun Mountain. "With these treasures, when we return to visit our teacher, we shall no longer be empty-handed." The disciples were filled with satisfaction. Those who did not receive spirit treasures were not resentful but rejoiced for their fellow disciples. In the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun observed Hongyun and the others through secret methods, his expression dark and grim. "Who the hell is distributing the treasures?" On the other side of chaos, over 1,000 formidable beings of the primal era could only watch helplessly as their jubilations echoed through the void. The frenzied chaotic winds howled, lacking the previously terrifying ferocity. Instead, a profound sense of desolation, akin to the sound of countless fallen leaves rustling in the breeze, enveloped their hearts. The boundless, unending chaos imparted an overwhelming sense of solitude that seemed to stretch across eons. On one side, the disciples of Taiyun Mountain celebrated in joyous unison, while on the other, the more than 1,000 ancient powers felt an acute sense of melancholy and isolation. It became evident that the joys and sorrows of sentient beings were not intertwined. All I perceived was their clamor to last. One of the ancient powers timidly inquired, "Is it still possible for me to join Taiyun Mountain now?" Chapter 64. I have long awaited your arrival to commence the feast in the original trajectory of the primal era. Hongjun accepted disciples, taking the 3 pure ones and Yuhua as his personal disciples, while Jane and Juanti were acknowledged as named disciples. Subsequently, treasures were distributed. Laozi received the earthly flame flag, the 9-dragon golden staff, the Do Shua purple flame, the Qian Kuren diagram, and other spiritual treasures. Yuanchi acquired the Wajiji apricot yellow flag, the 9-dragon sandalwood carriage, and the Yushu Lioli lamp, among others. Tong Tian obtained the extermination sword array, the Hongyuan whisk, 24 calming sea pearls, the Zhangxian diagram, the Duobao pagoda, and more. Yuhua, Jane, and Juanti all gained their share. Yet now, they had all been thoroughly plundered by disciples of Taiyun Mountain, including Hongyun and others. The trajectory of the primal era had slightly shifted, marking the conclusion of the treasure distribution. Everyone returned to the Zixiao Palace, casting resentful glances at Hongjun, resembling a long-suffering maiden in a secluded chamber deprived of sustenance. Their spirits were dampened. Hongjun, feeling a flush of embarrassment, could only murmur, "The great Tao comprises 50, and the heavens manifest 49 with a deficiency. After this, I shall merge with the Tao of heaven and restore its completeness. Henceforth, the Tao of heaven shall be Hongjun, and Hongjun shall not be the Tao of heaven. You all must diligently contemplate the teachings I impart, taking it upon yourselves to uphold the primal era." Hongjun continued to ramble on. Upon concluding, Hongyun and the others chorused, "Thank you, Daozu." I couldn't shake the feeling that these rascals were hinting at something, yet I found no evidence to substantiate it. It vexed me greatly. With a grand sweep of his sleeve, Hongjun transported everyone into the chaos, Brothers, should anyone dare to seize your treasures, cry out for Lord Hongyun, and I shall shatter space to rescue you." Hongyun intentionally raised his voice to ensure all present could hear. Many of his fellow disciples possessed spiritual treasures, and some might be tempted to take risks. This proclamation served as a warning. Lord Hongyun is indeed formidable. The disciples of Taiyun Mountain hummed a cheerful tune as they leisurely dispersed. It was evident that their master was all-seeing and all-knowing, even aware of the treasure distribution at the cliff. Thus, he was able to prepare in advance, achieving resounding success in the treasure-seizing contest and reaping abundant rewards. A swift step brings forth swifter steps, brother. Does the esteemed Taishan Taoist still accept disciples? Someone quietly approached by Zhe and the others to converse. You wish to join our Taiyun Mountain faction? I have long admired the name of Taishan Taoist and have yearned to join his ranks, yet lacked the opportunity now. I finally see my fellow brothers. Is that so? But to speak frankly, he is elusive as a dragon, and we do not know when we might encounter him. Not to worry, I am willing to follow you, brothers, and await his return. Well then, how about you come to Panyun Mountain and serve as my mountain guardian general? Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Some rejoiced while others lamented. In the shadows, Kuan-Peng watched Hongyun with a silent, menacing gaze, his eyes ablaze with rage and resentment. Demon Emperor, Eastern Emperor, if you invite me back to the Demon Clan's heavenly court, I shall consider it, but I have one condition, Kuan-Peng said darkly to Dijuan and Tai beside him. What condition? Dijuan and Tai's eyes lit up. Previously, when they accompanied Kuan-Peng to the Taiyun Star, they had been scorched by Shiha. Kuan-Peng, believing them to be incapable, had retreated to the North Sea, merely inquiring about demon affairs. Now, with Dijuan rebuilding the heavenly court, it was indeed a time for talent. Observing Kuan-Peng slay the three corpses, they extended an invitation for him to return to the demon court. Kill Hongyun. Kuan-Peng raised his hand, mimicking a throat-slitting gesture. Dijuan was taken aback, frowning. Kill him? Indeed. I have an irreconcilable enmity with him. He possesses immense strength. I am no match for him. Tai believed himself inferior to Hongyun. Dijuan pondered for a moment, then added, moreover, he has many brothers. How could we find an opportunity to strike? Kuan-Peng sneered. He acquired numerous treasures at the cliff. And several ultimate treasures remain undistributed among his brothers, not to mention the primordial purple energy. With 4 of us who have slain the 3 corpses, we can quietly eliminate him when he is alone. And no one would be the wiser. Where are the 4 who have slain the 3 corpses? We only have 3, Tai whispered. Kuan-Peng slowly revealed a name. Lord of the River of the Underworld. My dear friend. The one whose blood sea never dries. The Lord of the River of the Underworld. Tai murmured. Kuan-Peng nodded. Dijuan felt a stirring in his heart. With 4 beings who had slain the 3 corpses, there was no reason they could not eliminate Hongyun. However, he still harbored a concern. What about the teacher of the demon master? Have you ever met his teacher? Kuan-Peng coldly laughed. Legends of Taishan Taoist are everywhere. Yet who has truly seen him? Moreover, even his disciples are searching for him. If he were truly in the primal era, he would have revealed himself by now. Kuan-Peng's words had already dispelled 90% of Dijuan and Tai's doubts. All right, we shall proceed with this plan. Dijuan gritted his teeth. The primordial purple energy belongs to our brothers. Seeking fortune amidst danger. If this operation succeeds, we shall obtain the opportunity for sanctification through primordial purple energy and achieve the Tao of sanctification. From then on, we shall endure countless tribulations without death, entangled in karma yet untouched, living freely and unfettered. In the primal era, it is indeed a realm where the skies are high and birds may soar. The demon clan shall completely dominate the primal era. Kuan-Peng, consumed with thoughts of slaying Hongyun, agreed. I shall follow Hongyun. You wait in ambush for the right moment to strike. Dijuan and Tai nodded and began their clandestine preparations. Subsequently, Kuan-Peng used secret methods to contact the Lord of the River of the Underworld, maintaining a distance that would not alert Hongyun. Hongyun was accompanied by Zenyuanzi. Brother, you should return to Wanshou Mountain and the 5. Remember to take good care of the ginseng fruit trees, Hongyun said. I am heading back to my dojo, the Fire Cloud Cave. Zenyuanzi, somewhat concerned, replied, You possess ultimate treasures and primordial purple energy. I noticed that Kuan-Peng's gaze upon you was rather peculiar. Hong Yun laughed heartily, patting Xinyuanzi's shoulder. You can rest assured. My spatial abilities are unparalleled. If I cannot defeat him, I can certainly escape. In the shadows, Kuan-Ping sneered to himself, thinking, your arrogance will ultimately be your downfall. Xinyuanzi said nothing more and parted ways with Hong Yun. Returning to the 5. Hong Yun made his way back to the Fire Cloud Cave alone. In an unknown valley, the mountains snaked like a dragon, and the trees stood tall and green. Hong Yun nodded in satisfaction, declaring, this is a fine location. He then halted, entered the valley, and kindled a roaring bonfire. Unbeknownst to where he procured it, he produced an enormous pot and set it over the flames. He then sat quietly in the valley. Kuan-Ping, lurking in the shadows, questioned, there is nothing remarkable here, and no mysteries abound. What is he doing? After waiting for 3 full days without any sign of movement, Kuan-Ping scoffed, my opportunity has finally arrived. Hong Yun, you old scoundrel, do you know that your day of reckoning has come, and thus you sit here awaiting your doom? Kuan-Ping emerged in the valley, speaking viciously. Hong Yun raised his eyes slightly. Casually tending to the bonfire, my friend, you are mistaken. I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time to commence the feast. The feast? Kuan-Ping was taken aback. What feast? His anger flared, regardless of what scheme you have concocted. Today you shall meet your end. Hong Yun brushed off the dust from his clothes and proclaimed, brothers, come forth and join the feast. In an instant, Tong Tian, the Queen Mother of the West, Nuwa, Hutu, and numerous disciples of the Taishan sect all materialized. Surrounding the entire valley, Chapter 65, I, Hong Yun, have already fallen to darkness at Taiyun Mountain. A man, a monkey, and a bird were enjoying a hot pot. On a graphite-colored wooden table lay an array of meats, along with spiritual fruits and celestial brews. The 6-eared macaque, grinning widely, offered a piece of primeval beef to Chen Xian. Master, you should indulge. He then handed a fatty piece of chicken but to Kong Xian, cheerfully adding, this is the tail of a spirit chicken nurtured by heaven and earth, perfect for supplementing your tail feathers, so you can soon cultivate your tail into the 5-color divine light. Kong Xian cast a resentful glance at the 6-eared macaque. What does this chicken but have to do with my 5-color divine light? Master, last time you mentioned the enmity between Kuan-Ping and Hong Yun. How did it ultimately unfold? Kong Xian inquired, blinking his eyes. Seizing the opportunity while the 6-eared macaque was distracted, he stealthily placed the chicken but into the latter's bowl. As for Kuan-Ping and Hong Yun. In the end, Kuan-Ping allied with Dijuan, Tai, and the Lord of the River of the Underworld to ambush the good-natured Hong Yun. Another ancient power has fallen. Kong Xian sighed softly. I rather liked Hong Yun. Master, do you believe Hong Yun's demise was predestined? If he were to break the situation, how could he do so? The 6-eared macaque, captivated by the tale of Hong Yun's grudges, raised the chicken but to his mouth. You clever little Kong Xian, you've learned to be shrewd. Upon witnessing Lu Er and Kong Xian engaged in playful banter, Chen Xian could not help but let out a chuckle. He then picked up a piece of ancient beef, dipping it into the pot as he remarked, he aims to break the situation, indeed. He's turning dark, precisely, darker than Kuan-Ping. Not sitting on the lotus seat, but intercepting Kuan-Ping's demonic texts, gathering friends amidst Kuan-Ping's ambush, and ultimately counterstriking Kuan-Ping. What a chaotic stew. Of course, this must be founded upon strength. The mention of cooking Kuan-Ping, Lu Er and Kong Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What might the flavor of a quasi-saint beast be? A monkey and a sparrow. Both gluttonous in nature. Ha ha ha, Kuan-Ping's flesh must be brimming with spiritual energy, its texture firm and its taste exquisite. In the vast wilderness, not far from the Fire Cloud Cave, Kuan-Ping found himself bewildered by the sight of over 2,000 formidable beings surrounding him. His thoughts were beyond articulation. Horror, anxiety, fear, bewilderment, resentment, and rage surged within him. In a wonder Hong Yun had sent away Xinyuanzi. It was a cunning bait to draw me in. Why teacher has said this is akin to inviting the tiger into the den. Hong Yun chuckled, adding, moreover, these fellow disciples are here at my invitation for a feast. You scoundrel! This is clearly a scheme to ensnare me, Kuan-Ping growled, his eyes still fierce despite the dire situation. Hong Yun, you have seized my chance at the Tao text and the primordial purple energy. causing me to lose my fated holy position and become a laughingstock of the wilderness. Do you feel any shame? Have you ever considered that these opportunities were never meant for you? Hong Yun replied casually. Kuan-peng was momentarily stunned. Opportunities had never belonged to him? He then retorted angrily, "Humph, silver-tongued trickster. You may do with me as you please." The disciples were already well aware of Qian Xian's revelations regarding the fate of Kuan-peng. In the original narrative, Kuan-peng was deprived of his lotus seat by the figures of Jane and Zhuan-Ti in the Zhixiao Palace, subsequently joining the demon clan as a demon master, establishing demonic texts. Throughout Hongjuan's 3 teachings, he had never received the primordial purple energy, let alone a holy position. Indeed, Hongjun had never regarded Kuan-peng with any significance. However, Hongyun felt no sympathy for him. They were destined adversaries, one of whom must fall. Had it not been for Hongyun's encounter with Qian Xian, altering his fate, it would have been he who faced imminent demise. How pitiful was the original trajectory of Hongyun in the wilderness. When Hongyun benevolently yielded his lotus seat to the 2 Western sages, he found no shadow of Jane or Zhuan-Ti when he was ambushed by Kuan-peng. What a wretched fate! Now that he understood his destiny, could he continue to relinquish his seat only to be hunted down, ultimately perishing? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I, Hongyun, have encountered my teacher. It is as if I have been reborn. I shall no longer be a pushover. I, Hongyun, have embraced the darkness. Ha ha ha. My teacher has said that villains perish due to excessive chatter. I am now playing the role of the villain, so let us dispense with idle talk, fellow disciples. Let us act. Kuan-peng, my friend, please enter the pot. The feast has begun. In unison, the myriad powerful beings unleashed their might. Kuan-peng was forced to reveal his true form, his essence extinguished, and thus he fell. Hongyun smacked his thigh. Cursing, the pot is not big enough. Kuan-peng's body is over 10,000 miles long. Not even a single pot can contain it, let alone this valley. Enormous, enormous, enormous. As Hongyun wielded his spatial powers, a massive pot materialized above the valley, finally accommodating Kuan-peng. Brothers, following Lord Hongyun means enjoying the finest delicacies. Pluck its feathers. Let us stew it. I have brought exquisite dishes. I have brought fine wine. The feast is upon us, brothers. Kuan-peng's life was indeed tragic. Hongyun mused. Bai Zhe leaned in, intrigued. Lord Hongyun, what leads you to this conclusion? Hongyun sighed. Look, he was merely a pawn of Hongjun throughout his life, even at death failing to comprehend the truth of his tribulations. From the moment he was robbed of his holy position in the Zhixiao Palace, he became a mere tool of Hongjuan's machinations. Bai Zhe, Xian Snake, Gu Che, and the others exchanged peculiar glances as they observed Hongyun's actions. Noticing the silence among his peers, Hongyun continued, Am I being too cruel to Kuan-peng? Bai Zhe and the others were left speechless. Too cruel? If you think you're being too cruel, then perhaps you should not eat so quickly. In a mere moment, Hongyun had devoured a large piece of prime wing meat. Kuan-peng's flesh was indeed filled with spiritual energy, its texture firm and its flavor unparalleled. Hongyun, do take your time. If only our teacher were here. He would undoubtedly relish this feast. By the way, what shall we do with the few helpers Kuan-peng summoned? Fear not. I have already shielded this realm from external sensing and sealed this space. After we indulge, we shall deal with them. Chapter 66. I almost got stabbed by my own son outside the valley, hidden from view. Di Jun and Tai Yi had long been lying in wait. They were merely awaiting Kuan-peng's signal to strike with ferocity, aiming to slay him and seize the primordial purple energy. Yet, after a lengthy wait, Kuan-peng's signal never came. Could there be unforeseen developments? Tai Yi expressed concern. Do not worry. The demon master is known for his prudence. He is surely biding his time for the perfect moment to strike decisively. Di Jun reassured him. As time passed, the two grew increasingly anxious. Brother, why do I feel so uneasy? Tai Yi exclaimed in a flurry. 4 quasi-saint beings can easily handle a mere Hongyun. How can this be a challenge? Yet, Di Jun too felt a creeping unease. Having embarked on this treacherous path, they could only press on with determination. The feeling of dread intensified. Is that not the second prince of the demon clan? A familiar voice echoed in their ears. Tai Yi looked up, his eyes filled with disbelief. He suddenly collapsed to the ground, terror-stricken and nearly speechless. Lady Demon. This was the manifestation of his deepest fears. It was Nuwa. Goodness. Nuwa smiled enigmatically. What are the two demon princes doing here? I am searching for a hen to hatch eggs. Dijun hastily concocted an excuse. Tai nodded frantically. Yes, indeed. Looking for a hen to hatch eggs. Are you certain you are not assisting the demon master Kuanping? Nuwa's radiant smile was captivating, yet for Tai, it felt chilling. I possess the true fire of the sun. Why do I sense a chill in the air? As the elder brother, Dijun stepped forward. Speaking with righteous indignation, Demon Master Kuanping? Humph, that traitor has long since betrayed the demon clan's heavenly court. Should I encounter him, I shall surely strike him down. Yes, indeed. We must eradicate him, Tai chimed in, feigning indignation. However, Taiching Daoist has invited me to observe him breeding a sow, so I must excuse myself. Nuwa Daoist, forgive me for my hasty departure. Dijun likewise bowed and prepared to flee. However, their 3 legs barely moved when a swarm of dark shadows suddenly descended upon them. Hong Yun, Tong Tian, Bai Zhe, Gui Che, Hu Tu, and other formidable beings appeared. Tong Tian was holding a rather disheveled man in a red robe. Dijun fell into a daze. Was that not the legendary ancestor of the River of Blood? Said to be unyielding, Tong Tian tossed the River of Blood ancestor before Dijun, Tai, and the River of Blood ancestor exchanged glances, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves. They trembled in fear, unable to act recklessly. Raising their eyes to the 2,000 friendly faces, they were drenched in cold sweat. Good heavens, 2,000 powerful beings. What need have we for primordial purple energy? Even if the entire demon clan were present, they would merely be fodder. The hearts of Dijun, Tai, and the River of Blood ancestor shattered. How can this be? This is simply unfathomable. Please, great brothers and sisters, spare me. I should not have listened to the treacherous words of Kuanping. Nuwa's fist slammed into the River of Blood ancestor's face. Who are you calling sister? Celestial Maiden. Celestial Maiden. The River of Blood ancestor cried out in pain, hastily correcting himself. Bring them forth and give them a proper beating. Let them know why the flowers are so red. The crowd surged forward, unleashing their powers in a dazzling display of light and energy. In the small valley, a scene of violent beauty unfolded. Dare to covet our Taiyun Mountain disciples. Beat them until they regret it. The rules of Taiyun Mountain dictate we leave them breathing. Do not kill them all at once. Unyielding River of Blood. Immortal ancestor of the River of Blood, how imposing. Had it not been for our teacher's words that you have yet to face your tribulations, we would, when your tribulations arrive, I shall invite everyone to feast in the 33 heavens. Great lords, I was wrong. Spare my face. Return them to the 33 heavens and the River of Blood. Send them home. Away with you. In the 33 heavens, at the southern heavenly gate of the demon clan's heavenly court. What is that? A demon soldier, armed with a spear, pointed at 2 swiftly moving black dots in the sky. I do not know. They seem to be growing larger. Another soldier exclaimed in astonishment. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he cried out, those black dots are coming straight for us. Their speed is astonishing. It is an enemy attack. Surely, it is an enemy attack. The enemy is here. In this moment, the celestial realm of the demon clan unveiled an extraordinary capability for swift assembly. The several princely golden crows, leading countless troops, hastened to arrive with remarkable speed. Such a rapid charge, such unfamiliar visages and forms. The onslaught was fierce, confirming without doubt the presence of an enemy attack. At this time, the 2 venerable demon emperors were listening to the sage expounding the teachings. As we bore the solemn duty of safeguarding the demon clan's celestial realm, upon their return, they would undoubtedly bestow upon us their commendations. As long as they charged forth, we would strike fiercely, countless soldiers, with long spears pointed forward, stab, 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 thrust, thrust, thrust. In an instant, the 2 assailants were pierced and fell at the southern heavenly gate. Whoosh! Yet another dark figure approached rapidly. Bang! It crashed heavily upon the 2 assailants. The chaos bell, The Eastern Emperor has returned. Quickly, let us welcome the Eastern Emperor. Upon seeing the Chaos Bell, the princely golden crows mistook it for the return of the Eastern Emperor Tai. However, after a while, the Eastern Emperor Tai did not appear. At this moment, a demon soldier prodded the two assailants with his spear, his pupils dilating in astonishment. They seem to be demons? Do not be alarmed. Speak slowly. What sort of demons? The golden crows inquired. Demon emperors, what? By the heavens, it truly is the deceased old father. Why are you all still dawdling? Quickly bring forth the old father. Wait. Everyone stay still. We saw nothing. Nothing occurred. Yes, nothing happened. I am Dijuan. I am Tai. Born on the solar star, which emerged from the left eye of Pango. I am the emperor of the demon clan, the sovereign of the celestial realm. Countless formidable beings of the demon clan reside beneath me. With a robust foundation, my destiny is destined for greatness. Until one day, I encountered a female demon lord along with her entourage. Under their relentless assault, I endured the most vicious blows, withstood the harshest trials, and did not succumb to the Chaos Bell's crushing force. Yet I never anticipated. I nearly met my demise at the hands of my own son. In the 33 heavens, within the celestial hall of the demon clan, both Dijuan and Tai, the venerable demon emperors, were covering their posteriors with one hand while wielding a resilient, thorny vine with the other. Below them knelt 10 golden crows, their piercing screams of terror echoing throughout the 33 heavens. The Golden Crow clan carries within its genes an exceedingly formidable trait: resilience. I am the old ancestor of the underworld river. Born of the 12th grade fiery red lotus, wielding the 2 great treasures, Ubijna and Yuan II, accompanied by 4 great demon kings and 4 mighty generals. As long as the blood sea does not dry up, the underworld river shall not perish, the first survivor of the primordial chaos. Until Kuanpeng summoned me to action, I encountered a group of demons. They claimed to be disciples of Taiyun Mountain, taught by the Taoist of the Supreme Mystery. They battered me to the brink of paralysis, leaving me half alive. Only then did I realize that the path of survival was the true essence of the primordial chaos. The primordial chaos is terrifying. I shall never emerge from the underworld blood sea again. Woe is me. Chapter 67. Who truly schemed against whom? Who deceived whom? In the chaotic purple cloud palace, Hongjun Daozu held a teacup, savoring the tea while awaiting good news from Kuanpeng. Suddenly, Hongjuan's heart sank. Something bad has happened. The symbols of divination manifested and swirled throughout the vast purple cloud palace. Calculating the cause and effect, deducing the primordial chaos, crack. The teacup depicting the veins of the primordial chaos shattered into dust in Hongjuan's grasp. The symbols of divination abruptly ceased. Kuanpeng. He calculated that there would be no more Kuanpeng in the primordial chaos. He believed that the 4 beings capable of slaying the 3 corpses had a high chance of victory against a mere Hongyun. Yet he never anticipated that Hongyun was merely a step away from attaining the Tao of the primordial unity. At this moment, Hongjun was terrifyingly calm. Hongyun, Yangmei, oh Yangmei, you and your disciple truly know how to stir up trouble. It seems all matters should be unraveled and resolved at their source. In merely a millennium, I shall be able to merge with the Tao. The grand yet ancient purple cloud palace, enduring a millennium of baptism within the chaos, remained timeless. Time within the chaos knows no bounds. The years flow by, a millennium passes in the blink of an eye. Within the chaotic purple cloud palace, the essence of the primordial chaos pervaded. Radiant with colors, the moment has arrived. The merging of the Tao is imminent, the fruit of the primordial immortal Tao manifested. Hongjun refined the merits of 3 sermons, reaching the pinnacle of the primordial great Luo golden immortal realm. A palm-sized, ethereal, and pristine Tao fruit appeared before Hongjun. The fruit of the primordial immortal Tao. In his previous life, Hongjun was a chaotic demon god of the immortal path, reincarnated into the primordial chaos, establishing the method of slaying corpses with the aid of the heavenly path, thereby condensing the fruit of the primordial immortal Tao. Thus, Hongjun is both a primordial great Luo golden immortal and a saint of the primordial chaos. His fruit of the primordial immortal Tao was pure and flawless, without a trace of defect. The colors red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and white corresponded to the 9 realms of the primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. Each realm is a world, each realm an ascent to the heavens. Hongjun has ascended to the 9th realm of the primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. One step further leads to the realm of the primordial Taiji, Heavenly Sovereign. However, this step is exceedingly arduous. Therefore, he must rely on the merging with the Heavenly Tao to strive for the realm of the primordial Taiji, Heavenly Sovereign. The time has come. Heavenly Tao, reveal yourself. Hongjun's voice was soft, yet it resonated through the chaos and reached the heavens of the primordial chaos. The Heavenly Tao manifested as a youth in black clothing, appearing within the purple cloud palace. Unlike before, this time a colossal wheel spun behind the youth, inscribed with the ethereal rhythms of the primordial chaos, depicting the trajectories of all things. The wheel of Heavenly Tao. Hongjun, please unite with the Tao. The youth's voice echoed softly in the purple cloud palace. Hongjun bowed respectfully. The Tao encompasses 50, the heavenly transformation consists of 49. One must be removed that I, Hongjun, perceive the Heavenly Tao's deficiency, thus I merge my being with the Heavenly Tao to complete that which has been removed. Henceforth, the Heavenly Tao is Hongjun, and Hongjun is not the Heavenly Tao. Excellent. The youth in black nodded. Subsequently, Hongjun infused his essence of the primordial immortal Tao into the wheel of Heavenly Tao behind the youth. Instantly, the purple cloud palace fell into profound silence. Only the youth in black stood with hands clasped behind him. As the wheel of Heavenly Tao turned slowly, time passed, seemingly an instant yet also an eternity. A wisp of purple energy emerged from the wheel of Heavenly Tao, transforming into the visage of Hongjun. The youth in black spoke again. From now on, I am you, and you are not me. Upon finishing his words, his figure dissipated. Bidding farewell to the Heavenly Tao, Hongjun bowed. Hongjun slightly spread his arms, quietly sensing the surging, boundless power within him. It possesses the might of the immortal path and the power of the Heavenly Tao. Is this the realm of the primordial Taiji, Heavenly Sovereign? Is this the strength obtained through merging with the Heavenly Tao? Hongjun murmured. His Tao fruit and body have now merged with the Heavenly Tao. The Hongjun before us is the manifestation of the Heavenly Tao. It can be understood that at this moment, Hongjun is the embodiment of the Heavenly Tao, yet he is not the Heavenly Tao. The youth in black is also a manifestation of the Heavenly Tao, yet he is indeed the Heavenly Tao. The crucial step of merging with the Heavenly Tao and ascending to the pinnacle of the Tao has finally been taken. One day, within my meticulously plotted schemes, the Heavenly Tao shall also become mine to command. The Tao fruit left behind by Pengu shall aid me in ascending to the pinnacle of the Tao. Next, let us begin to resolve those pesky obstacles in our path. I, Hongjun, the master strategist, shall ultimately ascend to the pinnacle of the Tao. Ha ha ha, alone in the purple cloud palace, Hongjun laughed heartily. He then appeared within the chaos, searching for the whereabouts of the old ancestor Yangmei. Within Hongjun's plans, as the calamities unfolded step by step, the power of the primordial chaos would continuously diminish. The Heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos would also be weakened. After several calamities, he would completely seize the power of the Heavenly Tao, then kick the Heavenly Tao aside, devouring that Tao fruit for himself. What bliss that would be, meanwhile, within the celestial firmament of the primordial chaos. The youth in black maintained a countenance of chaos. He turned towards the wheel of Heavenly Tao, mumbling softly. This Heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos is becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Yet fortunately, I have finally tricked that foolish Hongjun into my scheme. My years of care for him were not in vain. From now on, the primordial chaos will be at my mercy. Any backlash will be borne by him. He. Once I tire of the chaos, I can step back and let Hongjun clean up the mess. Truly, I am a talent. Once he is fully integrated, I shall venture out for some leisure, by the way. The frequent emergence of the power of the Tao within the primordial chaos also warrants investigation. After all, someone else will bear the backlash of the Tao for me. Such audacity! I, the Heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos, am indeed this audacious. Both the Heavenly Tao and Hongjun possess cunning minds, laden with numerous arrangements and schemes. So, who truly schemed against whom? Who deceived whom? Chapter 68. Countless variables, not a single one diminished. In the depths of chaos, the chaotic essence surged violently. The chaotic winds grew increasingly ferocious, capable of sweeping away any peak Great Luo Golden Immortal. Even those at the quasi-saint level must tread carefully here. A moment's negligence could result in dire consequences. Hongjun sped forward, following the faint threads of cause and effect, arriving at this place. With a gentle wave of his hand, the chaotic winds and thunderstorms surrounding him dissipated across millions of miles. The chaotic essence became remarkably tranquil, as gentle as a spring breeze. Friend Yang Mei. Hongjun's voice reverberated through the chaos. Not far away, the space rippled gently, revealing the figure of Yang Mei, clad in a loose, deep green Taoist robe. He emanated an ethereal aura. Yet, a wisp of black mist flickered between his brows as he clasped his hands towards Hongjun and inquired, "My dear Taoist Hongjun, what brings you to seek me?" Though both harbored 1,000 grievances against each other, they still addressed one another as friends. Observing the markedly different aura surrounding Hongjun this time, Yang Mei felt a twinge of apprehension. "My dear Taoist Yang Mei," Hongjun replied with a smile, "you have repeatedly disrupted my plans, preventing me from achieving my objectives. Thus, I have come to settle our karmic ties." A shadow of anger crossed Yang Mei's features as he retorted, "Hongjun, you previously plotted against me, and now you dare to reverse the accusation? It seems you have entirely forgotten the camaraderie we once shared as chaos demons. You claim I have meddled in your affairs in the primordial realm? How absurd! No wonder I have felt an unwarranted entanglement of fate lately. It is indeed you, old Taoist Hongjun, who has imposed this upon me. Once comrades as chaos demons, you envy my favor with the primordial heavenly Tao, leading you to repeatedly sabotage my endeavors. Is this your way of honoring our past friendship? You despicable wretch!" Hongjun bellowed back, resurrecting old grievances. Yang Mei, boiling with rage, laughed scornfully. "Very well. I intended to retreat into the chaos and enjoy my freedom. But your relentless pursuit has pushed me to this point. You old rogue Hongjun, this battle shall decisively conclude our karmic entanglement. I, Yang Mei, will not waste my breath explaining myself unless I am utterly bored. Since the facade of friendship has been cast aside, there is no need for pretense. Old rogue Hongjun," he declared, "I am resolute in ending this karma." Hongjun laughed heartily, exuding confidence. Their previous encounter had not resolved their karmic ties. Instead, due to Chen Xian's inadvertent sneeze, their fates had become even more complex. "Let us fight." Yang Mei, clad in his emerald robe, unleashed the power of a mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal, stirring chaotic currents for 1,000,000 miles. Mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal, 8th Realm. Impressive, Hongjun observed, his purple robe remaining still as he chuckled. Yang Mei, momentarily distracted, scrutinized Hongjun's aura. His voice trembled. "Have you merged with the primordial heavenly Tao?" Hongjun nodded, laughing. "Indeed. I have merged with the primordial heavenly Tao and attained the realm of mixed Yuan Tai Chi Heavenly Sovereign. Are you afraid?" With a casual wave of his hand, the chaotic currents around them calmed instantly. "Absolute suppression. I fear nothing." Yang Mei retorted fiercely, "You are merely a mixed Yuan Tai Chi Heavenly Sovereign, yet you pose as if you are superior. I did not flinch in the battle against Panga. So what is there to fear from you?" Yang Mei, undaunted, charged at Hongjun. However, the disparity between the mixed Yuan Tai Chi Heavenly Sovereign and the mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal rendered their clash devoid of suspense. Moments later, chaos gradually subsided. Hongjun regarded the withered, tree-like figure of Yang Mei, whose consciousness had faded. With a gentle smile, Hongjun remarked, "My friend, our karmic ties have ended. You shall remain in the primordial realm to witness my ascension to the primordial truth. By the time I achieve this, you should awaken." With that, he cast the barely conscious Yang Mei into the expanse of the primordial world. His success required a witness. Otherwise, it would be rather dull. And Yang Mei, as a former chaos demon, made for an excellent observer. Hongjun held absolute confidence that even if Yang Mei were to awaken, it would be too late for him to catch up. Clad in his purple robe, he strolled leisurely back to the Purple Cloud Palace, declaring that no one could hinder his progress henceforth. The heavenly Tao, this mere handful of variables, I shall manipulate with ease. Soon after, Hongjun seated himself cross-legged. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, complex divinations began to manifest. Calculating karma, he attempted to predict the primordial realm, the heavenly Tao, saints, the witch clan, the demon clan, the profound sect, the western region. However, as his divinations deepened, the previously relaxed lines on Hong Jun's forehead tightened, eventually contorting his face in anguish. Why was he still unable to decipher the current state of the primordial realm? When would the ordained saints attain their status? When would the calamity of the witch and demon clans erupt? When would the profound sect rise? When would the next protagonist of the heavenly Tao emerge? The trajectory of the primordial realm remained shrouded in mystery, utterly unaffected by the resolution of Yang Mei. Who was behind this chaos? Hong Jun bellowed in frustration. Even as a mixed Yuan Tai Chi, heavenly sovereign, his fury surged uncontrollably. Terrified, Hao Yin and Yao Kai retreated to a safe distance, not daring to offer tea. The issue must lie within those countless variables. Without Yang Mei, let me calculate again. Hong Jun forced himself to regain his composure and resumed his divination. The deeper he delved, the more chaotic and unstable his aura became. 30 days later, Hong Jun suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Forcing his divination on the primordial trajectory had backfired. His eyes no longer held the previous calmness. Not a single one of the myriad variables had diminished. Who was disrupting my carefully laid plans for the primordial realm? Hong Jun's incredulous voice echoed through the purple cloud palace, resonating in the desolate chaos. Yet, the chaos remained silent, leaving Hong Jun in disarray within the purple cloud palace. I in the primordial heavens. A young boy in black attire stuck out his tongue. Foolish Hong Jun. You truly believed you could ascend without facing any setbacks. While I wouldn't dare recklessly predict, you boldly engaged in reckless manipulation. Chapter 69. Self-indulgence? What do you know? At Taiyun Mountain, in the immortal herb garden, countless spiritual herbs and roots flourished, under the nurturing essence of Chun Xian's Tao. They had grown robustly. The air was fragrant, the branches lush, radiating vitality. However, unlike before, in a secluded corner of the garden, a willow tree unexpectedly sprouted next to the innate superior spiritual root, Huang Zhongli. This willow tree, with its brownish trunk resembling a haggard elder, bent over with age, its drooping branches and leaves a dull yellow, clung closely to the trunk, imparting a sense of impending decay. A faint wisp of consciousness began to awaken amidst the rich spiritual energy and the nurturing essence of the Tao. Slowly reviving the fallen Yang Im at this moment, he possessed only his physical form and a fragment of consciousness. That arrogant old rogue Hong Jun. He actually spared my life to have me witness your success? What a dream! I, Yang Mei Taoist, shall not live under your shadow in this new life. This time, I shall return to the pinnacle. This time, I will. What do you think you can achieve? Just as Yang Mei's residual consciousness raged, a voice interrupted him. It bore a hint of impatience, coupled with an air of superiority. A branch poked at Yang Mei's body. Who? Who dares to poke me? Yang Mei, a mix of anger and confusion, demanded. I, a dignified mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal of the 8th realm, have been scattered by Hong Jun, and my anger has accumulated. Now, having been reborn, how dare anyone act so brazenly in my presence? Just as he finished speaking, a stout branch struck Yang Mei's withered trunk like a slap. Yang Mei winced in pain, nearly losing consciousness. He almost forgot that his powers were gone. Returning to this novice village, he was being ruthlessly bullied. It truly vexed the old Taoist. Humph, just wait 2 days. I will surely overturn this novice village. Lost in thought, another branch swung toward him. Having entered my territory, you are still not behaving. Who are you? Came the voice again. Yang Mei, now aware, noticed the rich spiritual energy and the vibrant purple clouds surrounding him. The area was filled with flourishing spiritual roots bearing bountiful fruits. Is this a novice village for spiritual roots? The source of the voice was an innate spiritual root, its sturdy branches brandishing 9 fruit-like beads. The characters for Huang Zhong faintly discernible. It radiated an aura of dominance, as if declaring itself the sole ruler of this place. Yang Mei's consciousness trembled. What? It is indeed the Huang Zhongli. I am merely an ordinary willow tree that has yet to take form. Yang Mei retracted his branches, replying cautiously. How could he reveal that he was the innate spiritual root? Hollow willow? The primordial realm is perilous. What if this Huang Zhongli took advantage of his weakness and devoured his essence? In the primordial realm, due to the constraints of the heavenly Tao, the higher the level of the spiritual root, the more challenging it was to develop consciousness and take form. Conversely, lower-level spiritual roots could awaken under fortunate circumstances. Once awakened, Huang Zhongli and similar spiritual roots could achieve immeasurable heights. Observing the seemingly frail and withered Yang Mei, Huang Zhongli secretly reveled in its superiority. In this immortal herb garden, I am the absolute overlord. Henceforth, all shall bow to me, understand? Understood, understood. At this moment, Yang Mei Laozu remained frail, compelled to engage in a temporary charade with Huang Hongli. How absurd it is, I, a dignified chaos demon god of space, once a being who attained the Tao of Hongyuan, now reduced to feigning friendship with a mere spirit root. In the past, such a creature would have been devoured whole. It is infuriating. However, once I swiftly cultivate and develop my powers, I shall surely usurp your dominant position. From henceforth, this realm of celestial herbs will be mine to command. Hush, silence. The master approaches to bestow nourishment upon us. Old willow tree, conceal yourself. We must not reveal our awakened intelligence to the master. According to the rules, I shall absorb a considerable portion. Do you understand? Huang Hongli's voice quietly conveyed this to Yang Mei. Yang Mei was greatly perplexed. A master? Nourishment? Could it be that this celestial herb garden is artificially cultivated? Out of prudence, Yang Mei complied with Huang Hongli's advice, curling up and hiding in the shadows. Making it difficult for anyone to notice, a single, dim yellow willow branch emerged to assess the situation. It was early morning, dew-laden, with ethereal wisps floating in the air. Qian Xian stretched lazily, and upon rising, his first action was to tend to the celestial herbs and trees in the garden. This was a habit cultivated over tens of thousands of years. Such a miraculous gift, it would be a shame not to utilize it. In the future, my dominance in this world will rely on the six-eared macaque, Kong Xian, and these myriad spirit roots. Hush, 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 like a dragon. A colossal pillar unleashed a torrent of surging waters, cascading into the source of the celestial herb garden. The energy of Xian Huang silently enveloped the entire garden. At that moment, all the spirit roots seemed to awaken gradually. Once the task was complete, Qian Xian shook himself and declared, "Grow swiftly, for I await your ascendance to world dominance." After surveying the celestial herb garden with great satisfaction, he took his leave. After a while, Huang Hongli cautiously extended a branch, confirming that Qian Xian, the six-eared macaque, and Kong Xian were absent from the garden before poking Yang Mei. Old willow tree, I see you are withering and despondent. As a newcomer, I permit you to absorb more essence and nutrients. Observing Yang Mei's entire form appearing listless and malnourished, Huang Hongli decided to share generously. After all, within this celestial herb garden, only Huang Hongli had awakened intelligence, and now with Yang Mei, there was an additional companion to converse with. Yang Mei, perplexed, inquired, "Absorb what essence and nutrients?" "The essence and nutrients bestowed upon us by the master just now." Yang Mei? What sort of essence and nutrients are these? This is clearly the excrement of the 5 grains. With only a faint consciousness and extreme weakness, Yang Mei had merely probed the situation from a distance. Unaware of the peculiarities surrounding Qian Xian, Yang Mei felt a sense of disappointment at Huang Hongli's acceptance of excrement as essence and nutrients. As a fellow innate spirit root, how could one resign to such degradation? Yang Mei, frustrated by Huang Hongli's lack of ambition, retorted, "This is excrement. Only mundane flora would regard it as essence and nutrients. We are spirit roots. How could we lower ourselves?" Huang Hongli, lower ourselves? What do you know? Chapter 70. In this world, there exists a law from which one can never escape. You cannot even begin to fathom the extraordinary being who bestows us with essence. Huang Hongli extolled with fervent admiration. In Huang Hongli's heart, he was an absolute fan of Qian Xian, referring to him as master alongside the six-eared macaque and Kong Xian. However, Huang Hongli was concerned that Qian Xian might keep him planted here indefinitely, like the other spirit roots, turning him into a mere machine for producing spiritual fruits, thus preventing him from taking form. Hence, he concealed the fact that he had already awakened intelligence. Upon hearing this, Yang Mei secretly derided him. I have witnessed Pangu splitting chaos and opening up the heavens. What could possibly be unimaginable? It is evident that one's perspective determines their heights. Even the top-tier innate spirit root, Huang Hongli, having long resided in this secluded place, despite having awakened intelligence, remains in such a state. What a pity! If you cannot appreciate true value, then it is best to avoid wasting the master's intentions. As Huang Hongli spoke, his developed roots suddenly surged to absorb the droplets of water from the soil beneath the celestial herb garden. In just a breath, the essence of the Tao that Chan Xian had poured was almost entirely consumed by Huang Hongli. Even the top-tier innate spirit roots like the innate enlightenment tea, innate five elements fruit, and innate star fruit received but a meager portion. No wonder Huang Hongli was the only spirit root to awaken intelligence in the entire garden. The glutton had nearly consumed it all. One wonders what realm Huang Hongli will attain upon taking form. Yang Mei, whose hollow willow body was relatively close to Huang Hongli, watched helplessly as Huang Hongli devoured what he deemed essence. Water droplets splashed everywhere, with a few landing near Yang Mei. A sense of disdain and nausea welled up within Yang Mei, prompting him to retreat further into his hollow form. Even if my spirit is depleted and I wither away here, I shall not absorb a single drop of that essence, however. At that very moment, as he spoke, his hollow willow body swiftly absorbed the droplets that had splashed nearby. It happened in the blink of an eye. Yang Mei? What is this? It absorbed that. Why is my body not under my control? Am I so weak now? Like mundane plants, I accept any nutrients that come my way. Damn. The slap to the face came too swiftly. Like a tornado. Fortunately, as a tree, Yang Mei was spared the embarrassment that would have stung his face if he were human. In his weakened state, Yang Mei resolved to disregard the so-called essence and nutrients. Preparing to regulate his inner energy, he intended to recover to a certain extent before breaking out of this novice village. Yet, upon introspecting his body, he was astonished to discover that the nearly depleted source of power within him not only stabilized but even improved. Although it was but a minuscule enhancement, his source of power was immensely formidable. Even a slight increase would have previously required hundreds or thousands of years of arduous cultivation. Observing the exterior of the hollow willow, he found the brownish trunk's roots slightly raised, imparting a sense of strength. What on earth is happening? Yang Mei was filled with confusion and myriad questions. Although the spiritual energy here is dense and the purple haze is resplendent, to recover to this extent without 180 years seems impossible. Could it be? Yang Mei suddenly entertained a radical thought. In a way, glancing at Huang Hongli, who was voraciously absorbing, Yang Mei realized this possibility was significant. As droplets splashed onto the roots of the hollow willow, he thought, Huang Hongli must be doing this intentionally. Do not absorb. Yang Mei exerted all his will to prevent his hollow willow from absorbing. Yet, whoosh, the speed of his body was astonishing. Instantly absorbing those droplets, it was utterly unresponsive to Yang Mei's consciousness. How outrageous! Huang Hongli occasionally splashed a few droplets over, almost as if on purpose. Yang Mei felt like his heart had turned to ashes. He could only resign himself to the overwhelming absorption of his hollow willow. Since resistance was futile, he might as well enjoy it. Why does this human's excrement essence have such power? Witnessing his body absorbing, Yang Mei had no choice but to refer to it as essence. How helpless he felt. On the second day, the third day, the fourth day, the fifth day, over the course of 5 consecutive days, Yang Mei felt the rapid changes and enhancements within him. He observed the myriad celestial herbs and spirit roots around him, all frantically competing to absorb the essence. Ultimately, Yang Mei could no longer resist the temptation. The renowned Yang Mei Laozu, controlling his hollow willow body, joined the fray for the nutrients. I am merely a tree now. It is only natural for a tree to absorb nutrients, Yang Mei reassured himself. The essence of the Tao is an irresistible allure for any spirit root. I heard the master say that in this world, there exists a law from which one can never escape, Huang Hongli said to Yang Mei. Yang Mei paused, curious, and asked, What law? The true fragrance law, Huang Hongli replied. True fragrance. What does that mean? Yang Mei was bewildered. Huang Hongli mischievously said, Is the essence you are absorbing not fragrant? Fragrant, Yang Mei blurted out. But then, he suddenly comprehended the true fragrance law. If one could see Yang Mei's expression, it would undoubtedly be a shade of deep green. Even the ancient Yangmei Laozu could not escape the true fragrance law. This is the essence of the true fragrance law, ha 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 ha. Huang Hongli's entire being quivered with laughter. Yangmei regained his composure, contemplating. Who exactly is that master? The injuries from Hongjuan's powers have shown signs of improvement. Am I here by Hongjuan's design? Or was I summoned here by Huang Hongli's master? Hongjun surely would not allow me to have it easy, so it must be that master who orchestrated this. A myriad of questions swirled within his thoughts, leaving him in a state of perplexity. Hongjun could never have anticipated that the venerable Yangmei, whom he had casually cast into the primordial chaos, would materialize upon Taijun Mountain. In truth, this occurrence was an enigmatic manifestation of the intricate web of causality inherent within the Tao. Initially, Yangmei and Hongjun had resolved their entanglement of cause and effect, but an inadvertent sneeze from Chen Xian complicated their fates, intertwining them in a labyrinthine fashion. Subsequently, Yangmei repeatedly bore the brunt of blame on behalf of Chen Xian, effectively shouldering the burdens of causality in his stead. This ultimately compelled Hongjun to act decisively, shattering Yangmei's cultivation and casting her back into the primordial chaos. Guided by the unseen currents of the Tao, Yangmei found herself on Taijun Mountain, receiving the nurturing essence from Chen Xian. Naturally, Chen Xian's status as a saint of the primordial Tao rendered matters of causality trivial. Yangmei spent a full 30 days absorbing the ethereal energies within the celestial herb garden. The hollow willow, her true form, began to flourish anew, sprouting numerous fresh shoots, a clear sign of positive transformation. However, the willow's revival drew the attention of Kong Xian, the garden's overseer. How did an additional willow tree come to be in this garden? Chapter 71. Why does it feel as if unseen hands are orchestrating everything? How did this willow tree appear? Little Kong Xian furrowed his brow, pondering, could it have been transplanted here by the master? As he approached the celestial herb garden, Kong Xian circled the hollow willow, Yangmei. The delicate, cascading branches, though no longer dull and lifeless, still lacked luster. The entire tree exuded a sense of twilight intermingled with new life. My master would never transplant such an unappealing tree. After a moment of contemplation, Kong Xian concluded with certainty, perhaps we should cut it down. It is quite an eyesore. Yangmei could not help but scoff internally. You are the one who is ugly. In my youth, I captivated many a maiden. As Kong Xian drew nearer, Yangmei faintly sensed the aura of Yuanfeng emanating from him. So he is a descendant of Yuanfeng. She mused, back when I was the chaos demon god, I could have easily flattened several of your kind with a mere flick of my wrist. Never mind, I shall call for my master. Kong Xian then shouted, Master, we have a peculiar creature in the celestial herb garden. Peculiar creature? You are the peculiar one. Not long after, Chen Xian and the six-eared macaque strolled over leisurely. Little Kong Xian. Where is this peculiar creature? Chen Xian surveyed the surroundings, finding nothing amiss. Kong Xian pointed at the hollow willow, Yangmei. Chen Xian raised his gaze to the gnarled bark of Yangmei. Isn't it merely a willow tree? What could possibly be peculiar about it? Master, this willow tree was not here before. Kong Xian asserted with conviction. It wasn't here before? Chen Xian mused, realizing he had overlooked it. Ever since Kong Xian took charge of the celestial herb garden, Chen Xian had felt more at ease, allowing himself to relax like a salted fish. Then how did it come to be? The six-eared macaque pondered aloud, glancing skyward. Could it have grown legs and walked here by itself? Or perhaps it fell from the heavens? After all, the six-eared macaque had indeed fallen from the sky. A willow tree falling from the sky. Chen Xian's eyelids twitched. The words of the six-eared macaque seemed to spark a realization within him. Within the celestial herb garden on Taijun Mountain, there existed various innate and acquired spirit roots, including the Huangzhong Li. Might this willow tree possess extraordinary qualities as well? In the primordial chaos, encountering an extraordinary willow tree could signify. Six-eared, examine whether its heart is hollow or solid. All right. The six-eared macaque scrutinized the tree from all angles but found no seams. Finally, he produced his life weapon, the free will iron rod. The rod shrank to the size of a needle and swiftly penetrated the rough, brownish bark of the willow, inserting itself within. Yangmei's inner thoughts exclaimed, Ah, is it polite to poke me with a needle? Shortly thereafter, The six-eared macaque retracted his free-will iron rod and peered closely. Master, it is hollow. However, this willow's spirit root seems to have suffered severe damage. Its primordial essence is nearly depleted. A hollow willow? Suffered severe damage? Qian Xian's brow furrowed tightly. Could this truly be the hollow willow among the 10 preeminent spirit roots? But did it not transform into Yangmei and retreat into the chaos? How then did it end up here? Was it gravely wounded by Hongjun? Yet in the original narrative of the primordial chaos, Yangmei was not severely harmed by Hongjun. Rather, she roamed freely in the chaos. The more Qin Xian pondered, the more uneasy he felt. Could it be that the primordial chaos had been thrown into disarray? If this is indeed Yangmei, then how do six-eared Kongxian and the current Yangmei all end up crammed into my Taijun mountain? Why does it feel as if unseen hands are orchestrating everything? Or has a disciple descended the mountain and exposed me, catching the attention of the heavenly Tao and Hongjun? And thus, they began to scheme against me. But my meager strength hardly warrants such schemes. Ah, my head aches from such thoughts. Meanwhile, within the hollow willow, Yangmei trembled in trepidation, too fearful to make a sound. How terrifying! The presence of the strikingly handsome Qian Xian before the tree exuded an overwhelming aura of the Tao, instilling within Yangmei a profound sense of dread. She was all too familiar with this aura. It was reminiscent of the time before Pangu split the heavens when the primordial Tao governed all. As a chaos demon god, how could she not tremble in fear? Currently gravely injured, Yangmei could not ascertain Qian Xian's cultivation level, but merely sensing his aura confirmed to her that he was undoubtedly a being of terrifying power, surpassing even the heavenly Tao. How fearsome! No wonder the essence he emitted could rapidly heal my Tao injuries. I thought I had returned to a novice village. But what is this place? It is clearly the lair of the final boss. After a considerable time, Qin Xian casually remarked, "My head hurts from thinking too much. I shall stop." Then Kongxian inquired, "Master, what shall we do about this unsightly willow tree? Let it remain in the celestial herb garden for a few days. If there are any unusual developments, simply have six-eared strike it down." Having said that, Qian Xian leisurely strolled back to his palace, continuing his languid state. Only then did Yangmei let out a deep sigh of relief. So this is the master Huang Zhongli spoke of. So powerful, surely 100 times stronger than I was at my peak. No wonder Huang Zhongli frantically absorbed essence. Perhaps I should devise a way for my master to accept me? Even 10 Hongjuns would perish here. I, Yangmei, shall endure here. As long as my master remains, I shall endure. As she contemplated, she continued to absorb the essence of the Tao. How delightful! Meanwhile, Qin Xian gazed at the clouds on the horizon, still pondering the peculiarities that had arisen since his arrival in this realm. Had the disciples descended the mountain truly exposed him? Never mind, never mind. As long as the mountain's great formation remains, it should be difficult to uncover my whereabouts, Qian Xian muttered. Little did he know, the myriad beings in the primordial chaos were actively seeking the location of Taijun Mountain. Amidst the chaotic Zixiao Palace, Hongjuan's hair had turned significantly gray. Where was the demeanor befitting a supreme being of the Tao? After much deliberation, he finally even lost track of Yangmei's whereabouts. A grim expression adorned his face. However, he managed to ascertain one thing. The master of Red Cloud, Tai Xiandaoren, was certainly not Yangmei. Who then was Tai Xiandaoren? Where was Taijun Mountain? It had become a riddle within Hongjuan's mind. Since the grand tide of the primordial chaos had already shifted, he would manipulate it to restore balance. Hongjun resumed his calculations and schemes. Saints, the protagonists of the heavenly Tao, the calamities of the witch and demon races, the resurgence of the Xianmen. Long after, Hongjun murmured, "A new protagonist of the heavenly Tao has emerged. Only then can I and Yuan Shi attain our saintly positions, and the Xianmen can flourish." Thus, he resolved to focus on this new protagonist. "I, the old one, and Yuan Shi, come to the Zixiao Palace to meet me." Chapter 72 Sold and still counting the money? In the Zixiao Palace I pay my respects to the master. The old one and Yuan Shi hurriedly made their way to Kunlun Mountain. Responding to Hongjuan's summons with urgency, the two gazed at Hongjun, clad in a purple robe, their hearts momentarily caught off guard. His aura was so ethereal and vast, akin to the boundless heavens. Has Master merged with the heavenly Tao? Hongjun stroked his graying goatee, nodding slightly, clearly pleased with the rapid response of the Old One and Yuan's HAS fellow members of the Three Pure Ones. Why was Tongtian so lacking in understanding? Old One, Yuan, sure, you are the backbone of the Shinmen. I have merged with the heavenly Tao, which is impartial. Many matters are inconvenient for me to address directly. In the future, you must pay close attention to the Shinmen and the primordial chaos. Hongjun stated. The Old One and Yuan Shi were momentarily taken aback, then filled with joy. Master Taoist Hongjun intends to entrust the great responsibilities of the primordial chaos to us. They exclaimed. In the future, the entire Shinmen and primordial chaos will be under our purview. Master's benevolence shall supplement the heavenly Tao. We shall not disappoint your trust, the Old One and Yuan Shi declared in unison. To put it simply, Hongjun had now merged with the heavenly Tao, allowing him to engage in subtle maneuvers behind the scenes, but he could not overtly disrupt the balance of power or show favoritism. As such actions would breed resentment among the beings, undermine the authority of the heavenly Tao, and significantly impact Hongjun himself. Therefore, he summoned the Old One and Yuan Shi to take the stage and influence the situation in the primordial chaos. In essence, they were being employed for free. How splendid! Hongjun nodded slightly and continued, beneath the sage, all are but mere ants. If one cannot attain sagehood, even if one approaches it infinitely, they will ultimately remain as ants. Only by achieving the path to sagehood can you genuinely bring prosperity to the Shinmen. Beneath the sage, all are mere ants. Laozi and Yuan Shi were taken aback indeed. Within the vastness of the primordial world, myriad races stand tall, and the cycle of killing and causality is incessant. As causality accumulates and reaches a critical point, a great calamity will erupt throughout the realms. This is known as the calamity of quantification. During this calamity, all ants may fall, and only by attaining sagehood can one endure myriad tribulations without perishing and witness eternity, Hongjun declared. In truth, there was a statement Hongjun had yet to voice. Even a sage could potentially fall during the calamity, but how could such words be uttered to Laozi and Yuan Shi? Upon hearing his words, Laozi and Yuan Shi immediately grasped the terrifying nature of the calamity. Even after severing my 3 corpses, I am still merely a larger ant. Once the great calamity arrives, I may be reduced to ashes. What talk is there of taking on the primordial as my duty? What talk of restoring the Shinmen to its glory? Yuan Shi quickly prostrated in reverence. Master, Yuan Shi is dull-witted. Although I have severed my 3 corpses for many years, I have yet to discover the method to unify them. I humbly request your guidance. Laozi nodded and said, I find myself in a similar predicament. They remained unaware that Hongjun's teachings on severing corpses to attain the Tao were, in fact, only partially disclosed. Thus, if they were to unify their 3 corpses and achieve sagehood, it would indeed be a remarkable occurrence. Hongjun smiled gently and remarked, You are all descendants of Pangu, and have profound ties to this world. Achieving sagehood is merely a matter of time. However, attaining sagehood is not an overnight endeavor. It requires not only diligent cultivation, but also an opportune moment. Another opportune moment? We humbly beseech you for guidance. Master, Laozi and Yuan Shi once again bowed their heads in earnest reverence. Hongjun stroked his white beard and said, This is a celestial secret, but it pertains to your attainment of sagehood, a matter of utmost importance. So I shall break tradition and inform you. Laozi and Yuan Shi were overjoyed at the prospect, realizing their master was indeed benevolent towards them. To be summoned today was to be informed of their chance at sagehood. Is there another like him in this world? How foolish they were to labor for Hongjun, feeling immense gratitude towards him. They were sold yet helped count the money? We shall never forget your great kindness. Master, Laozi and Yuan Shi exclaimed in unison, I have divined countless possibilities, and in the future, there will be a female innate divine being who will create a postnatal race. That will be your opportunity to attain the Tao and the beginning of the Shuaman's revival. What you must do is assist her in creating this postnatal race. Upon finishing, the backlash from revealing the celestial secret immediately descended upon him, which Hongjun bore with great resilience. Laozi and Yuan Shi listened intently, falling into deep contemplation. A female innate divine being. Master wishes us to assist her in creating this postnatal race. The The pivotal question lies in who this female innate divine being is. Among the female innate divine beings in the primordial realm, only a few stand out: Zhuangmu, Hutu, Shihe, Changxi, and Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged startled glances. Suddenly, a certain figure flashed in their minds. Could it be that female demon? The more they thought about it, the more plausible it became. During Hongjuan's teachings, he had mentioned that Enhua would achieve great merit in the primordial realm, thus bestowing her a strand of primordial purple energy. Surely it cannot be Enhua. The more one fears something, the more it comes to pass, as Laozi and Yuanshi pondered. Their expressions grew increasingly grim, their brows furrowed. Hongjun quickly noticed their unusual demeanor. I endured the backlash of revealing your opportunity for sagehood. And yet you present such expressions? Are you unwilling to assist her in establishing the postnatal race? Hongjun queried, his tone heavy with meaning. If so, I shall summon the Western two Buddhas. No way, if unwilling. Then let those two rebellious ones from the West come. I, Hongjun, have plenty of talents under my guidance. We are willing, very willing, Laozi and Yuanshi hastily replied. Then hasten to assist her in creating this new postnatal race. Hongjun concluded, waving his hand dismissively, sending Laozi and Yuanshi on their way. Yes, master. They exited the Zhixiao Palace. In truth, Hongjun had a clever scheme in mind. Since Enhua represented a variable, he would have Laozi and Yuanshi persuade her to create a new protagonist for the heavens, thereby bringing the potential divergence back on course. He would then bestow the fruits of sagehood upon Enhua, directly elevating her to a sage of merit. After all, no one could refuse the easily obtainable fruits of sagehood. This also served to slightly redirect the gradually shifting tides of the primordial realm, drawing Enhua, a significant variable, into the heavenly Tao's camp. Hongjun mused, such wisdom, truly befitting of me. Laozi and Yuanshi, with their faces long and forlorn, made their way back to Kunlun Mountain. Elder brother, our opportunity for sagehood has unexpectedly fallen upon that female demon Enhua, Yuanshi lamented. Why must it be her, of all people? The calm-minded Laozi also bore lines of worry upon his face. Sighing softly, Enhua does not adhere to conventional reasoning. This could prove to be an exceedingly arduous path to sagehood. Indeed, my third brother is a fellow disciple of that Enhua. Perhaps he could help with negotiations? Yuanshi's eyes brightened. Excellent, Laozi agreed. Soon after, the two stepped upon 5 colored clouds, transforming into 2 streaks of light, hastening back to Kunlun Mountain. Chapter 73. There is no issue that cannot be resolved with a single sword. If there is Kunlun Mountain, a majestic and serpentine range, coils like a great dragon. Mist enfolds the verdant trees, creating a serene and ethereal paradise. Atop a peak, Tongtian drew forth his sword, the Qingping sword shimmering with cold light, the endless principles of the sword enveloping it, causing all of heaven and earth to pale in comparison, leaving only the cold brilliance of the sword. A single sword's radiance chills 14 states. As Tongtian sheathed his sword, he heard Yuanshi's voice of admiration. Excellent, excellent. It has been but a few days, and my third brother's swordsmanship has improved significantly. Raising his gaze, Tongtian spotted Laozi and Yuanshi, his elder brothers, approaching with smiles from the horizon. My third brother's swordsmanship has reached fruition. It brings me great solace, Laozi exclaimed, beaming with joy. My elder brothers and second brother's lavish praise is unwarranted. This swordsmanship is merely a casual display. Tongtian replied, cupping his hands in respect, feeling a sense of joy swell within him. Since returning from the teachings of Chen Xian, Tongtian had not received praise from either Laozi or Yuanshi regarding his swordsmanship. Today, hearing such compliments from his elder brothers filled him with a hint of delight. My third brother is being humble. Your sword intent is palpable. Your sword and person are one. It is evident that my third brother is extraordinary. Indeed, my third brother's future achievements in swordsmanship will be boundless. I fear that both I and your second brother will have to bow down to you. Laozi and Yuanshi continued their flattery unabashedly. Tongtian was momentarily taken aback. What is happening with my elder brothers today? They have never praised my sword practice before. Today, they shower me with flattery. It feels insincere. How strange. There must be something amiss. Elder brothers, do you have something to ask of me? Tongtian inquired, sheathing his Qingping sword. Yuanshi chuckled awkwardly before speaking earnestly. Third brother, to speak frankly, my elder brother and I have indeed come with a request. Elder brother, second brother, if there is a matter, please speak. I, your third brother, will gladly assist, Tong Tian replied cheerfully. Though he had learned from Chan Xian that the three pure ones would eventually part ways, even become adversaries, he still held some hope in his heart. With my third brother's assurance, I feel relieved, Yuanshi said, smiling broadly, before becoming serious. This matter pertains to the opportunity for sagehood for my elder brother and me. Laozi nodded in agreement, his gaze fervently fixed on Tong Tian. Indeed, it concerns our opportunity for sagehood. Why third brother must assist us. The opportunity for sagehood for my elder brother and second brother? Tong Tian, quick-witted, immediately connected this to the era of primordial sages that Chan Xian had spoken of. The establishment of the three pure ones would hinge upon the merit of creation. The key element in its establishment would indeed be the race created by Sister Enhua, elder brother. Second brother, you aren't asking me to plead with Sister Enhua, are you? Please feel free to speak candidly, Tong Tian declared, having come to a decision in his heart. Third brother, I shall speak frankly. We have received guidance from the Tao ancestor that our opportunity for sagehood is entirely dependent on the postnatal race that Enhua will create. Laozi stated. Yuanshi continued, you and Enhua are fellow disciples, so it should be easier for you to speak with her, which is why we have come to request your assistance. Tong Tian thought to himself. As expected, however, how could he bear to watch his elder brothers leap into the fire? This was a trap set by the heavenly Tao and Hongjun, and surely, this was not a sound strategy. No, I cannot allow you to plunge into danger. Tong Tian firmly shook his head, addressing Laozi and Yuanshi with solemnity. The postnatal race that Enhua will create is not your true path to attaining the Tao. His words were resolute and undeniable. Laozi and Yuanshi momentarily fell silent, their brows knitted in confusion. Third brother, if that is not our opportunity for attaining the Tao, then where lies our path? Laozi queried. Perplexed, I have long told my elder brothers that only through comprehending the principles can one attain the Tao, Tong Tian responded. But that was a statement made by the Tao ancestor himself, and I witnessed the backlash he suffered from revealing celestial secrets. Yuanshi's voice trembled. If it were merely Hongjuan's nonsense, how could there be any backlash? My two elder brothers, while that postnatal race may indeed assist you in attaining sagehood, the path it offers is one of heavenly merit and sagehood. Tong Tian, with great earnestness, implored, achieving sainthood through the way of heaven and virtue. The Tao ancestor has spoken of 3 equal paths to sainthood. What is there to dispute? Yuanshi countered with a question. Tong Tian reiterated. To attain sainthood through the way of heaven and virtue is to receive the meritorious fruits bestowed by the primordial heavens. However, one can only coexist with the primal heavens and cannot transcend them. Laozi's expression was laden with confusion. Coexisting with the primordial heavens? Is that not a splendid opportunity? Tong Tian gritted his teeth and replied, but what if the primordial heavens were to perish? No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous bolt of lightning rent the clear sky. The secrets of heaven must not be divulged. Laozi and Yuanshi assumed that Tong Tian had offended the primordial heavens, thus inciting the thunderous warning. How could the primordial heavens be destroyed? According to the third brother, if we do not pursue the path of merit to achieve sainthood, how then shall we attain it? The two elder brothers must sacrifice their cultivation and begin anew as great Luo golden immortals to comprehend the principles. Nonsense. After all this convoluted reasoning, if you do not wish to assist us, just say so. Ultimately, Tong Tian could not persuade Laozi and Yuanshi. When the perceptions and ideologies of both parties diverge, it marks the inception of discord. Tong Tian, Laozi, and Yuanshi found themselves in such a predicament. Point 1. Possessing a profound understanding of the trajectory of primordial history, naturally seeks to avoid calamity and pursue fortune. The other two, shrouded in ignorance, firmly believe that Hongjun Tao ancestors sincerely wish to benefit the primordial realm. Tong Tian could not divulge too many celestial secrets, lest he provide Hongjun in the way of heaven with justification to eliminate him. That recent thunderclap was a warning from the heavenly Tao. The atmosphere grew tense for an extended period. Suddenly, Tong Tian released a sigh of resignation and smiled. Very well, since both elder brothers are so resolute, I shall refrain from further discourse. Tongtian drew forth the Qingping sword once more to practice. His master had once said, "There is no issue that cannot be resolved with a single sword. If there is, then use two." At that moment, even if Laozi and Yuanshi were to fall into the trap of the heavenly saints, he would not fear. One sword shall suffice. One must not tarnish the dignity of his master. Otherwise, all of his master's teachings would be in vain. Elder brother, since the third brother refuses to assist, do we really have to confront the female demon? Yuanshi gradually calmed his spirit and conferred with Laozi. Tio, confront the female demon? What a terrifying prospect. Both men shuddered involuntarily, their faces turning pale as they pondered how to hasten Inwa's creation of the post-heaven races. Surely, there must be some other means. Chapter 74. Inwa, I beseech you, create something for the sake of attaining sainthood. After much contemplation, Yuanshi spoke softly. What if we ask our friend Fushi to remind the female demon? Fushi? Is that reliable? Laozi displayed a skeptical expression, recalling the pitiful sight of Fushi, bruised and battered by Inwa. If we confront her directly, and the female demon takes offense, we may find ourselves in dire straits. However, Fushi is different. He is her elder brother, Yuanshi argued. Laozi nodded slightly. That is indeed a valid point. In a certain cave, blessed with fortune within Mount Buzhou, Fushi diligently practiced his craft. His younger sister had insisted that he must not achieve quasi-sainthood through the slaughter of corpses, but rather comprehend the principles of divination. Yet, despite his proficiency in the art of divination, he had yet to grasp the principles. Nevertheless, Fushi had no choice but to press on, determined to understand. The cost of not comprehending was, well, quite substantial. Is Fushi available? A voice, as faint as a whisper, drifted into Fushi's ears. Who is it? He turned to see Laozi and Yuanshi stealthily approaching. Fushi, somewhat puzzled, inquired, Taoist Taiji, Taoist Yuqing, why are you two sneaking about in broad daylight? Laozi awkwardly chuckled. Fushi, may I ask if Inwa is present? This is Inwa's domain. How could we dare to tread boldly? You may inquire with my sister. She has gone to converse with the ancestor Hutu about the Tao. Is there something you need from her? Fushi asked. Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged glances, exhaling in relief. It's fortunate she's not here, they both thought. Then, they straightened their postures and walked with newfound confidence. Fushi, we have come seeking you. Yuanshi said with a warm smile, radiating friendliness. Seeking me? Fushi's heart skipped a beat, suddenly recalling Inwa's cautionary words before her departure. When I am not present, if someone comes seeking you, please refuse them directly. Otherwise, a chill ran down his spine. As he watched Laozi and Yuanshi approach, he trembled and exclaimed, Wait, don't come any closer. Laozi and Yuanshi were momentarily taken aback. Is this child not in his right mind? Having been struck senseless by the female demon? We merely wish to discuss a matter with you, and yet your reaction is so extreme. Fushi, we have come to request your assistance with something. Laozi said, halting his steps and addressing him from a distance. I cannot help. I sincerely apologize. Fushi decisively waved his hands in refusal. Yuanshi attempted to persuade him. Fushi, why not hear us out first? I will not listen. Fushi interrupted, shaking his head vigorously. He viewed them as if they were fierce tigers. Yuanshi was left speechless. Such a resolute refusal was astonishing. Is this truly the Fushi we know? Laozi's expression soured as well. Is the prestige of the three pure ones no longer effective? Fushi, we have come to discuss Inwa's opportunity for attaining sainthood. Laozi blurted out, delivering the entire statement in one breath, denying Fushi the chance to interject. It must be said, Fushi is indeed a devoted brother to his sister. Upon hearing that it concerned Inwa's opportunity for sainthood, his unwavering resolve wavered. Dear friends, please stand there and explain. I am eager to hear what this is all about. Fushi hesitated before deciding to listen. Laozi's demeanor softened slightly as he spoke. Fushi, not long ago, I fortuitously heard a whisper of celestial secrets regarding Inwa from Hongjun Dao ancestor. Celestial secrets regarding my sister? Fushi's heart stirred, and he inquired, What secrets? Yuanshi pretended to look around, lowering his voice to say, The Dao ancestor declared that she is the ordained saint destined to create a post-heaven race. But Fushi's right eyelid twitched uncontrollably as he furrowed his brow. Contemplating Yuanshir's words, ordained saint, creating a post-heaven race, he suddenly recalled the humanoid wooden carvings often found in Enwa's chamber, though their faces were obscured. Moreover, there were numerous clay figurines crafted by her hands. Might there be a connection between these two? Fushi pondered for quite some time before finally asking Yuanshir, but what? But the Tao ancestor mentioned that if no one reminds her, she may miss this opportunity for sainthood throughout her life. Yuanshir earnestly fabricated. Laozi chimed in, second brother, too many celestial secrets must not be divulged, lest we incur divine wrath. We have conveyed this to Fushi. The rest is for him to decide. Having said that, Laozi and Yuanshir turned to leave, exuding an air of detachment, as if they were immortal beings who had completed their duties, leaving behind the burden of fame and merit. Fushi was left to ponder alone. An opportunity for my sister's attainment of sainthood. If it is true, how could missing it not be a lifelong regret? Laozi and Yuanshir arrived at the foot of Mount Buzhou. Yuanshir quietly inquired, "Do you think Fushi will remind the female demon?" "He probably will. We shall wait here quietly. Once the female demon creates the races, we can attain sainthood without delay." In the primordial realm, time was of little value. A century, a millennium, 10 millennia. Laozi and Yuanshir sat in silent meditation at the foot of Mount Buzhou for over 10,000 years, nearly taking root like ancient trees. Yet, there remained no sign of movement. How strange! Can anyone truly refuse the opportunity for sainthood? Yuanshir muttered. Or is it that Fushi did not remind Enwa at all? Laozi, too, was becoming increasingly anxious, feeling as though he were on the brink of despair. He was so close to attaining sainthood, yet this final hurdle was in the hands of the female demon. It was utterly torturous. Enwa, I implore you, create something for the sake of attaining sainthood. Just as they were inwardly pleading, the sky darkened, a long rectangular canvas descended, enveloping them. What in the world? The map of mountains and rivers, Yuanshir cried out. Before they could react, they were sucked into the map of mountains and rivers. The map of mountains and rivers, a supreme innate spiritual treasure, contained mountains and rivers, forming its own realm. Laozi and Yuanshir found themselves firmly trapped within the map. They soon heard Enwa's voice resounding. Though my brother is somewhat dull, should you two dare to deceive him again, I shall not be lenient. Before long, the map echoed with the despondent cries of Laozi and Yuanshir, their spirits crushed. It's over. The female demon has discovered us. Unless we endure hundreds or even thousands of years of torment, we shall never escape. How shall we remind Enwa to create the post-heaven races now? I am in urgent need. How has my opportunity for sainthood fallen into the hands of Enwa? Oh heavens, are you playing tricks on us? Chapter 75. My dear sister's husband, where art thou? At Taiyun Mountain, where vibrant clouds showered rays of light, Chun Xian, the idol fish, lay leisurely. Suddenly recalling the hollow willow tree in the celestial herb garden, he called out, Xiao Kong Xian, has there been any change in that hollow willow? Little Kong Xian was tinkering with his tail feathers, tilting his head in contemplation before responding. The leaves have turned significantly greener. The entire tree no longer appears as lifeless as it once did. After a millennium of recuperation, the venerable Yang Mei had regained some vitality. However, due to the severity of Hong Jun's actions, Yang Mei required an extensive period to restore his essence. It seemed he had made considerable progress. Chen Xian pondered, let us go take a look. Upon arriving at the celestial herb garden, they beheld the six-eared macaque swinging from the willows. Master, Kong Xian, come try this. Swinging on this hollow willow is incredibly exhilarating. The six-eared macaque exclaimed joyfully. Chun Xian was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. A primordial supreme spiritual root, once a being of chaotic space, now reduced to swinging? How curious. Upon seeing Chen Xian's arrival, Yang Mei felt an intense unease. Hearing Chun Xian enumerate his origins with such familiarity left him even more astounded. How does this master know so much about my lineage in the vast wilderness? Only Hong Jun is privy to my enlightenment into the primordial realm. Who else could possibly know? Such formidable power is truly terrifying. What is his true nature? How have I, emerging from chaos, never encountered such a figure? Master, I observe this hollow willow lacks any consciousness and does not bear fruit like Huang Zhongli. For the moment, I cannot discern its significant utility, but swinging upon it is indeed quite delightful." The six-eared macaque remarked with a grin. Yang Mei was utterly bewildered. If I were to exhibit consciousness, would I even survive? Yet, is this truly your justification for using me as a swing? I am a proud, chaotic demon god. Once enlightened in the primordial realm, before he could finish, Yang Mei felt a few more tugs at his willow branches. Who the hell is tugging at my flowing hair? Oh, it's Chen Xian. Well, that's a relief. But please take care not to fall. Yang Mei, your expression changes far too swiftly, Chen Xian observed. I in the modern world. This speed could surely earn a Guinness World Record. This hollow willow must be the true form of the venerable Yang Mei. Chen Xian mused aloud. However, in the wilderness, only a post-convergence Hong Jun possesses the capability to reduce Yang Mei to such a state. It stands to reason that Hong Jun had no motive to act against Yang Mei. Could it be that Yang Mei bore the brunt of another's misdeeds? Contemplating this, Chen Xian concluded that it was a distinct possibility. After all, whenever Hong Jun encountered adversity, he would invariably shift the burden of causality onto Yang Mei. Yang Mei, the eternal scapegoat. Hearing Chen Xian's words, Yang Mei fell into a daze. I have borne the blame for others. The more I ponder, the more plausible it seems. Once I regain my strength and can transform once more, I shall seek out my master. I will certainly demand clarity from Hong Jun. Humph, you have the support of the heavenly Tao, whilst I have my master. Master, should we cut down this unsightly willow? Little Kong Xian inquired. Chen Xian stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Let it remain here for now. Once it has restored itself to the level of a primordial supreme spiritual root, you may transform it into a treasure. The hollow willow possesses a unique ability, imbued with spatial laws, capable of consuming all treasures. Is it even more formidable than my five-colored divine light? Little Kong Xian asked again. Naturally, Chen Xian replied. Yang Mei trembled in trepidation. I wish to serve under you, yet you intend to transform me into a treasure. 3,000 years passed. Laozi and Yuan Shi finally extricated themselves from the river map of mountains and rivers. Laozi's once white beard was now dusted with grime, and a large hole had torn in the back of his deep blue robe, exposing his stooped form. Yuan Shi fared even worse, clad in tattered garments. His once rosy complexion now a sooty black, devoid of any countenance. Both recalled their harrowing 3,000 years within the river map with lingering dread. Brother, shall we return to Kunlun for a respite? We can plan our next steps at a leisurely pace, Yuan Shi suggested softly. Without a moment's hesitation, Laozi nodded vigorously. Good, good. Upon a white cloud, Niuhua supported the frail Fushi, whose lower body was bound in bandages. They watched as Laozi and Yuan Shi stumbled away below. Brother, did you see that? Those two are in disarray, especially the elder. He shows no respect for his age. His clothes are a mess. You must not associate with them. Understood? Niuhua cautioned, fully aware that Laozi and Yuan Shi had been thoroughly ensnared by Hong Jun, leading to their grim fate. Fushi's lips twitched in agitation. Then he gazed at Niuhua with apprehension. Are those two's misfortunes not your doing? Rest assured, little sister, I shall not engage with them, Fushi promised, albeit with some reluctance. Niuhua nodded with approval. Brother, this is indeed the wise choice. After a moment's thought, Fushi inquired, Little sister, is what Laozi mentioned related to your path to sainthood? Niuhua affirmed with a nod. You truly are the destined saint? Fushi exclaimed. Niuhua blinked. Indeed. And when will you achieve sainthood? Achieve sainthood? Why must I? Niuhua countered. You are the destined saint. If heaven decrees my ascension, then would I not be tarnishing my master's reputation? Niuhua's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed towards Taiyun Mountain. Fushi was left speechless. Can even heaven not reign over your little sister? It seems only that one person can bring her to heel. By the way, brother, during this time, I shall embark on a journey. You must not wander aimlessly, nor heed the false words of others. Understood? Niuhua gently instructed. Fushi, glancing at his bandaged lower body, felt a wave of frustration. You broke my legs. How am I to move? Nevertheless, the prospect of Niuhua's travels brightened his eyes. At that moment, Fushi fervently wished for Niuhua to quickly find her master. Oh dear sister-in-law, where are you? Hurry and attend to your beloved disciple. Spare me from further misfortune. What sins have I committed? A smile crept onto Fushi's face. Little sister, traveling is splendid. The world is vast. One should see more of it. Brother, you seem rather pleased that I wish to distance myself from you. Nuwa raised her delicate hand, forming a fist. I assure you, that is not the case, Fushi hastily explained. Nuwa then relaxed her fist. Brother, the wilderness is fraught with peril, and you have ties with the demon race, so you must exercise extra caution. Fear not, little sister. I shall remain in seclusion and diligently cultivate within Mount Bujo. Nuwa's departure filled Fushi with an uncontainable joy. That brings me peace, Nuwa remarked, casting a glance at Fushi's bandaged leg. Chapter 76. The little admirer hidden by the Tao ancestor. Time in the wilderness is unmeasured. 2 more millennia drifted by. Within the chaos-purple sky palace, Hong Jun addressed the kneeling Laozi and Yuan Shi after 33,000 years had elapsed. Do you two have any progress? Yuan Shi's face darkened. Embarrassment evident, master, that Nuwa is formidable. She imprisoned us within the river map of mountains and rivers, subjecting us to 3,000 years of torment. Hong Jun's lips twitched, his brow furrowed tightly. So, you have made no progress? Laozi and Yuan Shi bowed their heads in silence, tacitly acknowledging their failure. The pivotal points in the wilderness now hinged upon Nuwa's creation of new tribes. Hong Jun's countenance soured. Laozi and Yuan Shi had proven ineffectual. Who else could be of use? Dijun and Tai Yi, those foolish birds, had been thoroughly humiliated by Nuwa and now cowered in the 33 heavens, too terrified to even breathe. The Western duo was no better, merely lamenting their plight, which Nuwa would certainly not entertain. Who else could there be? Tao ancestor, please enjoy some tea. That moment, the Taoist boy from Yaoqi bowed respectfully, presenting a cup of light tea. Hong Jun gazed at the boy, lost in thought, remaining silent for a long while. Perhaps I should send Yaoqi? Surely, communication would be easier among peers than with Laozi, Yuan Shi, Dijun, or Tai Yi. Taking the tea, Hong Jun sipped thoughtfully. Yaoqi, I have been quite troubled of late. There is a matter I need you to attend to. Are you willing? Replying to the Tao ancestor, Yaoqi is willing to assist, though I fear I may fall short and disappoint your expectations. Yaoqi replied softly. Hong Jun waved his hand, forcing a benevolent smile. No matter the outcome, I shall not blame you. Simply do your utmost. Yaoqi nodded in agreement. Understood. Hong Jun laughed heartily. Yaoqi, your task is to venture into the wilderness and seek out a being named Nuwa. Venture to the wilderness? To find Sister Nuwa? Yaoqi's mind conjured the exquisite visage of Nuwa, and her eyes sparkled with delight as she asked, What shall I do upon finding her? Hong Jun pondered for a moment before responding. Simply follow her and observe when she creates a new race. Haste makes waste. It is best to first ascertain Nuwa's current situation, lest we complicate matters further. Yaoqi nodded affirmatively. Yaoqi shall obey the Tao ancestors' decree. Now then, Laozi, Yuan Shi, you two may return to Kunlun and await the opportunity for enlightenment. Hong Jun once again addressed Laozi and Yuan Shi, saying, Indeed, Daozu. Laozi then took his leave, followed by Yuan Shi. The two rose and exited the Zhixiao Palace. In the blink of an eye, a myriad of years had passed. During this time, Nuwa's presence resonated throughout the vastness of Honghuang, her footprints gracing mountains, rivers, lakes, and the very essence of flora and fauna. Every entity stirred her emotions. Her comprehension of the laws of creation had reached an extraordinarily profound level, with only a thin veil separating her from the attainment of the Tao of the primordial unity. On this day, adorned in an elegant long gown, she appeared as a celestial beauty descended from the heavens, wandering through a lush, verdant forest. Suddenly, she heard a melodious and clear voice from behind her. Sister Nuwa. Turning around, she beheld a delicate girl, seemingly around 13 or 14 years of age. Clad in a gown of ethereal hues, she moved gracefully, embodying a beauty untouched by the mundane world, as pure as freshly fallen snow. It was evident that she would blossom into an enchanting beauty in the future. Little Yaoqi, why are you not in the Zhixiao Palace? What brings you to Honghuang? Nuwa smiled gently upon seeing Yaoqi. Yaoqi beamed radiantly, exclaiming, Daozu summoned me to find you. She held great admiration and reverence for Nuwa and had no intention of deceiving her. If Hong Jun were to discover this, he would surely be furious. The very first words upon our meeting, and you've already betrayed me. Truly, you are something. Did Daozu summon you for any particular reason? Nuwa inquired. No specific reason. Just asked me to accompany you, Yaoqi replied innocently. Nuwa, being perceptive, quickly grasped Hongjuan's intentions. However, upon observing Yaoqi's navet and lack of guile, she smiled sweetly and said, "Then you may accompany me." Can Sister Nuwa truly allow this? Yaoqi's face lit up with joy. This was her first venture into Honghuang. Having been enlightened by Hongjun, she had spent her days within the Zhixiao Palace, surrounded by the solitude of chaos. Everything she encountered now felt novel and filled her with delight. Nuwa nodded with a smile. Of course you can. Where shall we go next? Yaoqi asked eagerly. Tio Taiyun Mountain, Nuwa responded, her eyes shimmering with nostalgia. Taiyun Mountain? Upon hearing this, Yaoqi's eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. She had heard this name countless times before. Besides the renowned Buzhou Mountain, Kunlun Mountain, and the jade capital mountain of Daozu Hongjun, this was the only mountain she had longed to visit. With a crescent moon smile, Yaoqi followed Nuwa, her heart brimming with anticipation for the wonders that awaited at Taiyun Mountain. Nuwa led Yaoqi slowly, passing numerous fellow disciples along the way, Yunming's, Panyun Mountain, Qingyun Peak. After an extensive journey of 3,000 years, they finally arrived at the foot of Taiyun Mountain. Sister, is this truly Taiyun Mountain? Yaoqi asked, her curiosity piqued. Gazing ahead, she saw a sea of clouds swirling, with purple mist enveloping the area, yet no peaks were visible. Nuwa gently patted Yaoqi's head, saying, "Indeed, this is Taiyun Mountain. However, my teacher has sealed it for a long time, and since I descended, I have not returned to this mountain." What kind of person is your teacher who resides atop Taiyun Mountain? Yaoqi inquired with great curiosity. A profound reminiscence flickered in Nuwa's eyes as she nodded. My teacher loves a life of leisure, possessing boundless cultivation, yet he bears no airs and speaks with humor and wit. Yaoqi pursed her lips, tilting her head to gaze at the undulating clouds, sighing softly. It's a pity I cannot see what Taiyun Mountain looks like, nor meet your teacher. With a hint of regret, she mused. Why not let me illustrate Taiyun Mountain for you? Nuwa affectionately ruffled Yaoqi's hair. For 3 millennia, Nuwa had journeyed through Honghuang with Yaoqi, treating her with a fondness akin to that of an elder sister. Along the way, she shared numerous tales about Chen Xian, causing Yaoqi to become a fervent admirer of him, a hidden fan nestled beside the Daozu. Chapter 77. Has the great trend of Honghuang finally returned to its proper course? Nuwa produced a sheet of white paper, suspending it in midair, and began to paint. The ink flowed effortlessly, weaving poetic landscapes onto the blank canvas. In comparison to Chen Xian's abstract style, this depiction of Taiyun Mountain was far superior. Indeed, the pupil surpasses the master. Is this truly Taiyun Mountain? Yaoqi marveled at the painted scene. The lush trees, the soaring cranes, the calls of deer, all exuded a serene and harmonious aura. The summit of Taiyun Mountain was veiled in swirling clouds, shimmering with radiant light, enveloped in ethereal Taoist resonance. This is merely a glimpse of Taiyun Mountain. One cannot fully appreciate its essence from afar, Nuwa remarked. Where did your teacher usually sit to impart teachings? Yaoqi asked. Nuwa pointed to the summit depicted in the painting. Here, she resumed her drawing, capturing the likeness of Chen Xian. The more she painted, the more vivid her memories became, her thoughts drifting back to the days spent on Taiyun Mountain. Chen Xian's visage grew increasingly clear in her mind. However, just as she was on the verge of completing the portrayal, an explosive sound erupted. The entire painting shattered, along with Nuwa's brush, which disintegrated into dust. What transpired? Both Nuwa and Yaoqi stared at each other, their eyes wide with astonishment. It seemed as though an immense force had torn the painting asunder, as if it had been burdened with some forbidden essence. Nuwa murmured in a daze, is this what my teacher referred to as the formless Tao, the nameless Tao? The formless Tao exists beyond form and is eternally real, yet no entity can contain it. The burden that this painting could not bear was the essence of her teacher, or perhaps it was that this realm could not encompass the image of her teacher. This was a taboo of the Tao. Teacher? Nuwa gazed once more at Taiyun Mountain, still shrouded in swirling clouds and purple mist, with no discernible path to ascend. She worried whether she would be able to call out her teacher's name during the attainment of primordial unity. Sensing Nuwa's despondency and frustration, Yaoqi consoled her. "Sister, with your sincerity, you shall surely reunite with your teacher." After a long while, Nuwa regained her composure and, accompanied by Yaoqi, continued her journey through Honghuang. Countless millennia seemed to pass before Nuwa arrived at a lake, its surface reflecting her own visage. Deeply moved, she murmured, "It has been an entire Yuan meeting since Daozu spoke. It is time for me to attain the Dao." A Yuan meeting spans 12,960 years. Looking back towards Taiyan Mountain, she spoke softly, "Teacher, I do not know if I can call forth your true name, but I must give it a try." Turning to Yaoqi, she added, "Yaoqi, you may return now and report back." Saying, "Sister Nuwa is preparing to create living beings." Yaoqi slightly bowed, her gaze lingering on Nuwa, replying, "If Sister is preparing to create living beings and attain the Dao, I shall not disturb you." Nuwa nodded, watching the little Yaoqi with a reminder, "You are now at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Remember to comprehend the laws and break through, avoiding random slaying of corpses or hastily advancing through the merits of the heavenly Dao." "Sister Nuwa, why is that?" Yaoqi asked, a hint of confusion crossing her face. "Just heed your sister's words and do not overthink," Nuwa replied, waving her hand to send Yaoqi back to Honghuang. Crossing through the chaos, Yaoqi returned to the Zixiao Palace. "Daozu, Sister Nuwa is preparing to create living beings." Yaoqi's voice echoed within the palace. Hongjuan's eyes widened in sudden realization. Is she finally going to create a new race? I am truly eager to see what kind of beings Nuwa will conjure in due time. Both Laozi and Yuanshi shall be able to establish teachings to enlighten this newly born life. Achieving the status of saints, the Xianmen shall bear witness to the birth of two saints, a harbinger of great prosperity. The great trend of Honghuang had finally returned to its proper course. Ha ha ha! Immediately, Hongjun summoned Yaoqi before him, stating, "You have accomplished much on this journey. I grant you the innate spiritual treasure, the purple gold phoenix hairpin, to assist you in your ascent to the sanctified realm." The purple gold phoenix hairpin, initially intended to be bestowed upon the Queen Mother of the West during a teaching session, remained ungranted due to her early departure after only a mere 2,999 years of teachings. Thus, the hairpin was left behind. During the last treasure distribution at Baoyan, Hongjun had not revealed all the spiritual treasures, naturally reserving some for Haoyan and Yaoqi. Yaoqi stood stunned as she accepted the innate spiritual treasure. "Thank you, Daozu." Yet her mind was preoccupied with Nuwa's warning against recklessly slaying corpses. Hongjun, immersed in his joy, did not notice Yaoqi's unease, but promptly conveyed the news to Laozi and Yuantai in the vastness of Honghuang. Nuwa gazed at the tranquil lake, where her reflection shimmered. Thoughts of Qian Xian's words echoed in her mind. Nuwa molded clay to create humanity, achieving sanctification through merit, yet ultimately fell into the trap of the heavenly Dao. What a pity, however. At that moment, Nuwa smiled brightly. "Teacher, what grace you possess. Now that I have pledged myself to your tutelage, how could I foolishly fall into the trap of the heavenly Dao through mere merit? I shall attain the Dao of primordial unity, allowing the great Dao to resonate with me. Teacher, I promise not to disappoint you." Having comprehended 90% of the principles of creation, an overwhelming surge erupted from within Nuwa. Throughout the vast wilderness, a rich aura of creation began to permeate the atmosphere. It signified rebirth, a new beginning, and boundless mysteries. Nuwa stood on the precipice of ascending to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. With just one final proof remaining in that fleeting moment, many disciples of Taiyun Mountain seemed to sense it in the Yaoqi fairyland. The Queen Mother of the West emerged from the river of time. Softly murmuring, "Sister Nuwa, I wonder if you will be able to summon our master this time." On Kunlun Mountain, Tong Tian paused in his swordplay, gazing towards Nuwa's direction. "I was also on the verge of a breakthrough, but it seems Nuwa has outpaced me. Nonetheless, that is splendid indeed." Above the sun star, Shiha gazed down upon the vast wilderness. "Mount Buzhou, Huayun Cave, Yunmings, is this the proof of the great unity? Sister Nuwa is preparing to attain it. Truly, Sister Nuwa is astute. It is no wonder she is favored by our master. If she achieves the great unity, surely she will be counted among the master's direct disciples." The master once said that Sister Nuwa would create the human race. I wonder what this race will truly be like. Meanwhile, all beings in the wilderness felt the immense aura emanating from Nuwa, rivaling that of Hongjun Daozu at the moment of his sanctification. Who possesses such formidable power? Is the second saint of the wilderness about to emerge? I have a feeling that the wilderness is on the brink of transformation. Chapter 78. A name that cannot be uttered? Today, the sky was clear and bright. The harmonious sounds of phoenixes echoed. Violet rays of light adorned the sky, while the lush greenery of the forest lent a serene and sacred atmosphere to the wilderness. By a crystal-clear lake, Nuwa stood resplendent, her cascading hair like a waterfall over her shoulders, her brows exquisitely arched, and her beautiful eyes shimmering like stars. She was a rare beauty in this world. Even the nine heavens Xian and Vi would surely pale in comparison before her. At this moment, Nuwa was enveloped in a mist of purple energy, her aura profound and mysterious in her burning gaze. There was a hint of longing. I have comprehended 90% of the principles of creation. With this final proof, I shall create the human race and attain the great unity. She then took out the 3 light divine water and the 9 heavens Shirong. To achieve the great unity and create life, one cannot utilize mundane water and earth. The 3 light divine water, which represents the sun, moon, and stars, is a deadly poison when used individually. However, when combined, it becomes the foremost healing elixir, capable of neutralizing poisons, reviving the dead, and mending bones effortlessly. The 9 heavens Shirong is the essence of earth, perfectly suited for nurturing life and embodying the principles of creation. As Nuwa blended the 3 light divine water with the 9 heavens Shirong. She skillfully shaped exquisite clay figures. The principles of creation surged around each figure, stripping away their clay-like nature and gradually transforming them into flesh and blood. Once they touched the ground, they became living beings. Running about naked, to expedite the process, Nuwa took out the primordial gourd vine, swiftly rolling it in the mud, and with a flick of her wrist, a multitude of humanoid beings emerged into the wilderness. In no time at all, she had created a staggering 12,960 beings, corresponding to the number of the primordial unity. Nuwa paused, gazing fondly at the small creatures scurrying about. Her heart warmed. She then slowly turned her gaze towards Taiyun Mountain and spoke softly. With the Tao above, today I, Nuwa, shall create an entirely new race, to be called the human race. Nuwa did not reference the wilderness and heavens, but spoke directly of the Tao above. For both the heavenly Tao and the saints are shadowy figures. As Nuwa's words fell, a powerful aura erupted from her, sweeping across the entire wilderness. The principles of creation, having received the acknowledgement of the Tao, culminated in her ascension to the great Luo Golden Immortal. At that moment, the wilderness was filled with resplendent flowers and golden lotuses erupting from the ground, while purple energy and radiant light enveloped the lands. Extending for hundreds of miles, golden beams of light cascaded down, and Nuwa, bathed in their glow, appeared even more dignified and pure, her presence ethereal. Nuwa spoke once more. Today I, Nuwa, shall attain the great unity through the creation of the human race. An exquisite and mysterious force carried Nuwa's declaration throughout the wilderness and into the chaos. The resonance of the Tao? This is the resonance of the Tao. Nuwa smiled brightly, tears glistening in her eyes. At that moment, she recited her master's true name. Chun Xian, Master. I have awaited this moment for far too long. Nuwa called out the name Chun Xian, yet only a whisper escaped her lips. And no sound followed. Nuwa shouted again, but the same silence ensued. A sudden shock gripped her heart. The master's name, too, was a taboo of the Tao, unutterable. With my current cultivation, I cannot speak my master's name directly. The master's name has been obscured by the Tao. In a moment of desperation, Nuwa recalled that her master is known as Taishian Daoren, and that should be utterable. Taishian Daoren. Taishian Daoren. Master, it is me, Xiao Hua. Can you hear me, Master? I miss you so dearly. We all long for you, Master. When can we meet again, Master? We have been waiting for you. Nuwa's calls resonated with the echo of the Tao, quietly reaching the now secluded Taiyun Mountain. Though Nuwa's labor in creating humanity left her unwearied, calling for Chan Xian drained her immense energy. At this moment, the image of Nuwa reflected throughout the wilderness. All disciples of Taiyun Mountain, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, cheered exuberantly for Nuwa. This was the first existence among the disciples of Taiyun Mountain to attain the great unity. Sister Nuwa is magnificent. Sister Nuwa is an eternal deity. Sister Nuwa, you must remember to call out the Master's true name. Meanwhile, the heavens above resounded with thunderous roars, boom, boom. The sound was incessant. Looking up, one could see endless streams of profound merit cascading down. The human race had been born, destined to become the protagonists of the future. Nuwa's immense contributions to the wilderness prompted the heavens to shower her with merit. The sheer volume of such merit was sufficient to elevate any quasi-saint who had severed their second corpse to the realm of a saint. Even more astonishingly, alongside the boundless merit, there descended a radiant fruit of the Tao, imbued with profound mysteries and endless nuances, the fruit of the saint's merit, that which countless individuals covet. With but a gentle motion, Nuwa could become the saint of merit within the wilderness. At that moment, all beings in the wilderness held their breath, their eyes reddened as they gazed upon the fruit of the saint's merit. Their looks towards Nuwa were filled with envy and jealousy. In the heavens, Hongjun observed all of this. With a cold smile, he remarked, "No matter how much you once revered the so-called Taishian Dao Ren, with the descent of the fruit of the saint's merit today, you will find yourself in my camp. After all, no one can refuse the allure of a readily accessible sanctity." However, Nuwa's subsequent actions caused his veins to bulge, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell?" Nuwa reached out towards the fruit of the saint's merit, and the dazzling golden fruit transformed into countless glimmers, showering down upon the newly created human race. Hiss! The wilderness fell into a stunned silence, a profound stillness enveloping all. The sounds of beings gasping for breath echoed, their complex emotions lingering in turmoil. What have I just witnessed? That was the fruit of the saint's merit. Symbolizing the sanctity of the heavens and earth, the fruit of the saint's merit was directly shattered by Nuwa to bless the newly born human race. Is this world not too insane? The fruit of the saint's merit. Do not deny me as well. Nuwa raised her gaze, coldly surveying the heavens above. Master, if you can see this, your disciple shall not be constrained by the heavenly Tao, nor shall I tread the path of a saint. Sister Nuwa is magnificent, an eternal deity. Truly, Sister Nuwa has set an example for all of us disciples of Taiyun Mountain. What of the fruit of the saint's merit? Under the Master's guidance, we shall never become lackeys. Chapter 79. We shall soon meet again. Remember to massage my legs when the time comes. Upon the moment when Nuwa shattered the fruit of the saint of merit, it signified her complete rejection of the olive branch extended by Hongjun and the heavenly Tao. She was unwilling to become a saint within the primordial universe. Although the saint and the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian occupy roughly the same realm, they do not traverse the same system. The Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian embarks upon the path of proving the great Tao, while the saint follows the path of proving the heavenly Tao. The great Tao permeates all realms of existence. Thus, a Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian, recognized by the great Tao, possesses equal combat prowess and cultivation, whether in chaos or any other universe. In contrast, the saint, confined to the realm designated by Hongjun and the heavenly Tao, only wields the power and status of a saint within the primordial realm. Upon entering other realms, their cultivation no longer reflects that of a saint. Only by gaining the acknowledgement of that specific realm can they manifest their saintly power therein. This encapsulates the essential distinction between the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian and the saint. The path of the great Tao is, indeed, the true embodiment of supreme freedom and unrestrained transcendence. At this moment, Hongjun appeared amidst the celestial expanse. Standing alongside the cloaked youth, his countenance was shrouded in profound gloom as he watched the fruit of the saint of merit being shattered by Nuwa, the golden light of merit nourishing the newly arisen human race. He felt as though his face were being slapped incessantly by 1,000 rotten slippers, in his schemes. Even if Nuwa were to attain the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian within the primordial realm, he believed he could still bestow upon her the fruit of the saint of merit, allowing her to embody both the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian and the saint of merit in the primordial universe. Should the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian integrate the fruit of the saint of merit once more, Her strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. He presumed that Nuwa would never refuse such an offer. However, to his astonishment, Nuwa rejected it with such decisiveness, not even casting a glance at the fruit of merit. Dismissing it entirely, Hongjun narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing within. It seemed that this unexpected variable, Nuwa, could no longer be drawn into his camp. If he could not obtain her, then he would annihilate her. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, reverberating in every area in an instant. Dark thunderclouds, flickering with deep violet lightning, enveloped the entire celestial dome. Beings beneath the Daluojingxian were compelled to bend and cower, unable to lift their heads. A sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Then, the resounding voice of the heavenly Tao echoed. Nuwa shattered the fruit of the Saint of Merit, disregarding the heavenly Tao, disrespecting the heavens and the earth. Thus, divine retribution descends. Nuwa's shattering of the fruit of the Saint of Merit provided Hongjun with a justification for his actions. Divine retribution descends. The myriad beings felt a sudden suffocation, their hearts stirred by a tempest of dread. The might of the heavenly Tao is not to be trifled with. It is utterly terrifying. This divine retribution is fearsome beyond measure. Should it fall, it would surely obliterate the entire primordial realm. Can the goddess Nuwa withstand this divine retribution? Nuwa is in peril. In the heavenly court of the demon clan, amidst the 33 heavens, Emperor Jun and Tai clasped each other's hands tightly, their eyes sparkling with barely contained joy. Divine retribution descends. Truly, even the heavens have turned against this demoness. Brother, after today, I shall no longer worry about this demoness. Ha ha ha, with the demoness gone, who else can impede our path forward? I ask you, who? The two demon emperors were in an ecstatic frenzy. The 10 golden crow princes cheered and leapt in delight. Wonderful! Our fathers are at it again. Yea, 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 our fathers are at it again. Soon we shall roam freely across the primordial realm. The thunderous calamity Nuwa faced continued to coalesce. The might of the heavens seemingly compressed further. The more it compressed, the greater the impending explosion would be. On Mount Taiyun, outside, a tempest raged and thunderclouds roared. Yet here, as always, the skies were serene, with soaring birds and gentle breezes. A haven of tranquility. At this moment, it was the time for Chen Xian to take a midday respite. The six-eared macaque was kneading clay with Kong Xian. Suddenly, in the heart of the celestial herb garden, Yang Mei felt a jolt of alarm. What the? Is that the breath of the great Tao? Yang Mei thought it was an impending catastrophe and quickly curled into a ball, trembling with fear. Oh heavens! This place is terrifying. The resonance of the great Tao is occurring here. Could it be related to the Master? Once a chaotic demon god and having witnessed the opening of the heavens by Pango. Yang Mei was well versed in the extraordinary. Although her cultivation was no longer what it once was, she quickly discerned that this was indeed the resonance of the great Tao. The six-eared macaque and Kong Xian remained entirely oblivious. Meanwhile, Chen Xian, in his slumber, sensed a subtle movement near his ear, as if a soft whisper, laden with deep longing, wafted through the air, akin to the ethereal melodies of a soprano, crisp and enchanting. Master, it's me. Xiaohua, can you hear me? Master, I miss you so much. We all miss you. Master, when can we meet again? We have been waiting for you. The resonance of the great Tao conveyed the voice of Nuwa, rippling like gentle waves, echoing in Chen Xian's ears. The great Tao is omnipresent. Aside from the void, nothing can sever its connection. For even that which seeks to isolate exists within the great Tao. Thus, the resonance of the great Tao pierced through the protective barriers of Mount Taiyun, accurately reaching Chen Xian's ears. Stirring from his nap, Chen Xian turned over, murmuring sleepily, "It's Xiaohua. Come over and massage my legs." The enchanting image of Xiaohua flickered in his mind. After a while, Chen Xian drowsily opened his eyes and spoke. "Xiaohua, having massaged for so long, you must be tired. Take a rest." "Master, who are you talking to?" The six-eared macaque inquired, puzzled, having overheard Chen Xian's sleepy murmurs. Only then did Chen Xian look around in confusion. He saw the six-eared macaque and Kong Xian playing with mud. "Where's Xiaohua? Wasn't it her voice calling me just now? I clearly heard Xiaohua's voice, and she was going to massage my legs." How strange. What is going on? He pondered the content of the voice. Master, I miss you so much. When can we meet again? We have been waiting for you. Qianxian stroked his chin and pressed his fingers against his temples. Could it be that Xiaohua transmitted her voice to me through some secret method? Or perhaps I have started to miss my disciples? Both possibilities seemed plausible. Closing his eyes once more, the vision of Xiaohua returned to his mind. He murmured softly, Xiaohua, Master misses you and all of you very much. Fear not, time flies. We shall soon meet again, and when that time comes, remember to massage my legs. Unbeknownst to him, after he spoke, invisible, profound ripples emanated silently from beyond Mount Taiyun. Chapter 80 Heavenly Tao, give me an explanation. In the primordial realm, the heavens above Nuwa roared with thunderous calamity, still coalescing. The aura radiating from the thunderous tribulation was horrifying, oppressive, and filled with dread. Nuwa lifted her gaze to behold the terrifying thunderstorm. Yet her eyes blazed with fierce determination. Come forth, thunderous tribulation. Senior Sister Nuwa, you are the first disciple of Taiyun Mountain to attain the Hunyuan. You must not bring shame to our master, Senior Sister Nuwa. A mere heavenly tribulation. Let us crush it. Senior Sister Nuwa, the master has proclaimed, my fate is determined by me, not by the heavens. Let us overthrow the damned heavens. If I were to attain the Tao, I hope a grand thunderous tribulation would descend upon me, so I could also vanquish the damned heavens. Cough, cough. It seemed they were not worried about Nuwa at all. Each one of them longed for the tribulation to descend upon themselves. Eager to vanquish it, terrifying.